Chapter 1 Transmigration into a Fantasy Novel, The Villainous Senior Brother. Note this live Fismerl ya crematorium, suppressing the protagonist storyline. The previous live s who'd beregarded merely setting sand plot foundations. The size of Fantasy Novel loft te crematorium typethos who understand will. But rest assured, there will be no redemption arc. Senior Brother. What are you still waiting for? Junior Brother Kinji Unisabuta Jivian. Thepier King voice Sofa Womaneko Eden Gu Hansiers, Jolting Gim awake. Have I been reborn again? This rebirth seems to have some differences. Asha felt the condition of his body. Guhan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Memory eserjedlikia tide, making him recall the myriad events of his previous life. To precise, he currently found himself within the world of a fantasy novel titled Emperor Lord. Thetitly lone suggested twice a classic tale of the overpowered protagonist. However, it was also a popular harem novel that taken a literary world by storm. The protagonist, Yi Qingyun, saw read through her narrative. With a cold and alluring master, a playful junior sister, Analo of senior sister, a saintess from Zhongzhou, Ondain empress from Adanastialoft him worry ease women. In Thelaturstages, the number of female lay leads became synamurist hat their names were beyond count. Yet this protagonist, entranced by Bodhi, also possessed an impressive background and unparalleled talent, ultimately becoming an invincible, supreme being across realms. His identity, however, was Hato Favelin's senior brother. He was, in fact, the fierce antagonist boss hatching an encounter in early chapters. The final outcome saw him being trampled underfoot by Yi Qingyun, serving as a stepping stone and Hilater Spathto Greaterings. A Sarreader provide a certain plot lines, certainly would not waited for death, but instead, strivido alter his fate. Upon just crossing into this world, he'll readin we Wasamira cannon fodder villain, devoid of Fana Goldenfinger. Thus, for survival, he naturally adopted corresponding measures. Determined to become acring senior brother to his fellow disciples, he resolved to protect them, even at the cost of his own life. However, under the inescapable influence of Teplot, he supports swood forever prove futile. In his first life, while Yi Qingyun had yet a Synth Mountain, he had amply to meet to forge a strong bond with his future Rempress junior sister, Chu Yaowei. After all, having got future Rempress Asabacking could significantly enhance his chance of avoiding a tragic villainous fate. Taken Jadvantagio Fish junior sister Syaoth, he devote himself wholeheartedly to her. Ifanium Bulliter, Hu'd bit have fierce to Karjan and seek justice in her behalf. If shall act cultivation resources, Hu'd repeated lie undertake commissions from the task call to accumulate enough for her training. Yet, once that a protagonist arrived on the mountain, all these forts were rendered mud. Third junior sister had racids in second who develop an infinity fiction for Yikinji Unistanamith. Meanwhile he, that devote Dan selfless in your brother, became a pitiful pawn, mere leaser vingasatori for others. In his second life, Hermain Dundetered, still hoping to canja his fate, savel and a scan and fodder through righteous means. His master, long plagued be cold poison, cold not findra spite. To eradicate completely, he red Tovan Shrine ethereal mof demonsto a special treasure, hoping to reus master oft, fliction own seen for all. Unexpectedly, heful victim to a skimebi thimel protagonist. No tonly washe branded with the label off haven goffended as master and skimmed against her, Buthuas al Sokusadov being gan undercover agent for the demonic sect. The special treasure had painstakingly obtained ways instead presented Bethemel protagonist Ashi sewn hard or Nejivto their master, leaving her deeply moved. In the end, female protagonist became the cherished light in the hearts of both the master and the sister. He, unable to defend himself, was regarded as a hypocritical villa in Bial, despised and reviled, ultimately imprisoned within the demon lock tower. In his third life, he resolved to learn from Thelis and Sophis past. Rather than invest in Genothers, he'll invest in himself. He immersed himself in cultivation, striving to enhance his own strength, ultimately seeking to destiny through his own prowess. Yet, fate had other plans. During a fierce battle against Statidov demonic beasts, several of his junior sisters, in a rush to save the injured protagonist, abandoned their posts. This led to his isolation and helplessness, ultimate liar resulting in his the hands-off decroaching beasts. In his fourth and fifth lives. In truth, From the fourth Lithian word, he began to attempt be engaging in a villain, employing various methods to confront the protagonist head. However, their results were even swifter and more tragic deaths. Under the influence of the protagonist challenged the plot, in a plan had devised would inexplica blind and failure. Thelife that left the most profound impression on him was, indeed, this one. He and this fellow disciples ventured into a mystical realm for trials. The protagonist, Yi Qingyun, was exceptionally fortunate, discovering Gajan Moon divine herb capable of cleansing and esmeralwind greatly enhancing potential. However, a formidable demonic beast, at the pinnacle of the ninth level of spiritual palacerium, stood guard beside it, mere steps away from Thunitarium. From lowest to highest cultivation levels body refinement, chi refinement, spiritual palace, unity, divine platform, Tao harmony, supreme, divine sovereign, sacred realm, emperor realm. According to the original rules, such a powerful beast was not provocatively imperative. Yet Yi Qingyun, desperately wanting thither, concocted some plan, drawing Thebes Satin while Atito all character, Lu Ruyan, attempted to vest it. This resulted in the beast's furious rampage, pursuing Lu Ruyan and endangering their disciples. As the leader of this expedition, he was compelled to engage in a fierce battle with the half-step unity beast. In the end, suffering casualties among his fellow disciples and sustaining severe injurious himself, he managed slay the beast. However, this left them with grave internal injuries, even causing regression in his cultivation later on. What shall led them is twas hat the protagonist shifteth the blame for the incident and the resulting name, claiming, as the senior brother, had failed in his duties. Several junior sisters, oblivious to the truth, turned a blind eye to his plight, unconditionally believing Yi Qingyun. Even Lu Ruyan, whom he had in direct lie saved from Thebes, forgo his life-saving grace and instead supporteth the protagonist's claims. Ultimately, he was left in a state of disgrace, revealed be the entirist. Later, duetto his severe injuries and inability to recover, his stagnation in cultivation led to his expulsion from the sect, left to fend for himself. The most absurd part was that the junior sister she had cared for and even riskedes left to protect on multiple occasions, during his expulsion, were too busy frolicking with the of England. That day weighs etched in his memory. He walked through the desolate night. The snow fell heavily, and he felt an overwhelming chill. His body was cold, but the earth was colder still. His life Kamito hast I and damn its tedriftings now, reflecting gaunt the past 8 lives. Iniachone, he met had tragic fate, regardless of the path hecka sorthy fort she exerted. Ultimately, Hekud not escapeth that eo favel in a scannon fodder. Whether it weighs a tragic death in the streets or imprisonment in demon lock tower. Until this'nth life. I fevry choicelted Todd, then perhaps it would be easier to embrace a pathopathy, die injurely and attaining rebirth. Senior brother. Watery out dawdling for? Hurry and take action. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's voice galled out again, pulling Gu Han from his reverie. Roar. In his brief moment of distraction, the half-step unity beast had become completely enraged. Now, it was rampaging after Yi Qingyun. Feeling Lu Ruyan's grip on his arm tightening, Gu Han furrowed his brow, abruptly shaking her off. Gu Shixiang Yu. Lu Ruyan tumbled to ground, momentarily forgetting her eyes, staring at her senior brother in shock. In her memories, her senior brother had always doted on her, never allowing her to suffer even the slightest harm. Why was now Sokola sly casting hair aside? Take action. Wishel to take action? Gu Han's voice was frigid before he entering the mystical realm, emphasized the rules do not provoke the powerful demonic beasts within. Itway jir koisto seek thwy shu die bear the consequences for you? Lu Ruyan's face a sama scoff disbelief, utterly shocked that Theron's favorites and your brother would utter such words. But that beast dismerlieth spiritual palacerium, Andio Wariel so, spiritual palacerium. I feel take action, then. Before Lu Ruyan could finish her sentence, Gu Han interrupted her with a cold laugh. Arentiol so, spiritual palacerium? Shouldn't you possess the ability to contend with this beast as well? Why no take action yourself? Chapter 2 Letting go of need to help, respecting others' fate. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's pupils constricted, and the shock and disbelief on her face became increasingly evident. Thesini or brother seems to have undergone a complete transformation. In the past, Hud Tavin allow her to take any risks, let alone suffer even Thesli test injury. Yet now, he'd arrest to send her to confront this monstrous beast? Shies Murliath of Fierstilvaloft, spiritual palacerium how could Shapasa Bly stand against Tobiastat the ninth level oft he Samirum? Seeing Luruian's expression shift dramatically, Guhan's pupils glimmered with a hint of derision. How had I not noticed it before how insufferably hypocritical his little junior sister truly was? Aware a thought she was nomage for the beast. He, normally at the fourth level oft spiritual platform realm, pondered the tremendous thwood need to patolia beyond undelvelta the fethis level beast. Had he considered the consequences who'd, he'll proof to be a match for that creature? Moreover, it was Thuho had summoned this beast. Why should he bear Theber dent for them? Ding! The strongest villains is to mass detect the host's determination to become the fated villain. Thought he host has previously played thoroughly a favelin, he was merrily upon, no te truly qualified or exceptional villain. The mission of this system is to assist the host in becoming an outstanding gone formidable villain. The host's previous actions salign with villainous conduct, earning Gerwardoff 500 villain points. The Sudan voice oft he systemum in terralist on Guhan. The strongest villain system? Hennever expecteth that the system ha hater dent, lie longed for in his past lives would manifest in Thysone. However, perhaps duetto the tumultuous and los office various lives, he now felt an unexpected calm upon hearing that the system had bound itself to him. Almost simultaneous lie with the binding goft villain system, a comprehension of its nature and concepts blossomed in his mind. Hanid on the fool filth the villainous narrative and engage in actions befitting a villainer under mina te protagonist of responding villain po. Furthermore, the system painted a tantalizing picture for him. Upon flawlessly completing his villainous tasks, he would have the option to ascend to higher dimension all world or return to Blue Star. Yet, regardless of healer reef this promise. Having firm decided to embrace thoroughly a favelin, he resolved to become the most powerful villain, wielding fate and dominating the heavens. As for protagonists, they would be crushed beneath his feet. Villains are not mere stepping stones for protagonists. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberate the center of the battlefield, de brisso airing through the air. Given the could be a protagonist, ye Kingyun's strength was naturally extraordinary. Thoth's cultivation hadiatoriach spiritual palacerium, he could engage in combat beyond this level. Beside him, Guhan watched with keen interest. He had contended with Yi Kingyun across several lifetimes. No ton lidip the latter possessed the unique Helu fa protagonist, but he'll so had countless incarts Fisliev. Junior brother Qingyun. Ya wretched beast. How to win Jerima junior brother? You shall know tescapa today. Seeing beloved junior brother sustain a meaner injury. Lurui and Siester nedred with fury. Shun she the dodla Katelong Sordan shot forth like Yanaro, aimin' for the beast's weak spit. However, with her inadequate strength, Luruian was nomage for the beast before she could approach. Shua swat away like ye fly be the creature's claw. Senior sister. Yi Kingian roared. In an instant, Hunli Shadana von more terrifying power to contend with the colossal beast. Senior brother. Alpha Fit was junior sister Ruian's reckless attempt, to seize the sun moon divine, herb that revoked this beast. I'd say situation born off necessity. Sorely Uria wary off junior sister us damaged meridians, and Thisherb coup Harry covery. If Webering this sun moon divine, her back for junior sister away, shu ill sure libita ched by or actions. Upon hearing Yi Kingyun's words, that disdain in Guhansi's deepened. Even at this juncture, he was still attempting to morale bind him. Were it not for his experiences across 9 lifetimes, he might have fallen for Yi Kingyun's deceptive words. This sun moon divine herb was immensely beneficial to him. How could he willing lie relinquish it to others? First, he had used Lurun as a together the herb. And now, he tempted to employ some aleatoric ta drag him down as well, diverting Thebe's satintion. These would allow him to save Yahidin Cardan make a hasty retreat. However, since had resolved to be comivalent, heckled no talo Yi Kingian and Luruian to live comfortably. Guhan immediately unleashed his spiritual power, mimicking Luruoyan, and Sered towards Thebeast with his sword drawn. Yet, Heko Sonata strike. Instead, while etet wavir distracted, hes we flyretrieve dapple fromis consciousness spatient precis latostatin of oring This bill, known as Schwanyuan pill, could significantly enhanceth the strength of cultivator sorbeings for a brief period. As Thebes twas momentarily wildered beguhan streechery. The overwhelming demonisnergy within it surgedung controllably like a tidal wave. Guhan prompt lidispelled the barrier of fools, braving the terrifying gonslaught of demonisnergy with his body, then forced due to mouth fuel off blood with his inner strength, deliberately letting top and ed Kreisha flew backward like exit confluent. Themamid heel indeed in the forest, Guhan quickly maneuvered through the air, adjusting his body and swift lie flying away on his word. Setting aside the notion o' faden gother sand respecting the destinious officers. If these atwine sisti don courting death, hued benevolent liland thema hand. Twiindividual swas cultivation was nowhere any arthatof t beast, facing a creaturina frenzied state with surging power. He was curious to ye kinji unwold respond. Of course, he did not believe a theta single frenzied beast could eliminate these indomitable protagonist. However, if it could compel him to reveal another hidden card, it would be considerable gain for Jaime Swell. Ding! The host's action shave been recognized as villainous. Congratulations, host, you have earned 1,000 villain points. Having temporarily withdrawn from the battlefield, Guhancho Senato leave. Instead, Harris toward a concealed location within this secretarium, guided by Marias from his previous life. After all, he had invested considerable effort in traversing the secretarium to boost the favorability of several junior sisters. This grand secretarium housed an innate spiritual pull, the power of which greatly enhanced the talents of cultivators. Initially, he had suffed these innate spiritual pull with the intention of bringing your sister Salanterfinity or Badia Sandalivitethir talents. Yet, unexpectedly, his junior sister Shad betrayed him, leading the protagonist Kanto seizeth the opportunity and enjoy the benefits of the innate Philippaliadros Lysa. Notably did Hega nothing, beat heel so became full in the process. Now, having resolved to become villain, huge relish the opportunity to enjoy thy innate spiritual pull to himself. Ding! The host's action salign with the villainous persona. Congratulations, host, you have earned 500 villain points. Listening to E-System's announcement sickoing in his ears, Guhan's previous lie pleasant mood within brighter.
Chapter 3, The System Mall.in This life, Master, how will you choose? After flying with my sword for about 10 minutes, Guhan quickly discovered a hidden cave largely concealed by overgrown weeds and dirt. Employing spiritual energy, he cleared the entrance and ventured inside. Soon, he beheld a hazy, ethereal pool of water suffused with spiritual energy. This was the innate spiritual pool he had painstakingly sought in his previous life. Stripping off his robes, he immersed himself fully in the pool, beginning to absorb its potent energy. At that moment, Guhan seized the opportunity to open a system panel through sheer willpower. Name, Guhan. Title, Destined Villain. Title, Effect, the protagonist's unique fateful luck and specific plot effects. The influence on the host is reduced by 80. Age 18. Cultivation level, 4th stage of spiritual palace realm identity, the grand disciple of Bailing Peak under the sword questioning sect bloodline constitution, 9-turn immortal source bone, initial awakening, details unknown. Cannot be analyzed at present. System task, not yet activated, will be unlocked upon reaching the divine platform realm. Villain points, 2000. Currently possesses 1 random sign-in opportunity, sign-in location, sword questioning sect. Demon Locking Tower. Guhan gazed at the system panel floating before him, momentarily lost in thought. It was a revelation. He was astonished to discover he possessed a special constitution while reading the Emperor's Tome. There had been scant mention of this villainous character, with most of the prose dedicated to introducing the protagonist, Ichinyun. Little was said about his own role as the antagonist. Now, it seemed there were many facets he had yet to uncover. However, he was disinclined to dwell on it. He had embarked on a path starkly different from his former life, and the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. With another thought, the system mall interface unfurled before Guhan, revealing a dazzling array of combat techniques and items, weapons, Emosia sword, 500 villain points. Shenzhong ruler, 1000 villain points. Zhon Yao Qishui, 10,000 villain points. Lian Han Fan, 12,000 villain points. Huaji Gaoxing, 15,000 villain points. The selection of weapons was indeed overwhelming. He even spotted an item named Pangu Divine Axe requiring a staggering 1,000,000 points for exchange, an amount far beyond his current means. The section for martial arts was no less impressive. Lan In Chon Rao, 100 villain points. Efo Niu Huolien, 1000 villain points. Da Huang Chiu Tianxi, 3000 villain points. The higher the grade of the martial arts, the greater their value. He also noticed certain special techniques such as Lu Yuanshu, Shen Xiong Zhen Yujin, and San Qing Hua Ichi, which seemingly could not be purchased with villain points but rather required a lottery. Gu Hon's eyes widened slightly. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed necessary to obtain them through a lottery system. Furthermore, he noted a deliberately inscribed statement beside the options: 250 villain points for one draw, 361 for a guaranteed random non-sellable technique or non-sellable treasure. All rights of explanation belong to the system. Gu Hon furrowed his brow, sensing that his system had perhaps learned some rather questionable practices. Nevertheless, considering his current role as a villain, there were ample avenues to accrue villain points, so he paid little heed to the matter, ultimately gathering more villain points to purchase the most suitable items for himself was the true path to success in life. After closing the system panel, Gu Hon immersed himself wholeheartedly in absorbing the energies of the innate spiritual pool. Aham resonated as ripples danced across the surface of the pool, countless strands of energy intertwining and flowing through the pores of his skin, seamlessly merging into his meridians. This sensation was profoundly pleasurable, akin to being enveloped in a warm spring, gentle and comforting. Approximately an hour later, having donned his robes, Gu Hon appeared revitalized, his skin resembling divine gold, glowing with a lustrous sheen after absorbing the power of the innate spiritual pool. Indeed, he could distinctly feel his body's potential reinvigorated, and his cultivation had surmounted to the 6th stage of the spiritual palace realm. Perhaps it was also due to the myriad of experiences across several lifetimes that his mindset had become clearer. The barriers of understanding and cultivation that once constrained him now seemed to have thinned considerably. Almost translucent. He even sensed that he might seldom, if ever, encounter what was traditionally deemed the shackles of cultivation. Once he confirmed that the innate spiritual pool had been entirely depleted, realizing that even if Ichinyun were to miraculously find this place again, he would not glean a single drop. He felt satisfied to depart. By the way, he wondered how Lu Ruyen and Ichinyun were faring. Were they alive or dead? A faint smile crept across Gu Hon's lips as he clasped his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely toward the exit while murmuring to himself that Lu Ruyen was fiercely protective of her little junior brother, yet he was far from the simpleton she imagined him to be. After taking care to conceal his aura, Gu Hon once again took to the skies on his sword, stealthily returning to the earlier battlefield. As he surveyed the scene, it was a veritable disaster. Vast expanses of land appeared as if ravaged by some terrifying force, revealing horrifying cracks. Countless trees bore the brunt of this calamity, some snapped in half, while others were ground to powder. The unfolding events matched his expectations. The undefeated protagonist unleashed unimaginable strength in adversity, revealing some hidden trump card or summoning a formidable ally akin to an old man. The half-step return to Unity Realm beast had vanished. Presumably having fled, after surveying the battlefield he found no trace of Lu Ruyen or Ichinyun's remains. His assumptions had proven correct. Those two had likely retreated to the sect alley. Perhaps his beloved little junior sister was already accusing him of fleeing the scene, abandoning their fellow disciples to their enemies. Irrelevant, regardless of whether he fought or fled, events would have progressed to this point. He felt a certain satisfaction in having ensnared Ichinyun this way. Of course, he would not be intimidated into fleeing in fear. After all, he still needed to return to the sect to sign in. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, a flying sword soared through the air towards him. Gu Hon leapt gracefully onto the sword, propelling himself in the direction of the sword-questioning sect. Suddenly, a vision of a stunningly beautiful woman clad in snow-white garments, exuding an aura of divine serenity and coldness, flickered in his mind. How ironic that despite having nurtured me for years and accompanied me through the seasons, she trusted Yi Qingyun, who had only recently entered the fold, far more than me, recalling the myriad of experiences from his past life. A glimmer of mockery danced in his deep-set gaze. Master, in this life, how will you choose? Chapter 4, Guilt. What crime have I committed? Have you heard? The trial team led by senior brother Gu Hon encountered a beast attack in the secret realm. Yet as the leader, he disregarded the lives of his fellow disciples and fled. Ultimately, it was senior brother Yi who unleashed terrifying power, single-handedly battling a beast far beyond his realm, successfully rescuing senior sister Lu from danger. That hardly seems accurate. I overheard some disciples who ventured into the secret realm saying that it was senior sister Lu who first violated the rules and provoked that powerful beast. A cultivator muttered softly. According to the secret realm's regulations, disciples entering must not carelessly provoke formidable beasts, or they must bear the consequences. Moreover, senior brother had organized a group to retreat early. What do you know? This matter was personally acknowledged by senior sister Lu, who does not know that senior brother Gu has always treated her exceptionally well. Surely she would not fabricate stories to corroborate something that should not exist. As he soared into the sword-questioning sect, Gu Hon naturally had many rumors circulating within the sect. However, he maintained an impassive demeanor, unperturbed. After all, Yi Qingyun was not a saint either, harboring a vendetta, willing to sacrifice anything for his own gain. His foolish junior sister was likely once again duped into assisting him in concealing crucial evidence, shifting all blame onto him. They would even audaciously distort the truth, transforming the fact that they had provoked the beast into a narrative where the beast had attacked them first. In his previous life, despite his efforts to protect them and battling the beast to the brink of unconsciousness, they would still cast the same accusations upon him. In a sense, this outcome was anticipated. Senior brother Gu, sect leader Mu requests your presence at the law enforcement hall on Xianyu Peak. At that moment, several figures descended from the horizon, young disciples from the law enforcement hall. There's no need for such vigilance. Since I dared to return, I never contemplated fleeing. With a cold scoff, Gu Hon disregarded the anxious expressions of the law enforcement disciples. Hands clasped behind his back, and with an indifferent demeanor, he ascended toward the law enforcement hall on Xianyu Peak. Xianyu Peak. The many disciples gathered there were momentarily stunned by the sound, then collectively looked up. Above, a long sword shimmering with an icy light traversed the sky. Gradually descending upon the sword stood a young man clad in white. This white-clad figure exuded an extraordinary aura. Strikingly handsome with sharp features, particularly his pair of dark, profound eyes, which resembled an unfathomable abyss, imbued with an enigmatic presence and a captivating edge. Despite the multitude of disciples gathered below, yet standing upon the long sword, Gu Hon resembled a true dragon soaring through the vast skies, gazing down upon the countless sparrows gathered below. That senior brother, how could he return without fear, daring to face us again? Sighing, I have finally seen through him today. The once gentle and warm-hearted senior brother was merely a fad. This is his true nature. The multitude of disciples below murmured among themselves, however, as Gu Hon leaped down from the sword. A sharp and indifferent gaze swept over them, causing their expressions to change drastically. Many disciples hurriedly lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze, even retreating a step back. At the rear of the disciples, two elegantly dressed women in white garments, each possessing a unique beauty. Upon seeing the familiar figure from their memories, their lovely faces turned icy, their beautiful eyes filled with deep disdain and disgust. To their surprise, both senior sister Yue and senior sister Baiji had also arrived. In ordinary times, senior brother Gu was exceedingly considerate towards these two sisters, having undoubtedly secured a significant place in their hearts. Now, with him failing in his duties and nearly causing harm to their junior disciples within the secret realm, how could they not feel anger? It was today that they truly recognized their senior brother's real persona. The disciples again whispered among themselves, their faces etched with disappointment. It turned out that the powerful, gentle, and nearly perfect senior brother they had revered was, in truth, a hypocrite, cloaked in a facade of righteousness while engaging in despicable deeds. Everyone understood that, compared to them, their peak leader, who had first taken Gu Hon as a direct disciple, must feel even more disheartened. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Gu Hon stepped into the law enforcement hall of Xianyu Peak. At that moment the hall was shrouded in a bone-chilling cold, causing a slight feeling of suffocation. Gu Hon's expression remained indifferent as he scanned the rows of junior disciples standing around. Ultimately his gaze settled upon a strikingly beautiful woman seated on a lotus throne. Clad in a gown of snow white, exuding an air of cold elegance and authority, this was his master, Mu Beiling, the leader of Baiyu Peak. A slight smirk graced his lips, not betraying a hint of despair or unease in the face of impending punishment. His smile radiating an air of arrogance. Disciple Gu Hon pays respects to Master. Gu Hon inclined his hands slightly, his voice neither servile nor arrogant. Almost as soon as his words fell, the other disciples in the hall felt the oppressive atmosphere intensify palpably. A seething fury palpable within it. After a moment, Mu Beiling, her chest heaving, seemingly unable to contain herself any longer, her icy voice reverberated throughout the space. Rebellious disciple, what is this attitude? At this point, do you still refuse to acknowledge your transgressions? Transgression? Gu Hon chuckled lightly, standing tall, completely unaffected by the terrifying pressure surrounding him. What crime have I committed? The sect's rules clearly state that disciples entering the secret realm must not provoke excessively powerful beasts. Violators bear the consequences themselves. I merely acted in accordance with the rules, thus I bear no crime. His words rang clear and precise, echoing in the ears of all present disciples, yet this only fueled Mu Beiling's fury further. At this juncture you still speak such nonsense. According to your junior sister Ruyon, it was that beast that attacked them first. By the sect's rules, as the senior brother you were obligated to take countermeasures. Even if you were not a match for that beast, you should have organized our disciples immediately to counterattack and subdue the beast, yet, as the senior brother you forsook your junior disciples and fled alone. Gu Hon, you have deeply disappointed me. The hall fell into a profound silence once more. The surrounding disciples looked at Gu Hon standing at the center, with overwhelming pity. Their senior brother had truly changed. Once bold and upright in his actions, he now not only refused to accept responsibility for his deeds but also sought to evade it. Gu Hon did not respond immediately. His gaze wandered through the crowd, finally locking onto the timid figure of Lu Ruyon, who was currently hiding behind Yi Qingyun. Seemingly fearful of Gu Hon's cold and indifferent gaze, Lu Ruyon shrank her head, hastily hiding further behind Yi Qingyun. Unwilling to meet his eyes, just as he had imagined, this girl, under Yi Qingyun's subtle instigation, had shifted all blame onto him, even going so far as to fabricate false evidence. Especially her furtive and evasive gaze filled him with disgust. Chapter 5 Why should I bear responsibility? Until there is nothing odd. With a faint sigh, Gu Hon withdrew his gaze and raised his head to meet Mu Beiling's eyes once more. Disciple reiterates. I am merely acting in accordance with the rules. That powerful beast was provoked by their own actions. By the rules they must bear the consequences. Why should I, as the senior brother, be held accountable for them? Their lives are valuable, yet is mine not. As their senior brother, must I sacrifice my life to protect junior disciples who violated the rules? What is the purpose of the sect's rules, if someone violates them without facing any repercussions? Why must I, as the senior brother, shoulder all the consequences? Why should I? Gu Hon's voice rang loud and clear, causing everyone in the hall to fall into silence. Some even began to waver, questioning whether they had misjudged their senior brother. Especially as Gu-hon's words bore a certain logic. Just because he was the senior brother, did that mean he must bear the consequences for the misdeeds of his junior disciples? Is that fair? As all eyes turned towards Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan, filled with doubt and inquiry, enough, a terrifying aura enveloped by a chilling voice spread. Gu Hon, when did you become so eloquent? Adept at shirking your responsibilities, this matter was openly acknowledged by your junior sister Ruyan. Could there be any doubt? Ruyan and you have shared a close bond since childhood. Would she deliberately fabricate evidence to wrong you? The space fell into silence once more, unfazed by his master's icy gaze or Yi Qingyun's gloating expression. Gu Hon appeared remarkably calm, yet within he felt a sense of sorrow. It was indeed pitiful for him. Once again his master in this life proved to be as disheartening as ever. He recalled memories from his past life. No matter what he did or how hard he tried, his master always chose to believe Yi Qingyun. Dismissing all his justifications as mere eloquence. He could still vividly remember being expelled from the sect or relegated to the demon locking tower. The disdain and disappointment reflected in his master's beautiful, cold eyes were unforgettable. Wasn't I her first disciple, the one who had accompanied her the longest? In the end, did I not measure up to a newcomer who had been here for less than 2.5 months? Perhaps it was expected, or perhaps his heart had been wounded beyond repair. He felt little emotional turmoil regarding it. Mu Bailing furrowed her brow slightly, letting out a soft sigh. How had her once proud disciple transformed into this? Gu Hon, at this point, do you still believe you are in the right? Do you think your master has wronged you and wish to explain yourself? Before Mu Bailing could finish, Gu Hon raised his gaze slightly, his tone indifferent. If my master does not trust me, then no explanation will suffice. If so, I am willing to enter the demon locking tower to accept my punishment. There is nothing more to explain. He understood how events would unfold. No matter how he explained himself, whether to his master who had raised him or to the junior sisters he had cared for, they would unwaveringly believe Yi Qingyun. He was destined to face everything alone. Rather than waste time, it was better to conclude matters swiftly. The hall fell into silence once more. Not only the few within the hall, but also those disciples from other peaks drawn by the commotion outside found their pupils constricting, their minds blank as if struck by a heavy blow. In their sight, the once tall and graceful figure in white seemed to bend under the weight of the world's injustice. The setting sun cast a long shadow, his silhouette appearing both lonely and helpless. The demon locking tower was a forbidden place for their Jiangwen sect. Only those who committed grave transgressions would be imprisoned there to face punishment. Once entered, survival was nearly impossible, yet, based on Gu Hon's earlier articulate and logically sound words, it seemed highly likely there were deeper issues at play that required careful deliberation. To directly imprison him in the demon locking tower would be an excessively severe punishment. After all, even those who had committed significant transgressions would feign madness and misfortune to avoid entering. Yet now, Gu Hon was proactively suggesting he enter the demon locking tower. Was he not effectively imposing a harsher penalty upon himself? Sitting upon the lotus throne, Mu Bailing's expression mirrored astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Today, her once obedient and proud disciple seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. In times past, he would dutifully shoulder any blame regardless of whether it was his responsibility or not, especially when his junior disciples faced even the slightest injury during their trials. However, upon the return of her disciple this time, the individual not only appeared remarkably calm but seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Even in his speech there was a palpable undertone of evasion of responsibility. In her anger, she had initially intended to administer a slight punishment to instill a lasting lesson. Yet, she never anticipated that her own disciple would be so stubborn, voluntarily choosing to enter the demon lock tower to accept his punishment. Was this an attempt to force her hand through such means? At that moment, a timid voice suddenly broke the tension. "Senior brother, this matter has not escalated to the point of requiring entry into the Demon Lock Tower." Lu Ruyan, hiding behind Yi Qingyun, appeared somewhat frightened. Her eyes slightly reddened, her voice barely above a whisper. "After all, neither I nor junior brother Yi are harmed, master. Why not forgive senior brother this once?" This utterance only served to extinguish the flicker of doubt that had briefly surfaced in Mu Beiling's heart, replacing it with an even deeper sense of anger and disappointment. "Ji Yuhon, have you not caused enough trouble?" Her icy voice, laden with a terrifying aura, spread throughout the grand hall, enveloping it in a chilling atmosphere. "How is it that you are becoming increasingly thoughtless? Regardless of the truth of the matter, as the senior brother, you are required to accept the appropriate punishment since your fellow disciples have suffered such grave injuries. And now you resort to this manner of protest against your master. What, do you believe I have wronged you, that I have unjustly accused you? If you truly wish to enter the Demon Lock Tower, then go right ahead. Guards, take him to the Demon Lock Tower." The surroundings remained silent. No one stepped forward to escort Gu Hon away, for all were acutely aware that the master of Bailing Peak was genuinely enraged. She was, in her own way, firmly compelling Gu Hon to relent. In the center of the hall, Gu Hon remained silent, his head slightly bowed, the shadows of his hair obscuring his features, rendering his emotions unreadable to those present. After a long pause, a cold laugh, tinged with self-mockery, helplessness, and a myriad of complex emotions, broke the silence. Ji Yuhon lifted his head, his deep, dark eyes met Mu Beiling's unwavering gaze from above, yet he uttered not a word. Instead, he turned and strode towards the exit of the hall. "Rest assured, master, I have never resorted to such methods to compel you. I shall enter the Demon Lock Tower of my own volition. There is no need for you to escort me." Ji Yuhon, witnessing her disciple's blatant disregard for her, Mu Beiling was instantly filled with fury, but before she could unleash her wrath, a swift motion ensued. Gu Hon abruptly flicked his sleeve, and a finely crafted ancient sword flew forth, embedding itself 3 inches into the ground at the center of the hall. "I have gleaned much from your gaze just now, master. If my actions have caused you great disappointment, it would seem that you feel I am unworthy of being your disciple. If that is the case, I shall not make things difficult for you. This sword, named by Shao, was forged by you for me. From this day forth, it is returned to you. I shall repay the kindness you have shown me over the years, until we are no longer indebted to one another." Chapter 6. Was I truly wrong? The sudden turn of events left many of the onlooking disciples, and even Mu Beiling herself, taken aback. None had anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Their senior brother not only wished to enter the Demon Lock Tower voluntarily but also returned the sword gifted to him by his master, declaring his intention to repay the debts of nurturing until they were even. In essence, this was a decision to sever ties. All gazes instinctively turned towards the cool, composed woman seated at the head of the hall. Unbeknownst to her, the anger and disappointment that had once resided in her beautiful eyes had dissipated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Yet this disbelief soon morphed into panic and confusion. She had always yearned for her disciple to yield and soften his stance. The situation had unfolded just as she had envisioned. However, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by countless steel needles, an uncontrollable turmoil surging through her like a tide, tightening around her very being, especially as she gazed upon the white sword embedded in the center of the hall. A flood of memories rushed forth, engulfing her mind and heightening her sense of anguish and suffocation. Coupled with Gu Hon's composed demeanor and eloquent words, he appeared nothing like a person who had truly put his fellow disciples in peril. A flicker of confusion and pain flashed through Mu Beiling's eyes. Had she truly erred? Had she unjustly accused her own disciple? Yet, with another disciple's corroboration, the evidence seemed irrefutable. Moreover, the Gu Hon of yore had not been like this. Could it be? Was the senior brother Gu Hon truly such a person? had he carelessly disregarded the lives of his junior brothers and sisters fleeing from danger, such an act would undoubtedly be a capital offense against the sect's rules. Could there be some underlying truth? Gu Hon did not strike one as such a person. The fairies of Bayou Peak had indirectly acknowledged the authenticity of this matter. Could there be any doubt? Just moments prior, the other disciples, drawn by the commotion, had gathered densely around the hall, engaging in various speculations and suspicions regarding the situation, yet in the next instant they were stunned into silence upon hearing Gu Hon's declaration of voluntarily entering the Demon Lock Tower to accept punishment. Even going so far as to sever ties with his master, the crowd fell into a hushed stillness, parting to clear a path for Gu Hon as he emerged from the hall. Initially, they had believed him negligent in his duties as senior brother, perhaps even suspecting him of fleeing in the face of danger, which led to the grave injuries of two fellow disciples. However, they had never anticipated that their senior brother would so decisively choose to enter the Demon Lock Tower to accept punishment. This revelation caused their thoughts to waver. Had they all misjudged their senior brother? Gu Hon, on the other hand, paid no heed to the opinions of those around him. A golden-scaled fish is not meant to remain in a pond. Encountering wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. He would not remain here forever, so why should he care about the judgments of others? Senior brother, at that moment, a delicate ethereal voice, soft as a whisper, broke through the air. Gu Hon distinctly felt a tug at his sleeve. However, he did not even spare a glance at the individual who had grasped him. With a forceful pull, he freed his sleeve, disregarding the girl who stumbled slightly, and continued onward. He was not a fool. Without looking, he knew precisely who had grasped him. It was his other junior sister, Luo Beizhai. It was rather amusing, despite being unaware of the specifics of the situation. This junior sister, whom he had always doted on, instinctively believed in the protagonists Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan. She had even indirectly exacerbated the situation, leading the countless disciples of the Wanjian sect, drawn by the commotion, to view him as the culprit behind the injuries sustained by Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan. Although he did indeed harbor some strategic retreating suspicions, had they not been so reckless as to dismiss his warnings and attempt to steal the companion herb of that powerful demon beast? Would they have suffered such unwarranted misfortune? Of course, his junior sister's actions were equally disheartening. He had been the one to care for them the most, yet years of nurturing paled in comparison to a mere junior brother who had barely been initiated for 2.5 years. Even in the absence of knowing the specific circumstances, she had chosen to believe the one-sided words of the other party. It would be better to sever ties with such a junior sister sooner rather than later. Senior brother, seeing her brother entirely disregard her, Luo Baizhi stood frozen in place, her eyes unknowingly glistening with unshed tears. In her memories, her brother had always been kind and gentle, yet today, he had grown cold. As frigid as ice, as if he had ceased to harbor any feelings for her. This sudden shift left her feeling panicked and fearful, unsure of where she had gone astray. Junior sister, at this moment, Chu Yue pushed through the crowd to stand beside Luo Baizhi, gently supporting her. In truth, she and Luo Baizhi were much like her, having also favored and believed in their junior brother. The brother who had dotes on them so dearly seemed to have forgotten them entirely. Now, witnessing their brother's complete indifference, revealing a gaze akin to that of a stranger, their hearts began to fill with confusion. Could it be that the situation was not as they had thought, but that there was some hidden truth? Had they misjudged their brother? Under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes from the disciples, the figure in white strode towards the Demon Lock Tower as the sun began to set. Throughout, he displayed no hint of fear. The shadow cast beneath him stretched infinitely in the dying light, solitary yet resolute. The events unfolding on Bayou Peak had caused quite a stir, rapidly spreading throughout the Wanjian sect and even attracting the attention of the leaders of several other peaks, as well as the sect master. If the rumors held any truth that Gu Hon was a coward who fled from danger, disregarding the lives of his fellow disciples, how could he so resolutely enter the Demon Lock Tower? After all, it was a prison housing countless fearsome demons, and for a young cultivator to enter it was akin to courting death. Surely there was more to this matter than met the eye, yet because no one believed in Gu Hon, he, with a heart of despair, ultimately chose to enter the demon lock tower. In the grand and imposing hall of the main peak of the Wanjian sect by Ling, the matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. And you so hastily impose a sentence upon your disciple. How is this any different from acting on impulse? The elder of the law enforcement hall spoke with righteous indignation. Are you aware of the significance of the demon ceiling tower? For any young cultivator who dares to enter it is undoubtedly a fatal endeavor, not to mention Gu Hon's remarkable talent. At such a tender age he has already reached the 4th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Among the current generation of our sect he is undoubtedly the foremost prodigy. If he were to perish within, do you comprehend the repercussions that would befall our sect? Chapter 7, A Child's Death. A mother's grief. Sign in at the demon ceiling tower. This sentiment need not be elucidated by the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Others are already acutely aware of the implications. Firstly, our sword sect would lose an unparalleled genius, a figure with immense potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao. Secondly, the reputation of our sword sect would suffer a grievous blow. To unjustly accuse a young disciple and cast him into the demon ceiling tower without due process would render our sect a laughingstock among others. Furthermore, during the next disciple recruitment ceremony it may instill distrust among the newly inducted young disciples. How can one haphazardly cast a disciple into the demon ceiling tower without understanding the truth of the matter? Is it merely a death sentence? Seated below, Mu Bailing pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent, her grip on the Baishao sword trembling slightly. Alas, the middle-aged man who witnessed this scene let out a sigh. Clad in splendid robes, he exuded an aura of unfathomable depth, radiating an inherent authority with every gesture. This man was none other than the sect leader of the sword sect, the Supreme Void Sword Master. Mu Bailing is one of his direct disciples, and he is well aware of her temperament. She is exceedingly stubborn, struggles to express her emotions, and is even less adept at conceding or apologizing to others. In the past, she often clashed with him in extreme ways, causing him considerable vexation. Observing her current state, he found himself feeling regretful. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. Perhaps I should not have unilaterally trusted Lu Ruyan's words, Mu Bailing declared earnestly after taking a deep breath. This statement infuriated the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. If you had possessed this intention from the outset, would matters have escalated to this extent? I had heard from several disciples that Gu Hon's every word was laden with significance, indicating that there was more to this situation than met the eye. Moreover, Gu Hon is your first disciple. After all these years, do you not know what manner of person he is? Listening to the unrelenting reprimand from the Grand Elder, Mu Bailing kept her head bowed in silence. Indeed, Gu Hon is her first disciple. How could she not understand what sort of person he is? Yet his recent actions seemed entirely at odds with the obedient and docile character she once knew, as if he had transformed into someone else entirely. This stark contrast had instinctively incited her anger. Coupled with the testimony of her other disciple, Lu Ruyan, she had wholly dismissed Gu Hon's explanations. Other peak masters also joined in the criticism of Mu Bailing. For Gu Hon's extraordinary cultivation talent was evident to all. Everyone envied by Yu Peak for having such an exceptional disciple. Instead of being properly cared for, this peerless gem had been wronged in such a manner. It was an utter travesty. Enough, there is still an opportunity for redemption, the Supreme Void Sword Master interjected, cutting through the chorus of elders' grievances. The Law Enforcement Hall has already begun their inquiry and is preparing to utilize the inquiry mirror to investigate the circumstances. Once a few elders bring Gu Hon back, this matter should reach a satisfactory resolution. Before the Supreme Void Sword Master could finish his sentence, a panicked cultivator burst into the hall, his face pale with terror. Several elders failed to apprehend Gu-hon. He has already braved the demon ceiling tower alone. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The expressions of all present, including the sect leader, froze in shock. After a few moments, they snapped back to reality. What were the guards responsible for the demon ceiling tower doing? The Supreme Void Sword Master erupted in fury. How could they allow Gu-hon to so easily enter the demon ceiling tower? According to the elders on duty, they had intended to subdue Gu-hon and bring him back. The reporting attendant's face was a mixture of fear and disbelief. However, as Gu-hon approached the vicinity of the demon ceiling tower, he was forcibly drawn inside by a mysterious force. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present turned even more horrified, as if struck by lightning. In truth, the lowest level of our sword sect's demon ceiling tower contains a terrifying beast of unimaginable power. It is said that many epochs ago, this formidable creature wreaked havoc, leading to the destruction of many sects and causing untold suffering. It was only by the combined efforts of our sword sect's mightiest ancestors and numerous legendary figures that it was ultimately sealed within the depths of the demon ceiling tower. Could it be that it has begun to awaken and has somehow drawn Gu-hon into its grasp? If that is the case, Gu-hon is surely doomed, with such a monstrous creature fixated on him. Not even a young cultivator like him stands a chance. Even our sect leader would likely meet his demise within Gu-hon. Mu Bailing did not hear the ensuing dialogue between her sect leader and the elders. Upon learning that her disciple had seemingly been forcefully absorbed into the demon ceiling tower by an unknown horrific beast, her composure shattered, leaving her pale as a ghost. The Baishao sword clattered to the ground as her entire being felt as if her soul had been extracted. She nearly toppled from her seat. This scene did not go unnoticed by the Supreme Void Sword Master. A child dies, and only then does one realize their folly. Meanwhile, Gu-hon, inexplicably drawn into the interior of the demon ceiling tower, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It took some time for his thoughts and vision to gradually clear. This was not his first time entering the demon ceiling tower, yet, upon witnessing the grandeur of its interior once more, he could not help but feel a sense of awe. The entire tower seemed to be constructed from an unknown material, its surface emanating a sinister obsidian hue. Countless intricate and obscure ancient inscriptions adorned its body, lending an air of mystique and solemnity to the edifice. The atmosphere was thick with a chilling, sinister aura. Should one linger here for too long, their meridians could be invaded by this malevolent energy, resulting in madness or, in the worst case, death, with their body and soul consumed, becoming sustenance for the imprisoned beasts. After all, the origins of the demon ceiling tower are shrouded in antiquity, its history lost to time. The great demons contained within once terrorized entire epochs. Even in confinement, their mere presence is enough to influence, if not dictate, the fates of those who enter. Furthermore, at the stroke of midnight, the malevolent energy within the tower stirs, transforming into monstrous entities that relentlessly attack those who dare to enter. Once someone enters the demon ceiling tower, it will seal itself for a month before reopening. Generally speaking, even the most resilient individual would struggle to endure a single day. Ding! The system has detected that the master has successfully entered the demon ceiling tower. Would you like to proceed with sign-in? The sudden system notification jolted Gu-hon's thoughts back to the present. Sign in. Please note that henceforth, each time the master performs a random sign-in, villain points can be expended to enhance sign-in rewards. Every 2000 points increases the reward multiplier, with a maximum limit of 10,000 points. Hearing the system's abrupt announcement, Gu-hon felt an urge to curse. What is this? With guaranteed lottery draws and villain points for bonus rewards, whose brilliant idea is this? Ding! However, considering this is the master's first sign-in, the reward will elevate him to maximum critical hit level. Although Gu-hon suspected the system was deliberately enticing him with sweet rewards to foster dependence, he thought, why not take advantage of it? Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have successfully obtained 20 boundary-breaking divine pearls, usable below the Holy Realm, capable of breaking through one minor boundary. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the prison-suppressing divine body, an ancient divine body from the immortal era. Once dominant over an epoch capable of transcending to perfection, suppressing the Tao above and the heavens below. Congratulations, Master, you have received a special item of no rank. Illusory demon mask, when used, can completely conceal or disguise one's presence for a short time. Impervious even to Emperor Realm experts, and can raise its rank with the Master's cultivation level. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a special item of ranked treasure. Transformative divine source, can morph into any weapon in the world. Increasing in rank as the Master's cultivation level rises. Congratulations, Master, you have received Emperor level technique, Celestial Demon Art. Congratulations, Master, you have received a special system reward, key to the 19th floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower. Chapter 8, the 19th floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower. Once a celestial senior brother, the system's announcements momentarily left Gu Hon in a daze. The initial rewards were indeed quite impressive. However, what does it mean to receive a key as the final special reward? Does that imply that the subsequent special rewards depend on his fortune? The 19th floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower. Gu Hon finally grasped the crux of the matter. In all his past lives, he had only ever known the Demon Ceiling Tower to consist of 18 floors. Of course, he had never ventured to such lofty heights. He had only ascended to the 4th floor at most. Generally speaking, only those with cultivation at least at the Unity Realm could access the 4th floor. His ability to step into this domain solely based on his mastery of the Spirit Palace realm is indeed remarkable. However, perhaps due to his frequent visits, he has grown accustomed to the aura and logical chains within the Demon Lock Tower. Consequently, the peculiar demonic entities manifested on these lower floors pose little threat to him. I am utterly confident that I can navigate through the 4th floor and below for an entire month, yet to venture toward higher levels, especially the legendary 19th floor that may not even exist, would be akin to courting death, would it not? His initial intent upon entering the Demon Lock Tower was not to embrace doom but merely to obtain the system's sign-in rewards. Little did he anticipate that his own system would defy conventions, presenting a unique reward that he must personally seize. As Gu Hon pondered in distress, the system's voice echoed once more, ding, a gentle reminder, the 19th floor of the Demon Lock Tower is not situated above the 18th floor, but rather beneath the feet of the Master. Beneath his feet. Gu Hon was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the Demon Lock Tower also played by its own rules. However, he swiftly began to probe the ground below as per the system's guidance. After a thorough examination, he eventually uncovered an aperture resembling a keyhole, obscured by a mass of dirt and debris. This revelation left him perplexed. Isn't the Demon Lock Tower specifically designed to suppress formidable demons? What purpose does a keyhole serve? Do the ancient cultivators of your still harbor intentions of releasing them? Are they not fearful of these mighty demons wreaking havoc and causing suffering? In any case, he felt no trepidation, having already embraced the role of a villain. He was unperturbed. Ding, detection confirms that the protagonist's attitude aligns with that of a villain, awarding him 500 villain points as encouragement. With a click, he retrieved the special bronze key granted by the system from his consciousness space, inserted it into the keyhole, and with a slight twist, a crisp sound resonated in the stillness of the space. Whether it was an illusion or not, at the very moment he inserted the key into the lock, it seemed as though the surging demonic energy within the space came to an abrupt halt, entering a bizarre state of eerie stillness. Subsequently, countless ancient and obscure inscriptions etched upon the tower's walls began to hum and vibrate, as if awakening from an endless epoch of slumber. The myriad of ancient inscriptions radiated a brilliant glow, shimmering in harmony, causing the entire demon-suppressing tower to come alive, quaking violently with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, the formidable demons imprisoned in the higher levels were stirred by this force, emitting a low growl that was both astonished and exhilarated. Outside, the unprecedented upheaval within the Demon Lock Tower naturally stirred the entire Wenjian sect into a flurry. To prevent the legendary demon from breaking free from its confinement, even the esteemed elders of the sect took action. Hana is still inside. Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Bailing felt a surge of anxiety. The Demon Lock Tower was already fraught with peril. If the elders reinforced the seals, the next opportunity to open the tower would be postponed for an extended period. Any miraculous chance of survival that Gu Hon might have had would be completely obliterated by this sealing. Bailing, at this juncture, what are you causing a commotion about? The Taishu Sword Master, somewhat exasperated by the situation, could not help but feel angered. Hasn't the situation escalated to this point because of your choices? When Gu Hon first set off for the Demon Lock Tower, why did you not stop him? What are you regretting now? You are no longer a child. You must take responsibility for the decisions you make. Mu Bailing opened her mouth but ultimately found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, she realized her own shortcomings. The unfolding events were inextricably linked to her role as a mentor. What was she lamenting now? Brother, hearing the commotion, Lu Ruyen and Chu Yuwei, among others, gathered not far from the Demon Lock Tower. Gazing at the tower, which was being reinforced by the sect's elders, with a mix of confusion and sorrow, they were reminded of many past events when they were younger and bullied by disciples from other peaks. It was their brother who single-handedly took up his sword against them. The sect did not oppose conflicts between peaks. Back then, their brother had fought valiantly for them, instilling fear in the hearts of those from various peaks. Since that time, no one dared to bully them again. They recalled the blood that had thoroughly stained their brother's white robes, casting him as a figure of tragedy under the setting sun. When they lacked cultivation resources, it was their brother who braved dangers, accepting countless trial tasks to gather the resources they needed. Even in sickness, he spent 3 days and nights alone in the alchemy room, concocting the most effective elixirs for them. This had made many female cultivators in the sect envious of them, admiring the doting and protective brother they had. Yet, what had they done now? A brother so gentle and sincere ultimately met with disbelief from all of them. Entering the Demon Lock Tower alone, to face death, regret began to take root in her heart, spreading throughout her being. I must trouble a few junior sisters to accompany us to the law enforcement hall. Our Grand Elder has matters to inquire about. At this moment, several disciples suddenly descended beside them, their gazes icy and indifferent. Previously, they had revered by Yupik largely due to Gu Hon. Additionally, Gu Hon's protectiveness meant they were always cautious regarding anything related to Lu Ruyen and the others. Now, having driven their celestial brother to the Demon Lock Tower, they no longer felt obliged to treat them kindly. I knew it. Brother Gu is innocent, or he is absolutely not that kind of person. According to rumors, the truth may not be that Brother Gu fled in fear but is somehow related to Sister Ruyen. I heard she fabricated evidence to frame Brother Gu. TSK, who would have thought Sister Ruyen was such a person? Truly disgusting. Brother Gu has always treated her well. To frame him with false evidence is nothing short of being an ingrate. The surrounding cultivators debated heatedly upon witnessing the scene. Ironically, when the incident first emerged, everyone had condemned Gu Hon's actions. Now opinions had polarized, with many transforming into self-proclaimed champions of justice. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan's complexion turned pale. However, Brother Yi had mentioned that the beast had attacked them without warning. In her memory, her junior brother had always been simple and sincere. It was inconceivable that he would deliberately deceive her. Chapter 9, The Truth Revealed. The greatest beneficiary. The law enforcement hall's grand chamber was filled with disciples of Shen Yupik who had participated in the trial in the secret realm. Among them, Lu Ruyen, the main subject of the matter, stood before a colossal divine mirror under the watchful eyes of numerous elders, her demeanor anxious and uneasy. The Asking Sky Mirror, one of the premier treasures of the Wenjian sect. could capture a fragment of a cultivator's soul to recreate remnants of past memories. As Lu Ruyan placed her hand upon the asking sky mirror, the tranquil surface soon rippled like waves on water. The scene unfolded from Lu Ruyan's perspective. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion erupted suddenly, with demonic energy raging, shaking the very ground. Quick, leave this place at once. That was a demonic beast at the half-step Return One realm. Its power far surpasses ours. Do not incur needless casualties. Hurry and evacuate. In the distance, a commanding voice rang out. It was Gu Hon directing the battle. One must commend his rational and appropriate approach. Among them, the most formidable was Gu Hon at the fourth level of the Spirit Palace realm. Even with the cooperation of other disciples from the Wenjian sect, defeating such a powerful demonic beast would come at an exorbitant cost. Hence, the best course of action was to withdraw swiftly. After all, given the terrifying strength displayed by this beast, even if they banded together, they would likely suffer significant losses, if not fatalities. What is that? An astute elder noticed something and quickly pointed to Lu Ruyan, who was sprinting. She was frantically waving her arms, and the object in her hand was too blurry to discern, only its vague outline being visible. Yet many knowledgeable elders managed to identify what she held. It appeared to be an exceedingly rare spiritual orb. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from the image, it was likely that the beast had regarded it as its companion orb. Lu Ruyan, this fool, has directly stolen the companion orb of the beast. No wonder it went berserk. After all, if that beast were to consume the companion orb, it would successfully break through to the Return One realm. But soon, a white figure raced toward them from the horizon. Gu Hon's strikingly handsome face, tinged with urgency, quickly came into view. Upon seeing the companion orb in Lu Ruyan's grasp, he momentarily froze. Yet he gritted his teeth, braving the surging demonic energy, and cut a path with his sword, swiftly escorting Lu Ruyan to safety. The ensuing events unfolded with the two demonic beasts furiously pursuing them. Enraged by Lu Ruyan's actions, along the way, Gu Hon called out several times for Lu Ruyan to discard the companion orb, but she stubbornly clung to it, refusing to heed his orders. Inciting the beast's fury even further, ultimately Yi Qin-yun was also caught in the fray, entangled with the terrifying beast. In a moment of desperation, she recklessly advanced, only to be sent flying by the beast's powerful strike. Just before her consciousness faded completely, the onlookers vaguely perceived a figure in white soaring forward on a sword. However, that figure was soon overwhelmed by the beast's sudden surge of terrifying power, spitting blood and plummeting into the forest. The scene abruptly came to a halt. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone recognized the identity of that white-clad figure. Who else could it be but Gu Hon? The truth had been laid bare. The crowd's gaze towards Lu Ruyan brimmed with unbridled rage. It was clear that this foolish Lu Ruyan had brought this calamity upon herself by attempting to steal the beast's companion orb. Provoking its wrath, the only reason they refrained from rushing forward to punish Lu Ruyan was that, despite Gu Hon's repeated warnings, she stubbornly clung to that perilous burden. Had it not been for Gu Hon's timely intervention, taking the lead with the most prudent command, at least half of the disciples on this trial outing would have perished. These individuals were the future of their sect, and the loss of the majority in this secret realm would be an immense blow to their organization. And then there was the last figure who had soared forward on the sword. She audaciously accused him of disregarding the lives of his fellow disciples and fleeing in the face of danger. If Gu Hon were truly one to fear for his life and abandon his comrades, he would not have initially risked danger to maintain order. He would not have single-handedly charged into the heart of the beast's aura to rescue the instigator. Lu Ruyan, instead of expressing gratitude for her senior brother's life-saving efforts, had the audacity to spew such baseless accusations, turning black into white, reaching the height of absurdity. I don't know. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. Her eyes reddened and she collapsed weakly to the ground. At that time, I had already fallen into a coma, and I can't remember much of what happened afterward. All I know is that later, It was my junior brother who brought me out of danger. Initially, I had not seen my senior brother's figure, and I thought he had abandoned us to escape alone. I truly, Silence, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Unable to bear it any longer, shouted angrily, cutting off Lu Ruyon's unfinished words. To put it bluntly, the reason that beast went berserk was precisely because of your foolishness in attempting to steal its companion Ab. Gu Hon risked his life to pull you from the center of the beast's aura, yet you not only failed to show gratitude but also left without a thought for your senior brother's well-being. You didn't even express a desire to seek him out. Now you dare to shift all the blame onto your senior brother. How can you face such accusations with any sense of shame? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's reprimand, Lu Ruyon wept bitterly, her grievances materializing into tears. The many elders were infuriated, their chests heaving, yet, considering the urgency of the situation and the need to examine Yi Qingyun's memories, they did not delve too deeply into the matter. While Yi Qingyun had maintained his facade exceptionally well throughout, most of the risks had been borne by the foolish Lu Ruyon, and no one was aware that she had been specifically deceived by him into stealing that companion Ab. One might say he was the greatest beneficiary of this entire affair. However, his meticulously crafted plan did not unfold as perfectly as intended. After all, according to his original scheme, he should have effortlessly and without harm seized the Sun and Moon Divine Herb with the aid of Lu Ruyon and Gu Hon, yet inexplicably Gu Hon was suddenly sent flying by a claw from the beast, falling into a state of unconsciousness. The beast then entered a frenzied state. Faced with this sudden turn of events, he was forced to play a special card, using a trace of his Demon Emperor bloodline as a deterrent to force the beast back. Of course, the cost of expending even a trace of his Demon Emperor bloodline would naturally be pinned on Gu Hon. The crowd also failed to discern any abnormalities in Yi Qingyun amid the chaotic scene. They only saw him swiftly leading Lu Ruyon away from the battlefield while the footage abruptly ended. Chapter 10, The most apologetic are not innocent. The hall was enveloped in silence. Everyone overlooked Yi Qingyun, who had disguised himself quite well, yet was the true instigator of the calamity. Upon uncovering the truth, a wave of fury surged within all, even the sect leader, who had long remained emotionally detached, was seething with rage. Ultimately, the crux of this matter lay in your reckless attempt to steal the beast's companion Ab, which led to its wrath. Gu Hon was gravely injured while protecting you. Yet upon regaining consciousness, your first act was to adamantly assert that he had fled, abandoning you all to peril. Now that the truth has come to light, do you not recognize your fault? I don't know. Lu Ruyon, seemingly unable to control her emotions, clutched her head in agony, tears streaming down her face. At that time, I had already fallen into a coma. I truly do not know what happened afterward. The crowd, hearing these words, felt their fury rise to unbearable heights. How could you claim ignorance of the events that transpired and yet have the audacity to assert that Gu Hon abandoned you? It seems you are steadfast in your false testimony. Now that the truth has been revealed, you conveniently declare ignorance. All along you have persistently evaded your responsibilities, particularly among the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Disdain filled their gazes towards Lu Ruyon. They had always known her to be exceptionally skilled at shirking responsibility. After all, when she had erred in the past, Gu Hon had shouldered the primary blame. She not only accepted this with complacency but even believed herself blameless, taking others' kindness for granted. Such a person is utterly loathsome. At this juncture, do not cast any further blame upon Ruyon. Mu Belan, who had remained pale and silent throughout, suddenly stepped in front of the oncoming storm that was Lu Ruyon. After all, she had long suffered from mental afflictions, often lacking discretion in her actions. Most importantly, Gu Hon had now entered the demon locking tower, his fate uncertain. While she felt great sorrow, she did not wish to witness another beloved disciple endure such harsh criticism, plunging into despair. The elders of the sect understood well that Mu Belan, as her mentor, bore immense pain in this matter. However, they remained exceedingly furious. Now you wish to protect her. As Gu Hon's mentor, you hastily condemned him before the truth had been thoroughly investigated. Who among the sect is unaware that Gu Hon held you in the highest regard? He viewed you as his beacon of redemption, yet you, in turn, plunged him into despair. Ultimately, you compelled him to enter the demon-locking tower. Today, proving his innocence, your current display of feigned compassion is utterly revolting. The one who owes an apology, the one who should express remorse, is Gu Hon, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Known for his fiery temper, disregarded the protests of the other elders and unleashed a torrent of accusations toward Mu Belan. His words were sharp and incisive, piercing directly to the heart of her intentions, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably, particularly when she thought of her disciple who had lost all hope and ventured to the demon-locking tower to face death. It brought her an unbearable pain with each breath. Enough, the priority now is to reveal the truth and the details to the sect's disciples. The voice of the Taishu sword master was likewise laced with suppressed anger as he issued the command. The elders, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not linger and promptly departed the hall to convey the news personally. As they passed by the weeping Lu Ruyan, they even contemplated delivering a few slaps to her face. Setting aside the fact that the primary responsibility lay with her, she had the audacity to assert upon returning to the sect that Gu Hon had abandoned them to peril. Had it not been for this mindless fool's baseless testimony, would Gu Hon have been forced into such a predicament? Of course, when an avalanche occurs, no single snowflake is innocent, and those disciples who had been ordered to retreat by Gu Hon and had not suffered any fallout were also not blameless. It was Gu Hon's timely command that had saved their lives from the beast's clutches, yet afterward not a single person stood forth to vouch for their senior brother's innocence. All remained silent. And these individuals were similarly a bunch of ungrateful wretches. Soon, with the elders personally announcing the truth, the reality of the situation was finally laid bare. I always said that senior brother Gu is definitely not that kind of person. I have had the fortune of undergoing trials in the secret realm alongside senior brother Gu. He treats others with kindness and possesses great integrity. He would never disregard the lives of his comrades. To be frank, you are also quite loathsome. When senior brother faced hardship, you were the one who spread rumors, labeling him a hypocritical villain. Now, I wonder from where you find the audacity to speak here. At that time, I truly did not know. Who would have guessed that the kind-hearted Lu Ruyan would turn out to be such a person? To falsely accuse senior brother without understanding the circumstances is utterly despicable. Of course, their disdain was not solely directed at Lu Ruyan. It also extended to those disciples who had been saved by Gu Hon but had failed to come forward to aid in his explanation when he was in trouble. Had they stepped forward sooner, the situation would not have escalated to this extent. None among them were innocent. Today, I must confront those ungrateful wretches and demand an explanation. Such treachery is the hallmark of despicable individuals. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyun, who was on his way back to his cultivation cave, had gleaned some insights into the current state of the sect through various whispers, although this matter was tangentially related to him. It was so trivial that hardly anyone paid him any heed. After all the blame and risks had been shouldered by Lu Ruyan. He was merely reaping the benefits, relishing the final outcomes. As for Lu Ruyan, he had no concerns. He possessed ample means to ensure her stability. He was not worried about the other two senior sisters either. He had already formulated his words, knowing full well that throughout this entire affair, he had never exposed anything that could link him to it. Of course, he still needed to take some necessary measures, otherwise, his reputation within the sect could suffer unwarranted harm due to this incident. At this moment, Gu Hon, who was situated within the demon-locking tower, remained oblivious to the disturbances occurring outside. The ancient runes inside the tower had fully awakened, intertwining to form a myriad of unique divine patterns. At the epicenter of these countless patterns, a bronze portal, resembling a door set within, quietly materialized. This was undoubtedly the gateway to the 19th level. After taking several deep breaths, Gu Hon hesitated not for a moment. He grasped the ring on the bronze portal and yanked it forcefully. Chapter 11, the 19th level of the demon locking tower, the woman in the crystal coffin. Instantly, a frigid gale erupted like a torrent. As if a multitude of sealed blades had been unleashed upon the floodgates. It took a considerable amount of time for the chilling winds to subside, allowing Gu Hon to finally open his eyes and survey the entrance below. His gaze fell upon a path composed of countless ancient bronze steps stretching into the abyss with no end in sight. The moment he set foot upon the ancient steps, it felt as if he had triggered some special restriction. Clusters of warm red flames blossomed upon the bronze lotus lamp, dispelling much of the darkness and illuminating the path ahead. However, due to the profound depth of these steps, he could still not discern what lay in the shadows below. Furthermore, the existence of some peculiar laws in this area forbade him from flying directly downward. He could only descend step by step. Surrounded by an oppressive silence, Gu Hon felt an unsettling sense of confinement creep into his heart. He had lost track of time, even forgetting his fatigue. When he finally reached the tower's base, the temperature at the bottom of the demon-locking tower was excruciatingly low. The moment he stepped into this area, an icy tide surged through him, penetrating to the marrow of his bones and into his very soul. The surrounding stillness was so profound that he could only hear the sound of his own breathing. Unable to see even his own hand in front of him, nor could he utilize his spiritual sense to probe the environment, Gu Hon had no choice but to feel his way along the walls as he advanced. Although the surroundings were indeed eerie, Gu Hon's formidable perception did not detect any imminent danger, which provided him with some relief after wandering through the darkness for an indeterminate amount of time. Just when Gu Hon was on the verge of breaking down, a faint glimmer of light suddenly appeared at the end of his vision. This unexpected change was akin to a traveler in the abyss catching sight of the first ray of sunlight. Even knowing the potential dangers, he could not help but be drawn towards it. Fortune favors the diligent, and after enduring countless trials, Gu Hon finally found himself 100 meters away from that glimmer. However, when he discerned the true nature of the light, he was momentarily taken aback. This was no mere entrance to another world. It was a crystal coffin, buried deep within the dark abyss, radiating a resplendent white light. This crystal coffin, crafted from an unknown material, emitted a dazzling array of 9-colored radiance, resembling a sun that had fallen to the mortal realm. As his eyes finally adjusted to the brilliance before him, Gu Hon was able to perceive his surroundings clearly. Countless chains, seemingly condensed from special laws and rhythms, bound the entire crystal coffin, lifting it slightly off the ground. Beneath the crystal coffin lay an opening approximately 3 meters in diameter. A mere glance caused Gu Hon's pupils to constrict. Within he saw countless skeletal remains of living beings, illuminated by the faint light refracted from the crystal coffin, forming a veritable mountain of remains. One pile after another, whether it was an illusion or not, he even perceived a certain white bone resembling a dragon's head among the heaps. Could that chicken-headed bone possibly be the legendary phoenix? A chill ran down Gu Hon's spine as he pondered the identity of the person within this coffin. Even dragon and phoenix bones could only be suppressed beneath this coffin. Once he confirmed that the coffin remained motionless, Gu Hon cautiously approached, only to find himself momentarily stunned upon peering through the transparent crystal. Though he had anticipated the presence of a person within the coffin, this individual's appearance completely exceeded his expectations. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, ethereal and serene, lying quietly in the crystal coffin as if in a deep slumber, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down her back, reaching her waist, shimmering like frost and snow, radiating a wholly untouchable brilliance. The woman not only possessed an enchanting visage that would captivate anyone who gazed upon her, but also sported a pair of white fox ears atop her head. 9 tails, whiter than drifting snow and impossibly fluffy, bloomed like a lotus, enveloping her in their embrace. Coupled with her skin, which was smoother and whiter than sheep's fat jade, she appeared as an embodiment of purity. Stunningly beautiful and utterly unforgettable. However, after a brief moment of awe, Gu-hon quickly regained his composure. This individual had likely been entombed in this crystal coffin for countless years, rendering her nothing more than a lifeless object. He harbored no inclination for the macabre. Nevertheless, this was his first reward for signing in. He needed to devise a method to open the coffin and ascertain if there were any burial items within. With resolve, he drew a dagger from his possession, attempting to pry open the crystal coffin, yet the surface of the coffin seemed to possess a protective enchantment. The moment he brandished the dagger, it trembled violently, as though striving to escape his grasp, and flew from his hand. Gu-hon reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding disaster, but the sharp blade still grazed the back of his hand, drawing forth a steady stream of blood that dripped onto the crystal coffin, splattering into a blossoming crimson bloom. By a twist of fate, a drop of blood trickled through a crevice into the crystal coffin, landing directly upon the lips of the fox demon woman. As Gu-hon busied himself tending to his wound, momentarily neglecting the coffin's movements, the fox demon woman suddenly fluttered her eyelashes, slowly, those long sleeping eyes, having not opened for who knew how many years, began to part. They were a pair of exquisite orbs reminiscent of purple gemstones, akin to a mysterious realm in the depths of night, imbued with both allure and a hint of lethal danger. Simultaneously, the chains that bound her began to lose their divine essence, gradually shattering and dissipating. The abrupt turn of events startled Gu-hon, compelling him to instinctively glance down. His body stiffened as his gaze locked onto the woman in the coffin, who now met his eyes with her own as if petrified. He had previously verified that the fox demon within the crystal coffin radiated no trace of life. How could she suddenly awaken? As Gu-hon remained in a daze, transfixed by her gaze, those eyes, resembling a scarlet moon, silently regarded him. After a prolonged moment, the woman's eyes gently blinked, curving into delicate crescents as she opened her arms. At last, in this lifetime, you are still here. With a resounding crack, the crystal coffin shattered. Gu-hon, who had been standing atop the coffin, was caught off guard and fell directly into the embrace of the fox demon woman. A familiar scent suddenly filled his nostrils, triggering a flood of memories. Chapter 12. In the past life, you gave me freedom. In this life, I bestow upon you an entire world. This scent was hauntingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. In a previous life, when the great demonic sects invaded, the entire Changean sect fought valiantly, yet the painstakingly established defenses ultimately crumbled. The protagonist, Yi Qingyun, had risen to prominence, becoming the backbone of their sect, wielding immense power and leading the remaining members to break free. At that time, he had still been trapped in the role of a supporting character, ultimately abandoned by the protagonist, Yi Qingyun, as well as by his master and junior sister, left to fend for himself within the sect. Due to the demonic invasion, the demon locking tower had been besieged, causing the seals to weaken. Many powerful demons had escaped their confines, attempting to force their way out. However, most were obliterated by the descending divine thunder of the laws. At that time, a white nine-tailed fox had left a profound impression on him, enduring 99 bolts of divine law thunder. Only a step away from breaking free, the fox's might had incited the wrath of the entire demon locking tower, which then concentrated all its power into a single divine thunderbolt, aiming to eradicate the white nine-tailed fox completely. He had been unaware of his own actions. Perhaps he had lost his senses, or perhaps he had realized that falling into the hands of the demonic sect could lead to a more tragic end. Thus, he had expended his remaining strength, using his flesh and blood to shield the white nine-tailed fox from the final order of divine thunder, ultimately disintegrating into nothingness amidst the endless storm. Yet he had never anticipated the seemingly ordinary white nine-tailed fox before me is in fact this exquisite woman. According to historical records, before the decline of the Sword Inquiry sect, its foundation and strength were extraordinarily formidable. It was only through the combined efforts of the sect's founding ancestor and several potent ancient beings that this white nine-tailed fox was subdued when she broke free from the seal of the demon lock tower. It must have exhausted the majority of her accumulated power over the years, leading her to transform into a seemingly mundane white nine-tailed fox as she escaped. Yet, it is not merely the case that we are still distant from the impending assault of the foremost demonic sects. I cannot fathom why I would receive a special key as a reward from the assistance system, which indirectly aided her in unlocking the seal. I am acutely aware that this fox demoness possesses strength beyond my imagination, surpassing any member of the Sword Inquiry sect. Most importantly, she is not in her complete form. Simultaneously, the news spread like wildfire, plunging the entire Sword Inquiry sect into chaos, with various discussions erupting. Many disciples rallied under the banner of supporting Gu Hon, demanding that Lu Ruyen and those who had entered the secret realm and were saved by Gu Hon provide an explanation and kneel in apology before the Demon Lock Tower. Ironically, when the matter first surfaced, nearly everyone blindly believed the one-sided accounts of Lu Ruyen and her companions, instinctively deeming Gu Hon a coward who abandoned his comrades to their doom. Now, their sudden change of heart, defending their senior brother, appears somewhat theatrical. Nestled upon the white feather peak, Yi Qingyan's state of mind was equally tumultuous. However, having already taken remedial measures, it did not affect him significantly. He chose to follow the path established in his previous life, having heard that Chu Yu Wei's meridians were damaged, and that consuming the sun and moon divine herb could restore them. In his anxious state, he and Lu Ruyen sought to procure this herb. This pretext deeply moved Chu Yu Wei, and everyone instinctively believed Yi Qingyan's somewhat flawed reasoning. After all, in their minds, Yi Qingyun had always been a sincere and understanding junior brother, incapable of harboring ulterior motives. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Yi Qingyun's gaze towards the Demon Lock Tower darkened, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. He had underestimated the turmoil that Gu Hon could bring upon him. As for the situation outside, Gu Hon, currently within the confines of the Demon Lock Tower, remained oblivious. He did not know how he had emerged from the 19th level. Before leaving, the fox demoness, who identified herself as Su Lengyu, had implanted a peculiar restriction within him. This power not only granted him absolute immunity to demonic energy, but also propelled his cultivation to the Unity realm. It is worth noting that individuals within their sect who reach the Unity realm can serve as powerful stewards. However, what left the most profound impression on him was the phrase whispered in his ear by Su Lengyu as she sent him forth from the 19th level. In the last life, you sacrificed your life to free me. In this life, I too can offer everything for you, presenting this world as a gift. His mind still somewhat dazed, Gu Hon found this subsequent reward to be quite unexpected. Yet, bolstered by Su Lengyu's unique aura, the demonic energy within the Demon Lock Tower no longer bore an inexplicable animosity towards him. Rather, it seemed welcoming even as he ventured to higher levels. Including the 18th level, the numerous sealed and imprisoned great demons exhibited no hostile emotions. Instead, these formidable beings conveyed an illusion of hope that he would frequently visit them, despite the Sword Inquiry sect having deeply wounded his heart. The current ambience of the Demon Lock Tower evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. It was time for him to seek an opportunity to lift the seals of the Demon Lock Tower, aiding Su Lengyu and these imprisoned great demons in their return to the mortal realm. Then he would ensure that the entire Sword Inquiry sect was razed to the ground. After all, he harbored no affection for the Sword Inquiry sect, particularly his master's Shen Yu Peak, which he intended to flatten and transform into a lavatory. In his recollection, his master had always been someone who placed great importance on personal hygiene. I eagerly anticipate the expression on your face, master, when you are led to that lavatory to continue presiding as the Peak Master. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings of the Demon Lock Tower, Gu Hon exchanged some villain points for a sword and then calmly made his way toward the long-sealed exit of the tower. An astonishing scene unfolded unexpectedly. The exit, which had been thoroughly sealed and was not due to reopen for another 2 or 3 months, suddenly unsealed the moment Gu Hon stepped foot within. At the same time, the many elders of the Sword Inquiry sect, who had painstakingly stabilized and reinforced the seals, had just breathed a sigh of relief when they were struck with terror upon discovering that the seal at the exit of the Demon Lock Tower had opened of its own accord, forming a peculiar portal. Within the hazy glow, a somewhat indistinct figure began to emerge. Chapter 13, a shocking legend that surpasses the bonds of strangers. This is the pupils of the numerous elders constricted like needles, their minds racing with an almost absurd possibility. As the figure drew closer, they finally beheld its form in stunned silence, clad in white garments, with hands clasped behind his back and a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips. The figure was none other than Gu Hon. The elders' brains went blank. No, the Demon Lock Tower is a forbidden ground for the Sword Inquiry sect. Anyone who enters must wait a month before emerging. Not to mention that they had just reinforced the seals, significantly extending this time. How could a young disciple like Gu Hon simply stroll in and emerge unscathed as if nothing had happened? Furthermore, if they recalled correctly, Gu Hon had ostensibly been forcefully dragged into the Demon Lock Tower by the very entity they had sealed within it, not to mention whether he could even emerge intact. How could he possibly return alive? Surely, it could not be that the being at the lowest level of the tower had taken a liking to him and utilized its own power to assist his escape. Before long, the news of Gu Hon's miraculous emergence from the Demon Lock Tower after merely one day spread throughout the Sword Inquiry sect, creating a wave of excitement and astonishment. Ding! The system detected that the Master had completed a segment of the villainous plot. Congratulations to the Master for acquiring 1,500 villain points. Upon stepping out of the Demon Lock Tower, Gu Hon was suddenly met with the system's announcement, leaving him momentarily stunned. How had he completed a segment of the villainous plot so abruptly? His plan to pin Yi Qin-yun down had not even commenced yet. Soon, Gu Hon grasped the truth of the situation. A few disciples who had been stationed near the Demon Lock Tower rushed forward with joy upon seeing him. Gu Shixiang, wonderful, you are safe. As the disciples excitedly recounted the events, Gu Hon learned the full story. He had not anticipated that the matter would escalate to the point where the sect would request the invocation of the Heavenly Mirror. He was aware of the Heavenly Mirror. In his previous life, after being wronged, he had also wished for the sect to summon it. However, his master had dismissed his explanations, and the sect had shown no inclination to heed him. Now, he found it amusing that in this life, having resolved to become a thorough villain, these individuals were proactively seeking the Heavenly Mirror. To be honest, he felt no sense of gratitude, rather, he found it laughable. Shixiang, at that moment, the leading disciple timidly spoke again. Just now, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall sent a message, asking us to take you to the Law Enforcement Hall to discuss the subsequent handling of matters. I refuse. Gu Hon directly rejected, ignoring the stunned expressions of the disciples as he strolled away. What does it matter if it's true or not, since he had decided to embrace the role of the villain? He would no longer concern himself with the perceptions of the world. Moreover, that Yi Qin-yun had gone to great lengths to distance himself from any implication given the sect's nature, even if he exposed Yi Qin-yun as the true culprit. The sect would not believe him and might even suspect him instead. Thus, he cared little for the supposed measures to clear his name. He had no need for it. Shixiang, the disciples undeterred, attempted to approach him once more. However, as Gu Hon paused momentarily and cast a sidelong glance, a terrifying aura instantaneously locked onto them, causing them to hesitate and refrain from advancing. Only after his figure vanished from their sight did the rigid bodies of the disciples gradually regain their senses. Their senior brother had indeed changed. He was no longer the approachable and gentle person he once was, all because of that damned Lu Ruyen. The disciples' resentment towards Lu Ruyen deepened. Had it not been for her, their senior brother would not have darkened into such a cold demeanor. In the main hall of the Sword Inquiry sect. In the immediate aftermath of this news, Everyone, including the master of the void sword, was rendered speechless, their faces etched with disbelief as they exchanged bewildered glances. How on earth did this young man manage to escape from the demon-suppressing tower in just a single day? Setting aside the fact that the tower itself was a prison for many terrifying ancient demons, compounded by the recent disturbances, even the sect leader would likely know that is not what I meant. Master, I was merely using it as an example, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall hastily interjected to clarify. The Master of the Void Sword, however, paid no heed, his gaze aligning with that of the other high-ranking sect members. All directed towards Mu Belan. Regardless of what transpired within the demon-suppressing tower, the truth had now been unveiled. The crux of the matter lay in Yi Qingyun's blatant disregard for the rules, leading to calamity, and had little to do with Gu Hon. Moreover, the few junior sisters he had been concerned about today, whether they understood the circumstances or not, stood firmly in support of Yi Qingyun. Even Mu Belan, as his master, chose to believe the one-sided accounts of Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingyun without thoroughly investigating the matter, opting for an extremely inappropriate course of action, faced with slander from those so close to him. One could hardly blame anyone for feeling despondent and isolated. Additionally, they had recently received reports from several disciples indicating that Gu Hon had rejected the law enforcement hall's attempts to discuss subsequent matters, clearly harboring some resentment towards their sect. After all, this situation had escalated significantly due to their inaction in the initial stages, allowing events to spiral further out of control, and by the time they sought to remedy the situation, it was already rather late. They believed the primary issue was not Gu Hon's animosity towards them, but rather, everyone's gaze silently turned towards Mu Belan. Though no words were exchanged, the intent was unmistakable. At this juncture, Mu Belan was acutely aware that the root cause was intricately linked to her actions, recalling the moment before Gu Hon entered the demon-suppressing tower, when he returned the Baishao sword to her. Intending to sever all ties, her heart twisted in pain and regret. It took several deep breaths for her to barely suppress the turmoil within. Rest assured, esteemed elders, I shall provide an explanation to Hana and the sect regarding this matter. With those words, she rose and departed, transforming into a streak of light as she soared towards a distant location. Meanwhile, Gu Hon, having exited the demon-suppressing tower, casually relayed the events encountered within to the sect elders, brushing over the details. After all, the implications of the tower were far too extensive. He had no intention of divulging its secrets to others. At that moment, Gu Hon seemed to sense something, his stride faltering slightly as the previous tranquility on his face dissipated, replaced by an icy demeanor. Raising his gaze, he beheld a stunning figure hovering not far from him, dressed in a flowing gown of snow white, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon cascading over her exquisite form, exuding an innate aura of cold aloofness akin to a blooming Tianshon snow lotus. Mu Belan had prepared numerous words along her journey, rehearsing multiple times in her mind, intent on offering a sincere apology to Gu Hon, acknowledging her failings as a master. Yet, upon meeting his deep, dark eyes reminiscent of ancient frost, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by a steel needle, overwhelming waves of suffocating pain coursing through her entire being. For the first time in all these years, she witnessed her beloved disciple regarding her with such a cold, unfamiliar gaze, as if she were a complete stranger, one he utterly despised. Chapter 14. This title makes me feel sick. Let us maintain some dignity, Hana. Despite the heartache, Mu Belan could not help but attempt to salvage the situation. Silence, however. Gu Hon's frigid voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Do not address me with that title. It is utterly repugnant. No, Hana, master merely wishes to. The disbelief in Mu Belan's beautiful eyes swiftly transformed into panic as she hurriedly sought to explain. I have said, do not use that disgusting term to refer to me. At this moment, we are not so familiar. Gu Hon's tone grew ever colder, causing the entire stillness of the space to freeze. That title conjured memories of many things, many which left him feeling vexed. even causing the already dead heart within him to ache once more. In his previous lives, out of gratitude for his master's nurturing, he had always endeavored to play the role of the devoted disciple. Understanding that his master had suffered greatly from her cultivation enduring the torment of cold toxins every night, he would descend the mountain each month to enter the secret realm, gathering the earliest blooming frost-clearing herbs. A cycle that persisted through the seasons. According to the original storyline, once Yi Qingyun, the male protagonist, joined the sect as Mu Belan's disciple, he soared to great heights, embarking on a path of arrogance and success, ultimately capturing the hearts of many heroines, including that of his master. Of course, the fates of his master and those junior sisters did not end well. After all, the male protagonist was inherently both righteous and wicked. Willing to employ any means necessary for his own gain, the love-struck master and her sisters remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Qingyun's approach was solely for his own interests, manipulating them for his benefit. In the first life, when he had just crossed into this world, the male protagonist Yi Qingyun became a formidable figure, discarding the burdens of the past. Ultimately, he left them behind to pursue relationships with other, more beautiful women in different realms. Subsequently, the enemies he had not fully eradicated returned with a vengeance, redirecting their hatred towards them, leading to the complete destruction of both Mu Belan and the entire sword-seeking sect. In the end, he single-handedly charged into the stronghold of these forces, rescuing his master and the others just as they were about to be executed. He vividly recalled his master's tears of regret, lamenting that had she the chance to live again, she would undoubtedly see through Yi Qingyun's ungratefulness. Yet, what was the outcome? In the following lives, even when he hinted at, or outright stated, the significant issues with Yi Qingyun, his master and the sisters remained steadfast in their belief in him, even questioning his character and treating him with disdain, hurling insults at him. No matter how hard he tried, his master and the sisters would continue to hold favorable views of Yi Qingyun, while he remained a despised pawn, a villainous scapegoat. He had already afforded them ample opportunities, more than once or twice, since they refused to believe him, rendering his efforts futile. He resolved to sever all ties from the beginning. Embracing his true self as a heartless villain, master must acknowledge, this situation was indeed a mistake on your part, but you are aware of the circumstances. When Qingyun and Ruyan returned to the sect, they were both severely injured. Moreover, at that time there were no signs of your return, and Ruyan testified, leading to your initial decision. What? You previously accused me of shirking responsibility, and now you shift the blame onto Lu Ruyan. Gu Hon scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Do you truly not understand the kind of person I am, after all these years spent in your company? Furthermore, I had emphasized repeatedly that the beast was summoned by them. I was merely acting in accordance with the rules, yet you never took the time to listen seriously. Hana, no, you must let me explain. Countless steel needles seemed to pierce Mu Belan's heart, inflicting pain while she struggled to control her rising panic. At that moment you seemed like a different person. The you from before would never have behaved this way. So in a moment of impulse, before she could finish, Gu Hon's cold laughter interrupted her once more. Indeed, in the past, I was so foolish, striving to be your pride, to be a responsible senior disciple. Even when several junior sisters violated the rules, I would shoulder all the blame and suffering, reserving all my kindness and warmth for you. Over time, did you come to regard my kindness and compassion as mere entitlements? So when I finally withdrew my goodness and warmth, you perceived me as transformed, did you? How do you not realize that your behavior resembles that of a treacherous wolf? Mu Belan's complexion paled further, her mouth opening to refute, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Had she even entertained a modicum of doubt regarding this matter? Had she placed a sliver of trust in Gu Hon? Things would not have escalated to such a degree. Gu Hon had been her last glimmer of hope and redemption, yet she had personally cast him into the abyss of despair. I have no desire to engage in further pointless discussions with you. Master, this will be the last time I address you as such. I previously stated that I would repay the kindness of nurturing you have shown me over the years until we stand even. If there is nothing else, do not trouble me again. Let us maintain some dignity in this matter. With that, Gu-hon dismissed the completely frozen and dazed Mu Belan, ignoring her entirely, with a visage devoid of warmth. She walked past him, swiftly vanishing into the thick shroud of night. The cold wind howled dismally. Mu Bailing's countenance was as pale as parchment, her body trembling uncontrollably, her heart suddenly ached with a profound pain. As if she were truly on the verge of losing someone of immeasurable importance. As Gu-hon traversed the path, he was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, although he was reluctant to return to Xianyu Peak. It was the only place that housed his belongings. Furthermore, the demon-locking tower had yet to be fully unsealed, and he had not yet dealt with that rascal Qinyuan. To depart from the Jian sect without a word would be akin to a pitiful lost dog, an unworthy act for a true villain. Chapter 15. From this day forth, I am no longer your senior brother. Xianyu Peak, the third spirit peak. This was the mountain where Gu-hon routinely practiced and meditated. With his exceptional talent, he alone enjoyed the privilege of claiming an entire peak for himself. At this moment, atop this very mountain, several graceful women with exquisite features, each possessing unique charms, anxiously paced back and forth. Senior brother has emerged from the demon-locking tower. He is surely returning to his cave residence. You all must be sincere and properly apologize to senior brother, especially you, Ruyen. Chu Youwei's voice was stern. The primary cause of this misunderstanding was inextricably linked to you, and you must earnestly apologize to senior brother. However, when Chu Youwei's gaze fell upon Yi Qinyun, it softened noticeably, revealing her affection for her little junior brother. Will senior brother truly forgive me? Lu Ruyan's voice was as faint as a whisper, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. To be honest, the sight of Gu-hon entering the demon-locking tower alone to face punishment had greatly frightened her. Stirring feelings of guilt within her heart. Fear not, senior brother is always gentle, and he has cared for you well in the past. He will surely forgive you, little junior sister. Chu Youwei reassured her resolutely. After all, she had also angered her senior brother in the past, even committing some rather excessive acts, yet he had never held grudges against her, as long as she sincerely apologized and acted a little spoiled. He would forgive her. At that moment, 2 points of light suddenly appeared in the night sky, one near and one far, hurtling towards their position. Upon discerning the closer light, the expressions of Chu Youwei and the others brightened with joy. Senior brother, however, as Gu-hon landed and stabilized his form, he completely disregarded the group. A terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the joy on Chu Youwei and the others' faces to freeze. Get lost, the already stunned group felt as though struck by lightning. They could hardly believe that their usually affectionate senior brother would utter such words. Senior brother, there has been a misunderstanding regarding this matter. We have been waiting here to sincerely apologize to you. Senior brother, I was wrong in the matter within the secret realm. Lu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choked. It was my foolishness that caused you to face such injustice. Now that I have received my due punishment, could you find it in your heart to forgive me? Lu Ruyan instinctively reached out to grasp Gu-hon's hand, intending to employ her usual spoiled tactics to elicit his forgiveness. After all, in the past, regardless of her misdeeds, this method had always succeeded in winning his pardon. Yet just as this thought crossed her mind and her hand began to rise, an icy chill surged forth from Gu-hon. Radiating outward, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted drastically. She felt an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing that if she dared to touch her senior brother now, she would not only be injured but might even perish. Senior brother, this thought left Lu Ruyan feeling both terrified and aggrieved. When had her senior brother become such a fearsome figure? It was not entirely her fault. After all, she had been in a state of unconsciousness and was unaware of the events that had transpired. Moreover, she had already apologized. Why could he not forgive her? As the second senior sister, Chu Youwei sensed that the situation was dire and hurriedly placed herself between Gu-hon and Lu Ruyan. Senior brother, Liu Yan indeed acted poorly in this matter, and I will ensure she is duly punished. Mastering her courage, she respectfully presented an ancient sword sheathed in its scabbard. We also understand that you were exceedingly angry at that time. Which is why Bai Shao was lost, senior brother Yu Boom. Before she could finish her sentence, a terrifying aura emanated from Gu Hon, sweeping forth like a torrent, forcing Chu Yuwei and the others to stagger backward. Gu Hon's expression darkened further. Since he had first embarked on the path of the sword, the Bai Shao sword had been personally forged by his master, a gift meant to accompany him on his journey to witness mountains and seas. When his junior sisters faced bullying, it was he, with sword in hand, who ascended the other peaks to seek justice for them when they were threatened by fearsome beasts within the secret realm. He stood alone with his sword before them, ensuring their safety. Once, the Bai Shao sword was a symbol of protection, to safeguard them from harm. Now, having chosen to sever ties with the past and embrace the role of a true villain, he no longer required the Bai Shao sword to shield them. This sword would now serve to sever his past, to cleave away the remnants of his former self. Old friend, I am sorry. Our fates part here. Almost as soon as Gu Hon's words fell, the Bai Shao sword resonated, vibrating as if sensing its master's intent. It longed to remain by his side, but as a sentient sword, it understood that these individuals were unworthy of its master's protection, let alone its own. If it was its master's wish, it would willingly shatter itself to sever the ties of the past and draw a clear line from these hypocritical and repugnant people. Crack, crack, crack. Under the incredulous gazes of Chu Yuwei and the others, a web of cracks quickly spread across the entire sword. Finally, with a sharp crack, the Bai Shao sword shattered, transforming into countless shards of iron that scattered across the ground. Simultaneously, Gu Hon's voice, carried by the cold wind, pierced the hearts of all present, causing an unbearable ache. From this day forth, I am no longer your senior brother. Do not call me senior brother again. Do not come to my cave to frolic, otherwise I will not hesitate to cripple your cultivation and cast you down the mountain. The night sky was silent. Time seemed to halt in that moment. The group stared wide-eyed at the Bai Shao sword, now reduced to countless fragments, and at the figure in white that gradually vanished into the night. They felt as though they were truly on the brink of losing that extraordinarily gentle senior brother. Once, he had been so indulgent and caring towards them, he had never even dared to speak harshly. Now, he had issued a direct threat to cripple their cultivation and cast them off a cliff. Their senior brother seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. This transformation bore testament to the profound hurt inflicted upon him by this incident, leading him to a place of utter disillusionment with them all. In contrast to the other junior sisters, Yi Qinyun's eyes glimmered with schadenfreude. He had long harbored jealousy towards Gu Hon, envious of the close bond he shared with their enchanting master and the several exceptional senior sisters. Thus, he had always yearned for a day when Gu Hon's relationship with them would completely unravel. Now, not only had he effortlessly obtained the Sun Moon Divine Herb, but he had also achieved this goal. A true two birds with one stone. Chapter 16. There shall be no severing of ties. The villainous female boss. Honor. At that moment, a voice, tinged with sorrow and confusion, suddenly rang out. Chu Yuwei and the others instinctively turned around to see their usually imposing master, Mu Bailing, now pale and trembling, standing before them in a state of distress. Master, ignoring the greetings of her other disciples, Mu Bailing trembled as she collected the shattered fragments of the Bai Shao sword. Piece by piece, even as the sharp shards cut into her delicate palms, drawing forth vivid alarming blood, she displayed not a hint of pain. Her movements remaining swift and deliberate, she continued to mechanically gather the pieces, remnants of her years of memories with Gu Han. In the sunset, she watched her proud disciple practicing his swordplay beneath a tree, graceful and spirited, swaying with the breeze. When Gu Hon was young, it was with this very sword that he had first stood before her, declaring his intent to protect her, his master. But now, the Bai Shao sword, which held countless memories, along with the figure in white from her recollections, had shattered like a bubble. Gu Hon intended to sever all ties with her, to draw a line between them. Honor, within her dream-like murmurs, a large tears streamed down her pale cheeks, mingling with the startling red blood. Blooming into flowers of memory. Alas, in this world there exists no remedy for regret. She was truly on the verge of losing the most important person in her life. No, I will never allow you to speak of severing ties. To draw a line between us, in this lifetime you shall not escape. In her whispered declarations, this once cold and imposing woman appeared to descend into madness, continuously piecing together the fragments in her hand. She yearned to reassemble a complete Baishao sword. The truth that a shattered mirror cannot be restored was something she was reluctant to acknowledge. Ding! The system detected that the master had completed a segment of the villain's storyline and awarded her 3,000 villain points. While Gu Hon was on his way back to his cultivation cave, he unexpectedly received a system notification. This unforeseen delight took him by surprise. Next, he planned to further enhance his strength, breaking through to the divine platform realm and unlocking system missions. Since he had already bound himself to the system in this life, and had gained the title of the fated villain, he possessed greater leverage to confront the protagonist, Yi Qinyun, directly, although there is a saying that calamities should not befall one's family. He still decided to find a way to annihilate Yi Qinyun's family, providing this fellow with a little excitement. As he pondered in his heart, Gu Hon extended his right hand, within which a unique mark was vibrating and humming. It was a special seal left for him by Su Lanyue. This mark not only contained terrifying power but could also command certain demon clans to serve him. However, using it would require a significant portion of Su Lanyue's strength, potentially prolonging the time before she could break free from her seal. Just as Gu Hon continued to contemplate strategies, he suddenly felt a sense of awareness and raised his gaze towards a certain direction. Unbeknownst to him, a pitch-black figure had silently appeared in the depths of the moonlight, wearing a distinctive bronze mask that obscured their identity. Upon seeing Gu Hon, the shadowy figure clasped their hands in salute. Speaking respectfully, young Master Gu, the events that transpired at the Asking Sword sect today have already reached the young lady's ears. Should young Master Gu require assistance, we are willing to serve you and resolve any grievances you may have. Gu Hon merely regarded the black-robed figure quietly. The identity of this person was extraordinary, hailing from a force known as Fashion Pavilion. As for the young lady they mentioned, she was none other than Xia Bingli, the heiress of Fashion Pavilion. In the original storyline, Xia Bingli was a malevolent supporting character and another villainous boss encountered by the protagonist later on. Not only was she cold-hearted, but she also possessed a twisted obsession. During a confrontation with the protagonist, she met a tragic end at his hands due to his overwhelming aura. Since the sixth life, for reasons unknown, Xia Bingli had inexplicably been drawn to him. Perhaps due to a magnetic attraction between two villains, and had even attempted to force herself upon him multiple times. Setting aside the fact that both were villains, having two villainous cannon foders together only hastened their demise. Moreover, she was a twisted individual. The combination of villainy and obsession was bound to produce an unsettling chemical reaction, leaving him uncertain of what the outcome might be. Thus, he had always turned a blind eye to Xia Bingli's fervent affections. However, in this life his mindset had begun to shift. Since both he and Xia Bingli were villains, forming an alliance might not be a bad choice. After all, in the context of this narrative, the protagonist Yi Qinyun not only had a remarkable background but also a vast network of friends and allies scattered throughout the world. Wherever he went, a multitude of extraordinary figures or prominent young talents seemed to inexplicably gravitate towards him. These potential factors also required him to devise countermeasures in advance, even seeking out corresponding villainous allies to face them. After a moment of contemplation, a slight smile graced Gu Hon's lips. With a flourish of his hand, ripples of space began to undulate, and a jade talisman inscribed with the character for Yi slowly emerged from the void. This contains some intelligence I've gathered along with the stipulated requirements. I need you to go to Tsangfeng City and annihilate a family known as the Tsangfeng Lin clan. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man was momentarily taken aback. Tsangfeng City, if he remembered correctly, it was an exceedingly desolate border town, was it not? Why would Gu Hon go to such lengths to target a family he had never even heard of in such a barren place? Although puzzled, the black-robed man said nothing and nodded in acceptance of the task. By the way, before heading to Tsangfeng City, it would be wise to carefully review the stipulations inscribed on the Jade Talisman. If you overlook any of the requirements, I can assure you that you, and even Fashion Pavilion behind you, will meet a most tragic fate in the future. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man's expression shifted once again. Initially, he thought Gu Hon was merely using threats to ensure they took the task seriously. However, given that their young lady was utterly infatuated with this individual, to the point of forsaking everything for him, he suppressed his emotions and began to scrutinize the text within the Jade Talisman. Yet, upon reading the first line, the black-robed man was instantly dumbfounded. The following are the precautions for annihilating the Tsangfeng family: dig 3 feet into the ground. Plunder their treasury, shatter eggs, vertically slice the earthworms, pluck flowers and pull weeds, transcend souls to guide them. The black-robed man's gaze continued downward, and with each line his heart raced more intensely, leaving him increasingly bewildered. Completing the aforementioned tasks was not enough. They were instructed to employ divine techniques to obliterate the entire Tsangfeng family at least a dozen times, ensuring not a single bone fragment remained. After accomplishing all this, they could not leave but needed to send someone to keep an eye on the situation should anyone of unknown origin return to the Tsangfeng family and display even a hint of sorrow. They were to be killed, especially those who declared they would avenge the Tsangfeng family. Without hesitation, their affiliated sects or families were to be eradicated alongside them. After reading this series of demands, the black-robed man was utterly stunned, his steps unsteady as he departed. Good heavens, he had heard of the technique of stripping the 9 clans, but the method Gu Hon employed was utterly ruthless. Was it not? To outsiders, these tactics might seem exaggerated, yet Gu Hon himself felt they were insufficient. After all, according to typical narrative conventions, when the protagonist ascends, their entire family rises alongside them. Should he not eliminate the protagonist's family while they were still weak? Rather than waiting for Yi Qingyun to cultivate divine powers within his family, furthermore, his decision to eradicate Yi Qingyun's family was a multifaceted gain. Not only would it eliminate the potential threat of the Tsangfeng family, but it would also inadvertently draw Yi Qingyun closer to his own family, not to mention the possibility of directly dispatching this fool. At the very least, he could force him to reveal some trump cards, thereby indirectly weakening his strength. Ding, the system detected that the master's actions aligned with the villainous persona. Congratulations, master, you have gained 2000 villain points. Gu Hon paused, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful smile curving his lips as he gazed at the night sky. Yi Qingyun, you believe yourself to be the one benefiting from this, feeling elated and self-satisfied, do you? I hope this grand gift of the 9 clans stripping technique brings you even greater joy. Even though the sect had cleared Gu Hon of grievances, the entire sect remained unsettled. Many were indignant on Gu Hon's behalf, advocating for him. Gu Hon's exceptional talent and prowess had garnered him a considerable following. Perhaps it was due to their own regret for not stepping forward sooner to defend Gu Hon, or perhaps the unveiling of the truth had given them a reason to consider themselves righteous. Many waved banners declaring, if I do not stand up today, there will be no one to rally for me tomorrow, persistently voicing their dissatisfaction to the sect. Such a tremendous uproar even the Asking Sword sect could not hope to conceal, quickly becoming a laughingstock among surrounding sects. The Asking Sword Peak, the Supreme Sword Master and numerous elders, along with other peak masters, convened to discuss the aftermath of this incident. Initially, they thought clearing Gu Hon's name would suffice to conclude the matter. But it soon became apparent that many were still dissatisfied with the sect's handling of the situation. The Supreme Sword Master, with his white brows furrowed, remarked, especially as numerous disciples, under the banner of righteousness, have made unreasonable demands of the sect. This is simply an affront to the heavens. Gu Hon is being excessively petty. We have already invoked the Asking Heaven Mirror to restore his reputation. Yet he remains fixated on this matter, even contemplating severing ties with his mentor who has nurtured him for years. This is sheer madness. Regardless of right or wrong, Mu Peak Master is still his mentor. Is it necessary to escalate things to the point of severing ties? As they spoke, everyone turned their gaze towards Mu Belan, who sat silently in the corner. Having remained quiet throughout, they were aware of the events that transpired the previous night. Mu Belan's apologies and concessions had yielded no results and had instead worsened her relationship with Gu Hon to the brink of complete fallout. At this moment, Mu Belan appeared as if she had not slept all night. Her appearance disheveled and her spirit waning. As the top beauty of the Asking Sword sect, she had always taken great care in her appearance, exuding an air of sanctity and coldness that was not to be trifled with. Today, her disregard for her own image suggested that Gu Hon's situation had dealt her a significant blow. While it was true that she bore some responsibility for the situation, her haggard appearance nonetheless elicited sympathy from the others. Some began to think that Gu Hon, a towering young man, should have known better than to let matters escalate to such an extent, as it was quite inappropriate. However, a portion of the elders maintained a detached attitude, believing that one cannot advise others on virtue without having suffered themselves. Ultimately, this was a consequence of one's own actions. At Xianyu Peak, the third spirit peak, the sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Three graceful figures, delicately cradling exquisite delicacies or finely crafted gifts, gazed longingly ahead, as if anticipating something. Sighing softly, Chu Yuwei felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Recently, the elaborate apology ceremony they had painstakingly devised bore no fruit, instead resulting in a complete rift between her and their senior brother. In the past, they could enter their senior brother's cultivation cave without so much as a greeting. Now, however, he threatened to cripple their cultivation and cast them down the peak should they dare to enter. Moreover, he had stationed several former followers to guard the cave entrance, effectively quelling any of their intentions to approach. High above in the clouds, Mu Bai lingered in her flowing white robes, her expression one of sorrow and heartache. Once, the third spirit peak was the most vibrant among the Xianyu Peak, the place where Chu Yuwei and her companions often came to cultivate and seek guidance from their senior brother on their weaknesses in martial arts. Yet, in just a few days, everything had changed. The once lively peak had transformed into the coldest of heights. In her attempts to converse with Gu Hon, she had been met with silence. He had refused to see her, even calling her by name instead of the respectful title she had grown accustomed to. Though only a short time had passed, she found herself longing for the days when Gu Hon would refer to her as master. Meanwhile, in quiet meditation, Gu Hon felt a sudden awareness, slowly opening his eyes with a slight frown. Were these people intentionally trying to exploit a loophole? Had they received orders to prevent him from entering his cultivation cave, only to wait outside for him to emerge? How bothersome! Although slightly irritated, he acknowledged that the ownership of this peak did not belong to him, considering the possibility of future events unfolding at the sect, as well as the need to unlock the Demon Tower. He knew he could not leave just yet. At that moment, the jade talisman in his possession began to buzz and tremble. It was a message from the cloaked figure of the Flying Immortal Pavilion. Esteemed young Master Gu, we have followed your orders and proceeded to the Zhongfeng Yi family. However, en route, an unknown mysterious powerhouse intervened, forcibly abducting a pair of siblings from the Yi family, and evaded our pursuit through extraordinary means. Ultimately, we lost all traces of them upon reaching the North Wilderness Mountains. According to our subsequent investigation, the pair rescued by the mysterious figure appears to be the younger siblings of Yi Qingyun. The eldest son of the Tsongfengyi family, Chapter 18, The Villain's Task, the female demon lord slain by the plot. Listening to the transmission from the cloaked figure, Gu Hon felt astonished but not entirely surprised. What he had not anticipated was the overwhelming strength of the protagonist's halo. Even with his plans executed so abruptly, the two individuals closely connected to the protagonist had been whisked away. According to the original plot's melodramatic twists, any presence related to Yi Qingyun would inevitably lead to the fulfillment of a grand destiny, a predetermined fate. After instructing the cloaked figure to continue searching for the pair, Gu Hon attempted to sever the communication only to hear the figure speak again. Young Master Gu, there is one more pressing matter I must report. The young lady has indicated she will find time to meet with you soon. The typically indifferent Gu Hon's expression shifted upon hearing this. What, that villainous lovesick Xia Bingli intends to seek him out? He was well aware of her characters given her knowledge of the sect's affairs. If she came to see him, it likely meant she had some ulterior motive in mind, yet having indirectly benefited from her past kindness, he felt he should acknowledge it in some manner. There was no need for her to come. He would make an effort to visit her when time allowed. Soon an ancient relic would emerge in the central continent, concealing the protagonist Yi Qingyun's first incredible opportunity. Naturally, he needed to make arrangements to seize this chance. No, it was not about seizing the opportunity, it was rightfully his. To initiate the system's task expediently, Gu Hon directly consumed a breaking mere divine pill, propelling his cultivation from the 6th layer of the spirit palace to the divine platform realm. The remaining pills would be saved for later. After all, his current strength surpassed that of many elders. Coupled with Su Lenyue's mark and the enhancement of his physique, his combat prowess was sufficient to contend with those in the Dao Harmony realm. Ding, task system loading complete. System tasks have been refreshed for your review. As the system's voice faded, an ethereal panel of information unfurled before him. Random daily task. Please complete at least 3 actions today that align with the villainous persona. Or follow the plot. Task reward, 1500 villain points. Villain task, Blood Moon Demon Lord. Task details, she has endured the pains of the mortal realm since childhood, yet life's trials and tribulations have not crushed her spirit. Instead, they have propelled her to rise against adversity. After escaping the clutches of a slave trader, she inadvertently embarked on the path of demonhood, thereby commencing her legendary life, known as the Blood Moon. She traverses the 8 wastelands and is willing to refine the entirety of the central continent to attain supreme status. Task conditions: subdue the Blood Moon Demon Lord Hon Mengyao for your use and assist her in establishing the Blood Moon Demon Sect. Please note, completing this task will trigger subsequent main villain tasks. Task location, Tianhuang City, Slave Camp. Reward, 25,000 villain points. Task time limit, 2.5 months. Hon Mengyao. Gu Hon paused momentarily. He had traversed into a world with an expansive narrative, populated by countless characters intimately connected to the protagonists. Similarly, there were numerous antagonists like himself, often cast aside as mere cannon fodder or malicious supporting roles. Hon Mengyao was one of them. He distinctly remembered her character. Having grown up in solitude, enduring hardship, with an indomitable spirit, she carved her own path through the demon realm. However, under the overwhelming aura of the powerful protagonist Yi Qingyun, this seemingly invincible female demon met a tragic end dictated by the plot. He recalled the original storyline clearly. Hon Mengyao, who had never known love or care, encountered Yi Qingyun by chance. He praised her striking crimson eyes, regarded by the world as ominous, for the first time. Someone admired her unique trait, igniting a spark of affection within her. Later, as she sought to attain greater power and aimed to refine the entire central continent, she engaged in fierce confrontations with Yi Qingyun. Yet ultimately, this ruthless and bloodthirsty Blood Moon Demon Lord was swayed by a mere compliment from the protagonist, leading to her inexplicable defeat and demise at his hands. This once formidable female demon Reduced to a mere experience point for Yi Qingyun, inadvertently aided him in cultivating relationships with several renowned female saints of the central continent. In a certain sense, her fate was even more tragic than his own. Perhaps due to their shared status as antagonists, Gu Hon felt a surge of compassion and sympathy for her. Furthermore, the protagonist's background was extraordinary, seemingly concealing some terrifying truths unknown to him, establishing a faction of his own to contend against the forces behind him or those allied with him was undoubtedly essential. What era was it? The antagonists were not fools. Why engage in one-on-one duels with the protagonist when they could band together and overpower him? In a certain light, this future Blood Moon Demon Lord possessed potential rivaling that of the Empress herself. According to the original plot, Chu Yue was destined to become the Empress. However, having suffered so many losses, he would not be foolish enough to undertake arduous tasks that would ultimately benefit Yi Qingyun. After contemplating and devising a series of plans as well as reinforcing his cultivation, Gu Hon rose from the cave. Senior brother, you have finally emerged. However, just as he stepped out of his cave, he was met by Chu Yue and her companions, who had been waiting for him. Senior brother, you have been in seclusion for days without sustenance. We prepared these delicacies especially for you, and they are still warm. Chu Yue beamed, her beauty radiating like that of a goddess. Yet Gu Hon did not spare her a glance, walking past her without acknowledgement. To be honest, her current display of tenderness repulsed him. Previously, as her senior brother, he had gone to great lengths to prepare various delightful meals for them. But ever since Yi Qingyun arrived at the sect, Chu Yue and her companions had devoted all their culinary skills to him, relishing in his company. Now, they had shifted the very tactics they once used on Yi Qingyun to him, leaving him feeling utterly nauseated. Chapter 19, Setting aside facts. Do you not bear any responsibility, senior brother? I have been struggling to grasp a certain sword technique these past few days, with an ancient sword manual in hand. Luo Baiji sought to mend their relationship through this gesture. After all, the senior brother had always been exceedingly indulgent towards her. Whenever she encountered doubts regarding her martial arts, he would set aside his busy schedule to explain things to her. However, at this time, before she could even approach him, an overwhelming aura of swordsmanship emanated from Gu Hon, forcing Luo Baiji to retreat several steps, her complexion paling in fear. Senior brother, Lu Ruyan had just begun to speak when she was abruptly interrupted by Gu Hon's chilling gaze, which enveloped her in an infinite dread. Fortunately, she was still at a safe distance from Gu Hon, otherwise, she would have had every reason to suspect that she might soon suffer injury. The sudden shock and sense of grievance filled her eyes with tears. Hadn't her senior brother always treated her with kindness? Was it truly necessary for him to respond with such disdain over a single mistake? She had already apologized and deeply reflected on her error. Why could he not find it in his heart to forgive her? Gu Hon's expression was icy. The mere sight of these individuals soured his mood. There was no need to elaborate on Lu Ruyan. Those who understood the dynamics could see it clearly. Chu Yue and Luo Baiji were hardly innocent either. They had repeatedly turned a blind eye to his misfortunes in previous lives just moments ago. Despite being unaware of the truth, they instinctively chose to side with Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingyun, displaying disappointment and contempt towards him, even indirectly perpetuating rumors within the sect that he was the root of the problem. In a snowstorm, no single snowflake is innocent nor deserving of forgiveness. The things you create are fit only for dogs to consume, and thus I shall not partake. You wish for me to teach you swordsmanship? Very well, it will cost you 1,000 spirit stones for half an hour. If you fail to learn, it is your own inadequacy. Do not blame me for the quality of my teaching. As for you, Gu Hon turned his gaze back to Lu Ruyan, his voice cold. Just keep your distance. Hearing the once gentle senior brother now speak with such sharpness and bitterness pierced the hearts of the three women, leaving their expressions darkened. Why had he transformed so drastically over such a trivial misunderstanding? Would the days of the past never return? Senior brother, when did you become this kind of person? At that moment, A young man not far away let out a furious shout, his eyes filled with sorrow and rage. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. The master and several senior sisters indeed made mistakes in this matter. But they have sincerely reflected on their errors and genuinely wish to apologize to your senior brother. Yet, as the senior brother, you persistently use this incident to pressure them, showing no gratitude. You were never like this before. Moreover, setting aside the original facts, do you not have any faults yourself, senior brother? The space fell into a sudden silence. Ji Yuhon raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the speaker, a smile forming on his lips. He recognized the young man before him. His name was Tan Yu, possessing remarkable talent with exceptional physical prowess that surpassed other disciples. Due to various circumstances, he had befriended the male lead, Yi Qingyun, and had become his good brother. However, during a subsequent trial in a secret realm, he was exploited by the male lead, ultimately meeting a tragic end within the depths of that realm, ironically even to his dying breath. Tan Yu believed that Yi Qingyun had always regarded him as the best of brothers, treating him sincerely. Little did he know that the opportunity he had encountered in that secret realm was meant to be his turning point, the gateway to his emergence on the grand stage. Not only had Yi Qingyun seized his chance, but he had also used Tan Yu as a shield to escape unscathed, leaving him to die while remaining oblivious to the true nature of Yi Qingyun's character. Gu Hon chuckled softly, shaking his head. What are you barking about? As his words fell, Gu Hon suddenly pointed with a finger. Instantly, the laws of spiritual energy coalesced and compressed in his hand, transforming into a terrifying gust of low wind that surged towards Tan Yu. Tan Yu's expression changed drastically, completely unprepared for Gu Hon's sudden attack. However, having recently broken through to the Spirit Palace realm, and with his formidable physical strength, he believed he could withstand Gu Hon's unexpected assault. Yet, in the next moment, the approaching gust of low wind bore an overwhelming force that rendered him incapable of resistance, causing him to kneel on the ground. Tan Yu was momentarily dazed. He had always known that this senior brother was formidable, but he had never anticipated such overwhelming power. Yet, wasn't Gu Hon also at the Spirit Palace realm? Even if he were a few minor levels higher, the disparity should not be this vast, should it? Gu Hon nodded slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Your tone just now displeased me greatly, junior brother. If you wish to criticize your senior brother in the future, do so with this posture and attitude. Then I shall be more satisfied. Ding! The system detected that the protagonist's actions aligned with the villain's persona, granting a reward of 1000 villain points. Tan Yu, publicly humiliated, was instantly consumed by rage. Alright, I understand you're anxious. But hold on. Ji Yuhon interrupted his spellcasting. I admit I acted out of displeasure towards you just now, so I apologize. Now that I've apologized, surely you won't be petty enough to hold a grudge, will you? Besides, setting aside the facts, do you not have any faults of your own? These words further inflamed Tan Yu's anger, causing his cheeks to flush. Ironically, these were precisely the words he had just spoken, leaving him utterly powerless to retort. One cannot advise others to be good without having experienced their suffering. Ji Yuhon chuckled lightly, hands clasped behind his back as he turned away. Think before you speak. Tan Yu's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Senior brother, in my memory, you were never like this. Gu Hon remained indifferent, his voice icy and mocking. Now you know. With a snap of his fingers, the flying sword broke through the air, hovering before him. Ji Yuhon leaped onto the sword, landing gracefully. I have marked my cave dwelling. If any of you dare to intrude, I will not hesitate to break your legs. With that, Gu Hon soared towards the direction of Sword Hidden Mountain. The disciples of Xian Yu Peak gazed at Gu Hon's gradually disappearing figure, a sense of inexplicable emotion swelling within them. The once gentle senior brother might never return. Chapter 20, Where I Go. It concerns you not. Meanwhile, on the 13th spirit peak of Xian Yu Peak, how could this happen? A deep, hoarse voice filled with boundless anger suddenly echoed. His gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. At that moment Yi Qinyun's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils entirely consumed by rage. He had been immersed in the cultivation of the sun and moon divine herb, striving to elevate his realm, yet he had just received the shocking news. His family, the Zhongfeng family, was no more. His uncles and relatives who had cared for him since childhood were all brutally slain, with only 2 cousins managing to escape in a precarious manner. But it was not the sudden annihilation of his family that terrified him, it was the fact that he had no idea who was responsible for this tragedy. What infuriated him even more was that those fiends seemed to harbor a blood feud against them. Not only had they slaughtered everyone related to the Yi family, but they had also ruthlessly destroyed everything in their path, digging deep into the earth to unearth even the worms and cleaving them in half, an unimaginable brutality. Elder Bai, are you certain that your avatar could not discern the identities of the assailants who attacked my Zhongfeng Yi family? As soon as Yi Qinyun's words fell, the space suddenly rippled with strange waves. A thread of golden silk extended, gradually forming the ethereal figure of Elder Bai, an old Taoist with white brows. Elder Bai was someone Yi Qinyun had encountered during his childhood while herding sheep and had fallen into a hidden cave. Though currently in a spiritual form, his strength remained unfathomable. He had protected Yi Qinyun's life on multiple occasions and provided him with invaluable guidance over the years. With a sigh, Elder Bai spoke. Those individuals possess extraordinary strength and are equipped with special artifacts that conceal their auras. Given the urgency of the situation, I could only escort your cousins to safety without having the opportunity to ascertain their identities. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyun clenched his fist tightly, his body trembling slightly, the flames of fury intensifying in his eyes. No, I must return to the family. Qinyun, do not do anything rash, Elder Bai urgently interjected. Those unknown assailants are evidently well prepared. If you return to the family now, it would play right into their hands. A gentleman's vengeance is not too late to be avenged after 10 years. With your talent and aptitude, Qinyun, you will surely become a formidable force in the future. At that time, it will not be too late to exact revenge on those fiends, Elder Bai continued to persuade him gently. After all, Yi Qinyun was someone he had watched grow from childhood. Moreover, he possessed the unique fortune of the Golden Dragon and a lineage that was anything but ordinary, harboring numerous secrets that were unknown to others. He was destined to achieve unparalleled greatness. Elder Bai had every intention of nurturing him to strength, ultimately hoping to leverage Yi Qinyun's favor to aid him in reconstructing his physical form. The sudden calamity of family annihilation was suspicious and likely aimed specifically at Yi Qinyun. To ensure both their safety, Elder Bai naturally had to prevent Yi Qinyun from recklessly descending the mountain. As Yi Qinyun gradually awakens from his fury, although still seething with anger, he slowly regains a semblance of rationality. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, I care not who you are. Once I uncover the truth behind this matter, you shall undoubtedly pay 100-fold for your transgressions. Ding, the system has detected that due to the protagonist Yi Qinyun's indirect means, his Dao heart has suffered partial trauma. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired 1,500 villain points. Suddenly, Gu Hon, who was soaring through the air on his sword, heard the system's announcement and couldn't help but pause momentarily. However, as if he grasped the implications, a smile crept onto his lips. It seems that this fellow Yi Qinyun is quite well informed, having learned so swiftly that his family has already fallen. He secretly hopes that Yi Qinyun, in his rage, would descend the mountain to investigate the situation within his clan. Such a course of action would suit his purposes perfectly. Not only could he have the people from the Flying Immortal Tower dispose of this fellow directly, but it would also compel him to reveal some of his hidden cards. Yet Yi Qinyun is not particularly foolish, and coupled with his protagonist's halo buff, it is highly probable that he will not act as Gu Hon desires. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. After all, his younger brother and sister have conveniently fled into the North Wilderness Mountains. Haven't they? Once the people from the Flying Immortal Pavilion locate them, he will use this too as bait, confident that Yi Qinyun will take the hook. Although Yi Qinyun is selfish, he holds his family in high regard. This is a weakness he can exploit. The events of recent days have stirred quite a commotion. Therefore, as he flew towards the mountain gate on his sword, he felt several pairs of eyes subtly scrutinizing him. During this time, several elders of the sect approached him, seemingly expressing concern for his recent circumstances, but in reality, they were probing him, testing whether he intended to slip away quietly from the sect. Never to return, despite Gu Hon repeatedly stating that he had important matters to attend to and could not divulge further, he still sensed numerous probing gazes directed at him. "Senior brother, where are you headed this time? May I accompany you?" At that moment, a soft and tentative voice suddenly emerged from behind him. It was Luo Baishi. This junior sister had left a deep impression on him. Luo Baishi possessed extraordinary talent in the sword arts. Endowed with a legendary and exceedingly rare top-tier sword physique, the clear sword heart. In the future, with her formidable cultivation and swordsmanship, she would become a renowned land-bound sword immortal. In a previous life, he had devoted considerable effort to nurturing this junior sister. To craft a sword that suited her perfectly, he had tirelessly toiled in the refining pavilion for several months without proper rest, solely to forge the most exquisite sword for her. Practitioners of the sword must not only hone their skills but also cultivate their hearts, necessitating frequent journeys for inspiration. Back when his junior sister was still relatively weak, he often trailed her discreetly during her trials, resolving various troubles on her behalf. Yet, what was the outcome? The one who was supposed to possess the clear sword heart capable of perceiving the essence of any situation had unhesitatingly chosen to trust Yi Qinyun and Lu Ruyan after that incident, casting her diligent senior brother, who had cared for her so attentively, into the role of a jester. Of course, his disappointment extended far beyond this singular event. He wished to refrain from revisiting the troubles of his past life. Gu Hon clasped his hands behind his back, not even turning his head, as his voice drifted with the cold wind. "What I do is of no concern to you. That cannot be." Chapter 21. It is merely a matter of the heart. Surely, I can restore my senior brother. Listening to her senior brother's frigid and cutting response, Luo Baishi felt a sharp pain pierce her usually calm and clear heart. Tears began to well up in her beautiful eyes. She could not fathom why, due to such a misunderstanding, her once gentle senior brother had transformed into this cold and harsh figure. Not only was his demeanor frigid and his words biting, but the way he regarded her was even less warm than that of a stranger. Within the depths of his icy gaze, she sensed a profound disdain and aversion, yet the circumstances surrounding that incident were indeed quite peculiar. She could not hold her accountable entirely. Moreover, while she had her doubts about her senior brother, it was not unjustifiable. Was it? Her master and senior sister were not wrong. Surely that incident had dealt a significant blow to her senior brother, leading to a fracture in his Dao heart and a disturbance in his state of mind. This must have ultimately resulted in a profound alteration in his character. Once we devise a method to restore his Dao heart and state of mind, he will surely return to his former self. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Luo Baishi undeterred pursued Gu Hon on her sword, determined to prevent him from leaving the sect without looking back. However, she deliberately maintained a certain distance from him. Her current senior brother instilled in her a sense of trepidation. The Sword Inquiry Sect's library. Once the Sword Inquiry Sect had flourished, amassing a considerable collection of ancient techniques and tomes. Gazing upward, she saw a spiral staircase extending into the heights. Its end obscured from view, the ethereal scent of books seemed to coalesce into something tangible under the vast sea of ancient texts. At this moment, on the topmost level of the library, a stunning figure clad in white stood out conspicuously. No, I remember distinctly, the sect's scripture repository contains records on restoring the Dao heart. Why can I not find it? Mu Belan's exquisite and serene face was etched with anxiety as her delicate fingers hurriedly pulled one ancient tome after another from the shelves. Her eyes widening as she scanned through them hastily, only to shove them back in frustration when she found nothing of her interest. This behavior prompted several accompanying elders to furrow their brows in concern. In their recollection, Mu Belan had always been calm and collected. It was as if she had transformed completely since that incident, rather than focusing on the issues surrounding Gu Hon's heart and Dao. They began to suspect that Mu Belan herself was the one with problems. The Demon Locking Tower, senior sister, please understand, the Demon Locking Tower is currently closed to sect disciples. Several disciples clad in the garb of the law enforcement hall blocked the agitated Chu Yue and Lu Ruyan. Regardless of their insistence, they were not permitted entry. Ultimately, when the guards threatened to take them to the law enforcement hall for punishment if they continued to disrupt their duties, the two women reluctantly ground their teeth and departed. Senior sister, what are we to do? Lu Ruyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice hoarse and choked. It was said that the great demon on the 6th level of the Demon Locking Tower possessed the ability to reveal one's true heart and even to aid cultivators in restoring their damaged states of mind. Yet now, with the tower sealed, no one knew when it would next open. The past few days her senior brother had been so fierce and frightening. I hope he can return to his former self soon. I shall no longer act rashly, nor will I wrong my senior brother again. Hearing Lu Ruyan's muffled sobs, the usually composed Chu Yue felt a surge of frustration. Currently, the Demon Locking Tower was under guard. It was exceedingly difficult to gain access, and for at least the next few days it was utterly impossible. Let us wait until the guards relax their vigilance, then we shall devise a plan. A resolute glimmer flickered in Chu Yue's beautiful eyes. Their senior brother merely faced issues with his state of mind. Once restored, he would undoubtedly revert to the gentle senior brother of yore. Tianhuang City is situated in an exceedingly remote location, nestled within the desolate desert continent. Thus, there exists no semblance of order or rules here. Only two categories of people inhabit this place, the strong and the weak. The human and the lambs to the slaughter. To be frank, the future Blood Moon Demon Sovereign emerging from such a place, ultimately becoming a formidable force that shakes the world, indeed garners a measure of respect. It is a pity, however, that such a seemingly invincible female antagonist was abruptly killed off by the plot. How utterly cliche, yet this is to be expected. Such old-fashioned tales of unyielding protagonists follow a predictable pattern. The hero advances unimpeded, and even when faced with life-threatening crises, they emerge unscathed, only to return stronger, crushing all foes in their path. Anyone who opposes them is doomed to be mere cannon fodder. Meeting a grim fate, especially when a villain is swayed by a few words from the protagonist, ultimately choosing to repent at the last moment and willingly be slain, such tropes are particularly tiresome. Before long, at the end of his line of sight appeared a massive ancient city, its dark and imposing silhouette weathered by the passage of time. On a damaged plaque, 3 ancient characters were inscribed, Tianhuang City. Familiar with these grey market dealings from his past life, he navigated through the city with ease, quickly locating the slave camp in North Wilderness City. My lord, these individuals have been meticulously selected from the wilds. Their innate qualities are quite remarkable, whether as medicinal ingredients or to cultivate into death servants, they are all excellent choices. Look at that child, she was once a miss from a prominent family. Fair-skinned and beautiful, with exceptional potential, you could acquire her for a mere 2,000 spirit stones to serve as a furnace. In a quiet and dilapidated courtyard, a middle-aged man with shifty eyes and a disingenuous grin was energetically introducing Gu Hon at this moment. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a multitude of emaciated boys and girls clad in tattered garments gathered in this dilapidated courtyard. Some bore numerous ghastly scars, unmistakable evidence of inhumane mistreatment, ignoring the fervent sales pitch of the shifty-eyed man beside him. Gu-hon's obsidian eyes scanned the derelict surroundings. Ultimately, in a dim corner, he spotted an 11 or 12-year-old girl huddled with her knees drawn up, resembling a frightened kitten. Her disheveled black hair lay strewn across the ground, matted with mud, and her clothing was in tatters, exposing large patches of skin caked with filth. Although the girl appeared woefully haggard, her exquisite facial features indicated that she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Most strikingly, the girl had a pair of eyes resembling crimson moons, exuding an aura both ominous and perilously alluring. Chapter 22, The Most Beautiful Eyes. Shouldn't you buy my life? After a brief moment of astonishment, Gu-hon could confirm that this girl was none other than the nefarious supporting character from the book, the formidable female antagonist known as Hon Mengyao, the future Blood Moon Demon Sovereign. After all, her signature black hair and red eyes could belong to no one else. This girl, I must have. As if he had finally discovered something to his satisfaction, the corners of Gu-hon's lips curled into a subtle smile. Approaching Hon Mengyao, the shifty-eyed middle-aged man initially appeared taken aback before hastily stepping in front of Gu-hon to obstruct his path. Sir, you may not be aware, this girl is Hon Mengyao, the lowest tier of our stock. Her bone structure is inadequate and she is a bit too old. The cost-effectiveness is simply dismal. We can't recommend her to you. It would be a disservice, wouldn't it? Moreover, Hon Mengyao has recently caught the attention of the city lord's estate. Our esteemed lord is particularly fond of her, and I intend to send her to him shortly. Although this wild girl lacks talent in cultivation, she is aesthetically pleasing, and entering the city lord's estate would offer her a good future. While speaking, the shifty-eyed man signaled to his subordinates to take Hon Mengyao away. You ungrateful wretch! To have the fortune of being noticed by the city lord's estate is your great blessing, and you dare to come forth and disrupt our business. The man immediately cast. Rolling up his sleeves to seize Hon Mengyao. Gu Hon furrowed his brows. Everything was indeed unfolding as per the plot. In the original text, Hon Mengyao had attempted to escape while being sent to the city lord's estate as a slave, thereby commencing her legendary journey as a demon sovereign. From a certain perspective, if he intervened now to rescue her, would it hinder Hon Mengyao from seizing her destined opportunities, possibly preventing her from achieving the same greatness as described in the original narrative? As Gu-hon hesitated, pondering whether to wait for a more opportune moment to act, Hon Mengyao, trembling in fear at the approaching Ballyman, suddenly bit her lip. A glimmer of determination flashed through her tear-filled crimson eyes. Seizing the moment when the Ballyman momentarily faltered, she unleashed an unimaginable speed and strength, and before anyone could react, she had already lunged towards Gu-hon. Her mud-streaked hands clutched his robes as if grasping the last vestige of hope. Her voice laden with desperation and pleading, "Young master, please take me away from here. Mengyao is willing to serve you for a lifetime, to be your devoted servant." Impudent, a venomous voice erupted. The shifty-eyed middle-aged man extended his hand, attempting to grasp Hon Mengyao's hair and drag her away from Gu-hon. Wait, however, as Gu-hon's cold voice rang out, the man's hand froze midair, his expression turning rigid and dazed. Ignoring him, Gu-hon slowly crouched down, his deep, dark eyes locking onto Hon Mengyao's scarlet orbs without reservation. A faint smile graced his lips. Were you just about to say you would be my loyal servant for life? Yes, Hon Mengyao momentarily hesitated but then nodded vigorously. As long as you are willing to take me away, Mengyao is willing to give you everything. Then, no matter what I do, will you trust me? I will. Whatever you do, I believe you are right. This unexpected declaration stirred a peculiar emotion within Gu-hon. Gazing into the depths of her eyes where his reflection resided, he felt a profound sincerity in Hon Mengyao's words. Convinced she would honor them. A wave of amusement washed over him as he considered how laughable it was that his longtime mentor and junior sister had not chosen to believe in him at the moment of crisis. Yet he also felt a flicker of comfort. See, there were still individuals in this world who would place their trust in him, were there not? Very well, I promise you. A gentle smile graced Gu-hon's lips. However, I must say, your eyes are the most beautiful I have ever seen. The timing was impeccable. According to the original plot, Lee Chin-yun had captured the heart of this formidable female antagonist with such a line. Now that he had arrived, he had uttered those words fast. He wondered how that fool Lee Chin-yun would manage to execute the plot with such a clutch line. For Hon Mengyao, time seemed to suspend in this moment. The figure of the white-clad young man reflected in her eyes grew larger and more prominent, firmly etching itself into her heart. This was the first time in her life that someone had complimented her eyes. Since her earliest memories, her crimson gaze had marked her as a harbinger of misfortune, a symbol of calamity and disaster. Peers would not play with her, instead hurling stones that left her bloodied and bruised. Branding her an accursed witch deserving of death, even her biological parents viewed her as the source of all their tribulations, cursing her until their demise from famine, blaming her for their suffering. Gradually, she had resigned herself to this fate, accepting that she was the embodiment of disaster, destined to be scorned and reviled. Many times, she had contemplated gouging out her own eyes, as they were the source of her lifelong torment. Yet today, Gu Hon's words pierced through the darkness, illuminating a path to a new world. Meanwhile, the shifty-eyed middle-aged man, observing this scene, rolled his eyes and soon wore a knowing smirk. I never expected the esteemed sir to have such a taste. But this one has already been reserved for the city lord. However, if you truly desire her, there may be a way. The price is, the city lord offered 2,000 spirit stones, but you wouldn't want me to suffer a loss. Would you? Let us say 3,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? Outside the ramshackle courtyard, Luo Baiji, who had just tracked her way here, found herself blocked by 2 spirit palace realm cultivators. Nevertheless, she managed to glimpse the scene within through the dilapidated door. She had initially thought her senior brother had received news and intended to act heroically, dismantling this slave trading organization. To her astonishment, her brother had merely come to purchase a slave. Her once just and responsible senior brother, who had always intervened against injustice, now resembled a villain. Luo Baiji clenched her sword, her beautiful eyes betraying her grief. She felt utterly disillusioned with her elder brother, just as Luo Baiji contemplated drawing her sword to single-handedly dismantle the child trafficking organization. A voice, cold yet laced with amusement, rang out. 3,000 spirit stones. Are you asking me for spirit stones? Shouldn't you be providing me with sufficient spirit stones as my ransom? Chapter 23. The market has changed. Now it requires 30,000 spirit stones. The shifty-eyed merchant, fully aware of his unscrupulous nature, was left dumbfounded by Gu Hon's declaration. What? After years of business, this was his first encounter with someone so audacious. To demand a ransom instead of offering payment, was there no law, no justice? Yet, upon observing Gu Hon's demeanor, he realized the young man was indeed serious, and his expression darkened ominously. Kid, you seem to possess an extraordinary bearing. You must be a descendant of some sect or noble family, but this is Tianhuang City, since you insist on disrupting the order. In the next instant, the middle-aged man's tone shifted sharply as he barked. Attack, kill him, boom. Instantly, several waves of spiritual energy surged forth, hurtling toward Gu Hon. At the forefront stands a formidable and fearsome figure, a towering man whose cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Spirit Palace realm. In his hand he wields a crescent-shaped blade that glimmers with a dazzling cold light, aimed directly at Gu Hon's head. Yet, contrary to expectations, there is neither the sound of a cleaving strike nor the splatter of flesh. Instead, an eerie silence envelops the world. Even the other cultivators rushing from all directions towards Gu Hon appear dazed, their movements frozen in place. How could this be? All eyes are drawn to a single point, where the strongest among them has unleashed a powerful strike mere centimeters from Gu Hon's head. Despite the overwhelming might of this cultivator and the fierce energy emanating from his blade, he poses no threat to Gu Hon. Not even disturbing a single hair on his head. The cultivator, who felt the terrifying force up close, is already stunned to the point of numbness. He can distinctly sense that Gu Hon is surrounded by an incomprehensible field of law. which suppresses and binds his own unleashed energy upon contact. Within the eyes of the spectators, now widened in disbelief, Gu-hon slowly raises his gaze, accompanied by a finger that exudes no power whatsoever. In a voice as chilling as the depths of an icy prison, he declares, with such meager abilities you ought not to indulge in the abduction of children. As the words fall, his finger makes contact with the crescent blade of the cultivator. And with a subtle flick, a crisp sound resonates in the stillness. The ethereal sound of his finger meeting metal rings out, delicate yet echoing like thunder in a clear sky. The valuable crescent blade, purchased with a fortune, proves more fragile than thin ice, exploding into a cloud of iron shavings in an instant. However, the force that sprang from Gu-hon's fingertip does not diminish. Instead, it courses along the cultivator's arm, spreading throughout his entire being. With a sickening crack, the sound of shattering bones and rupturing flesh fills the air, resonating with a visceral clarity that sends shivers down one's spine. Within the sudden eruption of blood mist, the limbs of the black-robed cultivator burst apart, his flesh and bones ruthlessly obliterated in an instant. The poor soul does not even have the chance to scream before he is engulfed in a cloud of sanguine mist. It is only after several heart-wrenching moments that a chilling scream of pure terror pierces the air, not from the obliterated man, but from the shifty-eyed middle-aged leader and his companions, who are now as pale as death. Their earlier malice replaced by sheer horror, their legs give way beneath them, collapsing like wet clay to the ground. Overwhelmed by shock, their features contort grotesquely, their pupils filled with dread and disbelief, their very souls trembling on the brink of collapse. Once a prodigy of a prestigious sect, this man had fallen from grace due to his misdeeds and had been brought back at great expense to serve as a thug. The 7th level of the Spirit Palace realm grants him considerable standing in the North Wilderness City, a factor that has allowed him to conduct his business so brazenly. Yet now, the powerful ally he had hired with such effort has been effortlessly dispatched by the white-clad man before him. Outside, having heard the commotion and drawn her sword in an attempt to aid Gu-hon, Luo Baiji stands frozen, gripping her weapon like a wooden puppet, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. As she rushes in, she witnesses the strongest cultivator among them reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Though she cannot discern how Gu-hon executed such a feat, it is clear that her senior brother has decisively concluded the battle with overwhelming force. Yet, how could this be? That man is a 7th level Spirit Palace cultivator, her brother is only at the 4th level. Even with exceptional talent, it should take time to defeat him, shouldn't it? My lord, this was all a misunderstanding. The middle-aged leader, now thoroughly frightened, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, hastily exclaims, "If you wish to take this person away, feel free to do so. No need for spirit stones." However, upon catching sight of Gu-hon's meaningful smile, the middle-aged man quickly changes his tune. "Previously, we were blind to your greatness and offended you. We are willing to offer you 3,000 spirit stones as compensation." "No, your previous price for his life was 3,000 spirit stones." Gu-hon replies with a light chuckle, shaking his head. "The market has shifted, now it is 30,000 spirit stones." The middle-aged man stands dumbfounded. "What is this? 30,000 spirit stones right off the bat? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Yet the words die on his lips as he realizes that this man is, in fact, robbing them. The glimmer of determination flashes in the middle-aged man's eyes as he grits his teeth. "Very well, my lord, please wait a moment, I will fetch it for you." As he speaks, his right hand discreetly reaches for his waist. Simultaneously, the others, previously intimidated by Gu-hon's might, exchange covert glances, deciding to make one last desperate stand. 30,000 spirit stones are an astronomical sum for them. They have no money but their lives to wager. In the next instant, the middle-aged man pulls a jade pendant from his waist and crushes it with force. Instantly, a unique power is unleashed upon him, causing his aura to surge dramatically. However, he does not charge at Gu-hon. Instead, he channels all his strength into speed, darting like an arrow towards Hon Mengyao. Hoping to seize her as a hostage to threaten Gu-hon and turn the tide, the others quickly grasped their leader's intent, each unleashing their power to divert Gu-hon's attention. Be careful. Senior brother, Luo Baiji exclaims, rushing forward to assist. I do not require the help of worthless trash, Gu-hon coldly interrupts, halting Luo Baiji's movement. With a resounding clash, a sword, radiating a chilling brilliance, emerges from the special vortex. Wielding an unparalleled might. It does not require Gu-hon's deliberate action, it slices through the air, piercing, cleaving, and sweeping with ferocity. In the midst of the cacophony of air being severed, the dark night is illuminated by countless radiant white lines, intertwining to form a web of sword energy. As the final blade of light streaks across the sky like a comet, the world once again falls into silence, the myriad beams of sword light gradually fading away. The divine sword returns to its sheath, hovering beside Gu-hon, as a cold wind sweeps through, pressing the world's pause button anew, with a creaking sound, accompanied by a nauseating noise reminiscent of flesh flowing. A harrowing sight unfolds, the cultivators, advancing from all directions towards Gu-hon, suddenly freeze in place, their expressions and movements remain unchanged, as if trapped in a still image. The only thing that alters is the shrinking of their pupils to the size of pinholes. In a moment of realization, Luo Baiji perceives that these individuals seem to witness the most terrifying sight imaginable in their final moments. How could this be? Similarly, the middle-aged man, empowered by the secret talisman, halts not far from Gu-hon. It is not that he wishes to stop, he simply cannot move. It appears that his lower body has lost all sensation from the thigh down, as another cold gust sweeps through. The rigid figures of the cultivators begin to crumble and collapse in the chill, their bodies disintegrate into countless tiny fragments of flesh, yet before these remnants can even touch the ground, they transform into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating with the cold wind. The acrid scent of blood floods Luo Baiji's nostrils, causing her heart to skip a beat. Her senior brother has become terrifying. As the sole survivor, the middle-aged man fares no better. Though not reduced to a mist of flesh, his body has been severed from the thigh down, waves of excruciating pain surging through him, causing his muscles to spasm uncontrollably as he emits heart-wrenching cries, having lost any capacity for resistance. If you wish to accompany me, you must demonstrate your potential and future worth, Gu-hon states. Drawing his sword and presenting it to Hon Mengyao, his tone devoid of warmth. This man has surely tormented you in the past. He is now yours to deal with. Kill him. Hon Mengyao instinctively takes the sword. Due to long-term malnutrition, her frame is alarmingly slender, rendering her appearance diminutive as she grasps the weapon, perhaps out of fear, or perhaps because holding the sword is a struggle. Her small form trembles incessantly, memories flashing through her mind. You worthless wretch, I picked you up from the wilderness just to be a burden. You consume so much every day. What kind of attitude is that? It was I who bestowed upon you this mercy. Had it not been for my intervention, you would have long perished in the wilderness, serving as fodder for the beasts. Witnessing my refusal to kneel, I shall compel you to bow before me. Boss, cease this at once. If you continue, she shall surely perish. I believe that imparting a lesson is not unwarranted, provided her visage remains unmarred. After all, she must be delivered to the lord of the city eventually. Murder, shall I kill him? Hon Mengyao's body trembled uncontrollably. In the future, she would become the ruthless Blood Moon Demon Lord, mercilessly taking lives. Yet, in this moment, she remained merely a 12-year-old girl who had never even slain a fish. How could she contemplate taking a human life? What, are you unable to strike? Gu-hon's cold voice reverberated. In this brutal world, if one does not learn to kill, one will be killed in turn. Furthermore, this man traffics children, treating them as mere ingredients for potions or selling them as slaves to the wealthy. He has humiliated you, treating you like a dog, thus ending his life is both reasonable and justified. What I desire is strength, a heart of ice, not a cowardly wretch. The final words struck Hon Mengyao's mind like a thunderclap. Though her body continued to tremble, the sword shimmering with a cold light was raised high in her hand. The icy blade reflected her crimson eyes, glowing like a full moon. No, Meng Yao, you cannot kill me. I saved you from the wilderness. Were it not for me, you would have perished. You cannot repay kindness with enmity. Hon Meng Yao paid him no heed, her diminutive figure advancing toward the now incapacitated man. Despite his desperate struggles, they were in vain. His overwhelming fear morphed into rage, unleashing a torrent of curses upon her. You wretched harbinger of doom, a calamity. There were those who claimed you were the embodiment of disaster. I should have let you die in the wilderness, your bones scattered. Even I, your savior, you dare to kill. If I perish, I shall haunt you in death. With a swift motion, Hon Meng Yao swung her sword, the blade slightly misaligned, severing the man's arm, sending blood spraying forth, its metallic scent sharp in the air. The agony ignited his rage, his curses becoming more heart-wrenching. Amidst his shouts, Hon Meng Yao's crimson eyes deepened, recalling countless memories. She had done nothing wrong. Just because she possessed red eyes, she was deemed an ill omen. Thus, she was subjected to scorn and abuse, denied even the right to lead a normal life. Her own parents rejected her. The world turned its back on her. Why must it be this way? She never wished for such a fate. All she ever desired was to live like an ordinary person. Hon Meng Yao's strikes grew swifter, her expression contorting into a fierce snarl as more wounds appeared upon the man's body. His curses gradually transformed into pleas for mercy until they dwindled into silence. The sickening sounds of flesh and blood splattering echoed. At last, he was dead. It was only when a powerful, warm hand suddenly rested upon her shoulder that Hon Meng Yao, lost in a frenzied state, jolted back to reality. As if awakening from a deep slumber, she had expected that her first act of murder would reduce her to tears, yet to Gu Hon's surprise, she did not weep in fear. Instead, she reverently returned the sword to him, her voice filled with respect. Meng Yao obeys your command, young master. Gu Hon paused, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Truly, this was the future demon lord, feared by many, already revealing her potential at such a tender age. Gu Hon affectionately ruffled Hon Meng Yao's hair. Very well, stay by my side, and no one shall dare to bully you again, but soon. The sudden chime of the system shattered this rare moment of warmth. Ding detected that the master purchased items without payment while instigating a minor girl to slay the seller, in accordance with villainous character traits. A reward of 1000 villain points is granted as encouragement. Ding, congratulations, master, for completing 3 random daily tasks that align with villainous character traits, awarding an additional 1500 villain points. Hearing this, Gu Hon felt momentarily bewildered. He had thought his actions leaned towards benevolence, yet in the eyes of the system he was perceived in such a manner. Meanwhile, Luo Baishi, who had witnessed the entire scene, hesitated to intervene, fearing her brother might descend into darkness. As he was so unlike the memory she held. However, just as she began to speak, she felt the icy glare of her brother upon her, instilling a certainty that should she dare utter a word, she would face bodily harm. In her heart the chill of fear gripped her, mingling with envy for Hon Meng Yao, who was treated with such tenderness. Yet soon, this fleeting emotion was eclipsed by a profound sorrow, dimming her beautiful eyes. Once she too had a brother who was exceedingly gentle. It was her failure to cherish that bond that led to its loss. Regret consumed her heart. Or had she only sought the truth or stood firmly by her brother's side instead of believing the words of a younger sister, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Luo Baishi sighed deeply, casting aside her tumultuous thoughts. Humans often realize the value of what they have only after it is lost. The situation had unfolded as it had. It was their own doing, yet perhaps they still had a chance for redemption. Enough of this, the matter is settled. Come with me. With that, Gu Hon took Hon Meng Yao's small hand and led her out of the courtyard. Young master, what of the others? Before departing, Hon Meng Yao cast a worried glance at the remaining children. Though she had faced their rejection, the few were still her friends. Gu Hon paused for a moment, then waved his hand, distributing a small portion of the spirit stones he had acquired from the middle-aged man, recognizing that too much would only bring trouble to the children. Moreover, he had no desire to be seen as a villain. The circumstances had forced him into this position. Brother, observing this scene, Luo Baiji felt an overwhelming sense of shame, halting her hand mid-motion. Only now did she truly recognize her foolishness. Previously, she had thought her brother was a villain who traded in slaves. Yet now his actions spoke volumes of his character. How could she have doubted such a righteous soul? She felt utterly despicable. Gu Hon showed no interest in Luo Baiji's thoughts or feelings, however, before he and Hon Mengyao departed Tianhuang City. His keen perception sensed several gazes lurking in the shadows. He paid them little mind, casting a detached glance towards the most potent presence among them. In that instant his seemingly indifferent gaze met that of an elder atop a distant city wall. Almost simultaneously, the elegantly dressed elder recoiled as if struck, clutching his eyes as blood streamed forth, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. City Lord, what has happened to you, City Lord? Enemy attack, protect the City Lord, quickly protect him. Chaos erupted atop the city wall. Countless cultivators and guards rushed to the elder's side, forming a protective barrier around him. The elder, referred to as the City Lord, had yet to regain his composure. Gu Hon's mere glance had felt like an invisible blade piercing his mind, leaving him reeling. He could hardly believe that his cultivation at the divine platform realm had nearly led to his demise from a single gaze. Could it be that he had encountered a harmonized realm expert? Such a young harmonized realm powerhouse existed in the world. Which top-tier faction did he belong to? Amidst the shock and fear, the old City Lord hastily commanded his subordinates to cease any further investigation into the matter. Meanwhile, Luo Baiji, completely disregarded by Gu Hon, was spared the ensuing chaos. After all, to the powerful figures within the City Lord's estate, Luo Baiji was merely following Gu Hon, and thus they dared not overstep their bounds. Gu Hon did not return to the sect with Hon Mengyao. Instead, he led her to a nearby town. Traversing the bustling streets, he guided her to a shop filled with exquisitely crafted garments. Clearly of high value, even the shop assistants were adorned in splendid attire, exuding an air of distinction, standing in stark contrast to Hon Mengyao, whose clothes were tattered and smeared with dirt. My dear young master, we have just the thing. A shop girl hesitated for a moment, about to step forward, when Gu Hon casually tossed a bag filled with spirit stones. Take her for a bath. Choose 10 of your finest and most expensive garments from the shop, and the remaining spirit stones shall be your tip. The girl's expression, initially troubled, suddenly transformed as her pupils widened in astonishment, quickly replaced by an overwhelming joy. Rest assured, my lord, our service will absolutely meet your satisfaction. About half an hour later, Hon Mengyao emerged from the guest room, completely rejuvenated. Although her frame appeared somewhat frail and diminutive due to prolonged malnutrition, she undeniably possessed the allure of a true beauty. Her flowing black hair cascaded down to her waist, her skin was as fair as porcelain, and her features were exquisitely delicate. Particularly striking were her scarlet eyes, reminiscent of blooming roses, exuding both danger and an intoxicating allure. Adorned in a white gown, Gu Hon's brow suddenly furrowed. A white gown, it felt as though such an attire utterly diminished Hon Mengyao's inherent aura of a demon lord. As his gaze wandered, it suddenly landed on an exquisitely crafted red dress on the upper right of the massive shelf. The entire gown appeared to be made from a unique material, inscribed with intricate runes and formations, indicating its exorbitant price. Gu Hon raised his hand and pointed, his voice calm. What's the price for that red gown? The shop assistant was taken aback by his words, hastily waving her hands. Esteemed guest, you may not be aware, this Hongshuan Feather Fairy dress is a treasured collection of our shopkeeper, a priceless relic, and not for sale. It cannot be sold. Yet, almost as soon as the words left her lips, she seemed to hear an unspoken command. Her pupils contracted in disbelief, but she quickly regained her composure, bowing slightly to Gu Hon, swallowing hard, her voice cautious. The shopkeeper has just decreed, this Hongshuan Feather Fairy dress may be gifted to you. My lord, let it be a token of friendship between us. Chapter 26. The most suitable technique will surely restore him. Earlier, Gu-hon's effortless display of spirit stones had led her to suspect he was no ordinary individual. Now, even the reclusive shopkeeper was treating him with such deference. Clearly, this young man's origins were far more formidable than she could have imagined. Gu-hon fell into a brief silence before a subtle smile graced his lips. I do not relish taking advantage of others, and nor do I wish to owe anyone anything. With that, Gu-hon flicked his sleeve, tossing a brocade box into the shop assistant's arms. This is a token of gratitude for your shopkeeper. As the shop assistant watched Gu-hon disappear from her sight, she finally exhaled deeply, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. It was only when she sensed a certain presence behind her that she exclaimed, "The shopkeeper!" She swiftly presented the brocade box above her head with both hands, awakening as if from a dream. At that moment, a sultry voice emerged, accompanied by a delicate white hand that reached from the shadows. Grasping the box she held aloft, with a soft click, the box opened, releasing an exquisite fragrance that was both soothing and invigorating. This is, upon discerning the contents of the box, the woman in the shadows. Revealing only her captivating narrow eyes, noticeably narrowed her pupils, astonished. A youth-retaining pill, and it appears to be of the highest grade, seemingly concocted by him himself. Who would have thought that such a remarkable individual would be hidden within the humble confines of the Wonjian sect? One whose depths I cannot even fathom, and at such a young age to be capable of crafting such high-quality elixirs. Could it be? He is indeed the one foretold by the seers, the one possessing the unique fortune of the ancient golden dragon. Yi Qingyun, it must be said, the Hongxian feather fairy dress was tailor-made for Hon Mengyao. The scarlet gown accentuated her skin, making it appear even whiter than snow, paired with her round ruby-like eyes. She resembled a mesmerizing apparition, exuding an enchanting allure at such a tender age. In a fleeting moment, Gu-hon even envisioned the future Blood Moon Demon Lord through the current figure of Hon Mengyao, clad in red. Beneath a blood-red full moon standing upon a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, this striking and heart-stirring vision was abruptly interrupted by a peculiar gurgling sound. Turning around, he noticed Hon Menyao's cheeks flushed. Her demeanor suddenly frantic. Gu-hon smirked, a light laugh escaping his lips. "Are you hungry?" At his words, Hon Mengyao grew even more flustered, hastily shaking her head. My lord, I am not hungry, yet, almost as if in defiance. Her stomach emitted another indisputable gurgle. Hon Mengyao nearly wished to strike her rebellious belly, her face turning a deeper shade of crimson as she murmured, "All right, perhaps I am a little bit hungry." Gu-hon chuckled softly, turning to lead Hon Mengyao towards a restaurant. The future Hon Mengyao would be the Blood Moon Demon Lord, but for now, she remained a young girl who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Naturally susceptible to hunger, soon a banquet of delectable dishes was laid before them. The soul-stirring aroma of the food made Hon Menyao's eyes sparkle, and she could not help but salivate. In her previous life, she had rarely tasted such exquisite meat. Merely being filled was already a luxury, let alone enjoying fresh delicacies. "Eat up, it's all yours, no one will snatch it away." Gu-hon smiled gently, watching Hon Mengyao devour her meal. Her face glistening with grease, he was reminded of his past life. How could such a sweet and lively young girl be likened to a heartless demoness who devoured human hearts and drank cold blood? If her origins had not been so tragic, perhaps she would not have suffered such unfairness and taken such an unrecognized path. This thought led him to recall the melodramatic tropes of the original story, a villain born of poverty, enduring hardships throughout his life, only to be ruthlessly discarded by the protagonist who had a smooth sailing path. It was utterly silly. Yi Qingyun's protagonist Hello was indeed terrifying, and many individuals with considerable fortunes would intersect with him in the future. In order to better confront these formidable foes, I must hasten to cultivate Hon Mengyao, establishing the Blood Moon Demon Sect system. Open the shop. As Gu-hon spoke, a panel of information appeared before him. Visible only to his eyes, showcasing a plethora of ancient techniques from myriad realms. Currently, he possessed fewer than 6,000 points of villain merit. However, considering that the techniques he practiced were not suitable for Hon Mengyao, Gu Hon resolved to invest a little in the system shop to exchange for a technique more compatible with her. His gaze flitted across the countless options until he finally settled on a technique named the Yunling Shenjing. This technique would enhance one's comprehension of the Dao, making future cultivation of other techniques significantly more efficient. He recalled that Hon Mengyao possessed exceptional understanding and insight into cultivation, ultimately becoming the renowned Blood Moon Demon Lord. If her understanding of the Dao were to be further sharpened, she would reach a formidable level. After all, the foundation of the path of cultivation is paramount. Ding, congratulations, Master, on selecting the most compatible technique for Hon Mengyao from among countless options. Your discerning eye has altered the original plot to some extent. Congratulations on receiving a subsequent system special reward, the Blood Moon Annihilation Technique. Gu Hon paused momentarily, silently revising his previous impression of the system as a merchant. His own system was rather commendable, providing him with such benefits. Meanwhile, Luo Baishi, who had been unceremoniously cast aside in Tianhuang City, hastily returned to the Wanjian sect, embellishing the events that transpired in Tianhuang City. Master, I believe my senior brother's Dao heart may not be in disarray. If his Dao heart truly faltered, becoming an emotionless being, he surely would not have acted justly to resolve the plight of those trafficking children. Unbeknownst to her, as Luo Baishi's voice reached Mu Belan's ears, it had begun to sound ethereal and distant. The Dao heart is not in disarray. She struggled to accept this outcome. In her memories, Gu Hon had always been a sensible and gentle disciple. It was inconceivable that he could undergo such a drastic transformation in just a few days. Not only did he cease to address her as master, but he also completely erased the mark she had left on him. No matter how she tried to contact him, she received no response. Suddenly, a sense of panic enveloped her. She desperately clung to the last shred of hope. It must be a flaw in his Dao heart. It must be, otherwise Hana would never have changed like this. I must find a way to restore Hana to her former self. P.S. Here is the third update. Please, dear reader, do not let this story languish. If you can, please continue reading. Due to the poor quality of the data, the book may not be completed in time, and we may have to abandon it altogether. Chapter 27, The Forgotten Promise of the Past Life in the Demon Locking Tower. After a full day and night of waiting, Chu Yue and Lu Ruoyan finally seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Demon Locking Tower. Junior sister, you must wait here. If anything unexpected occurs, immediately send me a message via the communication stone. Seeing her junior sister had arrived at the designated location, Chu Yue took a deep breath and directed her gaze toward the towering, pitch-black demon locking tower. Since the incident involving her senior brother, the sect has imposed strict surveillance over the tower. She could only attempt to enter during the shift change of the guarding disciples. However, to be frank, she felt uncertain. After all, the demon locking tower was not only guarded by rotating disciples, but it also contained unique seals from the sect's elders, even with the array-breaking talisman in her possession. It was uncertain if it could create an opening for her to enter. Moreover, the dangers within the tower were immeasurable, as it housed malevolent demons, and that one great demon might not lend her any assistance. A multitude of apprehensions surged within her, momentarily instilling a sense of dread. Yet the thought of her senior brother severing ties with all of them over this matter, regarding them as strangers, caused her heart to ache. This relentless pain drove her to seek a way into the demon locking tower, hoping to find a means to help her senior brother regain his composure. Suddenly, just as Chu Yue was caught in this dilemma, the ceiling barrier of the demon locking tower began to crack ominously. In an instant, an indescribable unknown force surged forth like a torrent bursting through a dam, rushing directly toward her. When Chu Yue regained her senses, she found herself seemingly floating in a mysterious void, in a state of pure consciousness. Buzz. In the next moment, glimmers of silver light flickered in the depths of the pitch-black void, gradually coalescing into a roaring torrent of time and space. Amidst the tumultuous waves, images from other realms shimmered and folded, whether it was an illusion or not. Chu Yue glimpsed memories that felt both familiar yet distinctly altered. At that time, she had just been brought to the mountain by her master. A naive little girl filled with curiosity about everything. In the imagery, a sunlit, tall youth clad in white, who claimed to be her senior brother, treated her with exceptional kindness, diligently guiding her whenever she encountered something she did not understand. The white-clad youth would go to great lengths to explain in the simplest terms possible, ensuring her heart remained steadfast and her cultivation potential amplified. To fortify her resolve, he would venture into various secret realms, seeking treasures that would stabilize her heart, enduring countless injuries without uttering a single complaint or request. He often fondly ruffled her hair, chuckling, "You will become a great figure, an empress one day. You must remember my kindness, and once you ascend to the throne, not only should you secure a vast domain for me, but at the very least ensure my safety for the rest of my days." In the imagery, her younger self nodded earnestly, as if engraving her senior brother's words into her heart. Yet, as a young man in green, Yi Qinyun arrived at the mountain, all her attention became captivated by him. She infinitely indulged in Yi Qinyun, even forgetting the promise made to the white-clad youth, instead dedicating her efforts to establishing a realm for Yi Qinyun, sacrificing her own future to protect his well-being. Tragically, the white-clad youth, who had once showered her with affection during her childhood, ultimately perished in a cataclysmic war instigated by Yi Qinyun. Ironically, she had not been far from the white-clad youth when it happened. Had she but lifted a finger, she could have easily saved his life. Yet the version of her in that moment seemed devoid of reason, exerting all her efforts to assist Yi Qinyun, who was perfectly safe, while remaining utterly indifferent to the demise of the white-clad youth. Her eyes filled only with thoughts of Yi Qinyun. In the final moments before the imagery shattered, she beheld the face of the white-clad youth lying in a pool of blood, her senior brother. Gu Hon, no. It cannot be like this. After the overwhelming impact of the vision, Chu Yue clutched her head, her expression wrought with anguish. My memories do not contain such scenes. It was my master who brought me to the mountain. It was my master who took on the responsibility of nurturing me. There are no such promises between my senior brother and me. It's all false, all lies. Yet the images flooding her mind did not diminish with her suffering. Instead, they multiplied. She continually witnessed the white-clad youth who had treated her sincerely being betrayed or indirectly meeting a tragic end because of Yi Qinyun. The version of herself within those scenes felt utterly foreign to her. She had been completely indifferent to the death of someone who genuinely cared for her, harboring nothing but sharp disdain. Various emotions festered within her heart, but more than anything, confusion and an inexplicable heartache engulfed her. Why was she like this? How could she treat her senior brother in such a manner? An illusion? It must be an illusion. Yes, I remember clearly, the seal of the demon-locking tower was inexplicably undone, and a peculiar aura infiltrated my mind. This unknown energy must have altered and constructed memories that should not exist, attempting to confuse my resolve. But at that moment, a voice, ethereal and dripping with disdain, suddenly resonated deep within her soul. Frankly speaking, for those like you who are ungrateful and have repeatedly let him down, dying 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times would not suffice. 8 lifetimes of reincarnation, and you have indirectly or directly caused such a gentle soul to suffer for 8 lifetimes. Now, I merely present to you a projection of one of those lifetimes, and you appear on the verge of a mental collapse. Have you considered how your senior brother has endured such sorrow for a full 8 lifetimes? The sudden words struck Chu Yue as if she had been struck by lightning. She was not particularly foolish. In fact, she had already begun to suspect the nature of those temporal images upon witnessing them, contemplating that they might pertain to a past life or alternate parallel realities. It was just that the tragic fate of her senior brother and the unfamiliar harshness of her own self in those images made it difficult for her to acknowledge now, with everything laid bare. Her mental state nearly shattered, and the intense pain in her heart left her on the brink of fainting. Chapter 28, The Most Painful Birthday, Setting Restrictions. Su Lanyue merely observed the scene coldly. Entirely indifferent to the anguish displayed by Chu Yue. Is this all she can bear? Everything has only just begun. She would ensure that this group of individuals felt the pain that once belonged to Gu Hon. Struggling in the abyss of despair, after a considerable pause, Chu Yue managed to steady her spirit. However, her soul felt as though it had suffered a severe blow, gradually becoming ethereal and insubstantial. Nevertheless, she paid little heed to her current state. Her voice tinged with excitement. Who are you? Why are you making me witness these? Are these images truly from my past life? Yet Su Lanyue offered little response to her inquiries, her voice as frigid as ice. As for what is true or false, you must have some discernment in your heart. This is what you owe him. Even devoting your entire lives to repayment would be insufficient. Also, do not venture onto my territory again, or I will not hesitate to break your legs. You, before Chu Yue could speak again, a terrifying repulsive force surged toward her like a torrent, instantly expelling her soul from the realm. Senior sister. As her soul returned to her body, Chu Yue struggled to regain her composure. Only when she felt her body being shaken by some force did her chaotic thoughts gradually return. Senior sister. Thank goodness you are all right. You appeared as if entranced, standing before the demon-locking tower for an eternity without moving. I called out to you, but you did not respond. I was terrified you had been ensnared by the demons within. Liu Ruoyon's eyes were slightly red, her voice filled with urgency. The next shift of disciples is arriving soon. We might not be able to enter the tower today. We should seek another opportunity. As she spoke, Liu Ruoyan took her hand and hurried away. Throughout it all, Chu Yue offered no resistance, resembling a dazed wooden figure. At that moment her mind was consumed with the so-called sins from her past life. If everything were true, according to the words of that unknown feminine voice, their senior brother had endured 8 lifetimes of such boundless suffering. Moreover, each of them bore an indirect or inescapable connection to it. Her senior brother had suddenly changed so drastically in this lifetime, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person overnight, most likely recalling certain memories from past lives, which is why he was so eager to sever ties with them. Countless images flickered incessantly within her mind. She witnessed the various tragic fates of her senior brother, and one scene in particular lingered in her mind, haunting her profoundly. That day marked her senior brother's birthday. On that very day, an unforeseen tide of monstrous beasts suddenly surged against the Wenjian sect. Countless disciples of the sect exerted every ounce of strength to repel the beasts. As the eldest disciple, Gu Hon led the elite forces of the sect to uphold a tenuous line of defense, yet due to a slight danger that befell Yi Qingyun, the 3 sisters, along with their master, abandoned their critical post without hesitation. Recklessly rushing to rescue Yi Qingyun, who had merely sustained a minor injury. In their favor, they entirely forgot that their senior brother was precisely at the convergence of the line they were tasked with defending. Ultimately, the hard-won defense crumbled entirely. She watched in despair as her isolated senior brother, overwhelmed and powerless, was engulfed by the relentless onslaught of monstrous beasts. In the end, his limbs and flesh were mercilessly devoured piece by piece. It was supposed to be his birthday, yet he received not a single word of celebration. Instead, he endured the most excruciating ordeal on what should have been the most joyous day. The anguish, the despair, just the sight of that scene was enough to suffocate anyone, but this was likely what her senior brother had experienced. What have we done? At that moment, Chu Yue's body trembled uncontrollably when she opened her eyes once more. Tears glimmering with sorrow and guilt shimmered in the depths of her pupils. If all of this were true, there might still be time in this lifetime. We should still have a chance for redemption. Meanwhile, not far from Wenjian sect, in Hongye town, Gu Hon's brow suddenly furrowed slightly. Just moments ago, an inexplicable wave of nausea surged within him. However, these thoughts were quickly cast aside. He had always been a man of action. Since he had resolved to cultivate Hon Mengyao to be even more formidable than the Blood Moon Demon Lord in the original narrative, he must assist her in fully embarking on the path of demonic cultivation today. Yet, before that, he needed to impose certain special restrictions on her. Having just finished a tableful of food, Hon Mengyao, still devouring meat buns, froze when she sensed Gu Hon's gaze upon her. She awkwardly placed the meat bun down. Her delicate face flashing, "Young master, I don't usually eat that much. A bowl of rice, half a bowl is enough. I'm very easy to feed." Gu Hon paid no heed to the fact that Hon Mengyao had consumed enough food for several days. "Mengyao, from today onwards, I will assist you in fully embarking on the path of cultivation. However, before that, I must impose a special restriction within your body. Once this restriction is set, you cannot disobey my commands. Nor can you harm me, otherwise you will suffer the backlash of the Great Way, and your soul shall be scattered." He could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. After all, Yi Qinyun's protagonist aura was indeed terrifyingly potent. Moreover, he had been thoroughly terrified by the treachery of the white-eyed wolf. He was unwilling to gamble and even less willing to take risks. If he were to nurture Hon Mengyao and help her establish an unparalleled demonic sect, only for her to turn against him and join the protagonist's faction, he would become nothing more than a fool. Gu Hon lazily rested his chin on his left hand, his right index finger lightly tapping the table. A slight smirk gracing his lips. "However, I have always been generous with others. You still have the option to leave now, and I won't hold it against you. I will even provide you with some wealth to seek another path." Cough, cough, cough. Hon Mengyao, who had been focused on eating her meat bun, suddenly choked, her face turning a vivid shade of red. "What does the young master take Mengyao for? Mengyao is not one to merely seek benefits like a white-eyed wolf. Just as Mengyao has said, from now on this life belongs to the young master. If the young master commands Mengyao to go west, Mengyao will never go east. The young master's orders are absolute. Mengyao will never regret." As she spoke, Hon Mengyao even took Gu Hon's hand and brought it to her forehead, eager to prove her loyalty. After imposing a special restriction on Hon Mengyao, Gu Hon wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Your aptitude is extraordinarily unique, perfectly attuned to the path of demonic cultivation. The world often likens the demonic path to an embodiment of evil. In my view, this is an utterly absurd definition. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world, merely differing perspectives. The demonic path and the righteous path are no different. Today, the cultivation technique I impart to you will serve as the foundation for your future journey into the Great Way." As he spoke, Gu Hon retrieved a special cultivation method, the Yunling Shenjing, from the system's space. "However, your current aptitude is merely that of a mortal body. Directly learning this technique would expose you to backlash, potentially leading to your demise. Before you officially study this technique, you must consume this body refining pill to temper your body." With a wave of his hand, a fragrant, luminescent pill emerged from his storage space. Body refining pill. Hon Mengyao took the pill, which glimmered with a faint green light. The astonished and puzzled. In the past, a middle-aged man had selected many gifted children among them to help refine their bodies, thereby unlocking their potential. However, the body refining pill given to her by the young master was entirely different, akin to a celestial elixir compared to the earthly pills. This high-grade body refining pill must require a substantial amount of spirit stones. Hon Mengyao muttered softly, but her words were overheard by Gu Hon, whose clarity of hearing was unparalleled. "Spirit stones? Why would it need spirit stones? Isn't it enough to have hands to concoct such a pill?" After all, he had lived 9 lifetimes, dabbled in alchemy and weapon crafting. Especially in his first life, he had often run to the alchemy room to concoct pills for those white-eyed wolves when they fell ill, Although the outcome was that he ended up a fool, he had indeed mastered remarkable alchemical techniques. Hearing this, Hon Mengyao was even more astonished. Not only was he powerful, but he could also effortlessly produce such high-quality pills. Was the young master a legendary immortal? After a moment of shock, Hon Mengyao sat cross-legged and swallowed the body-refining pill whole. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into streams of golden warmth that surged through her throat and spread throughout her body, nourishing every inch of her skin and every cell, as if she were undergoing a metamorphosis into a new existence. As time passed, numerous foul black impurities oozed from Hon Mengyao's pores, although it was sticky and repugnant. She remained calm, having grown accustomed to hardship since childhood. Following Gu Hon's instructions to cleanse her body, Hon Mengyao successfully underwent a transformation. Her skin became even more radiant and translucent, and her complexion improved significantly. She resembled a delicate little princess, utterly unrecognizable from the beggar-like slave she had been just a day prior. Gu Hon was astonished by Hon Mengyao's transformation. Completing the body refinement typically took at least 2.5 hours. Yet Hon Mengyao had accomplished it in less than half an hour, and her results exceeded his expectations. Very well, next, I will teach you how to draw in the energy of the heavens and earth. To feel the spiritual essence, calm your mind, truly feel those minuscule specks of light that exist within the cosmos, and attempt to resonate with them, drawing them into your body. As he spoke, Gu Hon gently placed his palm on Hon Mengyao's small head. Using his own mastery of power to help her swiftly connect with the spiritual essence in the world. As the future Blood Moon Demon Lord, Hon Mengyao was indeed a prodigy. Soon, she entered a wondrous state. The almost imperceptible laws of spiritual energy began to manifest around her, resembling fireflies dancing in the air, swirling gracefully. Ultimately, a tidal wave of spiritual energy formed a circle around Hon Mengyao, and this tide even seemed to be expanding, gradually shaping into an ocean of spiritual energy. This was an ocean of spiritual energy, an imperial-grade manifestation. Even Gu Hon, who had anticipated this, was taken aback by the sight. Hon Mengyao unexpectedly possesses imperial-grade talent. Her destiny surely cannot be confined to merely stopping at the Holy Realm as a demonic sovereign. She is destined to become a formidable empress. This sudden realization left him feeling that the plot of the original story had become even more melodramatic. A female demon of such immense strength, only to be effortlessly felled by the narrative's contrivances. Now, with her laying a solid foundation and bestowing upon her the most suitable cultivation techniques, he has begun to anticipate Hon Mengyao's future accomplishments. It is somewhat amusing indeed. In his previous life, he aspired to be a righteous senior brother, diligently caring for a future Empress Chu Yue, hoping that her eventual rise would ensure his own safety, yet the outcome was a tragically grim demise. Now, having resolved to embrace the role of a true antagonist, he has effortlessly acquired a formidable female counterpart destined to become an empress. One cannot help but exclaim, being a villain is truly delightful. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully bringing the future demonic sovereign female character under your wing and completing a segment of the plot. Congratulations, Master, on receiving a reward of 6,000 villain points. Upon hearing the sudden announcement from the system, Gu Hon's mood instantly brightened. Coupled with the villain points he had accumulated earlier, he now possessed over 10,000 points. According to the original storyline, it would not be long before the Central Continent's secret realm emerged. The protagonist, Yi Qinyun, would encounter his first turning point in life there, not only meeting many of Central Continent's top prodigies but also garnering the favor of several saintly maidens. The glimmer of playful coldness flickered in Gu Hon's eyes. Yi Qinyun, exterminating your family is merely the beginning. The true spectacle of this life has only just begun. Chapter 30, Blood Sea Forbidden Zone. Sign in. We were wrong all along. After successfully assisting Hon Mengyao in stabilizing her breath and completely communicating with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, Gu Hon did not return to the sect. Instead, he flew with Hon Mengyao on his sword towards a desolate mountain range. He had just triggered a new sign-in location, the Blood Sea Forbidden Zone of the Blood Demon sect. Moreover, according to the original plot in his memory, had he not intervened to indirectly save Hon Mengyao, she would have already been en route to Tianhuang City, only to accidentally fall into the hands of those from the Blood Demon sect, who intended to capture her and use her as sacrificial food. However, due to her extraordinary talent and innate compatibility with the demonic path, she caught the eye of a certain elder from the Blood Demon sect, who took her as a disciple, thus embarking on the true path of demonic cultivation. Crucially, in the original narrative, Hon Mengyao used the Blood Demon sect as a foundation to radiate outward, constantly expanding her influence until she ultimately became a renowned demonic sovereign. Even without the system designating this sign-in location, he would have ventured to the Blood Demon sect. After all, it is essential to aid Hon Mengyao in establishing the Blood Moon Demon sect and to secure the Blood Demon sect as a foundational stepping stone for development. Meanwhile, at the Wanjian sect, at the Taisu Sword Peak, the Taisu Sword Master, along with numerous peak masters and elders, gathered there. By Ling, what on earth is happening? I heard that Gu Hon descended the mountain some time ago and has yet to return to the sect. Could something have happened? As the Taisu Sword Master spoke, all eyes in attendance turned to Mu Belan. Although she said nothing, the unspoken sentiment was clear to all. The recent events had stirred quite the uproar. Even though they had provided a reasonable explanation and acted promptly to remedy the situation, Gu Hon did not seem entirely satisfied. In fact, in a certain sense, he had severed ties with his master. Mu Belan, having had no contact for several consecutive days, now having been away from the sect for several days, there were no signs of his return. Not even their attempts to reach him through the communication jade slip elicited any response. This led them to worry that Gu Hon might be secretly using his descent as a pretext to quietly leave the sect and vanish. Such speculations caused a wave of anxiety among the higher-ups of Wanjian sect. Setting aside Gu Hon's current strength, he had already earned the title of the foremost among the younger generation of their entire sect. Furthermore, having emerged unscathed from the locking demon tower while they reinforced its seal together, it was enough to prove that Gu Hon's talent exceeded their expectations. If Wanjian sect were to inexplicably lose such a prodigious talent, it would be a tremendous loss for them. More importantly, after numerous efforts, they had finally secured a chance to enter the Central Continent's secret realm. The Central Continent is one of the mightiest regions in their world, rich in ancient traditions and the birthplace of countless powerful beings who have achieved the ultimate path. The secret realms that appear here are rife with great opportunities. After deliberation, they concluded that Gu Hon was the most suitable candidate to lead this expedition. Additionally, they had hoped to ameliorate their relationship with him. If he were to sneak away from the sect, all their efforts would be in vain. Before Hon descended the mountain, I had already instructed Bai Shi to follow closely behind him and to keep me updated on his whereabouts. However, after Hon entered Tianhuang City, Bai Ji lost track of him. Mu Belan's voice was somewhat hoarse and weary. Moreover, I left a special mark on Hon, but I do not know what method he used to erase it. I am unable to contact him. The explanation left many high-ranking members of Wanjian sect dissatisfied. Although Luo Baiji's talent and cultivation were commendable, there remained a considerable gap when compared to Gu Hon. Perhaps Mu Belan wished to utilize Luo Baiji's identity as a junior sister to further mend relations with her senior brother Gu Hon. However, sending a weaker individual to track a stronger one was sheer folly. Just as the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed Mu Belan, clad in the largest robe size, struggling to contain her ample bosom, and inadvertently recalled the phrase big-breasted and brainless. With a cold snort, he chose to remain silent. I won't speak harshly again. After further discussion, the higher-ups of Wanjian sect resolved to mobilize the sect's resources to search for Gu Hon's whereabouts. Mu Belan, however, in a state of fatigue and weariness, was ordered to return to Bayou Peak to rest and thus did not participate in subsequent sect matters. Master, as Mu Belan was returning to the sect, she suddenly heard a gentle call. Perhaps it was true that one often dreams of what they ponder during the day. She initially mistook the voice for that of the sunny youth in white from her memories. However, as her hazy vision aligned with reality and she discerned the figure before her, all her beautiful fantasies shattered like glass. Yue, after a brief moment of dazed astonishment, Mu Belan quickly recalled something, her dim eyes brightening with immense anticipation. Yue, have you come to see me because you've found a way to restore your senior brother's Dao heart and state of mind? Chu Yue remained silent, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. She had keenly perceived her master's subtle reactions, from the joy of hearing her voice to the subsequent disappointment upon realizing it was her. Undoubtedly, her master had suffered greatly due to the matter concerning her senior brother, leading to a certain instability in her mind. Even just now, upon hearing her voice, she had momentarily mistaken her for her senior brother. Chu Yue longed to share the visions of time and space she had witnessed in the Locking Demon Tower, revealing the tragic events of their past lives to her master. She wished to proclaim loudly that the fault lay not with her senior brother, nor was he the one whose mind had faltered. The error lay with all of them. Yet, given her master's current mental state, if she were to disclose the tragic events of their previous lives and the sorrowful trials her senior brother faced, her master would undoubtedly suffer even greater emotional trauma. Unable to bear the weight of such revelations, Chu Yue bit her lip, torn with inner conflict. Ultimately, she gently shook her head. I'm sorry, master, but I found nothing. Upon hearing this, Mu Belan's expression shifted from the boundless hope akin to a person in an abyss catching a glimpse of sunlight, only to be shrouded once again by darkness, her spirit dimming into despair. Chapter 31, A Blood Demon Sect, an unexpected ally. I see. It stands to reason that special techniques for restoring one's Dao heart and collapsing state of mind are exceedingly rare. It would indeed be impossible to find such methods in such a short time. Your lack of success is not your fault. According to historical records, only ancient secret realms or relics may possess such techniques. In her dreamlike murmurs, Mu Belan seemed to suddenly recall something, her dim eyes once again gleaming with brightness. She grasped Chu Yue's hand, her tone filled with excitement. Yue, master has just received news that we, the Wanjian sect, have secured an opportunity to enter the Central Continent's secret realm. The Central Continent is an incredibly ancient land, and the secret realm is brimming with countless legacies. When you enter the Central Continent's secret realm, you should be able to find some ancient techniques or rare treasures that can heal the Dao heart. Mu Belan's subsequent instructions were met with Chu Yue's ears now less than welcoming. With a mere sigh escaping her heart, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. Master, it is not my senior brother who is at fault. It is us, it is we. If you could behold the scenes from our past lives, you would surely understand everything. Contemplating this, Chu Yue had silently resolved to find an opportune moment to reveal the truth to Master and her junior sisters. Alternatively, she might seek out the fabled reincarnation mirror, allowing Master and her two junior sisters to witness the suffering endured by their senior brother in his previous lives. They owe him far too much. As for the events transpiring within the sword-questioning sect, Gu Hon remained oblivious and uninterested. He had even shattered the sound-transmitting jade butterfly long ago, finding the incessant noise utterly distressing. At this moment, he had brought Hon Mengyao before a dark and foreboding mountain range. Before them stood an ancient forest, an endless expanse of towering peaks, the very domain where the Crimson Blood Demon sect resided in the original narrative. My lord, I sense a dangerous aura emanating from deep within this mountain. Are we to venture inside? Hon Mengyao, having only just begun to cultivate Qi, seemed particularly sensitive in her spiritual perception, perhaps due to her extraordinary talent. Even at the periphery of the Bloodian mountain range, she could perceive a hint of looming danger. Gu Hon chuckled softly, shaking his head. He could not fathom what the young girl feared. In the original tale, she was renowned for her fearlessness, reputed to sleep on bones and bathe in blood, yet now, this small and timid girl stood in stark contrast to the descriptions provided in the narrative. "Fear not, for I am here," Gu-hon reassured as he gently ruffled Hon Mengyao's hair. "Moreover, we have many allies." Allies? Hon Mengyao tilted her head, casting her gaze about. But, were they not alone? Where could these allies possibly be? A slight smile graced Gu-hon's lips as he said no more, leading Hon Mengyao boldly into the depths of the Blood-Yen mountain range. I and the core area of the Crimson Blood Demon sect. Countless elders, engrossed in their cultivation, were suddenly jolted by a profound and terrifying presence. They sensed an overwhelming aura, vast as the abyss, shattering the barriers of their outer defenses and advancing towards the heart of the sect. The expressions of the elders shifted dramatically as they swiftly emerged, organizing their ranks and casting vigilant glances toward the source of the disturbance. Had their recent actions drawn the ire of a powerful sect sent to suppress them? However, the Crimson Blood Demon sect had always operated with utmost caution, coupled with layers of special formations concealing their location. Even the mightiest of sects would find it nearly impossible to pinpoint their whereabouts. In an instant, amidst the bewildered and wary gazes of the Crimson Blood Demon elders, a tall figure emerged, a man clad in white exuding an ethereal grace, accompanied by a girl of roughly 11 or 12 years. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly tore through the barriers they had erected and strode boldly into their domain. The sheer audacity of his entrance evoked a singular thought: brazen. Did he truly believe the Crimson Blood Demon sect was a mere tourist attraction? His demeanor was so casual, and with a young girl in tow, it was as if he regarded them all as inconsequential. Yet, despite his youthful appearance, the aura he emanated was unfathomably deep, instilling a sense of dread among them. Preventing any rash advances. "Who are you? What brings you to the Crimson Blood Demon sect?" A middle-aged man, clad in a black and gold blood robe and exuding a distinctly different aura from the rest, spoke coldly. He was none other than the current sect leader, Xue Shao. His cultivation had reached the Dao harmonization realm, making him one of the most formidable figures in the desolate land of Sichuan continent, where even the leaders of the premier sects had only just reached the supreme realm. In response, Gu-hon remained silent, casting a disinterested glance at the gathered elders of the Crimson Blood Demon sect. In his previous life, he had dealt with these demonic cultivators before. While they were known for their ruthlessness, they were also straightforward, revering strength and martial prowess. Thus, he had no intention of engaging in lengthy discussions. The most effective course of action was to intimidate or subdue them through sheer power. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a unique mark materialized on the back of his hand, releasing waves of peculiar ripples that spread outward, enveloping the entirety of the Blood-Yen mountain range. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the entire mountain range trembled violently, as if the very earth itself quaked. From the horizon, clouds of dust billowed forth, mingled with the distant sounds of ferocious and jubilant beast roars. This is the faces of the Crimson Blood Demon sect's elders turned ashen. In their spiritual perception, they sensed an encroaching tide of monstrous beasts, each one exuding a terrifying aura, surging toward their stronghold. In the next moment, amidst a multitude of horrified gazes, an array of grotesque and menacing beasts, as if commanded by an unseen force, converged upon the vicinity of the Crimson Blood Demon sect, their demonic aura soaring to the heavens, accompanied by a cacophony of roars. Their sect was like a solitary boat adrift in a crimson deluge, completely surrounded by a swarm of beasts. Even more astonishing was the sight of several formidable beast kings, whom they regarded with utmost trepidation, now behaving as meekly as kittens, cowering behind the ethereal white-clad man. Was it merely an illusion, or did they perceive a semblance of civility in the expressions of the beasts? It was well known that such ferocious creatures were inherently hostile toward humans, let alone those who had awakened their intelligence and were on the brink of the Dao harmonization realm. Yet here they were, leading a multitude of their kin casting aside their dignity to submit to a human male, whatever happened to the pride of the beast race. Chapter 32. Once without choice, now aspiring to be a good person in that moment. Everyone in the Crimson Blood Demon sect felt their scalps tingle, their gazes clearing as if purified. After all, the young man before them could at will command countless beasts, unleashing an unbridled tide that could obliterate their entire sect. My lord, is this truly the ally you have summoned for us? Honmanyao's beautiful eyes shimmered with brilliance due to the suppression of Sulanyue's special mark. Even the notoriously cruel and violent Beast Kings had become remarkably docile. One of the Beast Kings even nuzzled Honmanyao affectionately, resembling a tamed spirit beast. What left the cultivators of the demonic sect dumbfounded was that the other Beast Kings eagerly followed suit. Vying for her attention as if competing for favor, they were indeed Beast Kings, known for their ferocity, yet they were not fools. The girl before them and the extraordinary man beside her clearly shared a close bond. Fostering a good relationship with her would effectively mean establishing a connection with Guhon. Guhon's lips twitched slightly. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he was still somewhat taken aback. As Sulanyue had emphasized that the special mark inscribed on his hand possessed the power to command the beasts, compelling them to submit and serve him. To his astonishment, upon activating the mark for the first time, he had summoned every beast in the Bloodyen mountain range, including the Beast Kings. It seemed that Sulanyue's origins were even more formidable than he had imagined. The mere engraving of a mark wielded such power. In her prime she must have been beyond comprehension. He pondered whether she hailed from the fabled immortal realm and why she had been imprisoned beneath the Tower of Binding Beasts. Nevertheless, this newfound ability provided him with a card to counter Yi Qinyun. That fellow seemed to possess a fragment of the bloodline of a Beast King, enabling him to control certain beasts. Now Guhon wielded a stronger command over them than Yi Qinyun. In the future he could unleash a tide of beasts and find a way to place the blame squarely on Yi Qinyun's shoulders. That young man had employed such tactics against him in his previous life. Now it was his turn to see how Yi Qinyun would respond. Could it be? After a series of speculative thoughts, the higher-ups of the Crimson Blood Demon sect reached a terrifying conclusion. This individual must be a top-tier expert from the Beast Control sect of the Central Continent. After all, only the heirs of the Beast Control sect could attain such mastery over the path of beast control. Yet they were baffled. The creatures under the Beast Control sect were known for their gentle nature and affinity for humans. Why then could this man summon ferocious beasts with a mere gesture? The expression of the sect leader of the Crimson Blood Demon sect turned pale with fury. These damned righteous sects were truly insufferable. They loudly proclaimed that their demonic sect was a path of heresy. Yet behind the scenes nurtured such a monster capable of unleashing a tide of beasts with the flick of a wrist. They were indeed a group of hypocrites, after all, when compared to the chaos wrought by a tide of monstrous beasts. The calamities caused by the demonic cultivators were utterly trivial. Often, it was the so-called righteous sects that failed to withstand the onslaught of beasts, leading to widespread devastation, yet they would shamelessly claim that it was the demonic sect's doing. Kill us if you must. The members of the Crimson Blood Demon sect would rather die outside, even if it means leaping from a cliff. We will never submit to you, is that so? Guhon smiled faintly, casting a casual glance around. Who among you wishes to join your sect leader in death? At his words, the cultivators of the demonic sect, previously emboldened by their leader's declarations, suddenly felt their scalps tingle, instinctively shrinking back, none daring to step forward. Initially, I believed that my fervent speech would ignite the passion of others, yet Xue Shao, who was prepared to fight to the death alongside Guhon, found himself utterly dumbfounded. To my astonishment, even those few who typically regarded life and death with indifference and were quick to act were now rendered mute, paralyzed by fear. The expression on Xue Shao's face shifted dramatically. His body drenched in sweat. He forced a smile, though his voice was tinged with awkwardness. You see, brother, could you grant me an opportunity? Gu-hon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. An opportunity? What kind of opportunity? In the past, I had no choice, but now I wish to be a good person. A deeper amusement flickered in Gu-hon's gaze, yet he chose not to dwell on it, snapping his fingers. Kill. An immediate roar followed. In the blink of an eye, the once docile demon king before Gu-hon transformed into a fierce and menacing figure, a terrifying aura erupting from within, akin to several small mountains, exuding an overwhelming pressure as it surged towards Xueshao. As the sect leader, Xueshao possessed considerable strength, yet he was no match for several demon kings. His conjured spells were either devoured or torn apart, ultimately vanishing amidst heart-wrenching wails. Silence enveloped the surroundings, pierced only by a nauseating crunching sound. From the moment Xueshao was attacked to his demise, not a single member of the Qixue demon sect dared to intervene. It was not merely Gu-hon's formidable strength that instilled such dread. The presence of those demon kings, coupled with an unending tide of beasts, made it abundantly clear that their very existence could be wiped out with ease. Your sect leader is dead. From this day forth, I shall take command of the Qixue demon sect. Who dares to dissent? Gu-hon's voice was cold, his icy gaze sweeping the area once more. No one dared to meet his eyes. We pay our respects, my lord. We are willing to serve you. As one voice broke the silence, it stirred a cascade of responses, a torrent of voices rising in unison. These practitioners of the demonic path required no lofty ideals. Faced with insurmountable strength, they chose to align themselves with the victor. Who among them would willingly embrace death when survival was an option? The situation unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated, sparing Gu-hon considerable trouble. Although he could command the beasts through the mark bestowed by Su Lengyue, having humans discreetly assist him in his endeavors or gather intelligence was far more convenient. After assigning several demon kings to oversee the remaining strong members of the Qixue demon sect, Gu-hon had a senior elder lead him to the innermost depths of the Blood Sea Forbidden Zone. The Blood Sea Forbidden Zone was essentially a unique blood pool formed from the accumulated blood and bones of countless beings. According to the elder, long ago, the Qixue demon sect was one of the mightiest demon sects in existence. At that time, the Blood Sea was a vast and boundless expanse, not the modest pool it had become. In that ancient era, many top-tier righteous sects united in their efforts to eradicate the Qixue demon sect, yet they failed to annihilate it entirely. This was during a time when the passage between the mortal realm and the celestial realm had not yet been fully sealed. The founding ancestor of the Qixue demon sect had provoked a significant figure from the celestial realm, leading to a catastrophic conflict where nearly 90% of their strength perished. The remnants of their sect, along with the nearly obliterated Blood Sea, fled to the western region to survive. Listening to Xueshao recount the history of the Qixue demon sect, Gu-hon felt a surge of curiosity, particularly regarding the figure from the celestial realm named Yi. It prompted him to ponder whether this so-called Yi figure could be connected to Yi Qinyun. Through past encounters, he had discerned that Yi Qinyun's background was anything but ordinary. However, he thought, what of it? Now, he too possessed a golden opportunity. The outcome of their encounters remained uncertain. Ding, detection confirms that the master has successfully arrived at the designated checkpoint, the Blood Sea Forbidden Zone. Would the master like to consume villain points to execute a critical sign-in? Gu-hon fell into contemplation, his thoughts shifting as the system panel materialized before him. He glanced at the villain points, 12,500. Every 2,000 villain points allowed for a critical sign-in reward, with a cap at 20,000 points. Considering the extraordinary nature of the Blood Sea Forbidden Zone, Gu-hon decided to take a gamble, opting to spend 12,000 villain points for a critical sign-in. Ding, congratulations, master, on successfully signing in. Congratulations, master, you have obtained Devouring Heart of the Demon, a demonic body from the ancient celestial era capable of consuming heaven and earth, melding the laws of the universe into itself. Congratulations, master, you have acquired Blood Sea prototype. Upon use, it can gradually restore the fragmented Blood Sea, Congratulations, Master, you have received an imperial-grade technique, Divine Command of Blood, crafted by the once mightiest ancestor of the Chishue demon sect through lifelong insights. This technique allows one's will to permeate the blood and flesh of practitioners, granting complete control over their life and death. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 2 blood demon guards of divine sovereign cultivation. Once among the top-tier powerhouses of the Chishue demon sect, adept in numerous ancient demonic techniques, possessing formidable strength, upon witnessing such a bountiful reward from the system, Gu Hon's heart brimmed with exhilaration. The expenditure of 12,000 villain points proved exceedingly worthwhile. Not only did he gain a top-tier physique, enhancing his innate talents, but the divine command of blood was precisely the technique he required. To forge a unique villainous faction, absolute control over the hearts of men was paramount. After all, human sentiment was the most elusive gamble. Possessing this technique would allow him to wield dominion over the lives of those who submitted to him, fundamentally eliminating numerous troubles. Moreover, he had acquired 2 blood demon guards, formidable beings on par with divine sovereigns. With these 2 at his side, he could stride confidently through the entire Western Shwandu. Furthermore, he would have access to other sign-in locations for additional rewards, enabling him to dominate the central continent and the entire Shwanshu continent with the force he created. Yet he was not so arrogant as to believe he was invincible. After all, above him loomed a vast celestial realm. That Yi Qinyun fellow seemingly held connections in the celestial realm. In his 8th life, he had nearly eliminated Yi Qinyun, only to discover that the protagonist's halo was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Yi Qinyun had backing from the celestial realm, and it appeared to be quite substantial. Subsequently, that individual had issued a bounty on his life due to his celestial identity, leading countless sects and forces in the lower realms to unite against him, rendering the entire lower realm his enemy. Ultimately, without the system or any special aura to protect him, he was forced to the perilous cliff of fallen immortals, where he met a tragic end. However, he recalled that after plummeting into the abyss, he had not completely perished. It seemed he had encountered a unique individual there. Yet, upon this rebirth, his memories had become fragmented, leaving him unable to recall that person's identity. The Cliff of Fallen Immortals was extraordinary, its ancient laws having existed long before any known ERA.IT could easily obliterate emperors, and legends spoke of celestial beings entering only to face near certain demise, an enigma beyond his current capacity to explore. Gu Hon silently resolved, once his strength grew formidable, he would venture there to uncover the truth. In an instant, Gu Hon, now fully integrated with the devouring heart of the demon, underwent a transformation in his very essence. His myriad cells experienced a peculiar metamorphosis, suffused with a terrifying aura that was both dangerous and savage. Bolstered by 3 supreme physiques, Gu Hon felt confident in his ability to combat opponents several ranks above him, easily defeating those at the harmonization realm without special trump cards. Especially as the fear within the elder from the demon sect intensified, he instinctively yearned to distance himself from this inexplicable monster. He could distinctly sense the magical energy runes swirling in the air, as well as all the magical laws within the Chishue demon sect's territory being drawn towards Gu Hon like a tidal wave. What was even more horrifying was that Gu Hon now evoked an instinctive sense of fear and submission within him. Yet how could a practitioner of the demonic path feel such an instinctual reaction towards another? Only a terrifying existence, equally vast in the demonic arts and possessing profound mastery, could evoke such feelings. But isn't he a beast tamer? Why has he transformed into a practitioner of the demonic path? Gather everyone in the square. I have matters to address. Hearing Gu Hon's suddenly cold voice, the elder instinctively shuddered, not daring to question further. He hurriedly set about organizing the affair. The tide of beasts had receded, and the Bloodyen mountain range had temporarily returned to calm. Yet the formerly fierce and domineering practitioners of the Chishue demon sect now appeared unusually compliant, gathering in an orderly fashion like quails in a pen. At the forefront, Gu Hon stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his indifferent gaze surveying the multitude of demon practitioners below, wherever his eyes fell, including the numerous elders of the Chishue demon sect. All bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Gu Hon wasted no time with pleasantries and proceeded directly to the point. With a sweeping gesture, ripples cascaded through the space, and in an instant, countless crimson crystals resembling droplets of blood emerged from the depths of the void. Having undergone 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, his innate talent and comprehension had reached a staggering level. Even the most complex imperial-grade techniques could be fully understood after only a few fleeting glances. Having just received the reward of the Blood God's command from the system, he has already begun to grasp its essence and can wield its core principles, extending his divine consciousness. He prepared to inscribe the blood seal, should there be any dissenters. At the very instant Gu Hon's words fell, the heavens roared with thunder, then dark clouds surged forth, pressing down like an overwhelming tide that threatened to engulf the earth. A turbulent storm of demonic energy howled and roared, straining the very fabric of space with its oppressive force. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the many members of the Blood Demon sect, whose eyes seemed on the verge of popping from their sockets, 2 crimson rifts slowly emerged in the sky. The dark clouds began to dissipate, revealing 2 terrifying figures, godlike in their stature, stepping forth from the scarlet fissures. 1 man and 1 woman, both enveloped in a hazy red mist, their skin radiating a potent force of destruction, merely a whisper of which could obliterate hundreds or thousands of them in an instant. At that same moment, countless powerful beings throughout the Western Xian region became aware of the commotion, their faces pale with dread. As they looked skyward, they beheld a terrifying phenomenon unfolding deep within the Bloodyan mountain range. Emanating an astonishing aura beyond comprehension, was that a top-tier god-sovereign. No, it seemed they had already reached the god-sovereign realm, and not just one, but more than one. When did the Western Xian region harbor such 2 fearsome god-sovereign experts? Could it be that someone from the central continent had come? The myriad powers and sects of the Western Xian continent were all stirred, murmuring in fear and confusion. At this moment, the members of the Blood Demon sect, completely shrouded by the overwhelming presence of the 2 god-sovereigns, found their limbs icy and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. These once fearsome cultivators of the demonic sect now appeared utterly small and pitiful, especially as they gazed at Gu Hon, the one who had summoned the 2 god-sovereigns. Their terror and apprehension reached a fever pitch. They could no longer fathom Gu Hon's origins. First, he commanded the demon race at will, then displayed exceptional talent in demonic arts, and now effortlessly called forth 2 god-sovereigns. Surely, he must be some ancient monster returned to the world, and they were but the humble pawns chosen by him. Ignoring the frenzied speculations of the demonic cultivators below, Gu Hon gently patted the head of Hon Mengyao beside him. From this day forth, she shall be your new sect master. Do you have any objections? Chapter 34, The White Garb that will eventually fade. The meaning that is lost. The world once again fell into a deathly silence. The demonic cultivators looked dazed, their minds swelling with questions. This cannot be. They are the demon sect, renowned for their ruthless and brutal actions. They thought this powerful figure in white was to be their new leader, yet now they were to accept an 11 or 12-year-old child as their master. Was this a plan to have their young sect master charm their enemies to death in the future? Yet upon seeing Gu Hon beside Hon Mengyao, along with the overwhelming presence of the god-sovereigns cascading from above, the members of the Blood Demon sect, no matter how reluctant, dared not show any signs of defiance. After all, it would be exceedingly simple for Gu Hon to reduce them to ashes if he so desired. My lord, I have just begun to learn how to draw in Qi, and you want me to be a sect master? I fear I may not perform well. Hon Mengyao expressed her concerns. Upon hearing this, Gu Hon laughed heartily, ruffling her hair. Her response was somewhat unexpected. He had anticipated she would outright reject the notion of her inadequacy, yet now, he had her confidence to try, albeit without guarantees of success. No worries, simply do your best. I believe that, given sufficient time, you will surpass my expectations. After issuing further commands to the Blood Demon sect and imparting the Blood Moon annihilation technique from his system rewards to Hon Mengyao, ensuring a God-sovereign protector was assigned to her side, Gu Hon took his leave, soaring back to the Wanjian sect on his sword. After all, he aimed to assist Hon Mengyao in establishing the future-renowned Blood Moon Demon sect, which would naturally be under her stewardship. He intended to be a hands-off manager. Since he had decided to be a hands-off manager, Hon Mengyao, as sect master, must be exceptional. To be exceptional, she needed to learn early and independently. Starting from childhood. Most importantly, he did not want the still innocent Hon Mengyao to be influenced or entangled by those few individuals. Meanwhile, on Xianyu Peak, the 13th spirit peak, Old Bai, is there truly no way to resolve this? Yi Qingyun clenched his hands tightly, his eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed ready to burst forth. Alas, that group of unknown individuals is determined to find your two younger siblings, he continued. Moreover, my avatar is merely at the divine platform realm. It is only a matter of time before they trace my whereabouts and find me. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's expression darkened even further. The Zhangfengyi family had been annihilated, leaving only these two cousins as his last kin. If he did not take action now, he would be helplessly watching his cousins meet a tragic fate. However, there was still a glimmer of hope. Old Bai suddenly spoke up. I have a few close friends in the central continent. At that time, you can leverage your status as my disciple to seek their assistance. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's once dull gaze instantly brightened. Speaking of the central continent, a childhood friend of his resided there. He had heard that her family had flourished through years of trade, becoming a particularly renowned merchant association in the central continent. If all else failed, he could ask his childhood friend for help. Coupled with Old Bai's connections in the central continent, he should be able to resolve this crisis. Almost simultaneously, news of Gu Hon's return to the sect began to spread. After all, it had been several days since Gu Hon had last been seen. Many disciples speculated that the chief senior brother had lost faith in the sect and, in despair, had secretly defected. Because of this gossip, many disciples who previously expressed sympathy for Gu Hon's plight now reversed their stance, declaring that he was not wronged at all. How could he abandon the sect without a word? Casting aside years of nurturing, such behavior was truly despicable. Naturally, upon returning to the sect, Gu Hon heard these rumors, yet his heart remained untroubled. A group of insignificant clowns did not merit his attention. Furthermore, he had taken note of the names of those who had been the loudest in their mockery. In a few days, he would send members of the Blood Demon sect to pay a visit to their families. Ding, system detected the host's mindset and intentions aligning with the archetype of a villain. Congratulations, host, you have received 500 villain points as a reward. At that moment, a voice filled with concern yet tinged with joy suddenly called out from behind him. The speaker was Gu Hon's master, Mu Belan. Today, she wore a phoenix white dress, her silky hair fluttering gently in the breeze, her skin as radiant as snow, seemingly adorned with a layer of ethereal light. A snowbound ribbon cinched her willow-like waist, yet the garment strained against her ample bosom, teetering on the brink of collapse. Many disciples, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but blush, hurriedly averting their gazes lest they offend the renowned beauty of the Wanjian sect. However, Gu Hon remained distinctly indifferent, not even bothering to glance back. Mu Belan, seemingly oblivious to Gu Hon's cold demeanor, spoke with worry. Where have you been these past days? Why did you not respond to the messages from me and the others in the sect, and why have you not? I do not require your concern about where I go. The many words Mu Belan had wished to say were shattered by Gu Hon's chilling tone. After stammering for a while, she found herself unable to utter another word. At that moment, Mu Belan seemed to sense something, abruptly looking up, and instinctively raised her hand to catch a small porcelain vial soaring toward her. These are the special spiritual herbs I have collected over the years. I completed gathering them during my recent venture into the Tiantian secret realm. Inside the white porcelain vial was the divine sun pill she had crafted using ancient methods after 4 consecutive courses. The cold poison within him should be completely eradicated. Gu Hon's icy voice drifted into her ears like a whisper on the wind. I do not wish to owe anyone, especially you. Since I have been unfortunate enough to be raised by you, I shall repay all that you have invested in me until we are even. Belan stood frozen in midair, her gaze blank. Grasping the vial that exuded a fragrant aroma and feeling the warmth it provided, tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes, wrought from a tumult of emotions. Memories flooded back, reopening the gates of her past. Her disciple had always known of the cold poison afflicting her, which had impeded her cultivation significantly. Every night was filled with torment, leaving her sleepless. For this reason, her disciple had tirelessly sought special spiritual herbs from the secret realms. Despite her warnings of the dangers involved, yet he had never wavered, steadfastly clinging to this habit. It turned out that the reason Hana had insisted on entering the Tiantian secret realm was to gather the final materials needed to craft a pill to completely rid her of the cold poison. But what had she done? As she recalled all that had transpired, the pain and guilt that she had so painstakingly suppressed surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming her entirely. Hana, Mu Bailing, struggling against the agony in her heart, lifted her head, her voice unexpectedly dry and choked, yet, through her blood vision, the figure clad in white continued to recede, never casting a glance back at her. Until it ultimately vanished from her sight. The definition of loss in the dictionary conveys that it is the complete forfeiture of something once possessed due to a lack of proper appreciation. In that moment, she truly comprehended the essence of loss. Chapter 35. Must you be so heartless? The secret realm of Zhongzhou is about to open. Her heart felt ensnared by an invisible net. As the net constricted, the pain within her heart intensified, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Clutching the white porcelain bottle, still warm to the touch, her suppressed emotions erupted. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes, trickling down her fair, exquisite cheeks, pattering onto the ground. Gu Hon, must you truly be so cruel? Can you not grant Master one more chance? Not even once? Must the bond forged through your final guidance be utterly shattered? Severing all ties with her, gazing in the direction of Gu Hon's departure, Mu Bailing's eyes were reddened, though tears continued to stream down her face. A flicker of obsession and madness glimmered deep within her gaze. It cannot be, Hana, you are merely facing a dilemma with your Dao heart and state of mind. If I can find a way to mend your Dao heart and state of mind, you will surely return to your former self, but that time, you will still be my cherished disciple, always. In the distance, amidst a secret grove, 3 enchanting women, each possessing their unique charm, watched their tormented master with heavy hearts. Liu Ruyan pressed her lips tightly together, her beautiful eyes brimming with unshed tears. After a deep breath, she resolutely declared, the situation has escalated to this point solely because of my foolishness. I misjudged the senior brother, even inadvertently providing false testimony, leading to his ultimate despair. Master has also reached this state because of me. I shall seek out senior brother to clarify everything. If he feels avenged only through my demise, then I shall allow him to do so. Junior sister, this matter is not solely your fault. As senior sister, we all share responsibility. Luo Baiji's eyes were similarly reddened, grasping Liu Ruyan, who was intent on pursuing Gu Hon. Her voice, laden with heartache and guilt, had we trusted senior brother a bit more from the beginning and insisted on investigating the truth before making decisions, we would not have let matters escalate to this extent. None of us are innocent. We must go together. Observing the current state of her junior sister and Master, Chu Yue, though equally pained and remorseful, understood that the immense injustice and suffering endured by senior brother could not be rectified by mere apologies. Many matters cannot be resolved with an apology. Moreover, she had something else to confirm. Although she had only glimpsed fragments of the past in the locking demon tower, the suffering and tribulations endured by senior brother seemed intricately linked to their seemingly innocent and unassuming junior brother from Chinyun. Previously, the pure and kind demeanor exhibited by the junior brother had captivated her. However, after witnessing those fragments of the past, she began to question her perceptions of his character. Perhaps their junior brother was far more complex than he appeared. Additionally, from my inquiries with junior sister Ruyon, it was the junior brother who first suggested gathering the accompanying herbs from that demonic beast. Recently, the junior brother had just broken through to the spirit palace realm. When venturing into the Tianshan secret realm, he had not even reached that level. How did he manage to extricate junior sister Ruyon from the clutches of a half-step return to oneness realm beast? The layers of suspicion grew ever thicker. Furthermore, everyone who entered the Tianshan secret realm had been affected to varying degrees, yet their junior brother, who was also an involved party, emerged unscathed, even gaining further cultivation from his impressive display of talent within that secret realm. On the other side, as Guhon prepared to return to his cave dwelling for further cultivation, he was intercepted by two sect attendants. Guhon, the sect master requests your presence. We hope you will accompany us. Guhon's expression remained indifferent, showing little surprise at the request. According to the original plot, the Shongsho secret realm was set to open, and they had exhausted various means to secure an opportunity to enter. It appeared they intended to select him as one of the leaders to guide his fellow disciples. In the past, he might have readily accepted. However, now, he was far less interested. Being one of the leaders would entail the responsibility of protection. Even if he possessed the strength to safeguard them all, why should he expend effort to protect a horde of ingrates? Very well, yet Guhon did not outwardly refuse. After all, his upcoming plans also involved the Shongsho secret realm. And a visit to the Shongsho domain was indeed necessary. As the two attendants turned to lead Guhon, their expressions subtly shifted, exchanging fearful and puzzled glances. It was not merely that Guhon had agreed more decisively than they had anticipated. Rather, the aura he exuded felt distinctly peculiar. Though their investigation revealed his cultivation was merely at the spirit palace realm, he emanated an instinctual sense of danger that made them want to instinctively retreat. Shaking their heads, the two attendants quickly dismissed their thoughts. What nonsense, their own cultivation was at the return to oneness realm. Only those stronger than them could evoke such a sensation. Could it be that Guhon had elevated his power to surpass theirs in just a few days since leaving the sect? In a moment, Guhon, following the two attendants, arrived at the main hall of the Wanjian Peak. Although it was not the day of the sect's grand assembly, the hall was still filled with the upper echelons of the Wanjian sect. The atmosphere was solemn as numerous powerful figures sat in 2 rows, their terrifying presence merging into an oppressive aura that struck one forcefully. Especially as Guhon entered the hall, the countless gazes upon him intensified this pressure, even impacting his very soul. Yet, to the surprise of many Wanjian sect elders, this young cultivator exhibited no fear whatsoever. His posture remained upright, exuding tranquility in every gesture. He slightly cupped his hands, his voice neither servile nor arrogant. Disciple Guhon, greetings to all esteemed seniors. Chapter 36, A pack of ingrates, do they truly deserve protection? Observing this scene, the upper echelons of the Wanjian sect could not help but let out silent sighs. Despite their efforts to remedy the situation, it seemed Guhon still harbored some resentment towards them. Guhon, you certainly took your sweet time to make an appearance, after being away for several days. You completely ignored the sect's messages. Now, seeing your attitude, are you dissatisfied with how the sect has handled matters? The irritable Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall expressed his displeasure with a cold snort. However, compared to usual, he had managed to restrain his emotions. After all, when the incident first erupted, they had been aware of it. Yet, at that time, due to no disciple standing up for Guhon, they subconsciously accepted the narrative presented by Lu Ruyon. which indirectly led to the situation escalating to such a degree. The disciple is not dissatisfied with the sect. The reason for my silence upon descending the mountain was merely to clear my mind. Gu Hon's tone was indifferent, casually providing an excuse without any fluctuation in his demeanor. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, about to speak, but was interrupted by the voice of the Taishu sword master. Leaving him to only half in silence. Gu Hon, you need not feign such a relaxed demeanor. This matter was indeed mishandled by the sect. If the roles were reversed, and it were anyone else experiencing what you have, it would be difficult for them to remain calm. Listening to the Taishu sword master's consolation, Gu Hon felt an urge to scoff, feigning relaxation, finding it hard to remain calm. If they had experienced the events of his past life, where he had completely lost hope, they would understand that he was, in fact, extremely relaxed now, even to the point of feeling quite content. After deliberation among us, in compensation, the co-trial quota for this Zhongzhou secret realm shall be granted to you. And you will be responsible for leading the expedition as the representative of the younger generation of the Wanjian sect heading to the Zhongzhou domain. Do you accept? Gu Hon seemed to have anticipated this, his eyes revealing no hint of surprise. He merely chuckled softly and shook his head. Thank you for the sect master's kindness, but for this trip to the Zhongzhou domain, I wish to participate as an ordinary disciple. I have no interest in being a so-called leader or representative. Please seek out another candidate. A pack of ingrates. Do they truly deserve my utmost effort to protect them? They should take a good look in the mirror. During my previous hardships, those who benefited from my assistance or guidance in the secret realm, perhaps it is the fellow disciples, to whom he owes a life-saving debt, that have not hesitated to stab him in the back. This time, as he journeys to the central continent, he has many personal matters to attend to, as well as various other objectives. He has no time to spare and is even less inclined to protect that group of ingrates. The great hall once again fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of the high-ranking officials of the Sword Inquiry sect remained unchanged, their dignified countenances unyielding, yet their pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. They had not anticipated that Gu Hon would choose to refuse outright. The central continent is a land of exceptional talent and natural beauty, a place teeming with prodigies. The opening of the secret realm is an event that occurs only once every decade. A grand occasion indeed. Numerous sects prodigies would converge here. To be chosen as a leading representative of a major sect's younger generation is an unparalleled honor for any young cultivator, even a matter of historical significance. Countless young talents yearn to become such figures, yet now, Gu Hon is willing to relinquish this opportunity that has fallen upon him to another. This is beyond their comprehension, and even more difficult to believe. The eyebrows of the Supreme Sword Master furrowed, a rare display of concern as he silently scrutinized Gu Hon for several breaths before speaking again. Are you certain you do not wish to become the leading representative of my Sword Inquiry sect in the central continent? I apologize, but I am truly uninterested, Gu Hon replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone unwavering. Gu Hon, do you realize what you are saying? The voice of the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall brimmed with anger. Such an opportunity is something countless people fervently desire. Even if you harbor grievances against the sect, they have already made concessions to gamble your future out of spite. Do you understand how foolish this is? Furthermore, the sect has chosen you as the representative precisely because your innate talent is entirely worthy of such a title. Enough, the Supreme Sword Master's cold voice cut through the Grand Elder's words. The Grand Elder's chest heaved with emotion, his usually stoic visage marred by a hint of pain, lamenting the wasted potential. To possess such formidable talent yet to willingly diminish oneself over a single matter. It is simply foolish. Gu Hon, do you intend to go to the central continent as an ordinary disciple? Do you truly have no regrets? The Supreme Sword Master's dark, profound eyes fixed intently on Gu Hon. Seeking final confirmation, yes, I prefer to be an ordinary disciple. I have no regrets. Upon hearing Gu Hon's resolute response, the Supreme Sword Master sighed and waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. Disciple takes his leave. Gu Hon offered a slight bow before turning and exiting the great hall, his tall figure clad in white gradually fading from view. The supreme sword master shook his head. A pang of sorrow evident. Alas, such a remarkable gem, yet it chooses to conceal its brilliance. What a pity. The outstanding disciples of our sword inquiry sect are far from limited to Gu Hon alone. Does he truly believe that his innate talent allows him to disregard the sect? I would argue that the one who managed to retreat unscathed while accompanied by Lu Ruyan in the presence of a half-step returned to one realm beast. Yi Qinyun is a promising candidate worthy of cultivation, one elder suggested. With time until the Central Continent's Grand Gathering, we should strive to elevate his cultivation to the third level of the Spirit Palace realm. Even if we do not forge him into the leading representative of the Sword Inquiry sect, he could at least become part of the core echelon. This proposal quickly garnered the agreement of many elders. After all, for them, the interests of the sect were paramount. Even though they were aware that the previous incident had certain ties to Yi Qinyun, they chose to turn a blind eye upon encountering Gu Hon returning to his dwelling. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. If I am not mistaken, the elders of the sect will likely choose to cultivate Yi Qinyun, making the most of this time to prepare him as one of the leading representatives. Yi Qinyun would not let this opportunity pass him by, striving to enhance his cultivation further and shine brilliantly in the Central Continent, a land of exceptional talent. This is acceptable. It allows for a glimpse of hope before plunging into despair. Such a stark contrast often inflicts deeper pain. In his past life, he had suffered greatly from Yi Qinyun's protagonist halo. Now, with the system aiding him and bearing the title of destined villain, he could diminish the narrative's influence. Even if he could not eliminate Yi Qinyun entirely, he would ensure that the latter did not have it easy. Chapter 37. This sword shall sever the past. Descending into the depths of time passed swiftly, nearly half a month slipping away. During this period, the world was in turmoil, while the Central Continent busied itself organizing the decennial grand event. A significant occurrence unfolded in the Western Xian domain. The once dwindling Blood Demon sect rapidly rose to prominence within a remarkably short time. Ultimately, it swept through the top demonic sects of the Western Xian domain, integrating them under the new name of Blood Moon Demon Sect. Thus, a dominant force that instilled fear in numerous factions and traditions was born. Many powerful figures employed various means to investigate, yet none could uncover the true origins of the Blood Moon Demon Sect. Amidst the rising anxiety in the Western Xian domain, at the Sword Inquiry sect, on the third spirit peak of Xianyu Peak. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully completing the main quest, subduing the future antagonist, the female supporting character of Hon Meng Yao, and establishing the Blood Moon Demon Sect. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 25,000 villain points, as the system's voice echoed. Gu Hon slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his state of enlightenment. Over the past half-month, he had not been idle. He had elevated his cultivation to the fourth level of the Divine Platform realm. Additionally, he had completed several daily antagonist tasks, accumulating a total of 35,600 villain points. Such a substantial number of villain points would enable him to exchange for some excellent techniques, considering the upcoming journey to the Central Continent's secret realm. He might need to disguise his aura or even engage in infiltration. A solid technique for mobility would save him a great deal of trouble, although he had acquired some decent movement techniques in his previous life. They paled in comparison to those available in the system's shop. Ghost Shadow Concealment, 500 villain points, 3,000 Thunder Strikes, 3,000 villain points, 9 Character Secret, 28,000 villain points. Upon seeing this technique, Gu Hon felt a surge of excitement. Despite the high cost in villain points, it was indeed a remarkably powerful movement technique with vast potential for enhancement. After much contemplation, Gu Hon gritted his teeth and purchased the technique outright. Techniques are not consumables. Once learned, they become part of him. There is no loss in that. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on spending 28,000 villain points to purchase the 9-character secret technique, successfully learning the movement technique. As the system's voice faded, Gu Hon felt a wondrous power merging into his being. The 9-character secret technique, created by a celestial being from an ancient era, upon reaching perfect transcendence, one may traverse the world at incredible speed. Walking the path of time. As the essence and introduction of this technique fully integrated into his mind, the system's mysterious power directly assisted him in reaching the preliminary stage of mastery. This was already the extent of his capabilities, not due to insufficient innate talent, but rather because his current cultivation realm was still relatively low. Further comprehension of this technique required a deeper foundational level. Yet, even in its nascent form, the efficacy of this technique exceeded all expectations. Now that the Blood Moon Demon sect had been officially established, while it could not contend with the foremost traditions of the Central Continent, instigating some chaos there would not pose a significant challenge. As if struck by a thought, a smile crept onto Gu Hon's lips. This journey to the Central Continent would also serve as a pivotal turning point in Yi Qingyun's life. However, in this lifetime he would employ all the forces at his disposal to subtly undermine or intercept the vast majority of Yi Qingyun's opportunities. The reason he would not seize all of Yi Qingyun's chances at once was that the latter bore a protagonist halo. Who could say what terrifying opportunities might arise should he strip Yi Qingyun of all his resources? Thus, future plans would need to adapt and evolve in response to changing circumstances. At the summit of the White Feather Peak, the sky was overcast, with only a few rays of sunlight piercing through the thick clouds. Beneath a grand, blossoming peach tree, Emo Bailing, clad in a flowing snow-white gown, sat cross-legged beneath the tree. Her eyes closed in meditation, yet at this moment she appeared deeply troubled, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, beads of cold sweat trickling down her fair, full forehead. Images flickered through her mind. Master, I wish to learn the way of the sword. The world often says that to better protect those who matter, one must master the sword. To become a formidable sword cultivator is the only way to safeguard those dear to us. Countless past images flashed before her, only to shatter like bubbles just before the entire world succumbed to darkness. A multitude of fragmented scenes coalesced into a chilling, bone-piercing voice. I end this life I no longer need to protect. This sword shall sever the past. Swish, a brilliant sword light cleaved through the darkness. Sword chi surged, splinters flying. The image of the towering peach tree was instantly severed. The debt of years of nurturing has been repaid. From this day forth we owe each other nothing. Afterward she could no longer hear the ensuing words clearly, she could only vaguely perceive a blurred figure emerging from the abyss. No matter how she cried out or pleaded, that white-clad silhouette continued to recede, distancing itself from her until it vanished entirely from her life. The intense pangs of heartache caused her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Heart-wrenching wails failed to reach the ears of the figure clad in white, nor did they even resonate within her own consciousness. It was only when this dark world crumbled entirely, as if she had plunged into an endless abyss of ice, that she was jolted awake. No. Don't. Mu Bailing seemed to be startled, abruptly awakening from her nightmare. Her body was drenched in cold sweat, the white garment clinging tightly to her skin, revealing her delicate, pale form. Unbeknownst to her, 2 streams of clear tears had begun to cascade down her fair cheeks. Ignoring her current state of disarray, Mu Bailing's slightly blurred gaze instinctively scanned her surroundings, and she could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the peach tree she and Gu Hon had once planted, a tree that cradled countless beautiful memories, had not been severed. Fortunately, the last thread of fate between them had not yet been cut. It turned out that everything she had just witnessed was merely a dream. Yet, it felt so achingly real, as if a vision of the future had been projected before her eyes. Master was wrong, Hana. Master was truly mistaken, as her palm brushed against the peach tree that held her memories. A flood of recollections surged forth, and tears could not help but spill from her eyes. People often only realize the importance of cherishing what they have after experiencing loss. Once she had possessed so many memories. But why had things turned out this way? Mu Bailing failed to notice three slender figures in the distance, their forms appearing somewhat frail in the biting wind, gazing in a daze at the girl tenderly caressing the peach tree. Tears streaming down her face. No one noticed a single 5-petaled peach blossom trembling in the cold wind. One petal seemed to break free from its constraints, rising with the pleas of the other 4 petals that shuddered in desperation. Ultimately, it caught the wind and floated into the azure clouds, vanishing silently into the depths of memory. In the cold wind, only the 4 petals of the peach blossom trembled. Chapter 38. Only after losing do we understand what is most important. Time flowed by. And in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this particular morning, many young prodigies qualified to enter the secret realm of Shongzhou gathered in the vast white jade plaza. Preparing to board flying vessels to the Shongzhou domain. Has Gu Hon not arrived yet? A young man with a handsome appearance and an air of effortless charm scanned the crowd with curiosity. His name was Shaoling, the eldest disciple of the Shenzhen Peak, recognized throughout the sect for his talent, aptitude, and strength, second only to Gu Hon, however, constantly overshadowed by Gu Hon in every aspect, no matter how hard he tried. He could never surpass him. He was often playfully referred to as the eternal second by many disciples of the sect. Senior brother Gu should still be preparing, he should arrive shortly, Lu Ruyan replied weakly from the crowd. Hearing this, the young man raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, in the past, when embarking on journeys, it was usually Gu Hon who prepared everything in advance and awaited you all. This reversal of circumstances is quite novel. In his recollection, senior brother Gu had always been exceptionally indulgent towards his few junior sisters. When departing on trips, he would often arrive before anyone else, even preparing provisions for his junior sisters. The 3 girls fell into silence. They longed to be with their senior brother, but he had repeatedly emphasized that anyone among them who dared to intrude upon his abode would face severe consequences, being thrown down the mountain or having their cultivation forcibly stripped away. They dared not set foot on the 3rd spirit peak. Mishandling the situation could lead their already fragile relationship to deteriorate further. At that moment, Shaoling seemed to recall something, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Apologies, I only returned from a trial a few days ago and momentarily forgot about the previous matter. He quickly changed the subject. In my experience, Gu Hon has always been a very gentle person, treating you all exceptionally well. The last incident was rather unique. Perhaps you truly caused him great sorrow, requiring some time for him to heal. If you do not take action soon, you may one day regret it. People often only understand what is most important after experiencing genuine loss. He refrained from commenting further. Having been dubbed the Eternal Second, he had faced Gu Hon in challenges before. Their relationship could be described as both rivals and friends. Upon returning to the sect, he had pieced together the circumstances surrounding the situation. It was likely that the earlier incident had inflicted profound emotional wounds upon such a gentle soul. Of course, he would not be foolish enough to suggest that Gu Hon forgive Lu Ruyan and the others. He understood the principle: one cannot advise others on kindness without experiencing their suffering. On the other side, upon hearing Shaoling's words, the expressions of Lu Ruyan and her companions grew even more despondent. During this nearly half a month, they had exhausted every method to mend their relationship with their senior brother. Yet, not only did their efforts yield no results, but they also seemed to worsen his demeanor towards them. Senior brother Gu has arrived, a sudden exclamation rang out from the crowd. A flicker of cold light appeared on the horizon. A flying sword soared through the air, and the tall, graceful figure of Gu Hon leaped slightly, descending directly from nearly 100 feet above. As he made contact with the ground, a peculiar force radiated from beneath his feet. perfectly dissipating the impact, allowing him to land without bending his knees or appearing flustered, his hands clasped behind him, maintaining his upright posture. This scene left many disciples in utter disbelief. That was nearly 100 feet in the air. Surely even ordinary return to oneness realm experts would struggle to accomplish such a feat with ease. Wow, after not seeing you for a while, Hon sang, you've really grown, Shaolin exclaimed in shock, his voice a mix of admiration and curiosity. What realm are you currently at? Such flawless control over the dissipation of force indicates a mastery of spiritual energy laws at an extraordinary level. You are practically inhuman, it's only been a short time. Yet you've become so formidable. Simply put, as long as one has feet, it's sufficient, Gu Hon replied with a gentle smile. He held a fairly positive impression of Shaolin, not solely due to their past interactions during challenges, but also because Shaolin had been one of the few within the sect who bravely spoke on his behalf during his times of distress in previous lifetimes. Upon reflecting on this, he found it somewhat ironic that even an outer peak disciple like Shaolin would voice his support during his unjust treatment, while those who accompanied him daily often harbored doubts. Noticing Gu Hon's cold demeanor, completely ignoring the greetings from Lu Ruyan and her companions, Shaolin chuckled and teased, I've heard about what transpired back then, why not consider joining me at Shenzhen Peak? Your talent in swordsmanship far surpasses mine. If you were to join, my master would be more than willing, and I could even pass on my title as the eldest disciple to you. If it were you, I wouldn't mind playing second fiddle. Gu Hon understood that Shaolin was jesting, but before he could respond, 3 panicked female voices rang out simultaneously. No, he is our Baiyu Peak's eldest senior brother. Chu Yue and her companions appeared anxious, as if fearing that Gu Hon might genuinely accept Shaolin's proposal. If that were to happen, it would become increasingly difficult for them to see their senior brother. Gu Hon disregarded the 3 girls, his pupils reflecting a disdainful indifference. Before the flying vessel took off entirely, the leading elder distributed corresponding sequences to the disciples, delineating their respective strengths, a customary practice undertaken by sects prior to attending the Grand Assembly in Zhongzhou. There were 2 leading representative sequences, 5 core sequences, 15 elite sequences, and the remaining disciples belonged to the ordinary sequence. After the leading elder had distributed each sequence badge, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Everyone fell silent, their gazes filled with confusion or shock as they turned towards the same direction. The figure clad in white, who, despite being the most powerful among them, held an ordinary sequence badge. Witnessing this scene, the pain and guilt in Lu Ruyan and Luo Baishi's hearts deepened. It was all their fault for having hurt their senior brother so deeply that it altered his very state of mind, causing him to dim his radiance. Regardless of how this journey unfolded, they must find a special method in Zhongzhou to restore their senior brother's state of mind and bring him back to his former self. Unfazed by the various gazes surrounding him, Gu Hon maintained a faint smile, casting a glance filled with profound meaning at Yi Qingyun, who held the core sequence badge, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipated amusement. Elder, since everyone is present, shall we set off? Hearing Gu Hon's voice, the many leading elders who felt equally bitter and had complex expressions sighed. They all understood that Gu Hon was the most formidable presence among them. Originally, according to the sect's requirements, there should have been only 1 leading representative sequence, that being Gu Hon. However, due to his outright rejection, the sect, in an act of caution, selected 2 leading representatives, Shaolin and Chu Yue. Shaking their heads, they lamented Gu Hon's situation but refrained from saying more. The time for departure had arrived, and thus they set forth. Chapter 39, a new villainous task. I choose to listen to the melodies at the brothel today. The Zhongzhou domain was particularly bustling, with flowing clouds painting the vast sky. Countless individuals from various prominent sects have been invited, some soaring through the skies while others traverse the air on magnificent flying vessels. Gathering from all directions in a grand display, the men, striking in appearance and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, radiate a sense of remarkable prowess. The women, with their exquisite features and charming visages, each possess their own unique allure. The forthcoming opening of the Central Continent's secret realm can be traced back to a time of ancient antiquity, concealing myriad unimaginable opportunities of the highest caliber. Historically, there have been young prodigies whose fortunes soared, acquiring the legacies of ancient beings within, ultimately soaring to great heights and even becoming titans of this realm through such fortuitous encounters. In Gu Hon's memory, Yi Qinyun is such a favored child of fortune, and his luck is almost absurd. In a past life, Gu Hon employed various stratagems to withstand the influence of an unknown narrative and managed to seize an opportunity that rightfully belonged to Yi Qinyun. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Qinyun turned misfortune into fortune, gaining even more extraordinary blessings and becoming even more formidable. However, in this life, he possesses a system and the unique enhancement of a destined antagonist title. His plans are likely to succeed. Why Yi Qinyun, adorned with the halo of a protagonist, is it? Surely he can effortlessly acquire numerous supreme opportunities in the secret realm of the Central Continent. Therefore, Gu Hon intends to follow closely behind, scavenging for opportunities, treating this young man as a treasure-hunting rat, seizing whatever he can. Soon, the flying vessel of the Wenjian sect descended into the heart of the Central Continent's grand city. Many from other sects had already arrived ahead of them. Yet, despite the throngs of people, the disciples of various sects adhered to their decorum. After all, this grand gathering in the Central Continent is jointly organized by several of the region's most prestigious sanctuaries. It is rumored that ancient ancestors of the sanctuaries are stationed within. As long as one is not a fool, no one would dare to act recklessly on another's territory. There are still a few days before the grand gathering commences. During this time, individuals from various sects may enjoy the sights and sounds of the Central Continent city as long as they abide by the local customs. Gu Hon's gaze scanned the crowd. He soon spotted Yi Qinyun, who had stealthily retreated behind the throng, deliberately concealing his presence and quietly advancing in a certain direction. Ding, the new antagonist mission has been issued. Please, Master, intercept all direct or potential opportunities for the protagonist Yi Qinyun within the Central Continent. The specifics can be divided into the following subtasks. Task 1. Please, Master, employ various means to obstruct Yi Qinyun and the Saints of Xianyu from becoming confidants. Reward, 7,000 antagonist points. Task 2. Please, Master, utilize various methods to prevent Yi Qinyun from becoming close friends with the Saint Son of Tianqing. Reward, 7,000 antagonist points. Task 3. Prevent Yi Qinyun from contacting his childhood sweetheart, rendering him unable to leverage her power to rescue his cousins trapped in the northern wilderness mountains. Reward, 5,000 antagonist points. Task 4. After the opening of the Central Continent's secret realm, please, Master, intercept at least one significant opportunity from Yi Qinyun. Reward, 15,000 antagonist points. Subsequent antagonist tasks will be issued based on the development of the narrative and changing circumstances, listening to the series of tasks announced by the system. Gu Hon was clearly taken aback. He had undergone the first two system tasks in his previous life as well. The reason Yi Qinyun was able to rise so swiftly after his journey to the Central Continent was not solely due to the supreme opportunities he acquired within the secret realm. He had also significantly expanded his network of connections during this trip. Through his interactions with these two saint sons and saintesses, he had made associations with other prodigies of the Central Continent. Moreover, due to his exceptional performance during this time, he garnered the favor of several prominent figures from the sanctuaries, propelling him to new heights. However, he had not experienced the third system task yet. Such a change was within his expectations. After all, Yi Qinyun not only bore the halo of a protagonist but also possessed the unique fortune of the ancient golden dragon. If he were to take action against him, Yi Qinyun would invariably trigger special buffs of serendipity. such as finding a new path in adversity or escaping dire straits thanks to his unique halo and financial fortune. In previous lives, lacking an awakened system, he would have hesitated and deliberated, but now, with the enhancement of the destined antagonist title, he felt little need for concern. Just as he prepared to stealthily follow Yi Chin-yun and take action, a soft, melodic voice filled with a hint of expectation rang from behind him. "Senior brother, I heard that there will be a Grand Lantern Festival in Central Continent City tonight. You once said you would take us to see the most beautiful Lantern Festival, and now that we've finally arrived in Central Continent City with such a wonderful opportunity, could you?" Chu Yue gazed at Gu Hon with sparkling eyes, her fair and exquisite face adorned with boundless anticipation. Lu Ruyan and Luo Baishi, fearing to say the wrong thing, stood silently beside her with pursed lips. Yet the flickering light of expectation in their eyes betrayed their shared sentiments with Chu Yue. They yearned for their senior brother to acquiesce to their request, hoping to ease the tension in their relationship. Gu Hon did not turn around, his tone icy. "The past is the past, and the present is the present. I have absolutely no interest in attending the Lantern Festival with you." Although he had long anticipated this outcome, the hope that shattered in an instant dimmed the eyes of the three women considerably. Nevertheless, Chu Yue lifted her chin, forcing a smile at the corner of her lips. "It's all right, senior brother, we understand that you must have important matters to attend to and are quite busy, which is why you don't have the time." Before Chu Yue could finish her self-soothing words, Gu Hon turned to look at Shaoling, who had been standing nearby watching the spectacle with an occasional click of the tongue in surprise. Shaoling was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling as though he was caught in a crossfire. "Weren't you just saying on the flying vessel that you wanted to visit the brothel to enjoy the music and cultivate your sentiments? Come on, since I have some free time, let us go to the brothel together." Shaoling, especially when he sensed the resentful gazes of Chu Yue and the other two women upon him, he nearly exclaimed in shock. Ji Hon, however, paid no heed to the situation behind him, hands clasped behind his back as he strode towards the bustling street. Indeed, he had nothing pressing to attend to and simply wished to irritate those three individuals. In his previous lives, they had often treated him in a similar manner due to Yi Chin-yun. It was time for them to experience the awkward predicaments he had once faced, and it would also allow him to reclaim a bit of his due. As for how they felt about it, that was of no concern to him. He was quite comfortable at present. "Damn it, wait for me," Shaoling muttered under his breath, hurriedly chasing after him, having already been used as a shield. What more could he say, setting aside the fact that he genuinely wanted to visit the brothel to enjoy the music? He felt an unsettling premonition that those three seemingly sinister individuals might do something excessively outrageous to him if he lingered here. It must be said that not only had Gu Hon completely transformed into another person, but those three individuals who had always been seen as his sycophants also seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Chapter 40. Could it also be her family's enterprise? Upon witnessing Gu Hon's figure vanish completely into the crowd, the three women appeared somewhat despondent. Their senior brother had never shown an interest in places like brothels before. Now, he would rather go there to enjoy music than accompany them to the Lantern Festival. Reflecting on the fruitless efforts they had exerted over the past half-month, they couldn't help but wonder if they were truly so unworthy of forgiveness. "He's just still upset," Luo Baishi said as she snapped back to reality, attempting to divert the conversation. "I heard that this Lantern Festival is the most magnificent one in Central Continent City in several years. Many merchants from other realms will bring local specialties. Surely senior brother would be interested in the specialties from other continents. We could pick some out as gifts for him." Meanwhile, traversing the bustling streets, Gu Hon and Shaoling had arrived before a grand tower. Raising their eyes, they beheld a signboard made of redwood inscribed with 3 golden characters, Fenghua Tower. The tower comprised 9 stories, adorned with intricate carvings and splendid craftsmanship. With each level bustling with guests, the lower 3 floors often featured beautiful women playing the qin and performing dances. The middle 3 floors catered to scholars and gentlemen, providing a space for drinking, composing poetry, or showcasing the arts to win the favor of the ladies. The upper 3 floors served as the reception area for esteemed guests, accessible only to the most prestigious patrons of Fenghua Tower. Gu Hon had little interest in listening to music. He merely sought a convenient excuse to rid himself of those 3 potential troublemakers and follow in Yi Qingyun's footsteps, waiting for the right moment to act. However, he soon discovered that Yi Qingyun seemed to have received an invitation from someone, entering Fenghua Tower alongside them, directly ascending to the upper 3 floors. According to his inquiries, one would need to spend at least 10,000 spirit stones to gain access to the upper 3 floors of Fenghua Tower. Such a hefty expense could equate to the total salary of a third-rate sect for an entire year. With an elderly patron and a wealthy childhood sweetheart by his side, it was no wonder he fit the standard of a protagonist. Gu Hon internally scoffed before redirecting his attention to Fenghua Tower itself. His plan to infiltrate Fenghua Tower using the illusory demon mask seemed less feasible. It was said that a formidable and mysterious force stood behind Fenghua Tower, one that even the major sanctuaries regarded with trepidation. However, there were not many forces known to instill such fear in the major sanctuaries. He was aware of one such force that might be responsible. Whether it was indeed the force he had in mind remained uncertain. At this moment, Shaoling, standing beside him, unaware of Gu Hon's thoughts, nudged him playfully, teasing, "So, how is it? You've never been here before, have you? In the past, you were always inclined to focus all your thoughts on your few little junior sisters, but now, it seems you have finally come to your senses. A 3-legged toad is hard to find. But are there not plenty of 2-legged women? Today, since you have promised to accompany your friends here, rest assured that they will ensure you have an enjoyable time. There are countless delights to be found here. Everything you can imagine or even what you cannot imagine is available." To be honest, at this moment a flicker of pride swells within him. There is a sense of triumph in having finally outshone Gu Hon in some regard. After all, within the sect he had always been overshadowed by that fellow in every aspect. No matter how hard he tried, he could never shake off the title of perennial second best. But today, in the realm of indulgence and merriment, he has truly surpassed Gu Hon. A celebration to unwind is absolutely in order. Gu Hon, oblivious to Shaoling's thoughts, furrows his brow slightly. At this moment, he is channeling his spiritual consciousness, searching for the source of the strange fluctuations. Since earlier he has felt an elusive gaze continuously sweeping over him. Whether it is mere illusion or not, this gaze feels oddly familiar and sends a chill down his spine. I have heard that Xia Bingli's family possesses considerable influence in Zhongzhou City. Could this Fenghua Tower also be affiliated with her family? After all, as a formidable early-stage antagonist, she certainly fits the archetype of a wealthy, beautiful and overbearing young lady. Meanwhile, in the luxurious private room at the top of Fenghua Tower, an enchanting fragrance envelops the air, and white mist swirls, creating an ambience akin to an artificial paradise. Alas, it was clearly promised that she would make time to visit me. Yet now, she has quietly arrived in Zhongzhou domain without so much as a word to me, indulging herself here. Should I simply break his legs and chain him to my side? At this moment, a melodious and hauntingly beautiful female voice emanates from behind the screen. Though her true visage remains obscured, the silhouette cast upon the screen reveals a woman of astonishing beauty. She appears to recline languidly upon a bed, her slender waist resembling a willow, her bosom ample and full. Even the screen cannot entirely conceal her excessively long and straight jade-like legs, which reveal delicate, fair feet. This mere shadow is enough to stir one's blood and provoke boundless imagination. Before the screen, a remarkable and elegantly attired matron kneels respectfully, resembling a servant in her demeanor. The numerous beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead indicate her palpable tension. She is none other than the proprietress of Fenghua Tower. Revered as Master Niu, with her divine realm cultivation, her status is already immensely esteemed, yet in this moment she feels like an insignificant figure, too afraid to raise her head lest she offend the mysterious woman behind the screen. Young lady, should I send someone to capture that fellow and bring him before you? Master Niu inquires, her voice trembling. She possesses some understanding of her young lady's affairs, which are rumored to be quite outlandish and melodramatic. Despite having only crossed paths with Gu Hon a few times, she finds herself inexplicably drawn to him, even exhibiting behavior that seems quite entranced at times. The higher-ups of Feitian Tower had once speculated whether Gu Hon had enchanted their young lady or somehow instilled a peculiar psychological suggestion upon her. However, after a series of discreet investigations, they concluded that it was not Gu Hon who had bewitched their young lady, but rather that she had inexplicably fallen for him. No need, since he is here. Finding him should not pose a challenge. Besides, in my recollection, he is not the type to frequent places of frivolity. His presence here must have a purpose. The languid and alluring voice resounds again. Do not reveal my existence or approach him discreetly. Furthermore, if he has any needs, do your utmost to assist him or fulfill his requests. To see him is to see me. Upon hearing these words, Master Niu's expression changes once more. One must admit the young lady's affection for Gu Hon is truly remarkable. Were it not for the confirmation from Feitian Tower's higher-ups that their young lady was unharmed, she might even suspect that the pampered and willful young lady had been possessed by another. Understood, young lady. After a brief moment of astonishment, Master Niu promptly rises and bows, preparing to take charge of the matter. The exquisite woman behind the ornate screen maintains her reclining posture, a smile gracing her lips as she gazes at the white-clad figure projected in the laws of the universe. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Indeed, upon closer inspection, that face bears an increasingly striking resemblance to the one from her dreams. Chapter 41, Past Life or Illusion. I shall not miss you again. Several months ago, she had been plagued by the same dream repeatedly. It was undeniably strange and illogical, yet it felt hauntingly real, evoking a sense of familiarity. In her dream, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she had become embroiled in a bitter rivalry with a woman from a certain faction. After several confrontations, she lost all patience and decided to use Feitian Tower's power to obliterate that woman and her entire faction. Initially, she did not take this matter to heart. After all, Feitian Tower boasted immense resources and had both saint-level and even emperor-level cultivators in its ranks. They were more than capable of annihilating several sacred grounds within Zhongzhou domain. However, inexplicably, the woman she clashed with received assistance from an unknown powerful ally. She could hardly recall the details of this enigmatic figure. No matter how she employed various secret techniques to visualize the dream character, the identity of this unknown benefactor remained shrouded in mystery. The only thing she could ascertain was that this mysterious individual was very young yet possessed a remarkable background. Time and again, this unknown figure thwarted Feitian Tower's assassination attempts through unexpected means. Ultimately, due to a series of circumstances, Feitian Tower suffered significant damage during repeated onslaughts. Later, her whereabouts were inexplicably exposed, leading to her being besieged by numerous powerful foes. In her dream, she experienced genuine despair and helplessness for the first time in her life, forced to flee in a desperate scramble under the protection of the remaining family cultivators. In the end, she was pursued and caught by that young unknown figure. Just as she believed her demise was inevitable, a masked young man in white suddenly appeared, engaging in battle with those pursuing her. He decisively slayed several of them and severely injured that mysterious young ally. However, this provoked the wrath of other factions, which turned their attention to hunt down the white-clad man. Although he did not act with the intention of rescuing her, his indirect intervention allowed her to escape from despair. Later, when she encountered the white-clad man again, he had been cornered by countless enemies at the edge of the cliff of despair, with all avenues of escape cut off. His body was battered and bloodied. His pristine robes stained crimson, and he appeared particularly disheveled against the cold winds, yet he displayed no hint of fear towards death. With a bold and carefree laugh, he voluntarily leaped into the abyss. Leaving no trace behind, just before he plummeted into the depths of the cliff of despair, she caught a fleeting glimpse of his face. In that fleeting moment, that falling figure etched an indelible impression in her mind. One she could never forget. For months, she continued to dream the same dream, repeatedly witnessing the white-clad man indirectly saving her from peril, only to be driven to desperation and tumble into the abyss. After trying every conceivable method to decipher her dreams without success, she decided to utilize the power of Feshian Tower to seek out the possible existence of that white-clad figure in reality. At first, she approached this endeavor with a sense of hope and chance. Little did she expect to encounter Gu-hon, a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from her dreams. Perhaps everything was merely a fleeting illusion. Or perhaps it was a glimpse from another temporal plane, yet this does not hinder her from truly believing that Gu-hon is her destined companion. Be it a past life or a dream, this time I shall not miss you again. A faint smile graced Xia Bingli's lips, her enchanting eyes deepening with an alluring mystery. On the other side, Gu-hon, having locked onto the source of the aura emanating from the top of Fenghua Tower, furrows his brow. The unfolding events surpass his expectations. He cannot comprehend why Fenghua Tower would have a presence fixated upon him. The celestial art he had received as a reward from the system possesses the ability to conceal his own aura and cultivation. Even emperor-level cultivators would find it impossible to pierce through his hidden powers. Let alone a mere establishment like Fenghua Tower. Gu-hon, while I did say that today's expenses would be on me, I must admit that even if I were to exhaust my entire fortune, I couldn't afford access to the third floor. Noticing Gu-hon's occasional glances toward the top of Fenghua Tower while sipping fine wine, Xiaoling suddenly teased. Gu-hon remained unresponsive, increasingly feeling that the inexplicable gaze and aura were becoming more familiar. At that moment, a beautiful maid approached from a distance. In the midst of Xiaoling's bewildered gaze, he approached Gu-hon directly, slightly bowing with a respectful tone. Young master, our esteemed proprietor invites you to the private VIP room on the upper third floor for a discussion. May I inquire if you are available? Upon hearing this, Xiaoling, who was holding a wine cup, suddenly stiffened, nearly dropping the golden vessel from his grasp. The proprietor of Fenghua Tower, in his recollection, this individual was a prominent figure in Zhongzhou City. Why would they extend an invitation to a young cultivator like Gu-hon? After a brief moment of shock, Xiaoling cast a speculative glance at Gu-hon, as if questioning when he had concealed from him the fact that he was being supported by the proprietor of Fenghua Tower. In response, Gu-hon himself felt quite perplexed. He had never had any dealings with the proprietor of Fenghua Tower. Why would they suddenly invite him to the upper VIP room? Though astonished internally, Gu-hon did not reveal any unusual expression on his face, not to mention that he now bore the special mark bestowed upon him by Su Lanyue. Furthermore, there was also the influence of the flying immortal tower behind Xia Bingli, which seemed to possess its own power in Zhongzhou City. If absolutely necessary, he could send her a message. He could not be blamed for lacking loyalty. After all, he only remembered her when he needed assistance. Ultimately, Xia Bingli, like him, was a secondary antagonist and possessed a rather delicate disposition, which inexplicably attracted him. Engaging with her too early might adversely affect his subsequent plans. Meanwhile, in a certain VIP room on the upper third floor of Fenghua Tower. Brother Qingyun, you know that my family is merely skilled in commerce and has no involvement in martial arts. However, the playful young girl seated at the head of the table suddenly shifted her tone, revealing a radiant smile. Who could forget that we are childhood sweethearts? My father, having been in business for many years, knows some powerful cultivators, who are also guest elders of my Tianbao commerce. I will do my utmost to persuade my father to enlist their help in rescuing your two cousins from the northern desolate mountains. This young lady was named Mulia, the young mistress of Tianbao Commerce, one of the 3 major commercial entities in Zhongshan City. Long ago, her family had emerged from a small border town in Changfeng City. Ultimately, through exceptional insight and a stroke of luck, they re-established themselves in Zhongshan City, founding the well-known Tianbao Commerce, and now their entire family flourished with considerable wealth. Lia, thank you, upon receiving the assurance from his childhood companion. Yi Qingyun felt a significant relief wash over him. With the financial resources and connections of Tianbao Commerce, it was not merely a matter of completely resolving his troubles, it would certainly prove to be of immense assistance. Moreover, he also had a backup option. Old Bai, are you certain that one of your old friends resides in Zhongshan City? Soon, the voice of an aged man, imbued with a sense of history and pride, echoed within his consciousness. Indeed, from the moment you arrived in Zhongshan City, I sensed the presence of that fellow. Many years ago, he was merely a servant of the outer sect of the Tianyin Sacred Land. But now, after all these years, he must have become an elder of the Tianyin Sacred Land. Your luck is remarkable. This fellow owes me a significant favor from his youth, and he is a person of loyalty and righteousness. If you approach him under the name of my disciple, he will surely assist you in resolving your troubles. Furthermore, this could also serve as a fortuitous opportunity for you. Establishing a good rapport with the people of the Tianyin Sacred Land will undoubtedly aid you in your future journey through the Zhongshan Secret Realm. Chapter 42. The agreement dispersed with the wind in the otherworldly continent. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's eyes brightened slightly. It seemed that Old Bai's past identity was even more formidable than he had imagined. Even having connections with individuals from the Tianyin Sacred Land, that was one of the top forces in the entire Zhongshan domain. After a moment of excitement and anticipation, a chilling resolve and killing intent began to emanate from the depths of Yi Qingyun's gaze. Once I rescue my brother and sister from the northern desolate mountains and uncover the truth, no matter who he is, I will ensure that he pays in blood for his deaths. And I shall not spare a single member of his family or his faction. Though it was somewhat laughable for Yi Qingyun to speak of revenge when he had yet to ascertain the identity of the one responsible for his family's downfall. Old Bai held a vastly different perspective. He believed that the entity lurking in the shadows responsible for the destruction of Yi Qingyun's family was a fool. After all, even he understood that Yi Qingyun possessed an extraordinarily terrifying fortune, one that rarely appears throughout the ages. Such an individual was destined to become a true prodigy of heaven, and in the future would undoubtedly forge a path of greatness, becoming one of the most formidable beings. Even when faced with overwhelming setbacks and tribulations, he would never be completely crushed. Instead, every challenge and hardship would serve as a sharpening stone on his path to growth, empowering him to become even stronger and more terrifying, crushing all adversaries in his way. Moreover, he believed that as long as Yi Qingyun overcame this calamity, he would surely rise to great heights thereafter. What was truly fearsome was not the genius itself, but the genius who had ample time to grow fully powerful. At that moment, Mulia's voice suddenly chimed in again. Brother Qingyun, as a reward, would you be willing to accompany me for a stroll in Zhongshan City during your stay here? It seems like ages since we last enjoyed a shopping trip together. In her heart, Mulia held a deep admiration for Yi Qingyun. Not only had they not seen each other for many years, but he had also become increasingly handsome. Additionally, she had heard her father mention that Yi Qingyun's talent was remarkable, and he was destined to become a significant figure in the future. Her own cultivation talent was not particularly high. She had barely broken through to the Spirit Palace realm through the accumulation of her family's resources, yet her brother Qingyun had joined the Wenjian sect for less than 4 months and had already reached the 7th level of the Spirit Palace realm, reportedly gaining the attention of the higher-ups of the entire sect. The invitation to the Zhongshan Secret Realm had even granted him a consequence badge. That was the Zhongshan Secret Realm, a land of opportunity long coveted by countless cultivators. It was no surprise that he was her brother Qingyun, perhaps due to having been influenced by the principles of commerce from a young age. Mulia unconsciously considered many matters of interest, not to mention the possibility of becoming Brother Chinyun's partner. At the very least, she wished to deepen their childhood bond in the Tianzi private room of Fenghua Tower. Benefiting from Gu Hon's presence, Shaoling, who was also invited into this space, was taken aback as he beheld the opulence of the Tianzi private room. It was simply extravagant. Not only was even an ordinary door adorned with jade and gold accents, but the entire room was engraved with special runes and formations, imparting an immediate sense of relaxation and mental clarity upon one's entrance. In contrast to Shaoling, who had seen little of the world and was trying to put on a brave front, Gu Hon appeared remarkably composed. His expression was indifferent, his tone naturally distant, as he gazed towards the figure seated at the center of the room. "May I inquire as to the purpose of the proprietor of Fenghua Tower's invitation?" Whether it was a blessing or a curse, one could not avoid it. Moreover, he was not without his own trump cards. Even if the other party had ill intentions, he possessed the confidence to withdraw unscathed. "Young Master Gu need not be worried, for I harbor no malice towards you." After signaling for the maid to temporarily escort Shaoling to the adjacent room, the proprietor of Fenghua Tower finally revealed a respectful demeanor. Slightly bowing in greeting, "The young lady has just received word and learned of your arrival in Zhongzhou City. She has specifically instructed that if young Master Gu requires assistance, Fenghua Tower will do its utmost to accommodate you and provide full support." The sudden declaration left Gu Hon momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure, his pupils narrowing slightly. "Young lady," a flash of insight struck him. He soon recalled certain details. Could it be that Fenghua Tower is also a business of Xiaobingli's family? In the bustling central street of Zhongzhou City, throngs of people filled the area with a cacophony of voices. Countless splendid lanterns adorned the streets like stars scattered across the sky, while dazzling. They also cast a thick haze over the entire thoroughfare. Amidst this lively crowd, three women, each unique in their beauty and grace, drew significant attention. They resembled a breathtaking line of scenery as they walked, captivating the gaze of countless onlookers. "I apologize, but the three of us just wish to enjoy our outing together. We do not wish to join unfamiliar faces for a boat ride to admire the lanterns." After declining the advances of yet another young man seeking to invite them for a boat ride, Chu Youwei's expression bore traces of fatigue, and her demeanor grew increasingly impatient. Not only she, but also Lu Ruyan and Luo Baishi shared similar sentiments. Since stepping onto this street, they had been approached by numerous individuals with various excuses and flowery words, all attempting to invite them to join in the lantern viewing festivities. Feeling exasperated, the three women could not help but think of the familiar figure clad in white, and a wave of melancholy washed over them. "If only our senior brother were here," in their memories. Their senior brother displayed a remarkable attention to detail and gentleness in every little aspect. Even the most trivial matters were handled with utmost care, never disturbing their enjoyment of their outings. Now, without their senior brother accompanying them, it was not merely a matter of being unable to enjoy themselves, it felt as though something vital was missing. As they continued down the bustling street, having declined countless advances, Chu Youwei's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had spotted something. The storefronts along the street ahead exhibited a style completely different from anything they had encountered before. The street appears to be bustling with vendors selling exotic specialties from other continents. The continent they hail from is known as the Xuanshu continent. However, it is said that beyond the Xuanshu continent, there exist other realms and civilizations dedicated to cultivation. I had always believed that the tales of these other continents recounted by my senior brother were mere fabrications. To my astonishment, they are indeed true. Not only Luo Baishi, but Lu Ruyan's expression also mirrored a sense of excitement and joy. Indeed, I recall my senior brother mentioning that once he attained formidable cultivation and the ability to traverse realms, He would take us on journeys to explore other continents. Moreover, he also said, as Lu Ruyan spoke, her excitement grew, seemingly recalling many delightful memories, yet, as she instinctively reached out, she grasped nothing but air. Suddenly, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Dousing her exhilaration, her once vibrant eyes dimmed, and all traces of joy evaporated, leaving her in a state of despair. In her memories, her senior brother would always stand beside her, his sturdy arm easily enveloping her in a warm embrace. How could she have forgotten? Her senior brother was no longer the gentle soul she once knew. He had transformed entirely. The beautiful promises they once shared had long since been scattered to the winds. Chapter 43 How will you respond to being prematurely labeled as a disciple of the Demon Gate? Lu Ruyan's inadvertent habitual actions were keenly observed by Chu Yuwei and Luo Baishi. Similarly, the joy that had briefly stirred within their hearts dissipated into nothingness. Indeed, not only did her senior brother seem completely disinterested in them, but he was also evidently preparing to sever ties with them. As the eldest among the three, Chu Yuwei exhaled softly, suppressing her complex emotions. A strained smile crept onto her lips. The situation had not yet reached its most dire point. There remained a chance for redemption. Let us not view the future through a lens of pessimism. Have you forgotten our purpose for today? Upon hearing this, the once dim eyes of Lu Ruyan and Luo Baishi brightened once more. As they rallied their spirits, they had not come here merely to admire lanterns but to select a gift for their senior brother. The street was vast, making it a daunting task to explore it all in one night. Perhaps it would be wiser to split up, allowing them to prepare the gift more effectively. Luo Baishi proposed. This suggestion was quickly accepted by the two. After agreeing to reconvene here in 2 hours. The three women each set off in different directions. Their stunning beauty naturally drew attention, and even in their hushed conversations, snippets of their dialogue were clearly overheard by the surrounding cultivators. At that moment, many cultivators gazed with a mix of envy and intrigue at the paths the three women took, pondering the identity of the senior brother they spoke of. Who could inspire such devotion among these three fairies? Wasn't it rather peculiar? These three celestial maidens were intentionally preparing gifts seemingly to appease the senior brother they spoke of. What could it be? This lad is truly impervious to charm, with three such beautiful junior sisters. He still harbors resentment. If I had three such junior sisters, regardless of their misdeeds, I would reflect deeply on my own actions. Is that so? Then you truly are an incorrigible sycophant. A voice broke through the crowd. Cold and indifferent, the cultivator initially froze, then his expression darkened with anger. How dare you? Do you know who I am that you would? Yet, upon meeting the gaze of the person behind him, eyes dark and profound, glimmering with an unsettling brilliance, he immediately stiffened, realizing he was confronting someone he could not provoke. After a brief moment of paralysis, the cultivator quickly adopted a fawning smile. Brother, your judgment is indeed sharp. I am but a humble dog. Gu Hon paid no heed to the cultivator's self-deprecation, his gaze remaining cold as he watched Chu Yuwei depart. This cultivator was a hopeless sycophant, much like his former selves in past lives. However, those were merely past lives. Failure and disgrace foster growth. Without failure and disgrace, one cannot forge a mature and capable man. Retracting his gaze and suppressing his emotions, Gu Hon strolled toward the other end of the street. He concealed his aura and, taking advantage of the lack of attention, turned into a nearby alley. When he emerged from the dim corner, he had transformed entirely, his appearance and aura now that of a completely different young man. This was Gu Hon disguised by the illusionary demon mask. It seemed that Yi Qingyun had just headed down that street with a young woman. If my guess is correct, that lady should be his childhood friend. A faint smile graced Gu Hon's lips as he placed his hands behind his back, leisurely walking in the direction Yi Qingyun had vanished. He had concocted an intriguing plan. The illusionary demon mask could completely conceal his aura. allowing him to attribute any actions he undertook to the unknown disciples of the demon gate. Furthermore, with the aid of the top-tier movement technique, he was confident that even the strongest of God's sovereign cultivators would be unable to trace him in the bustling streets of the central market. In a previous life, Yi Qinyun had once placed the label of a spy from the demon gate upon him. Now, he intended to return the favor and see how Yi Qinyun would respond. In the bustling market, Lu Ruyan wandered between various shops, continuously selecting an array of unique delicacies from other continents. Surely her senior brother had never tasted such culinary delights. These items appeared quite novel and would be perfect to bring back for him to enjoy. This ingredient looks promising as well. It would make a nourishing soup. Her senior brother had been preoccupied with cultivation lately, so he must be feeling rather fatigued. Whenever she spotted something suitable, Lu Ruyan would not even inquire about the price. Impulsively purchasing it all, she had long recognized her own culinary skills were lacking. In her memories, it was always her senior brother's exceptional cooking that satisfied her many cravings. Now, she too wished to hone her culinary talents with these ingredients. They say that the best way to draw closer to someone is by winning over their stomach. Ruyan, you must persevere, strive to win back your senior brother's affection. After silently encouraging herself, Lu Ruyan continued her search for the perfect ingredients among the various shops. On the other side of the street, Luo Baiji navigated through shops selling artifacts from other continents. My dear young lady, you truly have an eye for quality. This is the Shen Huang sword, forged from celestial iron. Refined for 49 days, it can slice through iron like mud and sever hair with a single breath, not for 99.98, but only 999 spirit stones for you to take home, ignoring the shopkeeper's exaggerated claims. Luo Baiji scrutinized a long sword in her hand, ultimately shaking her head with a sigh. Compared to her own sword, this one was no better than a trinket from a flea market. Yet, as she thought of her own sword, she suddenly remembered that it had been crafted specifically for her by her senior brother, perfectly suited to her. She recalled vividly how her senior brother had spent 2 months tirelessly visiting the forging pavilion to create it. A wave of melancholic emotion washed over her once more. Suddenly, she turned back, realizing that her life was filled with reminders of her senior brother. A flash of inspiration struck her. Luo Baishi seemed to have an epiphany. Returning the sword to the shopkeeper with eager anticipation. Do you have materials for crafting a companion sword? I shall take them all. Why bother with purchasing one? She could forge a companion sword for her senior brother herself. Wouldn't that be more fitting and meaningful? Her senior brother had once gone to great lengths to create the best sword for her. She too was willing to endure hardships and invest her efforts to forge the finest sword for him. Chapter 44. A glimpse into the original future timeline. That lonely snowy night. Moments passed. After traversing numerous shops, Lu Ruyan had acquired a considerable amount of special ingredients from other continents, although her mind occasionally wandered into fantasies of winning her senior brother's forgiveness through her culinary prowess. A persistent voice echoed deep within her, reminding her that no matter how hard she tried, her senior brother would never forgive her. Images woven from memories flickered through her mind. In the moment everything froze. That gentle and sunny smile of her senior brother dissipated into countless fleeting shadows. Now, her senior brother felt as cold as ice, so cold it instilled fear within her, so cold it felt utterly alien. But I have already apologized, why won't he forgive me? She felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Over the past month, she had exhausted every means to atone for her mistakes, losing sleep over it. Her heart restless each day, unable to focus on her cultivation. Why had her senior brother disregarded all her apologies? Moreover, the sect had intervened, utilizing the heavens inquiry mirror to resolve the matter completely. Her senior brother's reputation had suffered no harm as a result. Instead, her own standing within the sect had suffered greatly when she had recently been whispered about behind her back by other disciples. Being ridiculed as an ungrateful wretch, she had borne all the adverse consequences. She had acknowledged all her faults. Why must the senior brother cling so stubbornly to this matter, refusing to grant her a single chance? With the back of her hand, Lu Ruyan wiped away the tears that had mysteriously emerged. She intended to seek a tranquil place to feel the evening breeze, to gather and ease her tumultuous emotions. She was genuinely frightened that she might lose control of her feelings, ultimately succumbing to a flood of repressed sorrow and tears. The bustling streets of the city center today were alive with energy. Thronging with people, the once joyous sounds that had lifted her spirits now pierced her ears with an unbearable sharpness. She turned into a relatively quiet alley. As she happened to pass by a pitch-black tent, a voice, deep and mysterious, suddenly resonated from within its depths. Young lady, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are burdened with worries, perhaps even unable to sleep at night, troubled by recent woes. Am I correct? I am but an old diviner from the North Ming continent, well versed in the art of divination. If you are willing, I could offer you insights to unravel your troubles. Initially regarding the voice's owner as a mere charlatan, Lu Ruyan paused upon hearing the terms North Ming continent and diviner, as they carried an air of intrigue and mystique. Perhaps this enigmatic figure from another realm could indeed provide her with assistance. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to enter the tent and request a reading from this mysterious individual. Inside the dark tent, the ambience was somewhat dim. An elderly man, entirely shrouded in a black cloak, sat solemnly upon a raised platform. Before him lay an altar crafted from a peculiar material inscribed with countless ancient characters that Lu Ruyan had never encountered before. Above the altar, a crystal orb, glimmering like a star, floated gently, pulsating with a soft luminescence that seemed to resonate with the archaic inscriptions below. At the old man's gesture, Lu Ruyan took a seat opposite him. Almost simultaneously, the small altar began to hum and vibrate with brilliance. Dozens of golden characters, each representing different meanings, floated upward, arranging themselves neatly before Lu Ruyan as if imbued with life. Prior to the formal divination, she was instructed to select one character that resonated most with her intention. Although the cloaked elder emanated an air of mystique that seemed almost theatrical, Lu Ruyan instinctively complied, choosing a golden character at random. In an instant, the selected character was in the elder's grasp, while the others gradually dimmed and returned to the altar. My dear, the character you have chosen signifies fate. The unfolding of fate will lead to various paths and outcomes. Following an explanation laden with scholarly nuance, Lu Ruyan, adhering to the elder's request, placed her palm upon the crystal orb, channeling her spirit to resonate with a hidden power within. In that moment, an abundance of strange energies surged through her palm, flooding her mind and transforming into a surreal yet palpable vision. The development of fate unveiled to her an alternate conclusion from another realm of existence. After the expedition to the Tianshan secret realm, her senior brother's ineffectiveness in handling matters, compounded by her own lack of understanding during her testimony, plunged him into utter despair. No matter how he pleaded for his defense or recounted the veracity of events, he could not win the approval of the sect. The sect, unlike before, did not summon the mirror of inquiry to prove Gu Hon's innocence, but rather hastily concluded the matter. The sect's inaction, coupled with her master's and their distrust, cast her senior brother into a profound abyss of hopelessness. In the vision, her senior brother appeared stripped of his former brilliance, subjected to scornful glares and derisive whispers from all around. He resembled a once majestic eagle, soaring through the heavens, now rendered wingless, struggling painfully in the mire. No, it cannot be like this. In a state of profound enchantment, Lu Ruyan's emotions suddenly shattered, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry. It is all my fault. I wronged my senior brother by not discerning the truth. If you must blame someone, let it be me. Do not cast reproach upon him. Yet her cries fell upon deaf ears, failing to reach the figure in the vision. The imagery continued to shift. Her heart, amidst the ever-changing scenes, felt as though it was subjected to unprecedented torment, cleaved by the dagger of guilt and sorrow into countless fragments, each one mercilessly crushed. The senior brother, once cherished by the sect, found his status plummet overnight, becoming a target of ridicule for numerous disciples who once revered him, branding him a hypocritical charlatan, claiming all his former glory was but a fad. Time lost meaning as she bore witness to his expulsion from the sect, suffering irreparable injuries sustained within the secret realm, rendering him incapable of further cultivation, ultimately driven away by the sect under the guise of various pretexts. Left to fend for himself. On that day, snowflakes danced through the air, the winter's chill biting fiercely, while they reveled in the warmth of the palace, laughter echoing around them. Her senior brother wandered alone through the frigid night. Seeming far less radiant than she remembered, his silhouette grew frail, each step faltering, leaving behind solitary footprints in the snow, until he finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing upon the icy ground. She heard him utter his final whisper, "So cold." In the vision, her senior brother perished alone in the night, a night she had never known. Chapter 45, The Torrent of Regret, the ethereal past. The subsequent images became hazy in Lu Ruyon's memory, the overwhelming sorrow morphed into a cataclysmic deluge, obliterating all coherent thought and plunging her mind into an abyss of emptiness. Lu Ruyon's complexion turned ashen, her eyes, clouded with confusion, betrayed her profound anguish. Particularly haunting was the image of her senior brother fallen in the snow, piercing her heart like a steel blade, causing her entire being to convulse in pain. Had her senior brother not been so resolute, choosing to enter the demon lock tower to prove his innocence? Had the sect not summoned the mirror of inquiry, would her inadvertent misunderstanding truly have led to such a tragic conclusion for him? While they basked in warmth and laughter within the grand hall, her senior brother trudged through the lonely night, ultimately succumbing to the relentless cold that heralded the end of his life. The most absurd and sorrowful truth was that throughout his expulsion from the sect, none of them had even deigned to cast a glance in his direction. Were such despair and desolation to befall her, she feared she would shatter in an instant. "I am so sorry. Truly I am." The intense agony and guilt enveloped her entire being, forcing her to collapse to the ground. Trembling, she pressed her hands against her heart, now shattered into countless pieces, as her unending remorse and regret transformed into scorching tears that could no longer be contained. Spilling forth from her eyes, she was wrong. She truly understood her error. How could her casual misunderstanding have precipitated such a butterfly effect, leading her senior brother to such a woeful fate? She could scarcely fathom the depths of despair her senior brother must have felt on that cold night. "Miss, are you all right?" Lu Ruyon's sudden emotional breakdown startled the cloaked elder. This crystal orb, a treasured heirloom passed down from one of his ancestors, was said to be incapable of inflicting harm upon a person's spirit. Witnessing Lu Ruyan in such profound agony, her tears flowing uncontrollably, alarmed him greatly. He reached out, intending to assist her. "No, I must tell my senior sister. I must sincerely apologize to my senior brother, by any means necessary. I will ensure he forgives me." Wiping away her tears, Lu Ruyon's eyes were ablaze with determination as she rushed out. After a significant pause, the dazed elder finally regained his senses and darted after her like the wind. "Wait. Young lady, you haven't paid yet. This garment's design is exquisite. It should look splendid on my senior brother." Holding a moonlight white robe, Chu Youwei's thoughts drifted to the joyful future, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet, in an instant, her expression shifted, the smile vanishing as if it had never existed. "Fairy, do you believe this moon-white robe is lacking in perfection, perhaps containing flaws?" A well-featured shop assistant approached. "This moon-white robe was crafted by a master commissioned by our guild. Made from the finest silkworm silk, presenting this robe as a gift would be a splendid choice. I am certain your partner would be delighted." Chu Youwei, momentarily lost in thought, shook her head bitterly. "No, he is my senior brother." Ignoring the assistant's fervent pitch, she found herself drifting back into a reverie, her mind wandering far away. She recalled her first journey beyond the sect, when her senior brother Concerned for her safety, had painstakingly crafted a similar special artifact for her. That garment, too, was white, but it had sustained damage during a trial in a secret realm bearing several tears. Originally, she intended to ask her senior brother to find a spare moment to mend her clothing. However, it now seemed that the few holes in that magical garment would have to be repaired by her own hand. Senior sister. At that moment, Chu Yue suddenly heard her junior sister's voice calling out, "Lu Ruyan." Chu Yue froze for a moment, and as she turned around, Lu Ruyan, like a startled fawn, leaped directly into her embrace. Having just endured immense sorrow, her petite frame trembled, her eyes were red-rimmed, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Soaking the front of Chu Yue's garment, "Senior sister, I just had a divination with a mysterious elder seeking to alleviate my troubles, but afterward I saw many sins concerning senior brother." Lu Ruyan did not hold back. Recounting in detail her divination with the old man in the black robe, initially believing her junior sister was merely a victim of bullying, Chu Yue felt as though struck by lightning upon hearing Lu Ruyan's account. The sins her junior sister witnessed, could they be remnants of injustices faced by senior brother in a past life? Although she had not truly seen those visions herself, just listening to her junior sister's general description filled her with heartache. Suppressing her inner pain, Chu Yue took Lu Ruyan's hand and led her outside the shop. "This place is crowded and chaotic. Once we locate Baishi, junior sister, you must recount this matter from beginning to end." She increasingly felt that senior brother's current plight was likely related to some unknown past events. Although the concept of a past life was ethereal, as cultivators they were not strangers to the term. Moreover, the fact that even her junior sister had glimpsed scenes of senior brother's past only served to bolster her suspicions. "Brother Qingyun, I had such a delightful time today. When I return, I shall inform my father and have him summon a guest elder from the Tianbao Merchant Association to assist me." "Thank you, Elia." Listening to the words of his childhood companion, Yi Qingyun revealed a smile that was both tender and grateful. Emilia's cheeks flushed slightly, exuding a bashful charm. "That Brother Qingyun, I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." As he watched Mulia depart, Yi Qingyun turned his gaze in another direction. "Old Bai, are you certain that your old acquaintance is nearby?" "Absolutely, my perception is quite clear." The response from Old Bai soon echoed in his mind. "However, I must say, your luck with the ladies is rather remarkable. That young lady, despite her ordinary cultivation talent, is adorned in exquisite finery, and there are several powerful protectors veiled in secrecy around her. Even without relying on my connections, with your relationship as childhood friends, you could likely avert this calamity. The more paths, the more layers of security." A smile crept upon Yi Qingyun's lips. "Furthermore, we still do not even know the identity of our adversaries. It is best to be fully prepared." Hearing Yi Qingyun's response, Old Bai felt immense satisfaction. Not only does he possess the unparalleled fortune of the Golden Dragon, but he also approaches matters with such caution and prudence. Remaining humble and unruffled, given time, he is bound to achieve greatness. Shortly after Yi Qingyun's presence faded, a figure stepped out from the direction of the shadows. His expression was stern, and his eyes resembled the depths of a starry sky. After glancing at the direction in which Yi Qingyun and Mulia had departed, he pondered for a moment before turning and vanishing into the thick night, hastening towards the path taken by Mulia. Chapter 46. Since it pertains to him, I shall take your lives. On the way back to her family, Mulia hummed a tune, her spirits seemingly quite high. After all, today she not only reunited with Brother Qingyun but also enjoyed a delightful outing in Zhongzhou City. Moreover, the thought of spending the next few days joyfully with her brother Qingyun further elevated her mood. However, that despicable person who secretly ordered the assassination of Brother Qingyun truly deserves to die. Mulia clenched her fist slightly, her expression tinged with anger as she inwardly seethed. "Once I return to my family, regardless of the cost, I will ensure my father summons a guest elder to eliminate that wretched instigator and avenge Brother Qingyun." Perhaps I could even use this opportunity to deepen my relationship with Brother Chin-yun. Suddenly struck by an idea, she turned to the burly middle-aged man beside her and exclaimed, "By the way, Uncle Wang, didn't you mention earlier that you were seeking a successor for your Divine Shadow Blade technique? What do you think of Brother Chin-yun? At such a young age he has already garnered the attention of the entire Wanjian sect, which speaks volumes about his exceptional talent. I believe if he were to learn from you, he would undoubtedly revive your Divine Shadow Blade technique." This middle-aged man, known as Uncle Wang, was her personal protector. Named Wang Idao, she was unaware of his exact cultivation level, but she had heard her father mention that Uncle Wang had once been an elder in a sect possessing extraordinary strength, his renowned technique. The Divine Shadow Blade technique was said to unleash multiple lethal blade lights in a single breath, striking with astonishing speed to claim the lives of enemies. Initially, she thought her father was exaggerating the prowess of Uncle Wang. However, after witnessing him effortlessly dispatch 5 demonic cultivators in a single breath during an encounter, she finally realized her father had not been embellishing. Uncle Wang truly possessed such capabilities. She had been stunned by his formidable strength and had earnestly implored him to teach her the Divine Shadow Blade technique. Unfortunately, her lack of talent prevented her from grasping its essence even after months of diligent practice. Now, upon seeing Brother Chin-yun, she couldn't help but fantasize about how splendidly he would wield such divine powers, vanquishing numerous formidable foes in the blink of an eye. How gallant he would appear. Today, as I accompanied the young lady, I also observed that fellow named Yi Chin-yun from the shadows, although he did not deliberately reveal it. Many subtle details indicate that he possesses exceptional talent, making him quite compatible with my Divine Shadow Blade technique. Wang Idao stroked his beard and chuckled, "If he is willing to take me as his master, I would not hesitate to impart the Divine Shadow Blade technique to him." He felt an instinctive sense that should he pass on his signature technique to Yi Chin-yun, the latter would likely reach heights surpassing his own. At that moment, Wang Idao suddenly sensed something and his expression turned vigilant. "Young lady, be careful, there's a situation." Simultaneously, several powerful figures responsible for protecting Mulia emerged, forming a protective barrier around her while fixating their wary gazes ahead. Amidst their fearful and cautious glances, a tall, handsome man clad in azure stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop a distant pavilion. Moonlight cascaded upon the young man, and even in the thick of night, he exuded an undeniable aura of superiority. "Who goes there?" Wang Idao backed, his voice resonating with authority. "We are members of the Tianbao Merchant Association. Why do you obstruct our path?" Despite the strength in his voice, he was profoundly wary of the sudden appearance of Gu Hon. Even with his cultivation at the half-step divine stage, he could not discern Gu Hon's true strength. He even felt that, combined with the others, they would likely not stand a chance against the azure-clad man before them. Ignoring Wang Idao's cold inquiry, Gu Hon, with an air of indifference, locked his deep, ink-like gaze onto the protected Mulia. Are you the childhood companion of Yi Chin-yun?" Mulia swallowed hard, opening her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, the azure-clad man simply chuckled and shook his head, as if engaged in a dialogue with himself. "Never mind, since it pertains to that guy Yi Chin-yun, I shall take your lives." Gu Hon's chilling voice echoed on the cold wind, reaching the ears of the gathered protectors. Wang Idao's hair stood on end, panic coursing through him as his body instinctively reacted. After all, he had navigated the martial world for years and possessed a wealth of combat experience. "Protect the young lady." As he issued the command, he drew his signature blade. Boom! In that instant, his entire cultivation burst forth without reservation. He placed his blade at his left waist, gripping the hilt with his right hand, poised to draw. At that moment, a terrifying aura of blade energy converged towards his weapon. The flow of time felt agonizingly slow to him, the world appearing as a series of slides. The Divine Shadow Blade technique emphasizes striking from the most perfect angle, utilizing the most flawless force to condense the strongest blade energy upon the blade's edge, and then unleashing this power as a flurry of blade lights, divine shadow, blade technique. As Wang Yidao silently roared within his heart, he unleashed his most formidable signature technique, swish, swish, swish. Amidst the roaring of the fierce and swirling blade energy, it seemed as if several radiant blade lights crisscrossed through the inky night, converging from multiple directions towards Gu Hon. In theory, under the relentless and fierce onslaught of such intense blade energy, it should be impossible for anyone to evade it perfectly, yet what unfolded next surpassed all his comprehension. The man in the green attire displayed no intention of dodging whatsoever. Instead, he boldly stepped forward, unflinching, towards the very epicenter of the converging blades. A fool's errand, Wang Yidao could not help but scoff internally. That was a supreme killing technique he had comprehended through a lifetime of insights. Did he truly believe he could effortlessly deflect his renowned skill with mere agility? However, the ensuing scene rendered his expression utterly frozen. Crack! The thunderous sound of an explosion echoed as if the heavens themselves had erupted. In a daze, everyone perceived a blinding azure lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, bearing an overwhelming might that surged swiftly towards them. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hon's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. Vanishing from sight, where he had passed, streaks of azure light lingered, overlapping like slides in a projector. The fierce, intertwined blade energies seemed to cleave through some illusory dimension, utterly failing to graze Gu Hon in the slightest. Chapter 47, Instant Resolution Mastery and Control. How the surrounding space felt as though it had solidified at that moment. Wang Yidao remained poised to strike, yet his entire being had become as rigid as a clay statue. Not just him but the other cultivators who had long since assumed defensive stances shared the same stunned expression, petrified in place. Wang Yidao's once invincible technique, which annihilated foes with the mere extension of his blade, had utterly lost its efficacy today. The figure of the man in green, who had been several miles away just moments ago, had not only shattered the fierce blade energy but had now appeared before Mulia, who was heavily guarded in the center. His expression was as cold as ice, his left hand resting behind his back. Even his stance bore no distinction from before, his long hair and garments showing no sign of disturbance. Yet his outstretched right hand had already pressed against the utterly pallid head of Mulia. Almost simultaneously, several heads were held aloft behind him. Wang Yidao gazed at the familiar headless body before him, blood gushing from the severed neck, and his pupils dilated in horror. This is me. Am I already dead? My lifetime of understanding and the shadowy blade strike could not even harm this man in green. There was no pain, he merely felt his life extinguished in an instant. The heads of Wang Yidao and several cultivators fell heavily to the ground, their eyes wide open, filled with the fear and disbelief of impending death. Out of the corner of her eyes, Mulia, witnessing this scene through the gaps between Gu Hon's fingers, was so overwhelmed with terror that she nearly fainted. That was Uncle Wang, who had safeguarded her numerous times. Even amidst the onslaught of several demonic cultivators, he had managed to lead her to safety through sheer strength, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had met an inexplicable demise. Who exactly are you? Spirit stones, wealth, whatever you desire, I can provide. Though her heart was gripped by an extreme terror, she mustered all her strength to tremble and utter these words. After all, her father had often taken her to meet numerous powerful figures over the years, and she had experienced her fair share of grand occasions. In this perilous situation, she still managed to retain a semblance of rationality. Upon hearing her words, Gu Hon merely curled his lips into a slight smile, entirely disregarding Mulia's plea. In truth, I had no intention of making a move against you, but alas, you insisted on entangling yourself with him, meddling in affairs that do not concern you, disrupting my plans. As his words fell, Gu Hon's fingers exerted a subtle force, the strange red mist of blood unfurling from his palm, surging violently into Mulia's mind, relentlessly tearing apart and damaging her consciousness. The excruciating agony and the encroaching threat of death compelled Mulia to struggle desperately. However, Gu-hon's grip was like an iron vice, firmly clamping down on her head, rendering her efforts utterly futile. My father is the president of the Tianbao Merchant Association. If you kill me, he will surely employ every means to track you down. If there is any misunderstanding between us, you may voice it. I can offer compensation in any form. Amidst her painful struggles, Mulia's thoughts raced, connecting the dots from the earlier words of the man in green. She finally comprehended everything. This man was the orchestrator behind the annihilation of her brother Qingyun's family, subjecting him to such unwarranted disaster. Now, upon learning of her intention to assist her brother in seeking vengeance, he had resolved to take matters into his own hands, silencing her for good. At this moment, Mulia truly understood the terrifying figure her brother had offended. This was far beyond the realm of a mere wealthy young lady like herself to meddle in. She regretted it, regretted intervening without fully grasping the situation. The crimson mist had entirely engulfed her consciousness. The remnants of her self-awareness began to dissipate amidst the endless agony and regret. Her eyes lost focus, becoming dull and lifeless. Her body gradually ceased its instinctive struggle. Once Gu-hon released his grip on Mulia's face, she stood there like a soulless wooden puppet, dazed and motionless. The average person's thinking annihilating Mulia and the others to eliminate any risk of discovery would be the most prudent approach. However, he had a more perfect and advantageous plan. With a snap of his fingers, Gu-hon summoned forth a ripple in the air. Suddenly, within the depths of Mulia's vacant gaze, a flash of red light flickered within her pupils. Soon after, it spread like a spark in the wilderness, rapidly engulfing her entire being, reconstructing her previously devoured consciousness and soul. Yet, she had lost her original self. At this moment, she was entirely under Gu-hon's control. Go back and relay what transpired today. Claim that demonic cultivators invaded Shangzhou City, and during the chaos you managed to escape. In your panic you witnessed a young man clandestinely conversing with the demonic cultivators. Seemingly in collusion with them, there might be a demonic spy in Zhongzhou City, aiming to incite turmoil from the shadows. After listening to Gu-hon's series of instructions, Mulia nodded blankly. Yes. Lia will heed your words, my lord. Once she spoke, her expression quickly morphed into one of frantic terror as she bolted towards the distant, illuminated street. After Mulia's figure vanished from sight, Gu-hon set about arranging the scene, crafting traces of battle and the distinct aura left by the demonic cultivators. With the groundwork laid, it was now time to await the opportune moment to officially commence this grand spectacle. Yi Qingyun, you who loves to pin the label of demonic spies upon me, how will you respond when I place this very cap upon you? As he spoke, Gu-hon produced a scrap of fabric entirely different from his own attire, a smile widening at the corners of his mouth. This time, I shall crown you with this hat in advance. How will you contend with it? Following a series of soft chuckles, Gu-hon gradually faded into the void, soon disappearing. Moments later, in an unknown shadowy location, ripples suddenly stirred. A poised and elegant woman clad in luxurious garments glanced at the direction where Gu-hon had vanished, then cast her gaze upon the deliberately crafted battlefield. Though she was unaware of Gu Gongzi's true intentions, she recognized that such a deliberate ploy to frame the demonic cultivators was indeed rather sinister. However, the scene would seem somewhat implausible without the bodies of the demonic cultivators present. Go kill those demonic cultivators in the dungeon and dispose of their bodies here. After all, we have already extracted all necessary information. After issuing her commands, the master of Fenghua Tower fell into contemplation. Did I not just hear Gu Gongzi mention Yi Qingyun? Could it be that Gu Gongzi has a grudge against this fellow? Should I take action in the shadows to eliminate this threat for Gu Gongzi? After all, everyone knew that the young lady of their family was deeply infatuated with Gu-hon. He might very well be their future son-in-law. Establishing a good rapport early on could yield benefits in the future. Chapter 48, Planning to bury everything. Who are you pretending for? Simultaneously, Gu-hon, who was swiftly traversing the night, Received a notification from the system, ding, congratulations, master, on completing the villain branch task of isolating the protagonist's childhood friend, Mulia, from providing assistance. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 5,000 villain points, although this side quest was completed with relative ease. Gu-hon did not consider the tasks issued by the system to be of low difficulty. He had been fortunate this time encountering Mulia while she was out seeking an appointment with Yi Qingyun. Rather than within the confines of the Tianbao Merchant Association's estate, otherwise the difficulty and risks would have escalated significantly, yet the world held no such what ifs. Mulia had inadvertently stumbled into his line of fire. And he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. In the original plot, Mulia served as a substantial support for Yi Qingyun in the early stages, leveraging the immense financial resources and vast connections of the Tianbao Merchant Association to provide him with numerous advantages. She had even aided him in rapidly amassing initial resources, indirectly facilitating his swift rise. Now that Mulia was entirely under his control, with a mere flick of his hand, the Tianbao Merchant Association would not only cease to be Yi Qingyun's ally but would, in a certain sense, become his adversary. To envision the protagonist being confronted by the very characters from the original narrative is, in itself, a source of considerable delight. However, the subsequent challenge of thwarting several saints and saintesses from forging a friendship with Yi Qingyun presents a rather formidable obstacle. Not to mention, this is within the domain of the sacred ground, where the elders in charge of leading possess formidable cultivation. It is only natural that these saints and saintesses, upon venturing forth, would be under the discreet guardianship of these elders. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed by this matter. These saints and saintesses will inevitably enter the secret realm of Zhongshu, and once they do, he shall have ample opportunity to manipulate this band of individuals. Given the connection to Yi Qingyun, it is his intention to bury them all. Sister Lu Yuyan, are your words truly sincere? Have you genuinely witnessed the tragic scenes from Shixiang's past life? Are you certain it is not an illusion conjured by that old man in the black robe, seeking to exploit the guilt buried deep within your heart to deceive you, in a private room of a tavern? Luo Baiji was the first to voice her incredulity. Her expression bore a dazed and perplexed demeanor, as if she was struggling to digest the information swirling in her mind after Lu Yuan's recounting. A few images had already begun to weave themselves in their minds. The north wind howled and snow fell in the frigid depths of winter. The exiled Shixiang traversed the desolate snowfield, utterly spent, ultimately collapsing in the icy embrace of the snow, perishing on a night shrouded in mystery. Outside the tavern, the market bustled with life, filled with laughter and mirth, while within the private room silence reigned. As sorrowful or guilty thoughts brewed like oppressive clouds, leaving one feeling as if a lump were lodged in their throat. Yet perhaps it was merely an illusion, for upon closer listening, faint sounds of suppressed sobs occasionally pierced the stillness of the room. Lu Yuyan kept her head lowered, her eyes slightly reddened, tears forming and cascading from the corners of her eyes like glistening, molten pearls. She had initially believed that the old man's divination would alleviate her worries, allowing her heart to find some semblance of peace. However, after this ordeal, her state of mind had only grown more chaotic. Each time she recalled the images in her mind, her heart was seized by sharp pangs of pain. She never anticipated that such a simple misunderstanding could lead to such a tragic fate for Shixiang, especially the moment in the divination where Shixiang descended the mountain alone against the setting sun. With no one behind him to plead for his stay, merely contemplating it was suffocating. Shixiang must have harbored great expectations that they, or perhaps their master, would come to retain him, yet until he descended the mountain and met his end on that snow-laden night, they had taken not a single action. They truly are ungrateful wretches. Chu Yue pressed her crimson lips together, remaining silent for a long while. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the pile of gifts they had prepared for Shixiang. And she could not help but feel a wave of irony wash over her, such pretentious displays, but for whom, the other two sisters perhaps regarded those so-called visions merely as divinations, as potential events yet to unfold. Yet, having witnessed certain scenes from Shiseong's past life through some mysterious power within the demon ceiling tower, she understood that these were likely genuine occurrences from Shiseong's previous existence. Otherwise, how could the gentle Shiseong have transformed into an entirely different being due to a mere misunderstanding? Even amidst daily grievances, they could always coax Shiseong back to ease with a few playful antics. How could he then remain oblivious to their countless attempts to please him? She was unaware of how many such tragic scenes Shiseong had endured. But surely they were not few. The suffocating anguish of being abandoned by the entire world, she could scarcely bear to experience it even once. How many times had he endured such sorrow? How many grievances had he suffered? Yet, why did he not confide in them? However, the moment this thought emerged, Chu Yuwei felt foolish. Although practitioners of the Tao are not strangers to the concepts of past lives and reincarnation, if someone were to suddenly recount their past life's tales and experiences, she would likely instinctively deem them a fool. Moreover, judging by Shiseong's current demeanor, he must have long since resigned himself to despair. Nevertheless, it matters not, for at least now I am aware, as Chu Yuwei raised her delicate brows. Her beauty had transformed into a visage of determination. As long as I am willing to strive, the extinguished match may yet be rekindled, the cold heart may still be warmed. Yi Qinyun remained blissfully ignorant of the events transpiring that very night. Following the instructions of Old Bai, he had arrived before an extraordinarily grand and imposing residence located in the heart of Zhongzhou City. The solemn atmosphere radiating from the mansion prompted Yi Qinyun to instinctively adjust his attire. It was only then that he noticed a small piece of fabric missing from his left sleeve. Such a trivial detail had not concerned him. It must have occurred while he was out enjoying himself with Mulaya. Chapter 49 The Great Turmoil in Zhongzhou. Established lines of the demon sect. At the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce residence, the lady of the house expressed her concern. My lord, it has grown late. Laya has yet to return. Could she be in danger? Haha, what danger could possibly arise? This is Zhongzhou City, the shared domain of several sacred grounds. Moreover, with the grand event of Zhongzhou about to commence and sects converging, who would dare create trouble during such a crucial time? The plump, middle-aged man seated at the head, dressed in opulence, savored his tea with an air of contentment, utterly dismissing his wife's worries. Furthermore, Laya mentioned she was meeting her childhood companion Qinyun. I have discreetly dispatched Wang Yidao and other guards to accompany her. What mishap could possibly occur? Qinyun, the Yi Qinyun from the Zongfeng Yi family. The lady's brow furrowed slightly. Their family had recently risen to prominence, becoming a well-known merchant family, while the Zongfeng Yi family had long since fallen from grace. She preferred her daughter to associate with truly powerful and influential young men rather than some impoverished scion of a defunct clan. What would you, a mere woman, understand? Mu Ronghua's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. That young lad Qinyun possesses extraordinary talent. He has only been with the Wanjian sect for less than 3 months, yet he is already being cultivated as a co-disciple by the higher echelons. If he does not falter, he is destined for remarkable achievements. If we invest in him now, we may reap unimaginable rewards in the future. At that moment, a guard burst into the hall, panic-stricken. My lord, this is terrible. The young lady has encountered trouble. She was attacked by practitioners of the demon sect in Zhongzhou City. Wang Yidao and all the guards have perished. Silence fell upon the grand hall. The once relaxed expression on Mu Ronghua's face turned rigid upon hearing this news. The teacup in his hand shattered on the ground with a resounding crash, scattering tea everywhere. The Tianbao Chamber of Commerce and indeed the entire Zhongzhou City had descended into chaos. In that instant, demon sect practitioners have invaded. How dare anyone incite trouble during the Zhongzhou Grand event? This is a blatant disregard for the several sacred grounds and numerous sects. The response from Zhengzhou City was swifter than I had anticipated. As the night deepened, the entire Zhengzhou City was ablaze with lights, lanterns floating in the air. Disguised through illusion, Gu Hon stood atop a building. His gaze cold and indifferent as he surveyed the tumult below, his detached demeanor starkly contrasted with the chaos unfolding beneath him. In his perception, several figures were swiftly closing in on him in a surrounding formation. We are the city guards of Zhengzhou. Given the disturbances in the city, we are ordered to apprehend suspicious individuals. We kindly request that you remain in place while we conduct our inspection. Hearing the leader of the guards scolding, Gu Hon stifled a laugh. The city guards of Zhengzhou were surprisingly courteous, even employing the term kindly request towards a suspicious individual. As he inwardly scoffed. Gu Hon activated the walking secret technique. In an instant his aura began to surge, and his figure vanished from the spot. In the pitch-black night it seemed as though a blue lightning bolt had suddenly streaked across the sky, illuminating the darkness. In the blink of an eye he had appeared several hundred miles away, fleeing at a speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Not good. Block him, the city guard reacted swiftly. Almost as soon as Gu Hon made his move, they had already anticipated his actions. Several beams of divine light tore through the void, racing towards the direction Gu Hon had escaped. However, the speed at which he moved was simply too rapid. Even though they were all cultivators at the divine platform realm, fully unleashing their power, they could not close the distance even a fraction. In an instant, Gu Hon had vanished entirely into the dense night. Damn it, the leading city guard commander cursed vehemently. Did any of you catch a glimpse of his appearance? In response, the other guards awkwardly shook their heads. The speed of the figure had exceeded their comprehension. From the moment they laid eyes on him to the instant he completely disappeared, scarcely 2 breaths had passed. This left them with a tingling sensation at the back of their necks. Among the elite figures in Zhengzhou City, was there truly none who could match such speed? Could it be that a top-tier demon lord had infiltrated? That individual was likely connected to the troublemakers in Zhengzhou City. Yet regrettably, that individual had managed to escape. As the captain of the city guards wore a grim expression, he suddenly paused, as if sensing something. Raising his gaze, he spotted not far away, on the eaves of the pavilion where Gu Hon had previously stood, a tattered piece of fabric hanging, the origin of which was unknown. The burly man's eyes instantly brightened with delight. Though merely a ragged piece of cloth, it surely retained the lingering essence of the person who once wore it. The formidable beings of Zhengzhou City might very well be able to trace this faint scent and uncover the true identity of the fugitive. Meanwhile, Gu Hon, having reverted to his original appearance, wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, his mood seemingly quite cheerful. If those fools were not dim-witted, they would undoubtedly treat the accidental clue of the tattered cloth I left behind as a significant lead, allowing certain powerful figures to pinpoint my true identity through a retrospective tracking method. Alas, the curvature of Gu Hon's smile became increasingly pronounced. This matter must be traced back several hours prior. After a bout of disguise, he had been trailing behind that fellow Yi Qinyun, and amidst the bustling crowd, he had stealthily approached and discreetly taken a piece of cloth from him, initially, after planning to eliminate Mulia and the others. He had chosen Yi Qinyun as the target for framing, although Yi Qinyun was blessed with a protagonist's halo, rendering this tactic possibly ineffective. This was merely the beginning. His actions were simply to plant a seed of suspicion in the minds of the crowd, suggesting that Yi Qinyun might be entangled with the demonic sect, allowing this lad to experience the tribulations Gu Hon had faced in his past life. The mere thought of it brought him joy. Ding! Detection of the Master's actions aligns with villainous behavior. Congratulations, Master, for earning 1,500 villain points as a reward. Chapter 50. Have you all taken the wrong medicine? The news of the invasion of the demonic sect cultivators in Zhengzhou City quickly gained traction, causing widespread panic among its residents. Many esteemed disciples from other sects invited to the grand event in Zhengzhou were equally astonished. Never did they expect the audacity of the demonic sect cultivators to escalate to such heights. How dare they provoke trouble during such a critical period, showing utter disregard for all our sect cultivators. The Shongzhou authorities have already issued a bounty. Anyone who can provide information regarding the demonic cultivators involved in this incident will be rewarded with a substantial amount of spirit stones. Spirit stones are not so easily acquired. Amidst a sea of people, the difficulty of locating a single demonic cultivator is exceedingly daunting. However, there are specific details that have already surfaced. It is said that the demonic cultivator made contact with a young cultivator within Zhongzhou city. By finding that young cultivator, one could trace the roots of this incident, as the mastermind behind this incident, Gu Hon, had just emerged from his resting palace when he overheard the discussions among the disciples of the questioning sword sect. He did not reveal any unusual emotions when he was falsely accused of being a spy for the demonic sect. These same individuals had acted in a similar manner, hypocrites, absurdly parading under the guise of justice while venting their dark impulses. Senior brother, at that moment, 3 soft and ethereal voices suddenly rang out from behind him. Gu Hon paused slightly, and his previously cheerful mood diminished. It was senior sister Yue and her companions, a disciple of the questioning sword sect, exclaimed in surprise. They had long grown accustomed to the recent warmth displayed by Chu Yue and her 2 companions towards Gu Hon, even feeling a tinge of envy in their minds ever since that incident had concluded. The 3 had persistently endeavored to please their senior brother, exhibiting an extreme level of gentleness and consideration. Today, the leading Chu Yue donned a snow-white gauze dress intricately embroidered with phoenix motifs, adorned with a sapphire hairpin radiating an extraordinary beauty that captivated the eyes of many. Lu Ruyan and Luo Baishi were similarly resplendent, causing numerous disciples to momentarily lose their composure at the sight of such celestial beauty. This scene even caused Yi Qingyun, who happened to pass by, to be momentarily entranced. He had always known that his senior sister was breathtakingly beautiful, but he had underestimated the extent of her allure. Today, for reasons unknown, she appeared even more stunning than usual. Her flowing hair cascaded down her waist, and her eyes sparkled with a sweet, fragrant smile akin to black gemstones. Her delicately defined nose, translucent lips, and skin smoother than the finest jade amalgamated to form an ethereal visage that was simply beyond reproach. Moreover, his senior sister, who usually emanated an aura of aloofness, now radiated the vivacious charm of a playful young girl. "Good morning, senior sister." As the extraordinarily beautiful Chu Yue passed right before him, Yi Qingyun instinctively sought to greet her. However, the trio of Chu Yue completely disregarded him, walking straight past and heading directly towards Gu Hon. The morning sunlight bathed the young girl's exquisite features, enhancing her purity and beauty. Chu Yue, with her hands clasped behind her, slightly bent forward, exuding a playful charm reminiscent of youthful infatuation. A gentle morning breeze swept through, seemingly caressing the girl's hair, further accentuating her alluring countenance. Yet, in stark contrast to the almost fervent gazes of those around them, Gu Hon appeared particularly indifferent, but especially with his slightly furrowed brow, which unmistakably conveyed his disdain and aversion. Nevertheless, Chu Yue seemed oblivious, her voice still soft and ethereal. "Senior brother, yesterday you mentioned being too busy to accompany us in appreciating the lanterns. Thus, we 3 have prepared many special gifts for you. Look, senior brother, this is the Xian Yu Bao Yi I specifically chose for you. Such a style complements you perfectly, so I had to purchase it." Luo Baishi quickly stepped forward, presenting her carefully selected gift, a pale blue jade pendant that shimmered softly under the sunlight, evoking a sense of tranquility. "Senior brother, this is a specialty from the Baiming continent, crafted from a unique mineral known as Blue Moon Glass Jade. It is said to possess the enchanting ability to dispel evil and prevent plagues. Given the potential dangers of this journey into the secret realm, wearing this pendant will ensure your safety. Senior brother, I also prepared a special gift for you." Lu Ruyan, summoning her courage, produced a container resembling a clay pot, Upon lifting the lid, an irresistible aroma wafted forth, inciting an insatiable appetite. Senior brother, this is a selection of delicacies from various continents that I meticulously gathered last night. Not only are they nourishing, but they each carry distinct flavors. I know you used to make soup for me. These days you must be quite weary, so I wanted to cook the most nourishing and delicious soup for you. Lu Ruyan added softly, I understand my previous culinary skills were rather lacking. The soup might have been unpalatable even for dogs, so last night I sought help from several senior sisters to teach me how to make this soup. I can assure you it won't taste bad, it's edible. The cautious yet eager expressions displayed by the three girls nearly shattered the hearts of the surrounding disciples of the questioning sword sect. Their gazes towards Guhon began to shift, filled with a complicated mixture of emotions, as if to imply that should Guhon refuse their affections, he would be deemed ungrateful. Guhon chuckled coldly to himself, attempting to morally bind him. Apologies, but as a villain he possesses no morality. Casting a casual glance, he spoke with a playful mockery. Have you all taken the wrong medicine today? P.S. Here's the fourth update. Thank you for your support. Those familiar with the chasing husband to the crematorium genre will know what to expect. The author has endeavored to avoid frustrating or toxic elements wherever possible, and I apologize for any shortcomings. Chapter 51. He turned and walked away, not casting another glance at them. The space seemed to freeze in silence in response to Guhon's icy words. The hands of Chu Yue and her companions, holding their carefully chosen gifts, trembled as if pierced by numerous steel needles. Although they had long prepared themselves for rejection, the reality of the moment brought an unavoidable sense of loss and discomfort. Senior brother, you woke up late today and haven't had breakfast yet. Perhaps I could leave it here for you. You can try it when you have the chance. Lu Ruyan mustered her courage to speak again. No need. Guhon's voice was cold, completely disregarding the trio who stood rigidly in place. His gaze turned towards the crowd, where Shaoling appeared astonished, watching the unfolding drama with curiosity. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Shaoling, didn't you say you had nothing to do today and wanted to continue listening to music at the brothel? Let us go together, Shaoling. Shaoling was utterly bewildered. Wait, when did he ever say that? Upon witnessing the seemingly warm yet inexplicably chilling curve at the corner of Guhon's lips, an involuntary shiver coursed through his entire being. Nevertheless, he remained docilely willing to be utilized as a pawn. What alternative did he have? After all, Guhon could easily pin him to the ground with a mere hand. Shaoling suppressed the twitching of his lips and forced a sheepish nod. Indeed, I sought you out for this matter, Guhon responded with a light chuckle and a nod. Very well, I am available now. Shall we depart at once? He turned on his heel, not sparing a glance at Lu Ruyan and her two companions. In the eyes of the other disciples of the Wanjian sect, the trio's once bright eyes dimmed in an instant. Particularly, the corners of Lu Ruyan's eyes glistened with a hint of red, making her appear much like a small kitten that had suffered great injustice. She dabbed at the tears threatening to spill and spoke softly. I will go warm some food for senior brother and place it before his palace. Perhaps he will take a sip upon his return. The surrounding disciples of the Wanjian sect fell silent. In truth, if one were to look closely, they would notice the many small wounds on Lu Ruyan's delicate, pale fingers, all treated with care. These minor injuries likely resulted from her clumsy preparation of the soup for Guhon the previous night, where she had inadvertently cut herself while handling the ingredients. A flurry of thoughts suddenly surged through the minds of the disciples. Lu Ruyan had meticulously selected various specialty ingredients from other continents, sought advice from numerous senior sisters, and repeatedly tested her culinary skills to craft the most delectable soup. After much effort, she had indeed created a bowl of the finest broth, yet her senior brother had not even deigned to taste it. While it was true that Lu Ruyan bore a significant share of the blame for the earlier incident had it not already passed, moreover, the young girl had proactively sought forgiveness for Guhon. A grown man to harbor such resentment and disregard her goodwill was nothing short of theatrical exaggeration. It was not only the other disciples of the Wanjian sect who felt this way. Shaoling, observing the scene with a purely spectator's mindset, also wished to offer a few words of comfort to Gu Hon. However, recalling how Gu Hon had once shown meticulous care for his several junior sisters, he felt that the matter's origins might run deeper. Unaware of the truth, he refrained from comment. Some things once missed are truly lost. No matter the means employed, they cannot be reclaimed, much like a shattered mirror that cannot be mended. Chu Yuwei and Luo Baishi, watching Gu Hon's retreating figure, felt an unbearable pang in their hearts. The heaviness in their chests was so distressing that it brought them to the brink of tears. Did their senior brother truly find them so loathsome? He even rejected the gifts they had so thoughtfully chosen, showing no desire to even glance at them. Or were they truly so unworthy of forgiveness? Surely, their senior brother had been preoccupied with other matters yesterday. Perhaps he was weary, seeking an excuse to unwind. Chu Yuwei forced a bitter smile, crafting an alibi for her brother. Once he feels better, we'll return tonight, and I'm certain he will accept our gifts. Although fully aware that Chu Yuwei was merely seeking to soothe her own hurt feelings with a flimsy excuse, Lu Ruyan and Luo Baishi nonetheless felt a glimmer of hope return to their eyes at her words. Sister, you have all been deceived by senior brother. After observing for a considerable time, Ichinyun could no longer contain himself. What do you mean? Senior brother was merely tired yesterday, seeking to relax at the so-called pleasure quarters. Just yesterday, I happened to pass through the bustling central market and saw him enjoying the festivities and admiring the lanterns. He was certainly not preoccupied with anything of importance. Furthermore, at that time, you three sisters had also invited senior brother to join you in appreciating the lanterns, yet he concocted an excuse to refuse and went alone. This is truly... Ichinyun shook his head in exasperation. Even without articulating his subsequent thoughts, his meaning was unmistakable. To be honest, he had initially intended to remain uninvolved, yet today as Gu Hon irked him more and more. The three senior sisters had gone to such lengths to prepare gifts and seek an apology. Yet he remained as unyielding as ice, utterly dismissive. He was a grown man, after all. How could he be so petty? The three sisters had humbled themselves to apologize, so what more did he want? What was particularly vexing to him was the stark contrast. He had greeted the three sisters, but they had ignored him, instead bestowing their carefully chosen gifts upon Gu Han. It was well known that these three sisters had always treated him with kindness, occasionally bringing him treasures from the secret realms, yet today, they completely overlooked him, showering Gu Hon with gifts while he received nothing in return. This disparity left him feeling inexplicably disgruntled. Had he been the recipient of such affection from three beautiful sisters, he would have been overjoyed to the point of sleeplessness. Gu Hon, in his eyes, seemed to be playing a game of feigned indifference. Why Ichinyun's voice was not quiet, resonating clearly in the ears of Chu Yuwei and her companions, as well as the other disciples of the Wanjian sect. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in a commotion akin to the onset of a butterfly effect. No way, its senior brother is really such a person. I can attest to this. I was present at the time. Senior brother rejected Yuwei's invitation, claiming he was heading to the pleasure quarters. Upon hearing Ichinyun's words, it became evident that senior brother's excuse for going to the pleasure quarters was merely a poor pretext. In reality, he had no intention of acknowledging Yuwei and her companions, opting instead to enjoy the lanterns on his own, while the principal blame for that earlier incident lay with Lu Ruyan and the others. Did it not seem excessive to remain so petty and cling to it forever? Chapter 52. If you cannot restrain your tongue, I shall manage it for you. Listening to the sudden uproar from the crowd, Ichinyun secretly smiled. Although he was no match for Gu Hon in terms of cultivation, could he not leverage the influence of his surroundings? Look, with just a slight maneuver, he could easily stir the hearts of the masses. turning them into unwitting allies in his campaign against Gu Hon. Senior brother Chu Yuwei and her companions longed to speak up in defense of their brother. However, his refusal of their invitation, coupled with his decision to go enjoy the lanterns alone, was undeniably disheartening. The departing Gu Hon paused momentarily, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Manipulating public sentiment for his own gain was a well-worn tactic of Yi Qingyun. He recalled the first time he had chosen to take a stand against this individual, having fallen victim to such schemes before. He remembered distinctly the chaos that had erupted in the West Xian region, with fiendish sects wreaking havoc and the common folk suffering. Many formidable practitioners from these sects had even launched assaults against their own sections. In response, the higher-ups of the sect had mobilized their finest to prevent the encroachment of the fiendish sections, yet a small faction of these practitioners had circumvented the front lines, intent on attacking the already beleaguered Wenjian sect. The defenders, though strained, managed to hold their ground thanks to the protective formation, but the ensuing chaos was beyond anyone's expectations. A sudden influx of demonic beasts added to the turmoil, culminating in a traitor within the sect who breached their defenses. Ultimately, both fiendish practitioners and demonic beasts stormed the Wenjian sect's headquarters, resulting in the deaths of many disciples and elders left behind. Upon receiving word, the sect's leaders returned to find their stronghold in ruins. Their fury palpable. It was during that incident that Yi Qingyun had, through his machinations, shifted the blame onto him. He had no desire to revisit those painful memories. At that time, the sister he had doted upon and the master he had respected had both, without substantial evidence, believed Yi Qingyun's words, casting aspersions on him. They had chided him with phrases like, "So this is who you truly are, you have disappointed me greatly," among other remarks. Had he not ultimately sworn a celestial oath to prove his innocence, his fate would have been far more tragic. It was that very ordeal that convinced him of Yi Qingyun's complicated background. He could assert with absolute certainty that Yi Qingyun was the instigator. Yet, when Yi Qingyun swore upon the heavens that he was innocent, the divine did not strike him down. Either Yi Qingyun's luck was extraordinary, or the so-called heavens were likely aligned with his interests. As his thoughts gradually settled, Gu Hon exhibited no outward sign of change. Had this been before he awakened the system, he might have resorted to similar tactics of stirring public sentiment to counter Yi Qingyun. But now, the latter had the support of the heavens and powerful figures from the celestial realm, while he had the backing of a formidable system, coupled with his current strength, which far surpassed that of everyone present. Any schemes would prove futile in the face of absolute power. "What are you all barking about? My affairs, my words, what business is it of yours?" The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura of law emanated from Gu Hon. Swiftly radiating in all directions like a tempest, the oppressive force rendered the air suffocating, while the atmosphere turned icy and chilling, instilling a sense of dread. The previously bustling environment fell into an eerie stillness. Just moments ago, the disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect had been engaged in animated discussions, casting various glances at Gu Han. In an instant, their faces turned as pale as paper, their expressions filled with sheer terror. Particularly affected was Shaoling, who felt an instinctive, soul-deep fear arise within him. What had this individual done recently to elevate his power to such a terrifying extent? With his hands clasped behind him, Gu Hon turned and raised his chin slightly, his voice cold and disdainful. "According to the sect's rules, the Sword Inquiry sect may engage in sparring as long as we do not intend to kill and ensure the preservation of life. If you cannot restrain your tongues, then allow me to do so for you, fellow junior brothers and sisters. Do you grasp my meaning?" The disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect felt a chill run down their spines. This was indeed a blatant threat. Should they dare utter anything offensive, Gu Hon would undoubtedly mete out a lesson they would never forget, especially for Yi Qingyun, who was currently on the receiving end of Gu Hon's overwhelming spiritual pressure. His entire being felt as if it were being suppressed by an unseen force, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Yet, thanks to his unique bloodline and the enhancement from Elder by regarding his spirit, He managed to endure despite the discomfort. He had not anticipated that Gu Hon would resort to such a straightforward yet brutal approach. It seemed he had underestimated Gu Hon's fierceness, however he was not prepared to concede so easily. "Brother, I know you deliberately concocted an excuse to attend the brothel while secretly heading to the bustling streets of Zhongsho for your own purpose. I cannot say much," Yi Qingyun remarked with a cold smirk. "But I have heard that yesterday demonic sect cultivators caused a disturbance near the central market, even killing several powerful individuals. I also learned that a young cultivator in Zhongsho was clandestinely meeting with those from the demonic sect." "Brother, your deliberate excuse to evade the invitations of the 3 junior sisters while secretly visiting the central market, what are your true intentions, or do you have something to hide?" The atmosphere froze once more, as if the very air had thickened. Why? Yi Qingyun's pointed words cut through the tension. Why had Gu Hon feigned an excuse to refuse the invitations from Chu Yuwei and her companions? Had he merely sought to vex them? Yet, in their minds, Gu Hon was not the type to behave this way. Reflecting on recent events, a chilling realization dawned upon them. Their brother had purposefully concocted an excuse to sneak into the central market, potentially to meet with demonic sect cultivators. Could it be that their brother was an insider for the demonic sect? As the thought crystallized, the gazes directed at Gu Hon transformed into wary scrutiny. Gu Hon merely raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yi Qingyun had managed to turn this small detail against him. Nevertheless, he had anticipated that Yi Qingyun might attempt to create trouble. Last night, he had prepared a grand surprise for him. Unaware of the truth, Yi Qingyun observed Gu Hon's expression and couldn't help but smirk, exuding an air of triumph. "Brother Gu, I concede that your elaborate refusal of the 3 junior sisters' invitations was driven by ulterior motives. However, the timing and location you chose seem far too deliberate. Coincidentally, you were in the central market when the incident involving the demonic sect occurred. Is this not a remarkable coincidence?" Listening to Yi Qingyun's self-satisfied analysis, Gu Hon maintained an impassive demeanor, a faintly enigmatic smile playing on his lips as he uttered words that left all present puzzled. "By my calculations, it should be about time." Bang! As if echoing his statement, the large doors were suddenly flung open with tremendous force. A terrifying aura surged in from outside, heralding the arrival of several formidable cultivators clad in the attire of Zhongsho's city guards. The leader, a burly figure with a grim expression, bore a black gold battle blade at his waist, exuding a deadly aura that left the inexperienced disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect gasping for breath. The young disciples instinctively glanced towards the elders accompanying the leader, only to see their furrowed brows and silence, which deepened their unease, ignoring the shock and horror evident on the faces of the young disciples. The leader's hawk-like gaze swept through the crowd. When his eyes landed on Gu Hon, there was a noticeable pause, a flicker of suspicion crossing his pupils. Yi Qingyun, well aware of the identities of these powerful cultivators, noticed the leader's lingering gaze on Gu Hon and feared they had uncovered something, intending to take Gu Hon for interrogation. Yet the leader's icy gaze shifted away from Gu Hon, locking onto Yi Qingyun of the Sword Inquiry sect. He declared, "We suspect you are connected to the demonic sect's attack last night. Take him away. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence in court." Yi Qingyun, the disciples. It was not until 2 imposing figures approached and seized his shoulders that Yi Qingyun snapped out of his stupor, panic evident in his voice. "You have the wrong person. I never even approached that street. I was a guest at a prominent individual's residence. They can vouch for me. Gu Hon, he was the one who went there. He is the real suspect." In his panic, Yi Qingyun recounted his earlier deductions, but the city guards paid him no mind. Adhering strictly to their protocol, the leader cast Gu Hon another glance before swiftly averting his gaze. "The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? Do you realize you inadvertently left a piece of your robe behind during your escapade? The top cultivators of Zhongsho have already deduced your identity from the aura imbued in that fabric." To dissuade Yi Chin-yun from any false hope, the leader produced a small, smooth piece of blue fabric from his storage space. Upon seeing it, Yi Chin-yun's soul felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. Leaving him dumbfounded, this piece of fabric bore a striking resemblance to the tattered edge of his own robe. Waves of disbelief and terror washed over him. Suddenly, he pieced together the events of the previous day. While enjoying an outing with Mulia, his robe had inexplicably torn. At the time, he had dismissed this trivial detail, but now it dawned on him, the individual who had stealthily torn his robe had intended for him to take the fall. After clandestinely meeting with the demonic sect, they had deliberately left behind a piece of his clothing at the scene, pinning the blame of being a spy on him, with no witnesses present. And with such compelling physical evidence, he had no way to defend himself. Who could this person be? He bore no grudge against them, or how could they resort to such despicable tactics against him? Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a crisp sound of applause drew everyone's attention. Marvelous, simply marvelous. In the center of the gathering, Gu-hon clapped his hands, a playful and mocking smile gracing his lips. Earlier, I listened to junior brother Chin-yun's analysis so cogently that I almost believed I was merely out for a lantern viewing, only to be inadvertently branded as a spy for the demonic sect. It turns out, from the beginning, it was junior brother Chin-yun who was the true spy. You deliberately distorted the truth and fabricated lies to place this burden upon me, all in a bid to clear your own name. Alas. Gu-hon sighed, shaking his head. Junior brother, I must admonish you, as a man, one should stand by their actions. How can you cast such filth upon your brother? Your jealousy of your brother should not compel you to employ such insidious and underhanded tactics. Gu-hon's words were a masterclass in sarcasm and schadenfreude, yielding a remarkable effect. Yi Chin-yun's complexion shifted from green to pale, as Gu-hon had returned his accusations with interest. At the same time, the other disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect, who were easily swayed, now regarded Yi Chin-yun with expressions of anger and disdain. Yi Chin-yun, I never expected you to be such a hypocritical scoundrel. You deliberately twisted the facts and sowed discord. I once considered you a person of worth, but I see now your thoughts are as dark as they come. Without fully grasping the intricacies of the matter, to so readily label the senior brother as a spy of the demonic sect is indeed despicable, as the first disciple of the Wanjian sect spoke out in reproach. It seemed to trigger a butterfly effect. More and more disciples began to hurl accusations at Yi Chin-yun, driven by shame or anger. Of course, their true ire stemmed from the realization that they had been so easily incited by Yi Chin-yun, to the extent of being manipulated into misunderstanding their senior brother. While the disciples of the Wanjian sect seethed with indignation, they cast remorseful glances towards Gu-hon, tinged with an apologetic hue. Yet Gu-hon paid no heed to these fools, for they remained mere pawns in the hands of others. They had merely shifted from being used by Yi Chin-yun to being employed by him instead. Chapter 54, Gifts Given in Doubles. Joy multiplied. This unexpected reversal left Chu Yue and her companions with tightly pressed lips and lowered heads, betraying a hint of shame. In truth, they had wished to defend their senior brother at the first opportunity. However, ultimately, Yi Chin-yun's words had shaken their resolve. After all, their senior brother had declined their deliberate invitation, concocting an excuse to visit the bustling central market alone, which was indeed highly suspicious. Consequently, the many arguments they had prepared felt woefully inadequate. Yet fundamentally, they had not truly placed their trust in their senior brother this time. Feeling the gaze of Chu Yue and her companions, Gu-hon remained unfazed. What did it matter whether they believed him or not? The fact remained that he was indeed responsible for the situation. Gu-hon, what did you mean by your earlier statement regarding the timing? Did you already know that the city guards would come? Is this matter connected to you? Yi Chin-yun, on the verge of being taken away by the city guards, recalled Gu-hon's previous remarks and struggled to voice his thoughts. Junior brother, one may indulge in folly, But one must not speak recklessly. I merely mentioned to Shao that it was time to visit the brothel for some entertainment. Is there a problem with that? Be truthful, before Yi Qinyun could retort in anger. He was unceremoniously escorted out by 2 city guards, yet judging by his expression it was clear that he felt utterly humiliated and incensed. Ding detected that the master's actions align with the villain archetype, causing substantial turmoil in the protagonist Yi Qinyun's mind. Congratulations, Master, you have earned 2,000 points in villain rewards. Hearing the system's announcement, Gu Hon's lips curled into a smirk. From this moment forth, his rivalry with Yi Qinyun had officially commenced. Yi Qinyun was a grudge-bearer, but so was he. It was merely a matter of who would outplay the other first. Senior brother. As Gu Hon turned to leave, Chu Yuwei felt an urge to call him back. They felt ashamed of their fleeting doubts and feared that their senior brother would grow even more distant, yet Gu Hon did not look back, not pausing even for a moment, casting a fleeting glance at Shaoling beside him. Let us go, Shao brother, there is nothing to attend to today, let us enjoy some music at the brothel. Gu Hon, hands clasped behind his back, strode toward the exit, leaving behind a striking silhouette amidst the gazes of the crowd. After a brief silence, the hall erupted once more into a cacophony, with everyone discussing the recent incident involving Yi Qinyun. Lu Ruyan wrestled with her thoughts for a while before speaking, her feelings complex. Sister, could there be something amiss with this matter? Might Qinyun Jr. brother be wrongfully accused? Luo Baishi remained silent, her expression revealing her own inner turmoil. Although Qinyun's prior statements suggested he was unjustly maligning their senior brother without understanding the truth, he was still a member of Bayou Peak, and the matter reflected upon their sect's reputation. More importantly, their senior brother's previous misfortune loomed large in their minds. It was precisely because they had failed to investigate thoroughly that they had allowed matters to escalate to such a point. Now, with Yi Qinyun embroiled in a similar incident, they felt compelled to uncover the truth to avoid repeating past mistakes. The memory of their senior brother's plight was seared into their minds, making them subconsciously draw parallels to the past. It was akin to witnessing someone drowning, unable to intervene due to various reasons, ultimately watching them perish. After enduring such torment, encountering a similar situation would instinctively drive them to save the second drowning person. Seeking atonement for the first, both girls turned their gazes to Chu Yuwei, as if awaiting her decision. With her brow furrowed tightly, Chu Yuwei's thoughts drifted far afield. She did not overly dwell on the matter. Instead, she repeatedly pondered Yi Qinyun's words directed at their senior brother. Had it not been for the sudden turn of events, with the city guards arriving with crucial evidence, how might this situation have unfolded? Their senior brother could genuinely be condemned as a suspected spy of the demonic sect due to this trivial incident. Ultimately, this matter could culminate in irreversible consequences in the future. Indeed, Yi Qinyun was not as simple as she had initially perceived. As she murmured to herself, a flicker of rage ignited in the depths of Chu Yuwei's eyes. She increasingly suspected that her senior brother's tragic experiences were intertwined with Yi Qinyun, yet it was evident that Yi Qinyun was a cunning and complex individual. To unveil his true nature, she must grow stronger and strive to procure a supreme artifact capable of revealing foresight, thereby exposing all truths. Having successfully outmaneuvered Yi Qinyun, Gu Hon felt quite pleased. However, he opted not to visit Fenghua Tower, for he was well aware that it was owned by Xiao Bingli's family. Should he happen to encounter that delicate, deranged girl today, it would be quite troublesome. If possible, he wished to witness the unfolding chaos surrounding Yi Qinyun. After all, he had a penchant for gifts. If one were to give a gift, it ought to be in doubles. After all, joy multiplies. Does it not? A smirk adorned Gu Hon's lips as he thought, Yi Qinyun, I hope you will appreciate this gift of betrayal from your childhood friend, at the stronghold of the city guards. Within a grand and imposing hall, numerous prominent figures from Zhongzhou city congregated, gazing down at Yi Qinyun, who was completely subdued and bound. Speak, what is the identity of the demonic sect cultivator you met yesterday? A terrifying pressure descended, causing the entire hall to tremble. However, it must be said that as the protagonist of the tale, Yi Chin-yun possessed an extraordinary buff, enabling him to withstand much of the pressure with only a slight bend of his knee, preventing him from collapsing entirely. I have stated before, I am innocent. That small piece of fabric on me was deliberately taken by that filthy, despicable individual to frame me, Yi Chin-yun exclaimed. Last night I was out with my childhood friend, and after she left, I visited another prominent figure's residence. When would I have had the opportunity to commit a crime? Are you suggesting that in Zhongzhou City, a demonic sect cultivator can simply steal a cultivator's fabric to orchestrate a frame-up? Is this what the city guards of Zhongzhou have come to? Hearing Yi Chin-yun's adamant denials, the leading city guard commander scoffed. You truly are obstinate. We have already inquired with your so-called childhood friend, Mu Laya. She explicitly stated that after gathering at Fenghua Tower with you, she returned home early. There was no occasion for you to be wandering the streets of Zhongzhou City together. Now that we have both eyewitness and material evidence, do you still wish to deny it? Chapter 55. When did I fall under an illusion? Upon hearing this, Yi Chin-yun felt as though he had been struck by lightning, utterly bewildered. What? Mu Laya actually claimed that after our gathering at Fenghua Tower, she returned home early. Then who was I out with last night? Was everything I experienced merely an illusion? How could an illusion feel so real? Nonsense, you are distorting the facts and casting dirt upon my name. I demand to see my friend Mu Laya. As if anticipating Yi Chin-yun's refusal to admit guilt, the commander waved his hand, and soon a disheveled and haggard young woman was brought forth. Laya, last night you clearly invited me to the central market area, and then you returned to Tianbao Commerce, did you not? Yi Chin-yun, agitated, failed to notice the details. These people are deliberately framing me. Laya, please tell them the truth. Mu Laya bit her lip, and when she raised her head again, her expression was one of deep sorrow, tears glistening in her eyes. Chin-yun, I never imagined you would be involved with demonic sect cultivators. After we parted at Fenghua Tower, I was attacked by demonic sect cultivators. Were it not for Uncle Wang and the others risking their lives to protect me, I would have perished in that calamity. I heard the city guards saying, they said you are a spy for the demonic sect. Chin-yun, is it because I did not agree to help you that you would resort to such cruel measures against me? I am your childhood friend. How could you be so heartless? Woo-woo. As she spoke, Mu Laya began to weep inconsolably. Yi Chin-yun, the sudden and unexpected actions of the other party left him utterly bewildered. Had he fallen victim to an illusion once more? When did this occur? In his recollection, had not his childhood companion pledged her assistance at Fenghua Tower, vowing to inform her powerful family of the dire situation in which his two cousins were trapped within the perilous Behuang Mountains? How had it come to pass that she now feigned ignorance of his request, provoking his ire and ultimately colluding with the practitioners of the demonic sect to bring about her demise? Chin-yun, you treacherous childhood companion, have you ensnared me in your malevolent scheme? Based on my deductions, it is highly probable that this individual is in cahoots with the villain who falsely accused you. As the voice of Elder Bai echoed in his mind, Yi Chin-yun abruptly snapped out of his daze. Despite his usual composure and calm demeanor, he could not help but be consumed by a surge of rage. How dare you speak such nonsense? One may know a person's face but not their heart. After many years apart, who could have anticipated that Mu Laya had turned so cruel? I bear you no grudge. Yet you seek to frame me in such a vile manner. You must be in league with that detestable spy of the demonic sect, intent on placing this disgrace upon my shoulders. Although there were indeed inconsistencies in the situation, Mu Laya's unilateral testimony could not serve as conclusive evidence. However, the stark contrast between their accounts led many to believe Mu Laya's version of events. Otherwise, how could Yi Qingyun exhibit such rage as if the truth had been unveiled? Mu Lia's dramatic performance only served to infuriate him further. This was the first time he had encountered such a humiliating predicament since embarking on his path of cultivation. Damn it, the current situation is exceedingly disadvantageous for me. That wretched Mu Lia is indeed in league with the despicable individual who framed me. Given the present circumstances, I find myself utterly incapable of clearing my name. Just as Yi Qingyun grappled with his inner turmoil and resentment, contemplating whether to reveal a hidden card and abandon his identity as a disciple of the Wanjian sect, a voice resonated, proclaiming, "This scientist can attest that Daoist Qingyun was at my residence yesterday and lacked sufficient time to commit the crime." A young woman clad in a blue and white simple dress emerged gracefully from the hall. Appearing to be in her early 20s, she exuded an innate aura of nobility. Her heart-shaped face gleamed like white jade, her eyes resembling sapphires shimmering with a crystalline light, with a delicate nose and rosy lips. Her long ebony hair flowed like satin. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, she moved with grace, her every step akin to a blooming lotus. Upon her arrival, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the hall dissipated considerably, prompting many prominent figures of the city guards to rise in welcome. The Xianyu Saintess. This woman was none other than Ling Xianyu, the Saintess of the Tianyin Holy Land, one of the 5 great sacred sites of Zhongshu. As the prized jewel of the Tianyin Holy Land, her status was undeniably exalted, far beyond that of a mere disciple of the long-declined Wanjian sect from the western Shenzhou. As expected, I knew that Yi Qingyun's protagonist aura was no mere illusion. The male lead finds himself ensnared, and a new female lead emerges to provide rescue, further advancing their relationship. The plotline so glitchy it is almost laughable. Ji Yu-hon, who had long since disguised himself with an illusion mask to blend in with the city guards, couldn't help but smirk at the sight. However, he had anticipated this turn of events. After all, had it not been for the title of destined antagonist, which had drastically reduced his narrative influence by nearly 80, he would have likely faced an array of plot contrivances aimed at framing Yi Qingyun from the outset. He might have even attracted the attention of significant figures who would personally intervene to help him navigate this crisis, forcing Yi Qingyun, the protagonist, to the brink of imprisonment and execution was already a considerable achievement. Regardless, all of this was merely an appetizer. He had successfully placed the blame of the demonic sect's spy upon Yi Qingyun. He had little desire to witness the ensuing melodrama. Ultimately, this so-called Xianyu Saintess would utilize her influence and status to aid Yi Qingyun in overcoming this crisis and clearing his name. Losing all interest in the spectacle, Gu Hon quietly slipped away when no one was watching. As he passed through an unoccupied corner and reverted to his original appearance, preparing to retreat to his resting palace for seclusion and cultivation. A voice, ethereal and enchanting, tinged with a hint of melancholy, suddenly called out from behind him. Ji Yu-hon, you come to Zhongshu City and do not even greet me. We had agreed that you would find a time to visit. Yet I have waited a whole day for you, and still you do not appear. Do you not wish to see me? The air seemed to freeze in that moment, although Gu Hon's expression remained composed. A fleeting moment of confusion and embarrassment flickered in his eyes as he slowly turned to face the source of the voice. Indeed, emerging from the shadows was an unforgettable figure of exquisite beauty, one that would leave any observer breathless. Chapter 56. Another antagonistic female boss, Xia Bingli. Before Gu Hon's eyes stood not just a figure that could ignite the blood of any being, but also one whose elegant silhouette was mesmerizing. Beneath delicately arched brows, her eyes, glistening with a misty allure, seemed to flow like the gentle ripples of water, captivating all who beheld them. Her lips, like pearls, carved in a subtle smile, their soft pink hue surpassing the beauty of blooming peach blossoms, evoking a charm that rendered any floral scene insignificant in comparison. What struck the eye even more was her extraordinarily alluring figure. Her cheeks retained a faint blush of innocence, yet no woman he had ever encountered could rival her form. With a slender waist and a perfectly rounded posterior, her legs partially concealed beneath her snow-white skirt were an exquisite vision that left one in awe. However, more than her breathtaking beauty was the realization of the character she embodied within the narrative. She was none other than Xia Bingli, an immensely powerful female antagonist. In the original storyline, after the Blood Moon demon Lord Hon Menyao's perished at Yi Qingyun's hands and the plan to conquer Zhongzhou failed, a new narrative unfolded. The major sacred sites that had allied with the protagonist ultimately found themselves at odds with Xia Bingli and her faction, the Fexian Tower, due to various circumstances. Given the Fexian Tower's formidable foundation and strength, annihilating several sacred sites would be a trivial endeavor. Indeed, this proved true, as the sacred sites nearly faced obliteration under overwhelming force. Yi Qingyun, as their ally, was also relentlessly pursued by the Fexian Tower, driving him to desperation. Ultimately, it seemed that a powerful force akin to the Celestial Realm intervened, restraining the Fexian Tower's primary might, allowing for the gradual eradication of its branches. In the end, Xia Bingli, escorted by the remaining factions of the Fexian Tower, was compelled to depart from the Xuanxu continent and return to the Celestial Realm, marking a temporary conclusion to the narrative. What transpired afterward remained unclear. However, given the nature of this ancient tale of triumph, it was certain that a female antagonist capable of cornering the protagonist would meet a similarly tragic fate. Of course, what made Gu Hon feel particularly challenged was not only the formidable backing behind Xia Bingli but also her dangerously obsessive personality, a controlling and possessive nature that could easily lead to dire consequences if their relationship were mishandled. Gu Hon gazed at the woman before him, stepping closer, and with a flourish of his sleeve, naturally encircled Xia Bingli's slender waist. This unexpected gesture left Xia Bingli, who had harbored some annoyance, momentarily at a loss. Recent events have caused some upheaval, and I have matters to attend to. My initial intention was to resolve these issues before seeking you out. Contrary to her cold and distant demeanor, her waist was surprisingly soft and warm, exuding a captivating fragrance that enveloped him in a sense of intoxication. Her stunning visage, akin to jade, and her long, raven locks danced in the breeze, radiating a mesmerizing allure. Especially at such close proximity, the supremely elegant Xia Bingli exuded a purity that belied her noble appearance. The combination of such grace and beauty compelled Gu Hon, who had lived multiple lifetimes, to steal several glances. At that moment, the initially compliant Xia Bingli suddenly furrowed her delicate brows, her star-like eyes lifted, locking onto Gu Hon's gaze with unwavering intensity, as if she had finally confirmed something. With her left hand reaching out, she unexpectedly grasped Gu Hon's right hand, while her right finger, slender and delicate, gently glided across his chest, eventually resting precisely over his heart. It has not been long since we last met. How come you now carry a scent that is distinctly different? As she spoke, she gently lifted Gu Hon's right hand, her voice soft, ethereal, and reminiscent of flowing crystal-clear water, yet beneath her melodic tone lay an unmistakable chill. This subtle coldness nearly elicited an involuntary twitch from Gu Hon's lips. Despite his mastery over his facial expressions, although Xia Bingli's cultivation was formidable, she had yet to reach the imperial realm. So how could she discern the special mark left upon him by Su Lengyue, who had once attained that level? His thoughts were quickly subdued. Gu Hon maintained a facade of calm, smoothly and naturally returning the gesture by grasping Xia Bingli's delicate hand. You know, I am still at the Baiyufeng of the Wanjian sect, and it is inevitable that I must interact with Emo Bailing. She had also left a special rune mark upon me during our previous encounter. Not long ago, I had utterly crushed it, perhaps leaving behind a faint trace, a matter of little significance, so do not dwell upon it. The best approach when confronted with a delicate and obsessive personality is to seize the initiative. Striving to keep her desires for dominance and control in a state of quiescence, the affairs concerning Su Lengyue must not be disclosed to Xia Bingli, or otherwise in accordance with her usual habits. She would most likely come knocking at the door. Should an internal conflict arise from this, it would merely provide that scoundrel Yi Qingyun with an opportunity to stab him in the back. Would it not? Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm and the masculine aura enveloping her, the frostily composed Xia Bingli felt her cheeks bloom with a faint blush, though she preferred to take the initiative. Being in this secluded alley, with no one to witness, she decided to concede a little. Xia Bingli, whose hand was grasped by Gu Hon, offered no resistance, allowing him to lead her away. Her breathtaking beauty, capable of igniting the deepest desires within any soul, coupled with her inherently sensitive identity, made her presence striking. Upon exiting the alley, Xia Bingli employed a special spell to subtly alter her appearance. Even so, this transformation drew the attention of numerous cultivators on the street, especially the multitude of male cultivators whose eyes betrayed a profound infatuation, longing to approach her at any cost. Gu Hon felt a twinge of helplessness regarding this. After all, in the original narrative, Xia Bingli was depicted as a mesmerizing and world-altering enchantress. It was not solely her extraordinary beauty that set her apart from a young age, but also her remarkably powerful constitution. She unconsciously exerted influence over the spirits of cultivators, evoking an effect akin to enchantment. Even with her altered form somewhat subdued, this inexplicable allure still held sway. Begone, the gaze of those around her filled Xia Bingli with a sense of revulsion. A terrifying aura surged forth from her being, causing the previously dazed cultivators to recoil as if struck, their pupils constricting, faces paling. Completely enveloped by fear, their pursuit and obsession with beauty vanished in an instant. Perhaps it was an illusion, but for a fleeting moment, they seemed to witness a scene reminiscent of a hellish landscape of corpses and blood. Xia Bingli's face twisted in disgust, her deep, starry eyes flashing with a cold disdain akin to that reserved for mere ants. A wretched swarm of ants, I would relish the chance to annihilate them all. Gu Hon, upon hearing these words, felt the air grow tinged with a chilling aura. If anyone else had uttered such sentiments, he would dismiss it as a fleeting expression of discontent, yet, if it was Xia Bingli, he genuinely suspected her resolve to act upon it. As the daughter of Feixian Tower, a pearl adored by many from a young age, her actions were guided solely by her whims. Would she not eliminate those who displeased her? Would she not eradicate those who defied her? She would do as she pleased, slaying all in her path. Yet Gu Hon understood that her ruthless and decisive demeanor stemmed from her identity and an inevitable compulsion. In the realm of mundane dynasties, descendants were known for their coldness. Any offense or defiance warranted the immediate execution of the 9-clan separation technique. What more could be said for the daughter of Feixian Tower, Xia Bingli? Born at the pinnacle of the social pyramid, she was both revered and envied by countless individuals. Furthermore, as a woman, if she did not exhibit the requisite strength and embody decisive resolve to the fullest, she would become prey for others, facing a grim fate. Her current status and power were not merely a result of innate talent and aptitude, but also a testament to her relentless and merciless methods of consolidation. Gu Hon recalled having once delved into the history of Feixian Tower. Its lineage was unique, favoring male heirs over female. That Xia Bingli could ascend to become the first female heir in the tower's history was a testament to the unimaginable hardships she had surmounted. Gu Hon could not help but shake his head and sigh. It was undeniable that every antagonist in this narrative bore a tragic or arduous life experience, their paths to prominence strewn with thorns. In the end, after enduring countless trials, they were treated as stepping stones by the protagonists, who enjoyed unimpeded success and the favor of fate. Merely contemplating this seemed profoundly unjust. Gu Hon, what troubles you? Are you burdened by thoughts? Xia Bingli, with her keen perception, immediately sensed Gu Hon's unusual demeanor, her voice tinged with concern. Is it the painful events you encountered at the sword-seeking sect that continue to haunt you? Should I send someone to obliterate the sword-seeking sect at once? Besides, it is merely a withered sect in the Western Shen domain now. You could come to my Feixian Tower, and I would support you. Had Gu Hon been drinking at that moment, he would have surely spewed it forth. Xia Bingli was truly a delicate creature, her logic both novel and absurd, while the annihilation of the sword-seeking sect would undoubtedly be a simple task given Feitian Tower's resources. The sect housed the Demon Sealing Tower. If Xia Bingli and Su Lanyue were to cross paths, would it not lead to utter chaos? Moreover, he had his own motives regarding the sword-seeking sect. Preferring to manage it himself to deter her from lingering on this matter, Gu Hon swiftly shifted the topic. No, I no longer care about the sword-seeking sect, the ties have mostly been severed. With his fingers gently brushing Xia Bingli's silky hair, he continued, my earlier sigh was for you. Xia Bingli's expression faltered slightly, tilting her head in confusion. While it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for a girl to speak of slaughtering entire clans, she recognized that you were not always this way. As the first heir of Feitian Tower, you were compelled to adopt such a stance, otherwise you could not safeguard your current position or attain your desires. Now that I have truly discovered a path to bolster my strength and enhance my abilities, perhaps you could consider placing your trust in me and relying on me in the future. Xia Bingli felt a slight daze wash over her. She had not anticipated Gu Hon to voice such sentiments. This marked the first instance since her rise as Feitian Tower's first heir that someone had spoken to her in such a manner. The earnestness in Gu Hon's tone provided her with an altogether novel experience. Gu Hon had initially believed that his words would allow him to seize the upper hand with Xia Bingli, perhaps even manipulate her. However, he had vastly underestimated the logic of a delicate soul. Xia Bingli's stunning visage curled into a subtle smile. Despite her unparalleled beauty, she now exuded an aura of fragility. She exerted a gentle pull, drawing Gu Hon closer. In his astonished gaze, Xia Bingli extended a delicate finger to press against his lips. No, there is no need to wait. I trust you implicitly now, and I depend on you. In this life, without my permission, you shall not leave my side. Of course, it would be best if the mark upon you were truly, as you claimed, merely a temporary remnant left by that woman and not from another. Otherwise, I would resort to employing the twin love insects, placing the maternal insect within my body and planting the heart insect in yours, binding you to me eternally. Upon hearing her utter these eerily obsessive words with utmost seriousness, Gu Hon felt a chill wash over him. He had not anticipated that he had still vastly underestimated the depths of her obsession. Nevertheless, Gu Hon's emotional control had reached a level of mastery. Revealing no signs of disturbance, the twin love insects are a notoriously ominous ancient parasite. Embedding the maternal insect within oneself is tantamount to self-destruction. Do not engage in such folly. And what of it? Xia Bingli huffed with a hint of pride. As long as it is you, I deem it worthwhile. Gu Hon was momentarily taken aback. He had never expected to hold such a significant place in her heart. Even after his arrival in this world, despite exhausting himself caring for his few junior sisters, he had never had such words from them. Xia Bingli, as if sensing his thoughts, once again displayed a radiant smile. Her eyes, akin to sparkling gemstones, glimmering with a playful glint. All right, enough of this for now. Xia Bingli produced a special jade talisman and pressed it into Gu Hon's hand, changing the subject. I have heard that you are also entering the Central Continent's secret realm. This time, a special hidden area within the secret realm will be accessible. I have had people investigate the general information about this hidden area, and this jade talisman contains a corresponding map, marking several locations of significant opportunities that I have specifically indicated for you. When you enter the secret realm, you can head directly to the areas I have marked, holding the jade talisman that radiated a soft glow. Gu Hon felt a tinge of astonishment. This was the Central Continent's secret realm that was extremely ancient and special, the only opening in hundreds of years. Furthermore, it pertained to entirely unexplored hidden regions. Even the upper echelons of numerous top-tier factions lacked relevant intelligence. How had Xia Bingli acquired such detailed information? It seemed that Xia Bingli could read Gu Hon's thoughts as she blinked and smiled. saying, "I have heard that you, Gu-hon, are also set to enter the Central Continent's secret realm. Therefore, I instructed Feitian Tower to find a way to apply pressure on those individuals, urging them to open it ahead of schedule and allowing my people to enter early to gather pertinent intelligence. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I will refrain from entering the secret realm this time. Of course, should you require assistance, you may utilize this jade talisman I have given you to summon the power of Feitian Tower at any time. Although I cannot personally enter the Central Continent's secret realm for certain reasons, I believe that what is mine is yours, and vice versa. After all, the benefits will ultimately flow back to my own people." Gu-hon was momentarily taken aback. Was this the extraordinary influence wielded by the young lady of Feitian Tower? While it was true that several sacred lands might also wish to open the hidden areas of the Central Continent's secret realm, the fact that she managed to procure the most detailed intelligence amidst the silence of various other factions was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, even with a detailed map of the secret realm, he did not intend to place all his hopes upon it. After all, Yi Qingyun possessed an aura of a protagonist. Perhaps his keen instincts would lead him to uncover the true fortuitous opportunities hidden deep within the secret realm. His primary focus should remain on following behind to seize any opportunities that arose. Moreover, the machinations of the demonic sect's spies were only just beginning. Once he entered the Central Continent's secret realm, he would certainly find ways to continue attributing blame to Yi Qingyun. By the way, the individuals my people were pursuing in the Tianhuang mountain range have been located, Xia Bingli suddenly interjected. However, these individuals appear to be more than mere members of minor families. They seem to have some connection with the Tianyin Sacred Land. Tianyin Sacred Land? Initially, Gu-hon was somewhat puzzled, but he quickly grasped the implications. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the protagonist's aura. How remarkable it was that Yi Qingyun had managed to leverage his connection with the saints of Tianyin Sacred Land so swiftly, enabling their involvement in matters concerning the Northern Wilderness mountain range. But you needn't worry, the Tianyin Sacred Land is but a trifling concern. I shall dispatch even stronger warriors to annihilate them within the Northern Wilderness mountain range. Xia Bingli regarded the sacred land with utter disdain. Were it not for her father's inquiries and other arrangements, she would have already led her forces to eradicate that sacred land. No need. Gu-hon shook his head in refusal. Leave the ensuing matters to me. On one hand, he understood that Feitian Tower could not act with full force, as they were deliberately concealing some ulterior motive. On the other hand, Yi Qingyun's protagonist aura was excessively formidable, given that the other party was already associated with the Tianyin Sacred Land in some manner. Who could say whether Xia Bingli's actions might trigger some peculiar buff related to that aura? She might inadvertently draw forth some terrifying entities linked to Yi Qingyun. However, possessing the title of a destined villain, he enjoyed an 80 immunity to the influence of the protagonist's aura and the plot. Thus, arranging for his own people to take action seemed far more prudent. Furthermore, he had established the Blood Moon Demon Sect specifically to deal with Yi Qingyun and the forces associated with him. The Northern Wilderness mountain range was not far from the Blood Moon Demon Sect. It was time for the Blood Moon Demon Sect to make its move. The name Blood Moon Demon Sect had become a thunderous echo throughout the entire Western Xian region, as well as in other continents and even the Central Continent itself. In the span of half a month, this mysterious force had ruthlessly eliminated the three leading demon sects of the Western Xian region with its overwhelming might. The strongest demon sect, Xianzong, which was said to be protected by two divine ancestors, reportedly fell within mere hours to the might of the Blood Moon Demon Sect, completely succumbing. One divine ancestor was slain, and another was captured. This formidable display of power sent shockwaves throughout the Western Xian region, instilling fear in the hearts of many. After all, divine ancestors were among the most formidable beings, second only to the supreme sacred realms. The fact that they were so casually dispatched or subdued by the Blood Moon Demon sect underscored the terrifying strength of this sect. Those self-proclaimed righteous forces in the Western Xian region not only lacked the will to retaliate but also dared not confront them head-on. Within half a month, they became a dominant force among countless demon sects, even altering the currents of the entire Western Xian region, a testament to their terrifying foundation. This development also drew the attention of the so-called strongest forces in the central continent. After all, if the Blood Moon Demon sect continued to develop at this pace, who knew what threats they would pose to the central continent within a month or even half a month? However, despite sending powerful figures to investigate the Blood Moon Demon sect, they found nothing, and most of their operatives were lost without a trace. After all, the Western Xian region had completely become the territory of the Blood Moon Demon sect. Any sect attempting to investigate them would be swiftly discovered and exterminated. In a mysterious space within the Western Xian region, demonic energy surged, and the Blood Moon hung high. This realm was established from the embryonic form of the Sea of Blood provided by Gu Hon. As a supreme treasure of the ancient Red Blood Demon sect, it possessed an exceptionally high grade and even exhibited a certain degree of vitality, allowing it to grow and continuously refine this hidden world. At this moment, within the core hall of the Blood Moon Demon sect, numerous powerful figures had gathered, having fully integrated and absorbed all demon sects in the Western Xian region, as well as several formidable demon sects from surrounding continents. The current strength of the Blood Moon Demon sect had reached terrifying heights. In addition to the two original blood magic guards who had reached the Divine Ancestor realm, they had gained two more Divine Ancestors and an increasing number of Supreme Dao Harmonization and Divine Platform realm experts. However, at this moment, all these powerful figures stood respectfully in the lower part of the Grand Hall. The highest position seated upon the Blood Moon throne was a seemingly youthful girl of 13 or 14 years. Yet none dared to voice dissent. After all, this girl was the designated leader chosen by their esteemed master, who could summon two top-tier divine ancestors with ease. Her background and true strength likely far exceeded their imagination. Her will was not something they could casually speculate upon. Their only duty was to obey. Although Hon Mangyau's slender cultivation appeared somewhat weak and pitiful under the gaze of so many powerful figures, she had undergone significant transformation over the past half-month. Her demeanor had become more composed and introverted, concealing any substantial emotional fluctuations. One could even say she was born solely for the purpose of cultivating demonic arts. In just half a month, she had advanced from Qi induction to the 9th level of Qi refinement, drawing near to the spiritual palace realm. While this was undoubtedly aided by the numerous top-tier cultivation resources provided by Gu Hon, it nonetheless illustrated her astonishing talent, indicating that her ascent to the legendary Emperor realm was inevitable. At that moment, waves of ripples suddenly emerged within the Grand Hall, coalescing into a crimson vortex. As countless strands of red light imbued with a certain will and spirit surged forth, a voice bearing supreme authority reverberated in the minds of everyone present within the hall. Immediately proceed to the northern wilderness mountain range and locate all individuals associated with the Zhongfengyi family. Temporarily bind and suppress them. Upon my return, I shall deal with them. Should you encounter anyone linked to the Tianin sacred land along the way, do not hesitate, eliminate them all. Understood? Your will. Countless individuals, including Hon Mengyao, clasped their hands in reverence, their voices filled with respect and sincerity. Their very existence was dedicated to serving this esteemed master. Chapter 59. A new check-in location, the Heavenly Dragon Ruins, in Central Continent City. The City Patrol Command, with the guarantee of the Xian Yucentis, we naturally believe it, that despicable demonic sect spy is truly loathsome. How dare they employ such vile means to frame others? Rest assured, Xian Yucentis and young friend Qinyun, I pledge in the name of the City Patrol Command that we will uncover the true culprit shortly. Observing the stark contrast in the City Patrol Command leader's attitude, who had initially shown him no courtesy, now displaying such respect, Lee Chin-yun couldn't help but feel disdainful. Of course, what infuriated him more was the unforeseen betrayal by Ching-mei. How could one truly know a person's heart? He had never anticipated that this childhood companion would harbor such malice. What further enraged him was that Mulaya had leveraged the financial might of the Tianbao Merchant Association, bribing these prominent figures within the city patrol, and had suffered no consequences whatsoever. They had no intention of investigating the sinister individual who had cast blame upon him, choosing instead to overlook Mulaya. Mulaya, you were the one who acted unjustly first. Do not blame me for being unkind. Though he was filled with indignation and had already placed revenge against this traitorous Ching-mei on his agenda, he maintained a facade of composure. Thank you, Lady Xian Yu. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I would have been ensnared by that wretched thief and found it impossible to defend myself. Lee Chin-yun expressed his gratitude, bowing respectfully to the elegantly attired young woman beside him. It was but a small effort. There is no need for you to stand on ceremony, Daoist. Leng Xianyu replied with a smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her already enchanting visage becoming even more captivating. The reason she had come specifically was that she had heard from the elder responsible for her protection that this individual was someone she had once followed in her youth. The sole heir to their teachings, this master was renowned throughout the history of the central continent, known to all and sundry. In that era, there stood a group of formidable beings at the pinnacle of the pyramid on the mysterious continent. The White Tsang Saint King. The Saint King cultivators are inherently the most powerful entities beneath the Emperor realm, capable of manipulating the laws of heaven and earth with but a thought, shattering mountains and obliterating peaks. In this age, where the emperors remain unseen, the existence of a Saint King is indeed astonishing and extraordinary. To become a disciple of such a terrifying entity assures one of remarkable achievements in the future, potentially even rising to become a Saint King themselves. Cultivating a friendship with such a figure would undoubtedly bring countless benefits and no detriments. Moreover, she possesses a pair of unique eyes known as the Eyes of Fate, which can discern threads akin to destiny and fortune. She can ascertain that Lee Chin-yun is not merely a disciple of the White Tsang Saint King, but his future destiny is exceedingly remarkable. With the potential to become an invincible powerhouse in this realm, his origins are even more extraordinary, surpassing her imagination. Although she is currently the saintess of the Heavenly Sound Sacred Land, holding a prestigious status and receiving adoration, she recognizes that to advance further, she requires greater opportunities. In her view, befriending Lee Chin-yun represents a significant chance for her advancement. As she gazed upon the exquisite face before her, which was mere inches away, and beheld his warm smile, Lee Chin-yun found himself momentarily entranced. It was indeed worthy of admiration that she was the saintess of the Heavenly Sound Sacred Land. In terms of both temperament and beauty, she was beyond reproach, a veritable paragon of stunning beauty. Coupled with her intentions to cultivate a friendship with him, he felt a mixture of caution regarding her motives and an uncontrollable desire to deepen their relationship. Saintess Xian Yu, I owe you my gratitude for your assistance, which has allowed me to clear my name. I have heard that you too will be entering the Central Continent's secret realm. I happen to possess knowledge about its unique mysteries. Why don't we find a private tavern to discuss this? Consider it my way of repaying your kindness, he proposed. His words were sincere. The jade pendant around his neck concealed a detailed map of the Central Continent's secret realm. This pendant had accompanied him since childhood, a relic presumably left for him by his parents. Subsequently, he speculated that deep within the secret realm might lie a special treasure bequeathed to him by his parents. Should he successfully acquire it, it would greatly assist his rise to prominence. Really? Upon hearing this, Leng Xianyu's beautiful eyes brightened as she eagerly agreed. The Central Continent's secret realm was highly unique, having opened only once in nearly a century. Even they lacked detailed intelligence regarding it. Yet Yi Qinyun claimed to possess secret information. It was evident that he harbored some unknown mysteries. Yi Qinyun secretly smirked. He was not a philanthropist, according to the information his parents had left him regarding the jade pendant. The Central Continent's secret realm was fraught with peril, and the area he intended to explore was completely uncharted. Not only was Leng Xianyu exceptionally beautiful, enhancing the journey with her presence, but her formidable strength could also mitigate numerous risks. Thus, it was not merely a matter of lasting after beauty. Hidden deep within Yi Qinyun's consciousness, the elder Bai nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this scene. Given time, as Yi Qinyun fully matured, he would undoubtedly achieve an extraordinary and immortal legend. Ding, a new sign-in location has been refreshed. Central Continent's secret realm, Dragon Legacy Ruins. Gu Hon, who was being dragged around the market by Xia Bingli, suddenly heard the system's announcement. Furrowing his brow, Dragon Legacy Ruins. He had previously examined the jade talisman that Xia Bingli had given him. He was familiar with the names of the special areas marked, but there was no mention of the Dragon Legacy Ruins. Could it be the most secretive place within the Central Continent's secret realm, perhaps even eluding the investigations of powerful entities like the Fei Xian Tower? Gu Hon mused to himself, analyzing how he should locate this Dragon Legacy Ruins and successfully sign in. Wait a moment. A sudden flash of insight struck him. While Xia Bingli and her companions might be unaware, that did not mean Yi Qinyun, who possessed the protagonist's halo and was likely privy to greater secrets, would be oblivious. Perhaps this so-called Dragon Legacy Ruins was connected to Yi Qinyun. If he secretly trailed behind him, he would likely be able to use this intelligent walking map to find the Dragon Legacy Ruins he sought. If luck were on his side, this Dragon Legacy Ruins might very well be the place where Yi Qinyun obtained his extraordinary fortune. Not only would he be able to seize this opportunity, but he could also complete his sign-in, doubling his joy. What is the matter? Am I making your day more delightful by shopping together? Seeing Gu Hon's lips curve into a smile without uttering a word, Xia Bingli tugged at his sleeve, her large lively eyes sparkling with mischief, her brows arching playfully. Such a pure and charming demeanor momentarily made Gu Hon forget that she was a ruthless femme fatale. Chapter 60, Want to Live Off a Woman. The Master of Dragons Gu Hon did not voice his thoughts. Given Xia Bingli's nature, she would likely send her people deep into the Central Continent's secret realm to uncover everything. Of course, he merely chuckled lazily, playfully pinching her soft cheek. Shopping with you not only makes me the envy of everyone but also allows me to acquire anything without spending a dime. As you pay for everything with wealth and beauty, you are undoubtedly the quintessential wealthy heiress of the cultivation world. I almost feel tempted to lie back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. All right, Xia Bingli nodded vigorously, as if fearing Gu Hon would change his mind. As long as you desire it, I can provide you with anything. The cultivation world is filled with unscrupulous women. Having one bound to him by iron chains brings a sense of security. Across the street, several young cultivators gazed with a mix of admiration at a woman on the opposite side. That lady is breathtakingly beautiful. Although veiled, the contours of her features are enough to surmise that beneath the veil lies a face of unparalleled beauty. One young cultivator frowned. Why do I feel that the young man beside the woman in white resembles Senior Brother Gu? No way, wasn't Senior Brother Gu at the brothel listening to music? This sparked curiosity among several young disciples of the questioning sword sect. Upon closer inspection, they were left dumbfounded. The person was not merely similar to Senior Brother Gu, but indeed their own master Brother Gu Hon. After a brief moment of bewilderment, they exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Senior Brother Gu had been indifferent to the advances of several beautiful senior sisters, appearing as cold as ice. It turns out he already had a new love, but the questioning sword sect's headquarters. It was indeed true. We all saw Master Brother Gu enjoying the bustling central market with an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Their demeanor was intimate, far from that of mere ordinary friends. The young disciples of the questioning sword sect chattered excitedly about what they had witnessed on the street. Although Chu Yue and her companions wore troubled expressions, their brows furrowed, they did not show any overt signs of distress. However, when one young disciple exaggerated that Gu Hon wanted to leave the sect to live off that mysterious woman, the trio's composure was shattered. Is Master Brother still in the Central Market? Chu Yue inquired first. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the three hurried toward the bustling thoroughfare, although their relationship with Master Brother was currently quite delicate. He was still their senior. How could they allow him to fall into depravity, led astray by an enigmatic and dubious woman? As if their expectations had not been met, one young disciple attempted to stir the pot, saying, "But Master Brother's behavior is simply..." Before he could finish, the young disciples who had been babbling or embellishing their accounts simultaneously sensed a chilling aura that surged toward them, striking their very souls with fear. Overwhelmed, they quickly silenced themselves, refraining from further discussion. Once the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, Chu Yue ignored the young disciples and continued toward the Central Market area. She was no fool and understood the ulterior motives behind her fellow disciples' revelations. They merely sought to use this incident to expose Master Brother's supposed true nature and win her and her companions' favor, though Master Brother had rejected their advances and chosen to roam the Central Market with a stranger. Leaving them somewhat disheartened, they had committed numerous wrongs in the past. Until they unraveled the truth behind Master Brother's past lives, she would not hastily define his actions. As night fell, the stars scattered across the sky. The central city, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, having reached a preliminary agreement with Leng Xianyu for exploration, Yi Qinyun emerged from the tavern in high spirits, thanks to his identity as the heir of Elder Bai. Leng Xianyu did not delve into how he had acquired knowledge of the secret realm's hidden areas. Moreover, their recent amicable discussions had further solidified their relationship, effectively making them friends, with the connection of being Elder Bai's disciple. It would not be long before she might even become his confidant. The mere thought of having a talented and beautiful scientist as a close companion brought him immense joy. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall that treacherous person who had betrayed him. If it weren't for his current relatively weaker strength, one shall undoubtedly confront the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce directly, ensuring that the despicable wretch pays the price. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and I shall have ample opportunities in the future to make that contemptible person suffer. After suppressing the fury that surged within him, Yi Qinyun made his way back to the sect's encampment. As he caressed the jade pendant, which he suspected had been left by his parents and bore special inscriptions, his thoughts began to drift away. As his cultivation strength gradually increased, he also unearthed more information regarding this jade pendant. It seemed he had been separated from his parents at a very young age, and this pendant contained many clues about them. This central continent secret realm was the first step into the true world of the powerful for him. The areas marked on the map appeared to hold treasures or legacies that his parents had intentionally left for him. Perhaps, through this journey into the secret realm, he could uncover information related to his parents, or even clues about the treasures and legacies they left behind. What could those irresponsible individuals possibly be doing? As Yi Qinyun pondered over his parents' intentions, he suddenly felt a strange sensation and came to a halt. An old man wearing a bamboo hat and dressed in a coarse robe, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist, unexpectedly blocked his path, smiling warmly at him. Yi Qinyun furrowed his brows. Instinctively feeling wary, the old man in the coarse robe seemed entirely unfazed by Yi Qinyun's cautious gaze. Taking a generous swig from his wine gourd, he chuckled with a voice tinged with the scent of alcohol. I did not expect that you, little one, would carry the aura of that clan. The source of this aura seems to originate from this item. Where did you obtain it, my young friend? This is a true rarity." As he spoke, the old man reached out, attempting to grasp the pendant. Yi Qinyun's expression darkened instantly, retreating slightly. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword gleaming with cold light emerged, firmly grasped in his hand. Do not be alarmed, little one, I merely wish to confirm a few things and ascertain whether you are connected to that family. Why Ichinyun's frown deepened. Old sir, I do not know what you wish to confirm. I hail from the Tsongfonyi clan, and this jade pendant was specifically left to me by my parents. It is not some so-called rare treasure. The old man in the coarse robe did not press further. Taking another sip of his wine and smiling mysteriously, he reached out with a large hand and firmly grasped Ichinyun's shoulder, pulling him closer before he could fully react. There is no doubt. You are the person I have been waiting for. The wheel of fate turns, and today I shall grant you an opportunity, assisting you in becoming the true master of the heavenly dragon. Chapter 61, A being not of this world, opportunity, master of the heavenly dragon. Ichinyun was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of the so-called heavenly dragon, which was said to be an ancient royal family of the demon realm that once dominated the entire demon world. However, for reasons unknown, they had vanished from existence. Boom! Just then, the old man suddenly unleashed a burst of power, slamming his palm against Ichinyun's chest. An extraordinarily pure and terrifying force akin to a torrent of flames surged from the old man's hand deep into Ichinyun's soul. Roar! In an instant, Ichinyun heard a resonant dragon's roar vibrating through the space around him. The entire world seemed to shift and rotate. In a daze, he beheld an endless stream of dragon energy swirling before him, ultimately coalescing into a massive white dragon. The enormous golden vertical pupils reminiscent of ancient mountains locked onto him, seemingly establishing a unique connection. What overwhelming dragon might! This was undoubtedly the true king of the dragon clan. Ichinyun was astonished, completely unprepared for the revelation that this inconspicuous old man possessed such formidable power. The old man in the coarse robe smiled faintly. Retracting his hand, only then did Ichinyun snap back to reality, hastily focusing his divine sense. At the position of his heart, an ancient totemic mark seemed to have appeared, resembling a white dragon soaring through the skies. Upon closer inspection, he could even sense a terrifying dragon energy within it. Even the faintest trace was imbued with formidable power. This revelation left him increasingly astonished, pondering the true identity of the old man before him. The old man merely smiled, remaining silent as he took another sip of wine, internally marveling. Indeed, this bloodline is remarkable, linked to the legendary family. It can withstand the might of our clan's Dragon King seal without crumbling. Truly extraordinary. Noticing the old man's demeanor of silent contemplation without further explanation, Ichinyun felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly communicated with the Elder Bai in his mind. Elder Bai, what exactly is the mark this man has imprinted within me? Why do I sense such a potent dragon might within it? Strangely, despite his urgent inquiries, the usually responsive Bai remained silent, not emitting the slightest unusual fluctuation. Seemingly sensing Ichinyun's worry, the old man took another hearty swig of wine, chuckling lightly. Rest assured, if I truly intended to harm you, I would have acted directly just now, and you would have had no chance to resist. I sensed an impressive bloodline aura and some extraordinary fate accompanying you. If you remain grounded and do not become arrogant, avoiding premature demise on the path of greatness, you will undoubtedly forge an immortal legacy in the future. The mark I bestowed upon you can be regarded as a token, a key to access and unlock the core of the central continent's secret realm, the Heavenly Dragon Ruins. Should you excel in your forthcoming endeavors, you will at least gain the acknowledgement of a heavenly dragon, who will become your ally and bolster your strength. Why Ichinyun's pupils constricted slightly, although he still harbored some doubts. This encounter was undoubtedly akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens. The heavenly dragon clan, that was the true royal lineage of dragons. If he could earn the recognition of such an existence and forge a contract, he would possess multiple trump cards and allies. Junior Ichinyun pays his respects to the esteemed elder. May I inquire about your honorable name? Ichinyun suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, cupping his hands in reverence, since this old man could casually grant him such a mark. His prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary, leaving a good impression on him might yield assistance in times of trouble. The old man chuckled heartily. Me, I am but a humble wine drinker, a mere mortal. As he spoke, the heavens suddenly stirred with a gust of wind, causing Yi Qingyun to squint his eyes. When the wind finally subsided, the old man who had been standing before him had vanished without a trace, leaving only a voice carried by the gentle breeze. Once you gain the acknowledgement of the heavenly dragon clan, you shall know who I am. I hope you do not disappoint this old man. The identity of that fellow is anything but simple. I sensed a terrifying dragon might emanating from him. His cultivation may be infinitely close to the saint realm. Only then did Bai, who had remained silent within Yi Qingyun's mind, suddenly speak, jolting Yi Qingyun back to reality. The saint realm. In this era where the imperial realm is not prominently displayed, that level represents a true pinnacle of existence. Little did he expect that despite being far from this realm, he would encounter a being so close to the saint realm today. While astonished, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for not seizing the opportunity to forge a deeper connection with him. Yet it mattered not. The other party had left a special mark on him, and there would surely be future opportunities to interact. But merely the saint realm, Bai scoffed, as if somewhat indignant. Back in my day, when I wielded the power of the saint realm, this fellow would not have even known where he was. Once I restore my cultivation, I shall impart to you a truly supreme holy technique. A few gentle breezes began to swirl, intertwining in a corner of Central Continent City. Soon a hazy figure began to take shape in the wind, ultimately solidifying into the old man in the coarse robe who had previously appeared before Yi Qingyun. His mood seemed rather buoyant, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This lad's bloodline physique is not only extraordinary but appears to be accompanied by immense fortune. He is a genuine child of destiny. If he is the one, there should be a chance to lead the remaining bloodlines of my heavenly dragon clan back to glory. The old man took another hefty swig of wine, preparing to find a tavern for another round, when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, sensing something. His murky eyes gazed ahead. At some point, a tall and imposing young man of remarkable demeanor had appeared before him. Before the young man could utter a word, the old man seemed to perceive something, his heart trembling, his pupils narrowing as if he had witnessed an incredulous sight. In his vision, the aura surrounding the white-clad young man was exceedingly peculiar. It was intertwined with threads of fate, each representing various destinies, displaying a dazzling array of colors, 9 in total, particularly the last thread, which shone with an unheard-of black gold hue. It emanated an aura both strange and mysteriously supreme, as if the individual possessed a destiny far beyond common comprehension, yet stood apart from the rules of the mundane world. If one were to make an assessment, this person ought not to belong to this world, nor should he exist in this era. Chapter 62, The Celestial Demon Army. Awakening to a joyous union. In the fleeting moment when thoughts arose within his heart, the old man in the coarse garment regarded Gu Hon with a gaze that transformed into one of both vigilance and apprehension. Initially, he believed himself exceptionally fortunate to have encountered Yi Qingyun, a potential scion of the ancient Golden Dragon's destiny, which he considered a significant boon. Yet he could hardly fathom that he would soon encounter another individual of such caliber. It left him pondering whether he should feel unfortunate or fortunate. In truth, Gu Hon, too, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this elder. He had merely chanced upon this location and had not anticipated an encounter with the person before him. Moreover, the unfamiliar elder evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. His thoughts soared, memories flashing through his mind. Ultimately, Gu Hon seemed to recall something, as a flicker of insight suddenly illuminated the depths of his consciousness. This old fellow was one of the last 5 dragon kings of the Tianlong clan, the Hurricane Dragon King. The reason he could discern the elder's identity at a glance was that he had previously encountered him in his past life. In the original narrative, Yi Qingyun, through a twist of fate, gained the recognition of the Hurricane Dragon King, the last remaining Dragon King of the Tianlong clan, and inherited his legacy mark, thereby embracing the will of the Tianlong clan. Subsequently, the protagonist Yi Qingyun, with the aid of the Hurricane Dragon King and the remaining formidable beings of the Tianlong clan, ultimately established a renowned force, the Dragon King Hall, armed with an almost overpowering protagonist's aura and a peculiar buff that inexplicably attracted allies wherever he went. Yi Qingyun's Dragon King Hall rapidly flourished, even ascending to become a top-tier power in this realm. This facilitated his path to ascension immensely. The Tianlong clan, the Hurricane Dragon King, Gu Hon quickly formed a conjecture in his mind: could it be that the remaining powerful members of the Tianlong clan were hidden within the Tianlong ruins of the Shongzhou secret realm? In his previous life, he had had a rumor. Shortly after the Shongzhou secret realm was sealed, an extraordinary event transpired. In the depths of the secret realm, several terrifying dragons shattered the barriers of the realm and soared into the sky. This sudden upheaval had caused a stir throughout the entirety of the Shongzhou domain. However, despite numerous powerful beings investigating, the truth of the matter remained elusive. Now, combining the original narrative with this fragment of rumor, the so-called Tianlong ruins were likely the starting point where Yi Qingyun encountered the Tianlong clan. Countless thoughts flitted through Gu Hon's mind in an instant. His expression remained impassive, betraying no hint of unease. Such a composed demeanor only heightened the vigilance and apprehension of the Hurricane Dragon King standing before him. From the moment he sensed Gu Hon's presence, he had already employed his own powers to probe the truth of this individual. To his horror, he discovered that despite being on the verge of reaching the sacred realm, he could not see through this person at all. It was noteworthy that he had utilized the special ocular technique of the Tianlong clan, which could easily unveil the secrets of any being, yet even so it proved utterly ineffective. Furthermore, the excessive probing led to a backlash, as if countless steel needles pierced through his eyes and soul, overwhelming him with a tide of intense pain. A profound sense of fear and trepidation washed over him. The mere act of casting a glance had resulted in such a severe backlash. This could only imply that, in some sense, the other party possessed an absolute repression over his bloodline. His previous actions had been perceived as an affront, thus incurring such a grievous repercussion, yet the individual before him was merely an ordinary human, not of any extraordinary lineage or formidable demonic race. How could he possibly exert such a significant influence? A myriad of thoughts surged within him, the overwhelming fear and apprehension rendering the Hurricane Dragon King's body somewhat stiff. Nevertheless, due to the potential existence of some terrifying power within the other party, he did not dare to make any offensive movements. At that moment, the mark left by Su Lanyue on his right hand was activated. Intricate patterns imbued with a mysterious force intertwined and overlapped on his hand, swiftly transforming into a special totem symbolizing supreme authority. A hum resonated as waves of mysterious energy rippled like water, enveloping the entire space. The Hurricane Dragon King's body became completely immobilized, akin to a portrait frozen in time. Although the surrounding environment remained unchanged to the Hurricane Dragon King, it felt as if an endless, dense fog enveloped him from all sides. In a daze, he glimpsed a crystal coffin suspended in midair, bound by countless chains. Deep within this thick fog, beneath the crystal coffin, lay countless dragon and phoenix bones, transparent and shimmering, exuding a terrifying aura, stacked layer upon layer as if serving as the foundation beneath this immense crystal coffin. Even though these beings had long perished, and even if it were merely a fleeting projection, the aura emanating from them far exceeded his imagination. These bones belonged to true dragons and phoenixes of myth. His heart skipped several beats at the sight. The coffin, radiating unmatched power, suddenly shattered, and from within emerged a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her features blurred as if she transcended time and space. She extended her pure, crystalline arms to embrace the white-clad man before her. Behind her, 9 foxtails fully unfurled, as if lifting 9 distinct worlds, a suffocating sense of pressure enveloping him. However, the terror did not end there. Behind the fox demoness, countless formidable demon figures manifested, stretching to the very edge of the grey fog that was the heavenly demon divine army. This implied that the woman with 9 fox tails was the leader of the heavenly demon divine army from mythology. Yet, according to myth, she had been completely suppressed and sealed by ancient supreme beings in conjunction with various figures from the celestial realm. Why was she appearing behind this white-clad man? Moreover, their intimacy suggested a relationship that was anything but ordinary. The heavenly demon divine army was an ancient entity created by their demon race, said to be connected to the origins of their world's demon lineage. It was rumored that this ancient being was so powerful that she overshadowed other demon ancestors, who even regarded her as their leader and revered her. Once, she led the entire demon realm to true glory, dominating all races. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had incurred the ire of certain beings in the celestial domain and was subsequently sealed away in some hidden corner. Now, this strongest demon ancestor, who had vanished for countless years, reappeared before him. Yet this white-clad man was evidently human. Not only did he lack the royal blood of their demon race, but he did not even possess a trace of demon blood. Why then did he appear to dote on Gu-hon so ardently? Had this once ruthless and unyielding demon ancestor softened her heart and sought a young consort for herself? Would they become blissfully united upon her full awakening? Chapter 63. Humans are mortal, but rules are alive. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, but he quickly forced them back down. He feared that his inner musings might be detected by the other party, leaving him unaware of how his demise would come to pass. Although the other had only revealed a projection, the hierarchy of bloodlines within their demon race was stringent. Even a mere bloodline projection from Sulanue was sufficient to exert absolute dominance over them. He sensed that if he dared to make any inappropriate move, he would likely meet his end in this very place. After a considerable time had passed, as if sensing that Gu-hon posed no threat, the unique power belonging to Sulanue gradually dissipated. The previously frozen void of space returned to its normal state. Everything he had just experienced felt like a fleeting dream. The Hurricane Dragon King's expression shifted unpredictably as he sensed Gu-hon's gaze upon him. His body involuntarily shuddered, and he hastily cupped his hands in respect, saying, "I am the old dragon Yuanfeng of the Tianlong clan. I pay my respects to the young master. If this scene were witnessed by Yi Qingyun, he would undoubtedly be left speechless in shock. An elder whom he regarded with utmost reverence appeared so humble before Gu-hon. A faint smile graced Gu-hon's lips as he replied, "It seems that you are not of the human race, elder. May I inquire about your purpose in coming here today? Perhaps there is something I can assist you with." Cold sweat streamed down the Hurricane Dragon King's brow. He could hardly bear such a respectful address. If he were to become entangled in any causality with Gu-hon, he would likely not even know how he met his end. However, given his ill fortune in encountering Gu-hon, if he merely laughed it off and tried to brush it aside, he might also find himself in dire straits. "If I am not mistaken, elder, you must be of the Tianlong clan, correct? I recently came across information regarding a special location within the Shongzhou secret realm known as the Tianlong Ruins. Might you have any knowledge of it and how one might gain access?" Throughout his speech, Gu-hon maintained a friendly demeanor, yet it conveyed an increasingly profound significance. The Hurricane Dragon King felt a chill run down his spine, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. How did he know about the Tianlong ruins? That was a secret hidden deep within their clan. Even the previous demon ancestors had been entirely unaware that they had concealed their last branch within this ancient secret realm. Thoughts surged within him. This terrifyingly imposing white-clad man evidently held a keen interest in the legacy of their Tianlong clan, yet he had previously invested in Yi Qingyun, who bore the auspicious Golden Dragon's fate, and conferred his Dragon King seal upon him. In a sense, Yi Qingyun was the one truly chosen by their clan. However, upon lifting his gaze to meet Gu-hon's, who still wore a faint smile, He found himself at a loss. What rules of prophecy, what eternal golden dragon fortune bearers, all have been instantly cast aside by him. Rules are but lifeless constructs, while humans are vibrant beings, compared to Yi Qin-yun. He finds the young master before him, whose origins are exceedingly formidable and whose depths he cannot fully discern, perhaps even more worthy of their allegiance. There is no need to dwell on Yi Qin-yun's affairs. He is not a traitor to his clan, merely selecting a more deserving figure to follow for his own race, which is a noble act. Comforting himself with these thoughts, he resolutely decided, and a pleasing smile instantly graced the lips of the Hurricane Dragon King. If the master is interested in the heavenly dragon relics, I would gladly elaborate for you. Gu Hon raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. From his understanding, the dragon clan was typically quite proud. Wasn't it? He had prepared to use Su Lonyue's strength to teach the other party a lesson and then obtain useful intelligence, yet he did not anticipate such perceptiveness from them. After stepping out from the dark alley once more, Gu Hon had acquired the information he sought. This group had hidden the so-called heavenly dragon relics in such a secretive location. No wonder the powerful beings from Feitian Tower, who had entered to scout ahead, could not find it. Gu Hon lightly clicked his tongue, shaking his head. It is no wonder that Yi Qin-yun, with his protagonist's halo, could casually stroll down the street and encounter such serendipity. However, now that he was aware he would not miss the inheritance of the Heavenly Dragon clan, perhaps he could transform the Dragon King's Hall, originally belonging to protagonist Yi Qin-yun, into his own unique villainous faction based on the Heavenly Dragon clan. Moreover, having a check-in point at the Heavenly Dragon relics would likely bring him unexpected gains. At the Jianzong's encampment, Chu Yue and her companions gathered in front of a palace, their expressions somewhat somber. After learning that their senior brother might be abducted by a nefarious woman, they had followed the accounts of several sect disciples to the scene in search of him. However, after meandering for nearly 2 hours, they still had not found any trace of their senior brother. While they could not interfere with any interactions he had with women, there was an undeniable sense of anxiety, as if their senior brother was about to be taken away. "Sister, it is late, shouldn't you all rest?" Yi Qin-yun appeared from nowhere, his tone laced with concern, yet witnessing this scene stirred discomfort and a hint of jealousy within him. He had thought that after that incident, he would be the greatest beneficiary, not only elevating his status within the entire Xianyu peak but also garnering more favor from his senior sisters, yet the situation had not unfolded as he had envisioned. He could even vaguely sense a certain wariness and resistance from the several senior sisters towards him. Still, he maintained a gentle demeanor, saying, "Sister, the secret realm is about to open. It is essential to adjust your mindset. Conserve your energy, and strive for greater gains within the secret realm. After all, a secret realm is no mere game. A single misstep could lead to real peril. Sister Yue, I have heard that your spiritual vein is inherently flawed, causing you considerable distress. This is a spirit-reinforcing pill I obtained from a friend. It can temporarily alleviate the deficiencies in your spiritual vein." With that, Yi Qin-yun presented a brocade box containing a green pill to Chu Yue. However, she merely cast a cold glance, her voice distant. "There is no need, I will refine it myself, so you need not trouble yourself, junior brother." Yi Qin-yun was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a direct rejection. Feeling somewhat awkward, he withdrew his hand and turned his gaze towards Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji. "Sisters, I also have something for you, junior brother. We appreciate your kindness, but it is unnecessary. Thank you." They were quickly interrupted by the similarly distant and cold tones of the two. The stark contrast left Yi Qin-yun momentarily baffled. Could it be that due to being slandered as a spy for the demonic sect, the senior sisters were treating him so coldly? "Sisters, you are truly mistaken. I am not a spy for the demonic sect. I have been wronged." This matter had already been substantiated. If the senior sisters did not believe him, he was willing to swear an oath before heaven. Moreover, the suspicions against senior brother Gu his next words were abruptly lodged in his throat as a chilling aura enveloped him. The usually gentle and pure gaze of Chu Yue was now exceptionally cold and captivating, instilling a sense of danger within him. This was the first time he felt the outright disdain and coldness directed at him by his senior sisters. Chapter 64. Have you taken the wrong medicine again? Excessively powerful, not only Chu Yue, but even Lu Ruyan, who had always maintained a good relationship with him, now cast him a distinctly frosty and disdainful look. Just recently, he had been framed as a suspect in this investigation. Now that he had been proven innocent, how could he still slander their senior brother? He had no idea where this audacity came from. Feeling the icy and disdainful expressions of the once gentle senior sisters directed at him, Yi Qinyun felt bewildered and anxious, wanting to explain. Sisters, you are mistaken, I was merely... Enough. Chu Yue's voice tinged with anger interrupted him. Qinyun, I know what you are trying to convey, but we believe senior brother is not that kind of person, and certainly not a so-called spy for the demonic sect. If you continue to speak carelessly, I will consider your words as incitement, sowing discord between us and senior brother, and I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Yi Qinyun opened his mouth, but he wisely chose not to say more. The bitterness in his heart grew ever more intense. I suspect you all have taken the wrong medicine today. Deliberately staging such a scene before me is quite foolish and laughable. At that moment, a light-hearted and mocking voice suddenly rang out. The group froze momentarily, instinctively turning to look. Ji Yuhon had appeared at the entrance of the great hall, arms crossed, leaning lazily against the doorframe. The moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating his snow-white attire. It was evident that he wore an expression of languid amusement, yet exuded an air of carefree nonchalance. Senior brother. The stunned Chu Yue and her companions felt a mix of joy and panic. They were relieved that their senior brother had not been taken away by that mysterious woman, yet panicked because they were aware of the deeper implications in his teasing words. Senior brother had explained everything to them when the incident first occurred, but they had foolishly chosen not to believe him, resulting in the current predicament. Now, with his words seemingly defending him, even they themselves felt hypocritical and double-standard. Senior brother, Lu Ruyan's voice was dry and plaintive as she attempted to change the subject. You have just returned from outside, you must not have eaten yet. She carefully produced a pot-like vessel. This is the soup I made for you. The flavor of the previous pot has changed, and the taste is somewhat off, plus it has cooled down. I made a new batch for you to try. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan speak, Chu Yue and Luo Baishi quickly presented their carefully selected gifts. Their lively and sparkling eyes held a glimmer of hope. However, Gu Hon merely cast a casual glance, snorted lightly, and suppressed his smile, showing no interest in lingering. He treated them as if they were invisible, walking past them with a blank expression, and slammed the door shut. With a resounding thud, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence once more, only the cold wind from Gu Hon's door slam brushing against them. A mere gust that tousled their hair seemed to pierce their hearts, causing them immense pain, and even a mist of tears began to gather in their beautiful eyes. Yet the three women stood steadfastly at the door, undeterred by the setback, seemingly waiting for their senior brother to forgive them, to somewhat accept their goodwill. This scene left Yi Qinyun, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, feeling both envious and heartbroken compared to his recent experiences. Gu Hon was practically spoiled by these senior sisters. What infuriated him the most was Gu Hon's perpetual indifference, making him feel as though the other was merely putting on an act. It's just that he entered the Jianzong a few years earlier and has slightly stronger cultivation than me. Once I find the treasures left behind by my parents in the Central Continent secret realm, along with the inheritance of the Heavenly Dragon clan, the position of the chief prodigy of Jianzong will rightfully be mine. In his view, the reason his senior sisters cared so much about Gu Hon's opinions was somewhat related to his status as the chief of their generation in Jianzong. After all, women in the cultivation world often admired strength and were drawn to powerful men. Once this secret realm journey concluded, he would reclaim all the glory that Gu Hon had taken from him. Time passed swiftly. On the morning of the second day, in the depths of the Chenshu mountain range hundreds of miles from central continent city, many cultivators had gathered in what should have been a perilous and desolate area. These were disciples from various sects who had secured spots to participate in the central continent's secret realm. Countless grand and magnificent war chariots and flying vessels floated in the air, emanating brilliant lights and radiating strange ripples. Numerous elders from various sects, exuding ominous auras, hovered in the air, maintaining order while remaining vigilant against any unforeseen events. After all, the rogue cultivator from the demonic sect who had caused a considerable uproar in Zhongzhou city just days prior had yet to be apprehended. Such audacity, treating the formidable members of their sects as mere playthings, incited both shame and fury among the many powerful figures present. Should that demonic cultivator dare to disrupt this pivotal moment, they possessed countless methods to ensure his return was thwarted. Old Bai, are you certain that the 2 puppets I successfully crafted using your method will still be effective within this secret realm? Though the entrance to the secret realm was barely discernible from afar, he could sense a peculiar legal restriction within. This unique legal constraint permitted only cultivators at the half-step to unity stage to enter. Those of a higher realm, or those carrying artifacts with unity stage capabilities, would be barred from entry. The 2 puppets he had painstakingly refined were both at the unity stage. This was a potential contingency he had prepared for his impending venture into the Zhongzhou secret realm. Rest assured, the laws governing this secret realm are merely those of an ordinary sacred stage. In my prime, I could have easily obliterated such restrictions with a mere gesture. As long as you do not communicate with these 2 puppets before entering the realm, you shall not be affected in the slightest. Upon hearing the voice of Bai in his mind, Yi Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. As he gazed at the furrowed brow of Gu Hon in the distance, a confident smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. His cultivation had now reached the 7th level of the Spirit Palace stage. Even if Gu Hon were exceptionally strong, he was at most at the 9th level of the Spirit Palace stage. Even if he were to be slightly overestimated and reach the half-step to unity stage, how could that compare to him, who had 2 unity stage puppets at his side? Gu Hon must be feeling overwhelmed by the presence of so many other powerful disciples. Hence the furrowed brow, burdened by the thought of competition. This time, as he entered the secret realm, he intended to prove to everyone that he was indeed the rightful young chief of the Wanjian sect. Gu Hon would thereafter be relegated to the annals of history. On the other side, Gu Hon's brow was knitted not out of concern for his opponent's strength, but rather due to the overwhelming strength of his own cultivation. After all, he had reached the 9th level of the divine platform stage, far surpassing the secret realm's restrictions. If everyone were to enter, and he were to be excluded, it would be utterly embarrassing. This was his first major miscalculation in his entire life. He had never anticipated that a rapid increase in his cultivation would lead to such significant troubles, setting aside the necessity of entering the Zhongzhou secret realm to fulfill his upcoming system task. The most crucial sign-in location was also within the confines of the Zhongzhou secret realm. Everything was prepared, if he were to be hindered by the secret realm's restrictions due to his excessive strength. It would render him nothing more than a fool. The illusion demon mask and the celestial demon art could only alter his aura and conceal his cultivation, but could not change or suppress it. Even if he were to exert his own power to suppress himself, he could only manage to lower his cultivation to around the 5th level of the unity stage, still a significant gap. As Gu Hon's thoughts spiraled in distress, a soft and timid voice echoed, "Senior brother, this time the Zhongzhou secret realm is fraught with peril, and no useful information has been released. Senior brother, may we form a team for this exploration of the secret realm?" As Chu Yue mustered her courage to voice this not far away, Luo Baiji and Lu Ruyan hurriedly chimed in. "Rest assured, senior brother, we will absolutely not be a burden to you. my cultivation has already broken through to the 8th level of the Spirit Palace stage. And I have fully mastered all 6 forms of the Breaking Cloud Sword technique. I will surely assist you, senior brother. I have also been learning healing spells, the healing spirit technique that my master taught me recently. I have already mastered. You once protected me, this time let me protect you, shall we? Gathered here were not just disciples of the Wanjian sect, but many from other sects as well. At this moment they all cast envious and puzzled glances in Gu Hon's direction. They envied the fact that 3 exceptionally beautiful women akin to celestial beings were so attentive to the same man, truly a case of drought for some and flooding for others. They were puzzled by the fact that the white-clad young man wore only an ordinary sequence badge, while 2 of the 3 women bore sequence badges, and 1 wore the leading sequence badge. Those who wore the leading sequence badge could be considered the young chief of a sect. Even true paragons of talent. Why, then, were these 3 stunningly beautiful paragons so focused on an ordinary disciple of the Wanjian sect? You are still unaware, aren't you, that white-clad young man is no ordinary person. He is the undisputed chief of the current young generation of the Wanjian sect. However, due to some absurd and laughable incidents in the past, he has grown disheartened and no longer wishes to strive for the so-called honor of the sect. A suddenly alluring and ethereal voice caught the attention of many sect disciples. Upon recognizing the speaker, numerous young disciples were momentarily stunned, their expressions stiffening and their faces turning slightly flushed. The speaker was a voluptuous woman clad in red, her skin as pale as snow, particularly her long, slender legs that seemed to stretch longer than some people's lifespans. Her narrow phoenix eyes carried an inherent allure, and combined with her mature and breathtaking beauty, she possessed a lethal charm for anyone. She was none other than the leader of the Jupik of the Hongya sect. What brings her here? She was the head elder responsible for safeguarding the disciples of the Hongya sect. Hence her presence here was to be expected. It must be said that the Hongya sect was indeed renowned for its beauties. Not only did each disciple possess their own unique charm, but this leading elder was also captivating in her own right. Huajiu was famously known as the demoness of the Hongya sect, and she was not someone to be trifled with. To dare utter such words was to court danger. The disciples of various sects, recognizing her identity, gazed at her with a mixture of infatuation and trepidation. After all, the Hongya sect had formidable roots, and this legendary demoness' precise cultivation level was unknown. A year prior, her power had seemingly reached the supreme stage. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The elder who was on the verge of entering the sacred stage was her grandfather. This elder commanded respect even from several major sacred grounds. Huajiu paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding her, utterly dismissing the wary gazes of Chu Yue and her companions. Her narrow phoenix eyes blinked gently, a seductive smile gracing her exquisite face as she focused intently on the aloof Gu Hon, clad in the most ordinary of white robes yet standing out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. Their gazes locked as if they were old acquaintances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Huajiu brushed aside a stray strand of hair that had clung to her fair cheek, breaking the silence. I have heard about the events that transpired at the Wanjian sect. Why not come to my Hongya sect? What I said before still stands. The surrounding space fell into an eerie silence. Countless sect disciples' pupils contracted slightly, caught in a mix of confusion and astonishment by Huajiu's unexpected declaration, although they were unsure of what exactly had transpired or what promise she had made to Gu Hon. It was evident that her proposition was an overt attempt to poach from the Wanjian sect. Gu Hon chuckled softly to himself. Once, during an expedition to gather materials for alchemy, he had unexpectedly encountered Huajiu. At that time, the infamous demoness of the Hongya sect had just engaged in battle with several powerful figures from other sections. Utilizing her formidable strength, she had single-handedly slain 2 supreme stage cultivators, yet had sustained grave injuries herself. She had fortuitously collapsed at his feet out of concern that her death might provoke retaliation from the Hongya sect. He had used all his healing elixirs to mend her wounds. As he departed, he had casually left behind a beauty-enhancing pill. Little did he know that such an unintentional act would forge a connection between him and the renowned demoness. Since then, Hua Jieyu had repeatedly extended various offers, hoping he would return with her to the Hongya sect. He may have been indifferent to such propositions in the past, but now he found himself contemplating the possibility. Hua Jieyu, do not overstep your bounds. Gu Hon is a disciple of our Wanjian sect. Finally snapping out of their daze, several elders of the Wanjian sect hurriedly positioned themselves between the two. Though Gu Hon was willing to downplay his brilliance and even reluctant to assume the role of leader for this expedition, his innate talent and strength were undeniable, marking him as a top-tier prodigy. To have him poached publicly would represent a significant loss for the Wanjian sect, not only the elders of the Wanjian sect, but Chu Yue and her companions also grew increasingly wary, their beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of hostility. Yet another scheming woman sought to abduct their senior brother. Chapter 66. I can always protect you. But this is just the beginning. Hua Jieyu paid no mind to the gazes of the other Wanjian sect members. Her captivating eyes remained fixed on Gu Hon as she smiled sweetly, her lips forming words, the old place, you can come anytime. I can protect you with that. The conversation concluded, her enchanting elongated phoenix eyes cast another glance at Gu Hon, and under the parched gazes of the other sect disciples, she returned to the encampment of the Hongya sect. Others may have been oblivious to what Hua Jieyu had uttered, yet the trio of Chu Yue, standing conveniently beside Gu Hon, discerned it clearly through her lip movements. Senior brother, they wished to continue speaking, but Gu Hon had already chosen to disregard them once more, striding towards Shaoling. As a cultivator of the divine platform realm, did he truly require the protection of three individuals who were not even at the unity realm? Noticing Gu Hon approaching, Shaoling, who had been treated as a mere tool multiple times, had long since grown accustomed to it and willingly became Gu Hon's shield again. To inquire was to acknowledge defeat. Sister Yue, approaching from a distance, was Yi Qinyun, who smiled and remarked, I recently acquired some information regarding the Central Continent's secret realm. How about we form a team to explore it together once we enter the realm? Being from the same peak, they were quite familiar with each other and could trust one another, making exploration far more convenient. Lu Ruyan instinctively wanted to agree. Her thought was that if Yi Qinyun truly possessed knowledge about the Central Continent's secret realm, he might know of ancient relics that recorded methods for restoring one's state of mind. After all, their primary purpose for coming here was to seek ways to assist their senior brother in recovering his mental state. To this point, they had yet to find any leads. However, before she could voice her agreement, she was interrupted by Chu Yue beside her. Thank you for your kindness, junior brother, but there's no need. We have other matters to attend to in the secret realm. Chu Yue flatly rejected him with an icy tone. She increasingly felt that the once simple and naive junior brother had become increasingly complex and calculating. She did not believe he would possess such goodwill as to share the so-called information about the Central Continent's secret realm with them. There might be ulterior motives at play, perhaps to sow discord between them and their senior brother. Moreover, this detestable fellow had previously tried to tarnish their senior brother's reputation, although Yi Qinyun felt somewhat uncomfortable. He maintained a calm demeanor and replied, Sister, please do not overthink it. I merely wish to form a team with you. My cultivation has also improved over these past few days. Rest assured, I am confident I will not be outmatched by senior brother Gu. No need. Chu Yue's brows knitted tighter. In the days leading up to the secret realm's opening, Yi Qinyun had frequently mentioned their senior brother. Others might not sense it, but she felt he was deliberately trying to provoke. Hearing him speak again today stirred a certain aversion within her. She had been foolish and blind to think such a person was simple and sincere. At that moment, while Gu Hon was engaged in conversation with Shaoling, He suddenly heard the system's announcement chime, ding. Due to the protagonist's indirect influence, the female lead, Chu Yue, has developed a slight aversion towards the male lead, Yi Qingyun. His fortune has relatively diminished. Congratulations to the protagonist for completing a segment of villainous plot. Earning 1,500 villain points, this unexpected system notification momentarily stunned Gu Hon. 1 could earn villain points for this. Originally, his primary aim was to have these fools experience the suffering he once endured. Now, it seemed he had stumbled upon an additional opportunity. He felt no guilt. After all, he had been driven to such depths as to become a villain. Sympathy for the original protagonist's camp would only lead to a more tragic ending. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun, having been rejected yet again and completely ignored, gazed at the departing figures of Chu Yue and her companions, his expression darkening. Humph, Qingyun, why waste your breath on these blind little girls? In my eyes, the so-called senior brother they admire is not even worth a single hair of yours. They merely joined the sect a few years earlier and possess slightly superior cultivation. Once this secret realm expedition concludes, you will truly become the pride of the Wanjian sect. Today they disregard you, but in the future they will surely find themselves unable to reach your heights. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's previously grim expression softened significantly, and a confident smile returned to his face. Indeed, haste makes waste. Why should he dwell on it? It would not be long before he could truly win the hearts of his master and senior sisters, completely trampling Gu Hon beneath his feet. Moreover, he had better candidates for collaboration than Chu Yue and her companions. At that moment, several lavish flying vessels descended from the sky. The young cultivators disembarking from them exuded an aura and presence far superior to the many sect disciples below. They were the youthful disciples of the four great sacred grounds. Miss Leng Xianyu, Brother Wei Tianqing, Yi Qingyun greeted the two most powerful young individuals with a confident smile. The woman, without a doubt, was Leng Xianyu of the Tianin sacred ground, and the man was Wei Tianqing, whom he had recently met, the heir of the Beishao sacred ground. Through Leng Xianyu's introduction, he had developed a pleasant rapport with this Tianqing sacred son, establishing what could be considered a casual friendship. Even as mere acquaintances, this connection sparked envy among numerous sect disciples. After all, they hailed from the central continent, a land renowned for its exceptional talents. The heirs of the four great sacred grounds, sensing the envious gazes of countless disciples around him, Yi Qingyun grew even more confident, engaging in lively conversation with the two sacred heirs and other cultivators from the sacred grounds. Brother Qingyun, within a day at most, my people should reach the northern wasteland mountains. Leng Xianyu pondered for a moment before speaking. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, your two cousins should be rescued without issue. This was their previously arranged collaboration. While Yi Qingyun would share some intelligence regarding the central continent's secret realm, while she would dispatch people to the northern wasteland mountains to rescue the two trapped individuals and simultaneously build a rapport with them. With Miss Xianyu's assistance, I am indeed at ease, Yi Qingyun responded with a hearty laugh. I've heard of your experiences, Brother Tianqing, the Tianqing sacred son remarked. Should any unforeseen events occur, I am willing to assist you in resolving any troubles. My friend, on the other side, Gu Hon, who had been subtly dispersing his consciousness to monitor the situation, couldn't help but smirk coldly. Truly worthy of the protagonist's halo. How little time had passed, and he had already forged connections with the sacred son. According to the original plot, these two sacred heirs would become significant support for Yi Qingyun later on. The system had issued a task to prevent further development of the relationship between these two and Yi Qingyun. Since the two had already met, there was little he could do. It seemed he would have to find a way to eliminate them altogether in the central continent's secret realm, severing their ties at the root. Although they were sacred heirs, possessing noble identities and formidable talents, they lacked the protagonist's halo that Yi Qingyun enjoyed. Reaping them would not pose a great challenge for him. However, he needed to plan carefully. After all, he intended to pin the blame for the murder of these sacred heirs squarely on Yi Qingyun. He was not one to forget grudges easily. His previous act of framing Yi Qingyun for the infiltration of the demonic sect was merely the beginning. Chapter 67, Slaughter, Chop, and Feed the Fish. Meanwhile, in the western Xian region, several figures with powerful auras swiftly traversed the skies, landing at the edge of the northern wasteland mountains. These individuals were the two cousins of Yi Qingyun, sent by the Tianyin Sacred Grounds scientist Leng Xianyu to rescue him. Among them, the strongest had reached the 9th level of the Dao harmonization realm. With no fewer than 3 such individuals, this formidable group would have no trouble dealing with supreme realm powerhouses. Moreover, their connection to the Tianyin Sacred Ground granted them noble identities, deterring even the most audacious of foes from recklessly attacking them. The target we were instructed to rescue should be deep within this mountain range, the elder leading the group stated, producing a peculiar jade stone that emitted an extraordinary light. At its center was sealed a droplet of crystalline blood belonging to Yi Qingyun. As they approached the vicinity of Yi Qingyun, this jade stone would emit unique fluctuations, guiding them to their target. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into the northern wasteland mountains, a sudden ominous presence enveloped the sky. Dark clouds gathered without warning, casting a pall over the daylight. A chilling oppressive aura materialized, akin to a heavy atmospheric pressure surging downward. It felt as if the very heavens were tinged with an unsettling crimson hue. The Tianyin Sacred Grounds powerful figures could distinctly sense that this terrifying force was directed at them. The leader's expression shifted, his demeanor turning grave as he focused intently on a specific point in the sky, proclaiming loudly, "We are from the Tianyin Sacred Ground. Who dares to meddle in our affairs and oppose us?" Despite projecting a strong voice, he felt a deep sense of uncertainty within. He was well aware of the recent events in the western Xian region, particularly the rise of a dominant demonic sect known as the Blood Moon Demon Sect, rumored to harbor top-tier divine beings. If it were one of these recently notorious figures from the Blood Moon Demon Sect who had intervened, the situation could become dire. Soon, crimson ripples spread through the void. In the midst of the Tianyin Sacred Grounds, strong practitioners, some expressing fear, others in a daze, a young girl clad in a red dress, appearing around 13 or 14 years of age, stepped forth. A Spirit Palace realm. Of a girl who just reached the Spirit Palace realm, they were all taken aback. How could a girl with such low cultivation dare to conjure illusions and obstruct their path? They had recently heard rumors about the Blood Moon Demon Sect. The sect's leader was said to be a 13 or 14-year-old girl in a red dress. However, everyone scoffed at this news and rumor, believing that the true master of the Blood Moon Demon Lord was someone else entirely. Upon witnessing this scene, they could not help but once again question the authenticity of the rumors. Yet, before they could collect their thoughts, a crack, with a blood-red thunder exploding in the heavens above, a powerful force akin to a demonic claw instantaneously tore through the void. A formidable being exuding a violent aura slowly stepped forth from within. "Master, how shall we handle this?" This divine figure was one of the 2 Blood Demon Royal Guards who, under the command of Gu Hon, was now unconditionally obeying Hon Manyao's directives. "Eliminate them all, then chop them to pieces and toss them into the river to feed the fish." The experts of the Tianyin Sacred Land were left utterly bewildered. "Isn't it, this girl so young and sweet in appearance? How can she utter such cold and vicious words?" Boom! The sound of an explosive shockwave pierced their eardrums, leaving them no time to react. The divine being who had previously stood beside Hon Mengyao suddenly vanished from sight. In a moment of terror, as they looked up, a colossal blood-red demonic claw, wielding the might to shatter layers of void barriers, was reaching out towards them. At that instant, several experts from the Tianyin Sacred Land felt the ominous star of death flickering above their heads. They had never anticipated that their group would face annihilation before they had even had the chance to explore the edge of the North Wilderness mountain range. The overwhelming sense of life and death peril and their unwillingness to accept their fate compelled the experts of the Tianyin Sacred Land to summon their life-bound Dao soldiers to resist. Yet, all their efforts were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly futile. The powerful divine spells they unleashed melted away in an instant, and their life-bound Dao soldiers shattered like thin ice. You dare to strike us down so ruthlessly, are you not afraid of the retribution from our Tianyin Sacred Land? The remaining Sacred Land expert, trembling, managed to shout this out, unaware of when such a powerful divine being had emerged in the Western Shen domain. They could not even comprehend how their jointly established defensive formation could not withstand a single blow from this opponent. Confusion reigned as they pondered why their adversary dared to attack them directly. Just before consciousness faded completely, he heard the mocking laughter of that terrifying divine being. Blame yourselves for extending your hands too far, daring to meddle in matters that concern our master. The Sacred Land expert's pupils dilated and a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that you are, in the final moment before his demise, regret washed over him? He had thought that accepting this minor commission from the Sacred Maiden would be an excellent opportunity to curry favor. Only to find himself paying with his life. After dispatching the experts from the Tianyin Sacred Land, the remaining members of the Blood Moon Demon sect, seizing the moment before news of this location reached the Tianyin Sacred Land, began to conduct extensive searches throughout the North Wilderness mountain range as per Gu Hon's orders, striving to swiftly locate the two individuals associated with Yi Qingyun, outside of Shangzhou City, as the time for the secret realm to open drew near. The invited cultivators grew increasingly agitated, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Finally, after approximately 2.5 hours had passed, a resounding roar erupted from deep within the Tianshu mountain range. Following this, countless resplendent runes began to cascade from the sky, shimmering and overlapping, gradually revealing a colossal illusory portal amidst the rifts in the void. Even from a great distance, one could sense the mysterious and ancient aura emanating from within the portal. The entrance to the Shangzhou secret realm had appeared. The secret realm was about to open. This spectacle instantly ignited the atmosphere among all present. Various sects began to make arrangements for entering the secret realm. After all, the secret realm was fraught with countless opportunities, yet equally perilous. A reasonable approach to arrangements often helped to prevent the majority of unnecessary sacrifices. Chapter 68: A family bond, a rivalry in chess at the residence of the Sword Inquiry sect. Several leading elders began to emphasize certain rules and precautions regarding the secret realm. The elder at the forefront stood before the group, gazing at everyone with a serious expression. By trust, one need not reiterate the superfluous rules. When exploring the secret realm, seizing opportunities is secondary, your safety is of utmost importance. The Shangzhou secret realm is immensely ancient and vast, teeming with formidable and ancient beasts. You must remain vigilant not only against these terrifying creatures but also against individuals from other sections. When venturing outside, the most unpredictable threat lies within the human heart. Once you enter the secret realm, you will be randomly teleported to different regions. Strive to use your sect tokens to sense your surroundings and reunite with your fellow disciples as quickly as possible. It is advisable for several of you to explore as a team, especially for those of you from the ordinary ranks. It is crucial to join forces with our sect's core ranks and the two leading figures to truly ensure your safety. As the elder delivered this message, his voice suddenly faltered, casting a complex and helpless glance at Gu Hon amidst the crowd. In a certain sense, the latter was even stronger than the two leading figures selected by their Sword Inquiry sect. Regrettably, this young man insisted on concealing his brilliance. Just then, a weighty ancient sound of a door opening reverberated through the space. A massive light, suspended in the air, gradually opened to both sides, unleashing a dazzling divine radiance that enveloped a hazy mist. Transforming into a colossal light blue vortex, the secret realm had been activated. According to the rules, all disciples from the various sects swiftly entered the teleportation vortex, as a voice resonated like a mighty bell. The young disciples moved in unison, streaming towards the enormous special vortex. Brother, do you truly not wish to team up with us? Do you have any materials or herbs you need to gather? We can keep an eye out for you. Chu Yue and the others, not yet ready to give up, called out weakly to Gu Hon once more. Unsurprisingly, they were met with complete disregard. Shall we team up once we enter the secret realm? It was at this moment that the ever-reliable Shaoling made his entrance. Shaoling felt a mixture of helplessness and disillusionment. Gu Hon truly did not consider the feelings of his tool. He was once again being used as a shield. He could already sense the scrutinizing gazes of Chu Yue and her companions, filled with both discontent and resentment. He was afraid that one day they might snap and take some extreme action. Even considering him an obstacle to their reconciliation with Gu Hon and eliminating him. Gu Hon, if you encounter any insurmountable issues in the secret realm, you can seek out my disciple from the Honya sect. Hua Jiu, her ethereal and alluring voice chimed in. I have specifically instructed them that as long as it concerns you, they will do their utmost to assist you regardless of what you wish to accomplish. Remember, you can do anything, but there is one condition: do not ruin our sect's outstanding female disciples. Gu Hon nearly stumbled at her words. The other disciples from the sect flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. Hua Jiu had become increasingly indiscreet with her words. He understood that the Honya sect only recruited female disciples, and perhaps their standards were a bit peculiar. However, it was still rather audacious for Hua Jiu, as the leading elder, to utter such brazen words in broad daylight. Even more absurdly, the female disciples of the Honya sect seemed not at all offended, instead casting him glances filled with curiosity and anticipation. One could only wonder what kind of things that which Hua Jiu had said to these innocent girls. Our brother does not need your Honya sect's protection, Luo Baishi scoffed. We will protect our brother ourselves. Indeed, if our brother encounters any danger, we will resolve it. Lu Ruyon's face was filled with vigilance as she glared at Hua Jiu and the numerous female disciples of the Honya sect. Hua Jiu covered her mouth with a light laugh. Yes, I heard that when Gu Hon fell into misfortune, you few little sisters he once cherished took it upon yourselves to believe the rumors without discernment. Now you feign sudden enlightenment, pretending to love and protect your brother. Your acting skills are top-notch. I give you 11 out of 10. The extra point is a token of familial affection from me as a senior. You, Chu Yue, interrupted Lu Ruyan, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. She had not expected Hua Jiu, a renowned powerhouse of the Honya sect, to engage with them like a child exchanging barbs. We have made mistakes, and we shall naturally make amends. As long as our brother can forgive us, we are willing to pay any price. Furthermore, this matter concerns our Sword Inquiry sect. It is not for you, Hua Jiu, an outsider, to meddle. The two women exchanged sharp retorts, their tones rife with sarcasm. Gu Hon remained unfazed, showing no inclination to intervene, and even stifled a yawn as he moved toward the special vortex. Upon stepping into the vortex, the unique laws and restrictions governing the Shongzhou secret realm posed no rejection to him. After all, having previously exchanged his villain points for a special item in the system store, his cultivation had been temporarily suppressed to a half-step toward unity, aligning with the rules of the Shongzhou secret realm, thus eliciting no resistance from it. This situation struck Gu Hon as somewhat amusing. The awakening system allows one to exchange for certain temporary experience cards that grant immense cultivation power, or perhaps even special cards of the great emperors, enabling one to display ostentation and slap others in the face. Yet he wishes to borrow the system's strength to temporarily suppress his own cultivation. Once his power grows formidable, he intends to obliterate this vexing secret realm fast. Gu Hon muttered to himself as his figure swiftly vanished into the depths of the special vortex. It turns out Gu Hon harbors such a desire, though somewhat inexplicable. If it is indeed his wish, then once I break free from my seal, I shall shatter this secret realm for him. Within the demon-locking tower, Su Lengyue, who could see and hear everything happening outside through the special mark in Gu Hon's possession, quietly made a decision. The mark she left on Gu Hon not only commanded the demon race but also allowed her to monitor his current situation. She was well aware of Gu Hon's encounter with Xia Bingli in Zhongzhou City. Furthermore, she was not at all surprised that Xia Bingli could sense her presence, for there seemed to be an aura unique to the celestial realm surrounding her. But so what? Even though Xia Bingli's background was extraordinary and possibly connected to a major clan in the celestial realm, her own roots were firmly planted there as well. More importantly, this individual audaciously sought to imprison Gu Hon, binding him to her side for eternity, insisting that he love only her. Coincidentally, she harbored similar intentions. She too wished for Gu Hon's exclusive affection. Should anyone dare to compete with her, she would capture that person and even force Gu Hon to witness their torment until death. At the same time, as Xia Bingli returned to the Flying Immortal Tower, an unfamiliar sensation suddenly arose within her, a strange feeling as if she had found a worthy opponent. Chapter 69, Entering the Secret Realm. Suspected to be possessed, upon entering the special vortex, Gu Hon found his vision enveloped in pure white light, his body suspended in midair, plummeting through a white abyss. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a beam of sunlight illuminated him, and his feet landed on solid ground. The dizziness, like a receding tide, finally allowed him to open his eyes. The biting cold wind and swirling snow greeted him, revealing an expanse of ice that stretched to the horizon. As smooth as a mirror, towering ice peaks loomed like cliffs, the highest reaching into the clouds, glimmering with a chilling brilliance under the frigid Sunday. Countless ice crystals, whipped by the raging cold winds from unknown origins, struck his face with sharp pain. Those who had been transported to this region, possessing weaker physical forms, bore numerous bloody gashes upon their skin, yet, compared to the distress and frantic attempts of others to erect protective barriers, Gu Hon appeared remarkably at ease. After all, he was endowed with two supreme physiques. The energy and vitality radiating from his very cells was sufficient to dissolve the ice crystal storm that dared approach him, transforming it into a gentle breeze that caressed his skin. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators, having adjusted to the frigid environment, began to stir with excitement. Could it be that my luck is so wretched? I have been transported to the frigid depths of the Zhongzhou secret realm. This ice expanse seems endless. How vast could it possibly be? I once heard my master say that even the undiscovered hidden regions within the Zhongzhou secret realm extend over 20 million miles, equivalent to 1/30th of the Zhongzhou domain size. Goodness, such a size, this could very well be considered a unique small world. Would anyone care to form a party to share information and cooperate in exploring for treasures? Some ambitious souls began to call out, "Senior brother, may we join you in your exploration?" A few disciples from the sword-questioning sect, also transported to this area, hastily approached Gu Hon, earnestly asking, after all, everyone in the sect knew that Gu Hon's strength surpassed that of the two leading figures. Gu Hon merely cast a cold glance their way. No, leave. Most members of the sword-questioning sect were ungrateful, and these individuals were no exception. How audacious to seek his protection! As he turned to depart, Gu Hon casually crushed the jade talisman that allowed communication within the secret realm. This expedition required him to act independently. Since entering the secret realm, Chu Yue and her companions had incessantly attempted to contact him through the talisman, causing him considerable annoyance in a certain area of the secret realm, contrasting sharply with the extreme cold. This place was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the lushness of vegetation, teeming with vitality. It seemed that senior brother still did not intend to respond. After several attempts to reach Gu Hon with no reply, Chu Yue felt somewhat disheartened and quietly retracted the talisman. She resolved to gather the few fellow disciples she had just assembled and meet with the other two junior sisters to discuss subsequent matters. Prior to entering the Shongzhou secret realm, their master had conveyed information about a potential relic related to restoring the ancient texts of the mind after witnessing glimpses of what seemed to be senior brother's past life. She had long concluded that the one with a troubled mind was not her senior brother, but rather their master, even if they ultimately located the ancient texts detailing the restoration of the heart's path. She would find a way to assist her master. At the White Feather Peak's main hall of the sword questioning sect, the vast and silent chamber was filled with a lingering fragrance. On a lotus flower pedestal, Mu Beiling, adorned in a white gauze dress and a colorful feather cloak, her beauty unparalleled, was currently with her eyes closed, drawing in the surrounding energies of the laws. Initially, the countless threads of law swirling around her began to methodically integrate into her dantian, gradually stabilizing and enhancing her cultivation. However, soon Mu Beiling's features contorted in pain, as though she were having a nightmarish dream. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. This sudden anomaly triggered a chain reaction, causing the threads of law surrounding her to tremble violently, one after another snapping apart. With a violent backlash, Mu Beiling struggled to maintain her internal energy. Her blood surging uncontrollably, and she spat forth a mouthful of fresh blood. The surrounding spiritual energy transformed into a turbulent sea, roaring with a deafening sound that echoed through the hall. The very foundation of White Feather Peak trembled in response. Beiling, are you tired of living? Do you seek your own demise? A furious voice bellowed, knowing full well your recent state and mindset are not stable. How dare you attempt to break through to the Supreme Realm? With the abrupt arrival of the Taishu Sword Master, a higher-level power akin to an ocean descended, immediately suppressing the terrifying energy about to erupt from Mu Beiling. After a significant infusion of energy from him, she managed to stabilize her condition. Thank you, Master. Mu Beiling's pale face bore a bittersweet smile, a mixture of exhaustion and helplessness. Initially seething with anger and ready to reprimand Mu Beiling, the Taishu Sword Master's chest heaved. And ultimately, he deflated like a balloon, letting out a resigned sigh. How could he not understand his disciple's intentions? Recently, Mu Beiling had seemed profoundly affected, ceaselessly seeking various means to restore her shattered heart. She not only searched for rare ancient texts but also sought out legendary methods. Recently, she had heard that reaching the Supreme Realm would allow for the separation of the soul, thus enabling entry into a cultivator's mental space to heal psychological wounds and indirectly restore a broken heart. Upon hearing this, Mu Beiling had exhausted every effort to implore him to assist Gu Hon in regaining his heart's path, despite his repeated insistence that this method was purely theoretical and could not be applied practically. This stubborn girl had nonetheless sought to forcibly break through to the Supreme Realm, risking a backlash. Such a reckless notion had led him to question whether his disciple had truly lost her mind. Chapter 70. The True Patient. This poses a dilemma, Master. Over all these years, I have never once asked you for anything. Mu Beiling suddenly lifted her head, her voice hoarse and choked. I beg you. Please help me this once. If I can just break through to the Supreme Realm, I will have a way to restore honor. He is truly the pride of our sword questioning sect. We cannot stand idly by and watch him diminish his brilliance and willingly fall into despair. It was my fault back then. I failed to investigate the truth and wrongfully accused Hana. I truly regret it. I implore you, Master, help me bring Hana back, please. The hall fell silent, save for Mu Beiling's pleas echoing in the stillness. The Taishu Sword Master furrowed his brow, his eyes, deep and seemingly able to see through the vicissitudes of life, revealing a trace of compassion. He had always understood his disciple well. Her proud and stubborn nature had been evident, and to see her in such a state of distress indicated the profound impact of the past incident. Those embroiled in the situation often remain blind, while the observer sees clearly. Mu Beiling has consistently asserted that Gu Hon merely suffers from issues related to his mental state. However, any individual possessing even a modicum of intelligence and perception would recognize that she is In fact, the one who is truly afflicted. As for acquiescing to the other's request to assist Mu Bailing in transcending to the supreme realm, he finds himself utterly averse to the idea. Given her current psychological condition, it is likely that she would suffer a complete mental collapse midway through the breakthrough, potentially birthing formidable inner demons or even plunging directly into the demonic path. Nevertheless, observing her current abnormal demeanor, it is probable that she would attempt to forcefully break through to the supreme realm if left unchecked. Very well, accompany me to a certain location. It should prove beneficial for your present predicament. As the leader of the Wanjian sect, he has always relished the opportunity to travel. A few years prior, during one of his journeys, he encountered a reclusive monk. Over time, he discovered that this hermit was, in fact, the esteemed abbot of the renowned ancient Buddha temple. Given that the monk is steeped in Buddhist teachings and excels in guiding the suffering and purifying the mind, he should possess the means to remedy Mu Bailing's current plight. Without further contemplation or inquiry about their destination, Mu Bailing readily nodded in agreement. Ever since the incident beneath the peach tree that startled her awake, myriad memories have incessantly flashed through her mind. Each vividly beautiful yet akin to daggers mercilessly piercing her heart. She is determined to restore her beloved disciple to his former self, no matter the cost, in the mysterious realms of Zhongsho. Gu Hon furrowed his brow slightly, as an inexplicable sensation of discomfort surged within him. This feeling had arisen on more than one occasion during this period, leading him to question whether his rapid cultivation breakthrough had inadvertently induced some form of bodily alteration. However, this sensation was fleeting, and he did not dwell on it excessively. My lord, do you believe these eye spirit crystals are sufficient? Suddenly, a raspy and peculiar voice emerged from beside him. A colossal serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length and adorned with crystalline scales of ice, spoke human words, presenting a trove of iridescent crystals, their beauty enhanced by the refraction of light. With its head bowed in reverence before Gu Hon. Is this all? Gu Hon smirked slightly, reaching out to take the pile of ice spirit crystals while chuckling. You do put me in a bit of a predicament. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the crystalline serpent, which appeared to be nothing less than a collection of exquisite crafting materials. My lord, I have much more ice spirit crystals. I shall fetch them for you immediately, whether it was merely an illusion or not. The ice crystal serpent seemed to exhibit a humanoid fear. And while you're at it, pluck a few cold lotus flowers for me. Gu Hon's lips curled into a slight smile. If you perform well, I may consider sparing you. Yes, my lord. The ice crystal serpent shivered slightly, hastily slithering out of the cave to fulfill Gu Hon's commands. Although it was the sovereign of this snowy expanse and had dispatched numerous young cultivators exploring the mysterious realms over the years, it dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts towards Gu Hon. Not only was it incapable of defeating him, but the overwhelming aura emanating from Gu Hon also instilled a profound sense of submission within it. It seems, the mark left by Su Langyue holds the power to command and suppress the beasts in the Zhongsho secret realm as well. Joy, is it not just around the corner, in the original tale? Yi Qingyun similarly enjoyed a smooth journey in the exploration of the secret realm due to possessing a bloodline that conferred dominion over certain beasts. Thus, he could glean information from the native beasts encountered. Though Gu Hon needed to rely on Yi Qingyun to uncover the subsequent hidden opportunities, this did not prevent him from plotting against Yi Qingyun, preparing several grand surprises for him. Boom! In a verdant valley within the Zhongsho secret realm, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, shaking the ground and causing rocks to tumble, startling countless birds and beasts nearby. Several cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal beast, which bore an odd appearance. Its body encrusted with solid rock and faint traces of dragon blood coursing within it, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Called Xian Yu and her companions, who had joined forces with Yi Qingyun, exhausted every means at their disposal. battling the beast for nearly a quarter of an hour before finally seizing an opportunity to strike. Strange lightning flickered in the depths of Ichinyun's eyes as the bloodline of the Beast Emperor activated once more, exerting a mental influence over the already severely wounded beast, further eroding its will to resist. Seizing this moment, Ichinyun, wielding a heavy sword and enveloped in a layer of golden aura, struck down upon the beast's head with a mighty blow. Boom, crack! In an instant, amidst the explosive roar, blood and viscera erupted forth. Following a mournful cry, the massive beast collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Ichinyun sheathed his heavy sword, skillfully extracting the beast's demon core, a smirk playing on his lips. Holy Maiden Xianyu, you may freely distribute the treasures guarded by this beast. I only require this demon core. How does that sound? Very well. Cold Xianyu harbored no objections. She would not assert that he was the heir of the White Stone Holy King. Indeed, Ichinyun's recent display of power had left her astonished. In certain respects, he was not inferior to her. A half step into the return to Unity Realm, this realization further convinced her that her alliance with Ichinyun in exploring this secret realm was a fortuitous opportunity for herself. Thank you. The smile on Ichinyun's face broadened. By consuming this demon core, the Beast Emperor's blood within him would undergo further transformation and refinement. The Shongshou secret realm teems with beasts, should fortune favor him on this expedition. He could not only acquire numerous opportunities but also enable that drop of Beast Emperor's blood within him to evolve. At that point, he would wield greater control over elemental forces and command more beasts to serve him, all without needing to lift a finger, allowing the beasts to present their guarded treasures willingly. Who else in the entire secret realm could accomplish such feats besides him? Chapter 71, Leaving No Trace. A complete break. Very well, it is time to seek the next opportunity. After distributing the spoils of battle, Ichinyun rose fast. Although he had hinted at possessing knowledge of certain opportunities within the Shongshou secret realm, these were trivial matters. The truly significant opportunities he intended to keep entirely for himself. Collaborating with Cold Xianyu, Wei Tianqing, and others merely served to mitigate unforeseen circumstances and avoid instability. Once he had slain a sufficient number of beasts and absorbed enough demon cores, he would choose to venture forth alone, gathering all the major opportunities within the secret realm, ultimately proceeding to the Dragon Legacy, where he would forge a contract with the dragon spirits. Just the thought of it was enough to promise a bountiful harvest. Days swiftly passed. A streak of azure lightning darted through the forest, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages. This figure was none other than Gu Hon, having undergone a transformation in disguise. On the third day of his entry into the secret realm, he had already located the whereabouts of Ichinyun and his companions. Moreover, based on their path, he consistently arrived first to seize opportunities. After all, the map provided by Xiabingli detailed all but the most esoteric opportunities that only the protagonist, Ichinyun, could uncover. Armed with superior agility and the art of swift movement, he was able to consistently arrive ahead of Ichinyun's party. Over the course of several days, he had reaped numerous gains. Of course, these minor opportunities were merely appetizers for him. His primary goal remained to locate the immense undocumented opportunities hidden within the secret realm through Ichinyun, the treasure-seeking rat, and to follow closely behind him, waiting for the young man to unlock the Dragon Legacy. However, he must not raise any alarms. Should he act prematurely and seize the opportunities too early, he might inadvertently trigger Ichinyun's unique buff, indirectly aiding him in acquiring even more extraordinary items. Nevertheless, he would not hesitate to claim these minor opportunities, leaving not a shred for Ichinyun. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing the villain's daily task by preemptively seizing 3 opportunity sites before the protagonist Ichinyun, earning a reward of 1,500 villain points. Ding! Detecting that the Master has completed part of the villain's storyline. Congratulations on receiving an additional 2,500 villain points. Meanwhile, beneath a certain mountain range. Damn it, how could this be happening? Yi Qingyun's face darkened. Aside from the few opportunities he had secured on the first day of entering the secret realm with the aid of the map, he had not made any further gains over the subsequent days. He had not encountered any opportunities or treasures, not even the smallest scrap. This sensation was akin to someone having preemptively grasped everything and seized all the opportunities before his arrival. Yet, aside from possessing this detailed map of the secret realm, how could another individual possibly have such thorough knowledge of it? Brother Qingyun, have you been feeling unwell lately? Wei Tianqing appeared to express concern for his physical condition. However, Yi Qingyun was acutely aware that his failure to lead them to any opportunities for several days had begun to irritate Wei Tianqing. The successive lack of any gains had left him feeling frustrated and stifled. Hearing Wei Tianqing's inquiry, the pent-up frustration within him ignited like a raging flame. Just a freeloader standing there without a care. For all these days, he had not seen Wei Tianqing uncover a single opportunity. He was indeed the prodigy of the sacred land, endowed with exceptional talents and a noble status, were it not for the intermediary role of Leng Xianyue, who facilitated their introduction. He would have dismissed Yi Qingyun entirely. After all, how could a mere co-disciple of a fallen sect possibly consider himself his equal? Now, upon hearing the other party's irreverent retorts, Wei Tianqing could no longer suppress the tumult of emotions within him. A terrifying aura emanated from his being, locking onto Yi Qingyun with unwavering intensity. Wei Qingyun, however, stood his ground, his dark eyes locking onto Wei Tianqing's with unyielding resolve. He extended his right hand, grasping the heavy black sword that rested on his back, poised to strike at any moment. Setting aside the numerous trump cards he possessed, he now additionally commanded 2 puppets at the unification realm. Even though he was merely at the Spirit Palace stage, he was confident in his ability to defeat Wei Tianqing, the Sacred Sun. Enough of this. At last it was Leng Xianyue, unable to bear the escalating tension, who interposed herself between the two, her aura breaking the stalemate. Brother Qingyun is not entirely wrong. The central continent's secret realm is vast and boundless. Discovering opportunities therein is inherently challenging. Moreover, this secret realm has been open for over a month. Brother Wei, there is no need for such urgency. On the surface, Leng Xianyue's words appeared quite reasonable, yet upon closer reflection, it was evident that she was subtly taking sides, indirectly speaking in favor of Yi Qingyun. This only served to further ignite Wei Tianqing's ire. After all, he harbored a certain fondness, even admiration, for Leng Xianyue, the saintess of the heavenly sound sacred land. To witness her concern for someone she had only known for a few days, even at the expense of offending him, only intensified his frustration. I assumed, Xianyue, that you claimed this fellow was a disciple of some ancient figure, implying he possessed considerable skills, yet it seems he is merely a loud thunder with little rain. Xianyue, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Prior to entering the secret realm, my master divulged some intelligence regarding its opportunities, including several locations. Who will you trust, him or me? The implication of Wei Tianqing's words was clear. Yi Qingyun's recent string of failures had begun to erode his credibility, and he seized this chance to sever ties. This statement was merely an invitation for Leng Xianyue to make her choice, of him or Yi Qingyun. Leng Xianyue glanced around, ultimately remaining silent, her intuition guiding her. Setting aside the fact that Yi Qingyun was the heir of the White Tsang Saint King, he was also imbued with an extraordinarily formidable aura of fortune. Given enough time, he would undoubtedly yield unimaginable rewards for them. The system detected that due to the master's indirect actions, the relationship between the sacred son Tianqing and Yi Qingyun had soured. Completing a villainous task. Congratulations to the master for earning a reward of 7,000 villain points. Just nearby, concealed in the shadows, Gu Hon smirked at the unexpected system announcement. It was as he had anticipated. The bonds of recently formed alliances were the most fragile when tested by self-interest. With just a slight nudge, he had achieved a twofold outcome. Indeed, these two individuals had fallen into the expected rift, possibly even severing their ties entirely. Chapter 72, not a complete defeat, so it was you. The malicious one. The reason was simple. Familiar with the early plot, he knew that Wei Tianqing had become a close ally of the protagonist Yi Qingyun precisely because their expedition into the secret realm had resulted in substantial gains, laying a strong foundation for friendship. In a world bustling with activity, all were motivated by self-interest. When everyone emerged from the secret realm with what they desired, camaraderie flourished, and they regarded each other as brothers. Yet, once they failed to obtain their aspirations, or worse, suffered losses, their camaraderie would inevitably dissolve. Moreover, to ensure that the two truly fell out, he had employed the secret technique to outpace Yi Qingyun for several consecutive days, seizing all opportunities without leaving even a trace for him. This was the groundwork for the current situation. The accumulated grievances had finally erupted today. However, he was taken aback by Leng Xuanyue's unwavering trust in Yi Qingyun. Despite having known him for only a few days, unless she was lacking in judgment or had some special insight into Yi Qingyun's unique qualities, the situation was perplexing, yet it mattered little. In due time, he would find an opportunity to eliminate her, thereby severing her ties with Yi Qingyun and liberating her from her plight. Is this your decision, Xuanyue? Wei Tianqing's expression darkened considerably, his fists clenching slightly. His gaze bore into Yi Qingyun with a stormy intensity before he turned away, leading several members of the Beishao Sacred Land in a different direction. I hope you do not come to regret this. After leaving behind this cold remark, the group swiftly vanished into the depths of the dense forest. This exchange left Leng Xuanyue feeling quite unsettled. After all, she had known Wei Tianqing for a considerable time and shared a solid friendship. With this incident, their bond had seemingly reached its conclusion. However, had he possessed her level of discernment, he would have surely recognized Yi Qingyun's exceptional nature. It was highly probable that he would also choose to believe in him. This, she reassured herself, was a straightforward choice. Rest assured, Saintess Xuanyue, those lost items are merely minor opportunities, Yi Qingyun confidently declared. Since you have chosen to believe in me, I shall ensure you do not suffer a complete loss. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun cast a deep glance in the direction where Wei Tianqing had departed, dismissing them as short-sighted individuals, oblivious to the invaluable opportunities they had forsaken, unbeknownst to Yi Qingyun and Leng Xuanyue. Wei Tianqing and his companions had been traversing the forest for an indeterminate time when one of the young disciples from Beishao Sacred Land could no longer contain his frustration and indignation, exclaiming, "Sacred Son, that wretched fellow dared to offend you, and we are simply going to leave without teaching him a lesson. Just a co-disciple of a fallen sect, where does he find the audacity?" The moment his words fell, the remaining disciples of the Sacred Land echoed their agreement. "Sacred Son, I know you share a good rapport with Saintess Xuanyue, but that is merely a personal matter. If you are concerned about that, we are willing to take action and give Yi Qingyun a lesson." After all, they were followers of Wei Tianqing. Naturally, they were incensed at the affront to their sacred son. "That is unnecessary," Wei Tianqing coldly rejected. "He is merely a clown with a bit of luck and opportunity. Once we exit the secret realm, I have ample ways to make him pay the price." The other young disciples from Beishao Sacred Land fell silent. They were well aware of their sacred son's sentiments. He was still mindful of Leng Xuanyue. Is that so? I fear you may not have the opportunity. A chilling voice, seemingly arising from nowhere behind them, sent shivers down their spines. They turned in horror, only to see a tall, slender figure, much of his face obscured by the shadow of a hood. Wei Tianqing narrowed his eyes. Though the figure's features were difficult to discern, there was an inexplicable familiarity to his silhouette. "You are..." Before he could finish his inquiry, the cloaked figure summoned a massive black sword from a special vortex, its weight seemingly effortless in his grasp. In an instant he vanished, leaving behind a trail of afterimages like black lightning. Altogether, "Stop him!" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young disciples of the Sacred Land shouted in alarm and hastily prepared to defend themselves. The black sword, infused with spiritual energy, began to illuminate with ominous black markings, appearing both fearsome and domineering. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion and the sickening sound of flesh being crushed resonated simultaneously. Blood erupted forth. The two closest disciples had no means of defense, their treasured artifacts and flesh disintegrated in an instant, the crystalline shards of their treasures mingled with their blood, exploding like grotesque fireworks, yet the chaos had not concluded. After a single strike, the figure vanished once more as the final agonizing cries echoed in the air. Boom! In another area, it seemed a terrifying force had collided, raising clouds of dust and causing the ground to collapse inward. Forming a massive pit, the Sacred Land disciples standing in that vicinity were reduced to mere pulp by the overwhelming power. From the moment the cloaked figure appeared to the end of the battle, only a few breaths had passed. 4 young disciples from the Sacred Land were swiftly and effortlessly annihilated. The remaining Wei Tianqing felt his scalp prickle, his mind blank with shock. As the myriad black afterimages coalesced into one, the now solid figure of the cloaked man descended gracefully, holding the heavy black sword in one hand. Surrounded by a land torn asunder by malevolent forces, the ground was drenched in blood, the vivid crimson expanse. It was only upon fully discerning the dark weighty sword that the dazed Wei Tianqing awoke from his stupor, akin to a dreamer roused from slumber. His body trembled uncontrollably, whether from rage or fear, or perhaps a combination of both, he could not ascertain. "You are," he forced the words out syllable by syllable, through gritted teeth. "Yi Qingyun, I never anticipated you to be such a vile individual, yet, over such a trivial dispute, you would inflict such brutal violence upon us." Chapter 73, The Fall of the Holy Sun. The culprit Yi Qingyun. The reason he identified the cloaked figure before him as Yi Qingyun was not solely due to the familiarity of the man's silhouette. It was primarily the dark sword, which he had encountered not long ago, the very sword that belonged to Yi Qingyun. Even the design was identical. Yi Qingyun, the man concealed beneath the black robe, curled his lips into a sardonic smile. He slowly raised the dark sword once more and swung it with great force. Boom! Instantly, sword energy surged like a tidal wave, bearing the might to engulf Wei Tianqing and the surrounding realm entirely. Yet this action only fortified Wei Tianqing's conviction that this man was indeed Yi Qingyun. Because of a previous altercation, he had resolved to unleash lethal force upon them. What a malicious scoundrel, Wei Tianqing silently cursed. However, he did not hesitate. He swiftly retrieved a jade talisman shimmering with an otherworldly glow from his bosom and crushed it. Buzz! Countless dazzling runes ascended, intertwining and overlapping, forming a unique barrier of arcane laws that enveloped him completely. Almost simultaneously, the tempestuous sword energy rushed forth. Crack! The spontaneously materializing barrier felt akin to a reef amidst a surging torrent, trembling violently as it was battered by overwhelming waves, revealing countless intricate fissures on the surface. How is this possible? Wei Tianqing's pupils constricted. This was a special defensive talisman crafted specifically for him by his master, a formidable being of the Supreme Realm, while the peculiar restrictions of the Central Continent's secret realm prevented the exertion of power beyond the Unity Realm. This talisman was designed to withstand any attack from beings within the authentic realm, yet now, under Yi Qingyun's strike, his defensive talisman had begun to manifest signs of unbearable strain. Damn it, Yi Qingyun had been masquerading as a fool while concealing his true strength. Wei Tianqing inwardly cursed. However, as the esteemed holy son of Beishao Sacred Land, he possessed more than one means of survival. Soon, he withdrew another talisman inscribed with ancient runes from his storage space. As he recited the ancient incantation, the yellow talisman ignited into a fierce blaze, and the sparks that erupted swirled around him as if imbued with life. Simultaneously, a patch of ground not far behind the cloaked figure suddenly ignited with sparks that rapidly expanded into a striking vortex of flames. In the next moment, Wei Tianqing leaped forth from within. Without a hint of hesitation, he drew a black gold battle knife, channeling all his strength, and swung it toward the head of the cloaked man. Die! Boom! The blade's energy roared downwards like a torrent, erupting at the cloaked figure's location, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Did I succeed? Wei Tianqing gripped the black gold battle knife tightly, unwilling to relax his focus. However, the strike he had just unleashed, fueled by his full might and enhanced by his master's special talisman, should have been sufficient to slay even formidable beasts of the Unity Realm, even if Yi Qingyun was feigning weakness. He was likely to suffer significant injury, but in the next instant, a massive hand suddenly emerged from the swirling dust, expanding ominously in Wei Tianqing's terrified gaze, clamping down on his throat like an iron vice. The overwhelming force left him utterly powerless, lifting him high into the air. You, Wei Tianqing's pupils constricted, his voice a mixture of fear and fury. You are indeed Yi Qingyun. The tattered black robe concealing the man had completely disintegrated, revealing a face with sharply defined features that unmistakably belonged to Yi Qingyun. A smirk graced Yi Qingyun's lips, yet the grip on Wei Tianqing's throat tightened inexorably. So what if you recognize my identity? As long as you perish here, no one will know it was I who acted. Why Yi Qingyun, you are truly a nefarious scoundrel. As Wei Tianqing felt his consciousness fading, he summoned every ounce of strength to make one final struggle. Yet an overwhelming force crushed him completely, shattering the law-infused techniques he had just begun to conjure, scattering them like motes of light. In the face of absolute dominance, he could only despairingly convert his remaining power into a soul transmission, sending it to the other disciples of Beishao Sacred Land. Just a brief message: the one who kills me is from the Wang Sword sect. Yi Qingyun, after transforming all his strength into a soul transmission and sending it forth, Wei Tianqing gradually ceased to resist, falling silent. It seemed he had achieved his purpose. Why Yi Qingyun discarded Wei Tianqing's lifeless body aside,